Ye Chen continuously circulated the qi in his body, drawing circles with his arms, and then slowly closing it to his waist. At this moment, Ye Chen's aura seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes, and Gaixianren, who had already walked a few steps, also stopped and looked back at Ye Chen. Turtle, Pi, Qi, Gong, Bo. The dazzling brilliance bloomed between Ye Chen's palms, and as Ye Chen pushed out his hands, a wave of Qigong shot out with unmatched aura. The sea was directly divided into two sides, extending to the end of the field of vision. It's exactly the same as the scene when Gaixianren performed Turtle Qigong Wave just now. Ah 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 ah! With his mouth open, Immortal Turtle was so startled that his jaw was about to fall. Ye Chen turned into his Turtle Qigong Wave so quickly. After using the Turtle Qigong Wave, Ye Chen also gasped slightly, only feeling a bit of weakness in his body. This is a normal reaction after releasing a large amount of qi in one breath. After becoming stronger in the future, there should be more qi in the body and you should no longer have this feeling. So amazing, Ye Chen is so amazing. With a pair of big watery eyes wide open, Xiao Wukong bounced out in exclamation, and then followed the example of Ye Chen and Gaixianren just now, putting his hands together and pushing out. However, even though Xiao Wukong did the same action, nothing happened in the end. How can this be? Why can't I? Xiao Wukong looked depressed, and the turtle fairy and the turtle on one side finally recovered. Turtle, Turtle Immortal, don't you say that Ye Chen will have to practice for a few years to learn your Turtle Qigong Wave? How do I know? The turtle asked in shock, while the turtle fairy was trembling with his beard. Kuipei Qigong Bo is the pinnacle skill he created with countless energy and effort. No one knows how difficult it is to practice it better than Gaixianren himself. Seeing Ye Chen learning his stunts so easily, Immortal Turtle really felt shocked. However, unlike Immortal Gui and their shock, Ye Chen knew his shortcomings. Although the Gui Pai Qigong Wave he used just now looks exactly the same as the one used by the Gui Xianren, it is actually just a mere appearance. To put it another way, if Gaixianren used Turtle Qigong Wave to output 100 points of qi and caused 1000 points of destructive power, then Ye Chen also used Turtle Qigong Wave to output 100 points of qi just now. Caused 200 or 300 points of destructive power. The gap between the two is not even a little bit. Of course, this is also a normal thing. After all, Ye Chen is still using the Turtle Qigong Wave for the first time, and many subtle points are not well controlled. If he uses the Turtle Qigong Wave first, he can reach the turtle. It is strange that the level of the fairy is even beyond him. However, Ye Chen is very confident, as long as he keeps practicing, he will surely reach the level of Gaixianren. Even beyond him. In the following days, Ye Chen continued to practice his own practice. In addition to the most basic training, he continued to practice Turtle Qigong Wave every day. Beijua passed a gap, and time passed quickly for another 2 years. With the roar of various machinery, a construction team gathered here at the foot of a big mountain, seemingly waiting for some important person. Not for a long time, a figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, slowly coming here from a distance. It was the figure of a teenager who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, with a firm face, without the slightest pheasant spirit on a teenager of the same age. I saw the young man in a red martial arts uniform, with a black and white turtle embroidered on the left side of his chest. Feng Shen is like jade, with extraordinary temperament and a huge fan behind him. It is Ye Chen. After seeing Ye Chen's appearance, the construction team leader's eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Master Ye Chen, I'm going to trouble you again this time. It's okay. Nodding lightly, Ye Chen replied. Master Ye Chen, do you need to take a break? We are not in a hurry yet. No, I have to finish my work quickly and go back. Tell me the request this time. I'll start right away. Okay, please wait a moment. I have had several dealings, and the construction team leader is also aware of Ye Chen's character, so he didn't dare to neglect, so he immediately called the experts forward and asked them to tell Ye Chen the specific requirements of the construction. Their construction team is planning to open up an unbelievable road in the mountains ahead and build a railway for trains. If they follow the normal method, it will consume a lot of manpower, material resources, and time, and there is a danger of the mountains collapsing. However, they did not intend to use the normal method, but wanted to ask the master Ye Chen in front of them to use Qigong to make a profound path on this mountain. No one believed it in such an exaggerated and bizarre way. In fact, they didn't believe it before, but they didn't believe it after seeing it with their own eyes. You all step back a bit. After listening to the experts talking about some of the requirements for the construction, Ye Chen stood directly below the mountain range, while the experts and construction workers quickly retreated to the back. Knowing that the next was a shocking moment, everyone stared at Ye Chen unblinkingly, for fear that they would miss any screen. Under the gaze of everyone behind, Ye Chen also started to move, exhaling slightly to adjust his breath, his arms circled, and then they were tightly closed to one place and slowly closed around his waist. Turtle, Pai, Qi, Gong, Bo. Guanghua was dazzling, and as Ye Chen's palms pushed out, a powerful Qigong wave burst out. With a huge roar, the Qigong wave shot into the mountain range and shot through the mountain range, even turning around the corner from time to time following the trend of the mountain range, until it finally shot out from the other side of the mountain range. In just a few seconds, a perfect road that is several kilometers long was completed. Although I have seen it several times, in the face of this miraculous mighty force, a group of experts and construction workers couldn't help but open their mouths and couldn't speak for a long time. Already done. With a face as usual, Ye Chen said to the leader of the construction team. No, it's worthy of being Master Ye Chen, it's really amazing. This is the reward for this time, please have a look at the master. After regaining his consciousness, the construction team leader hurriedly handed a box full of coins to Ye Chen. After inspecting roughly, Ye Chen also nodded. The transaction is complete. He didn't say much. Under everyone's awe-inspiring gaze, Ye Chen gradually moved away. To be continued. Chapter 21 Experience and Farewell. In the forest, Ye Chen flickered and walked through, then jumped up and landed on a high ground. After looking around, Ye Chen shouted, "Wukong, go home!" As if the thunder sound was rolling, Ye Chen's voice constantly echoed in the entire forest through the blessing of Qi, stunned countless animals and birds. Boom boom boom. Not too long, a petite figure appeared in the distance of the field of vision, pulling a long string of dust and smoke behind him and running towards Ye Chen at an extremely fast speed. It is Wukong. Xiao Wukong, who is already 5 years old, has grown up a lot compared to 2 years ago, but she is still a small lowly. Although only small arms and legs, Xiao Wukong ran extremely fast in the forest, and it didn't take long before he rushed to the front, and then jumped up and pounced on Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, you are back." The little head rubbed Ye Chen's body, and Xiao Wukong looked happy. A smile appeared on his face, and Ye Chen rubbed Wukong's forehead. Ye Chen just let her play in the forest when she was going to finish the work, but this naughty girl seemed to be in trouble again. Crack quack! Crouch quack! A giant bird flew over in the direction Xiao Wukong had just taken, and when he saw Ye Chen and Wukong on the ground, he shot down fiercely. In fact, it is a bit inappropriate to say that it calls a bird. Have you ever seen a bird full of fangs and fleshy? Perhaps this is a hybrid offspring of a bird and a dinosaur, but it doesn't matter what, for Ye Chen, it is now just a dinner delivered by himself. Putting down Xiao Wukong, then Ye Chen took out the treasure fan behind him, and it was the giant bird that was shooting at him. Wow wow wow! The airflow rioted, and the giant bird was directly swept into the air by a gust of wind, and then smashed to the ground fiercely. Ha ha ha, dinner dinner! The giant bird shook his head and tried to struggle to get up, but Xiao Wukong jumped up and sat on his head, then slammed back to the ground and fainted completely. What Ye Chen used just now was the legendary banana fan. One fan could generate wind, 2 could generate rain, and 3 could generate torrential rain. The banana fan is a rare treasure, but Mingzhu Mengchen has always been used by Gaixianren to make hot pots. It was almost thrown away because it was stained with some soup. In the end, it was discovered by Ye Chen and hurriedly collected it. This treasure fan can be used by ordinary people. If you breathe into it, it can still exert greater power, so Ye Chen also took it as a weapon and occasionally used its power to give some rainfall in arid areas, makes some extra money. Let's go back. Okay. Inserting the banana fan behind him, Ye Chen dragged the giant bird on the ground, and then left the forest with Xiao Wukong. 1, 2, 1, 2. Raise your feet. 1, 2, 1, 2. Straighten your legs. 1, 2, 1, 2. In the Turtle Fairy house, 2 sexy and beautiful young ladies are doing aerobics while shouting slogans on the TV, while the Turtle Fairy is lying in front of the TV while yelling slogans while staring at the 2 young ladies. Grandpa Turtle Fairy, we are back. Pushing the door open, Xiao Wukong bounced into the house, and Ye Chen walked in with the giant bird after throwing it outside. It's Wukong and Ye Chen, welcome back. Without looking back, Immortal Turtle continued to stare at the 2 young ladies on TV, as if she was about to slobber. Teacher Wushan, didn't you teach me that we martial arts people should not have these extra evil thoughts? You are not like a martial god at all. Sighing, Ye Chen said. Well, I have already taught you all the martial arts and spirit of our Gaixian Liu, and you can inherit and carry forward it in the future. Old people like us don't have much time, and we always have to find some fun for ourselves. Gaixianren replied irresponsibly, while Ye Chen was a black line. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 13. As long as you don't have much time, I think it's a trivial thing for you to live another 100 or 200 years. Obviously, he was still such a righteous master and old man at the beginning, and he taught Ye Chen martial arts practitioners not to have evil thoughts, to be upright, and to be pure. As a result, what has become in just a few years? Sure enough, the power of destiny is strong, the turtle immortal has turned into the seductive immortal, and he has to move forward courageously on this road. Let Xiao Wukong play by himself so as not to damage the things in the house. Ye Chen went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for a few people. Woo, delicious and delicious. Ha, life is so beautiful. On the dining table, Xiao Wukong kept stuffing all kinds of delicious food into her little mouth, while Gui Xianren took a sip of wine, and then filled her face with coziness. Turtle, this is yours. Woo, thank you. Ye Chen took some food for the turtle, and the turtle ate with thanks. The 3 of them enjoyed a delicious dinner around the table. Teacher Wu Tian, I plan to go out to practice in a while. Ye Chen said while eating. Are you finally going to leave here? Indeed, staying here will not help you much anymore. Nodded, Immortal Turtle did not show the slightest surprise. In fact, the Gaixian hadn't taught Ye Chen any more since a year ago. According to his statement, he had nothing to teach Ye Chen anymore. For 5 full years, witnessing Ye Chen's growth with his own eyes, even Gaixianren was amazed. The 2 have never played against each other since they taught Ye Chen Gui Pai Qigong Bo 2 years ago, but Gui Xianren knows that Ye Chen's current strength should have surpassed him. Although it was a bit shocked, as Ye Chen's teacher, Gaixianren felt more gratified. Even though he had taught Sun Wufan and the Bull Demon King disciples before, they were still a little bit worse after all, and their final achievements were also limited. And now with Ye Chen, the Gaixian Liu martial arts he created can be regarded as a true successor. Have you thought about where to go to practice? I haven't figured it out yet, so let's go out and have a look first. If you haven't figured out where to go, you can go to the sacred Mount Kanai. The Holy Land Mount Kanai. Yes, there is a Kalin Tower on Mount Kanai that leads directly to the sky. A fairy lives on the Kalin Tower. Anyone who can climb the Kalin Tower with his own power can receive the guidance of the fairy. I climbed to Kalin more than 300 years ago, and only after years of training with immortals on it did my skills soar, thus creating the Gaixian Liu. I understand. Where will I go take a look? To be continued. PS1, I wanted to post the link of the new book in the comment area of the old book. The result was recognized by Philo's system as an advertisement. The account was closed for a week in the small black room. Even the background can't be accessed, and the update can only be used. Mobile assistance, the more and more restrictions on Philo are speechless. In case similar incidents happen again, the author does not plan to post book reviews in the future, so as not to be inexplicable zhonglei. I will discuss some of the questions in book reviews unified reply at the end of the chapter. PS2, I saw a junk in the comment area before. And I deleted the ban directly. I feel that this is the only right that Philo gave to our author. I'm an old author, and even if someone scolds me horribly, I won't be as passionate as I once was, but I still feel unhappy. Where I write poorly, you can make comments. You can ignore the people who leave, and it is impossible to have a book that everyone likes, but there are several meanings of trashing at every turn. We are really not angry as authors, right? I have spent a lot of time and effort to write every book I write. It's great to throw away the rubbish casually, right? Do you know what a person is and what is basic respect? Of course, most readers are still very good and highly qualified. I also feel very much that everyone has always supported it, but there are always so many people in the world. I never force others to read my books. I always ask them not to read them if they say they don't like them. Reading a book is to make you feel happy. If my book makes you dislike it, then don't do it. Looked. PS3, I saw some readers saying that Vegeta's small combat power was too high. How do you say this? Write a fan. As long as it doesn't really lead to the collapse of the plot or power system, I have always been able to set the original work. If you don't change it, you won't change it. Once you change it, there will be problems like this and it makes people feel uncomfortable. Although I also feel that the original Dragon Ball is not very well set, Vegeta was about to catch up with his dad Vegeta when he was 5 years old, and he only gained a little strength in the next 10 years. It feels a bit too fake, but another way of thinking. It's not incomprehensible. Before Monkey King appeared, except for the legendary Super Saiyan, the limit of ordinary Saiyan was tens of thousands of points of combat power. Even after the apeification, it was tens of thousands of points. Vegeta was because with high talent, he grows fast when he was a child, but his growth rate will naturally slow down later, unless he can cross this limit. In the original book, crossing this limit is when fighting against Monkey King, so in that after that, his combat effectiveness has risen steadily. Chapter 22 Challenge to Kalin Tat. 3 days later, Ye Chen was ready to go out to practice. Except for the banana fan and a few martial arts uniforms in a universal capsule, there was almost no salute. Teacher Wu Tian, please take care. In front of Gaixian's hut, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong farewell to Gaixian. Oh. Although I am an old man, there is no problem taking care of myself. I will return to the original island after you leave. If you come back in the future, go there and find me. He stroked his beard, said Immortal Turtle. Nodded, Ye Chen expressed his understanding. After saying goodbye to the turtle on the side, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong also officially set off, and both of them jumped directly into the sea. Goodbye, Turtle, Grandpa Turtle Fairy. While swimming in the sea, Xiao Wukong turned her head and waved to the turtles and turtle immortals on the shore. Wukong, remember to show me your panties when you come back. We have made an agreement. Immortal Turtle also stood on the shore and shouted. No, my panties are only for Ye Chen. The Turtle Fairy stood on the shore and watched Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong disappear into the sea, while the turtle was watching the Turtle Fairy contemptuously by the side. Boom boom boom. In the forest, a huge Tyrannosaurus was running, and that strong body directly broke all the trees blocking it. Wherever he went, there was a flurry of jumping, and the weak animals were frightened and fleeing everywhere. There is no doubt that this is a majestic overlord, but it is now only a tool for others to transport. Ha ha ha! Quickly, quicker! Sitting on the head of Tyrannosaurus with Ye Chen, Xiao Wukong laughed and urged. Although they are almost tired and become a dog, the little ancestor on his head is urging, and the Tyrannosaurus can only speed up again desperately. The Tyrannosaurus drove the two people across several hills again, and gradually, a tall tower standing in the distance leading to the sky came into the eyes of Ye Chen and Wukong. Ye Chen, look, what is that? It's so tall. After blinking his big watery eyes, Xiao Wukong pointed to the distance and exclaimed. That is the legendary Kailan Tat, our destination. The corner of his mouth raised an arc, and Ye Chen stood up holding Xiao Wukong. Stop! As Ye Chen's voice fell, the Tyrannosaurus rushing hurriedly stopped, slid a long way along the way and banged and broke many trees. Ye Chen, why did we stop? Mount Kanai is a holy place. It's impolite for us to go there like this. We'll just go over by ourselves for the next journey. Oh! Xiao Wukong in a sacred place and an unsacred place doesn't understand. Whatever Ye Chen said is what she said, anyway, anything Ye Chen said in her little head was correct. With a light leap, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong jumped off the head of the Tyrannosaurus, and then landed steadily on the ground. Tyrannosaurus, thanks for your hard work, you can leave now. Ye Chen said the Tyrannosaurus, who was almost exhausted and foamed. The spirit was shocked, and the Tyrannosaurus almost had the urge to roar to the sky. God, these two demons are finally willing to let it go. Almost using his strength to breastfeed, the Tyrannosaurus turned around and ran away frantically, really wishing his mother and young man gave him two legs. Mr. Tyrannosaurus, goodbye. Xiao Wukong waved his hand at the Tyrannosaurus, and the big Tyrannosaurus, which was running wildly, almost fell to the ground one by one. What goodbye, never see again. No longer paying attention to the escaped Tyrannosaurus, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong set off again. Although Kailan Ta can already be seen here, it is still a long distance apart, but it takes only 10 minutes with two people's feet. Not long after, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong rushed to Kailan Ta's feet. Although he had already heard of it, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel shocked when he really saw this tower up close. The entire tower is not very big, but it rushes straight into the sky like a sky-reaching white pillar, with no end in sight. It is unbelievable, what kind of existence can build such a miracle? Xiao Wukong also looked very excited, raising her head and looking hard, but she couldn't see the top of the tower. However, at this moment, it seemed that something had been discovered. Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong looked at the jungle beside them at the same time, and a tall figure walked out from there. Outsiders, do you want to challenge this Kailan Tat? Under Kailan Tat, the man poured the prepared food into a bowl and handed it to Xiao Wukong and Ye Chen. Give. Thank you. Woo, delicious and delicious. The man's name is Pala, and he looks like an Indian. With some patterns on his face and a very strong body. According to his own introduction, their family is the tower guard here, and they have lived and guarded this place for generations. This is my child Upa. Bra introduced a baby in his arms to Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong. Upa? He will become an excellent fighter like you in the future. Ye Chen also tasted a bite of food, Ye Chen said. Thank you. With a simple smile on his face, Bra was stroking her sleeping child, her face full of love. Ye Chen, son Wukong, do you really want to challenge Kailan Tat? Bra asked. Yes, we want to meet the fairy on the tower, and ask him to guide us in our practice. Has anyone challenged this tower before? Nodded, then Ye Chen also asked. Many, but they all failed. Some people gave up the challenge, and some people fell because they couldn't get food supplies after climbing on the tower for a few days. It's the first time I have encountered a challenger like yours. Watching Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong, Bra's face was serious. He once challenged this sacred tower young and vigorously, but in the end also ended in failure, so he was very clear about how difficult it was to climb up. Don't think we are young, we are still pretty good, climbing this tower shouldn't be a problem. Ye Chen said with a chuckle. Although I haven't tried it, Ye Chen is indeed confident that he can climb up. It's unbelievable, but I don't think you lied. It's already late today. You can rest here for one night, and wait until you have enough energy to challenge Kailan Ta tomorrow morning. Looking straight at Ye Chen, Bra said. Then we will bother. It doesn't matter, it is also our duty to entertain brave challengers. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 14. Woo, one more bowl. To be continued. Chapter 23 The Immortal Kailan Ta. Early the next morning, Bra went to a river not far away to catch a big fish. After everyone had breakfast together, Ye Chen and Wukong were also about to climb to Kailan Ta. Ye Chen, son Wukong, come on. It's not the kind of how to talk, Bra, who is holding her child Wupa, just uses the simplest words to express her encouragement to them. Thank you for your hospitality, Paula. Goodbye, Bra, Upa. They greeted the father and son, and then Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong jumped onto the tower, climbing up quickly with hands and feet. Watching Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong, who quickly turned into two black spots, little Yupe yelled her hands, while Bra showed a look of shock. Fast speed. Ye Chen, son Wukong, maybe they can actually climb this Kailan tower, maybe. Climb, 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 la la la. Climb, 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 la la la. Can't see the scene on the earth anymore. Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong were climbing quickly in the mid-air, while they were climbing Xiao Wukong while singing songs. Kailan Ta is engraved with many patterns that look like the Stone Age, and there are some small bosses that can be stepped on at intervals, so it is not that difficult to get up. However, this tower is too high that countless challengers after the Turtle Immortal have not succeeded in climbing it. Some people have thought about flying up by helicopter, but they still ended up in failure. It is said that as long as they don't climb up with their own power, they will never see the end of the tower. Both Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong received rigorous training from Gaixianren, so both of them climbed extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to have already climbed through the clouds to a high position. The two of them climbed like this for a long time, and even they themselves didn't know how high they had climbed, but the tower still went straight to the sky and couldn't see the end. Woo! Ye Chen, I'm so tired. The speed gradually slowed down, Xiao Wukong said. Although she is already very powerful, she is only 5 years old now. For the current Xiao Wukong, she is still a bit reluctant to climb Kailan Ta. If you are tired, come on my back. Okay. Xiao Wukong hugged Ye Chen's back, and immediately showed a happy expression. Before, Ye Chen didn't use all his strength to match Xiao Wukong's speed, so even though he added one more person's weight at this time, Ye Chen's speed increased faster instead of decreasing. Suddenly speeding up, Ye Chen, carrying Xiao Wukong on his back, quickly climbed up at an exaggerated speed. This time, it only took them about half an hour to see the end of the tower. Ye Chen, look there, there! Pointing to the temple that appeared above their heads, Xiao Wukong shouted happily. Even Ye Chen was a little tired after crawling for so long, and at this time, he was excited when he saw the end point. With a rush, Ye Chen crawled to the bottom of the temple in a few strokes. There are several openings at the bottom of the temple and next to the tower, but there are no steps or bosses to help climb them. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the temple through the openings, and they will fall down if they are not careful. But this level of difficulty is nothing to Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong. Ye Chen threw Xiao Wukong from the mouth first, and then jumped into the mouth himself, and the walls supporting both sides suddenly jumped into the temple with force. Finally come up. Lying on the ground, Ye Chen also gasped slightly. What? Look Yechen, it's so big here. Hey, Lord Immortal, where are you? She had already looked curiously in the temple. Xiao Wu was jumping around looking for the immortal lord in the temple. Yechen also stood up and looked around. This temple standing in the air is indeed very spacious, quiet. If you stand on the balcony outside, you can still see the magnificent sea of clouds below. Little girl, stop screaming, your ears are almost broken by you. At this moment, a sound rang, and then a big white cat walked down from the stairs. Yes, it was a cat walking on 2 feet with a wooden staff in his hand. He was fat. Ah, there is a cat in the temple. Big white cat, where is Lord Immortal? We want to find Lord Immortal. Xiao Wukong exclaimed, then ran over to ask, and Yechen hurriedly followed. Wukong, don't be rude, this is the fairy Karin in the temple. Sir Immortal is a cat. Little Wukong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Can't a cat be a fairy? I'm a fairy cat. It's a boy, do you know me? Immortal Karin stroked his beard, and then looked at Yechen quite unexpectedly. Master Carlin, my name is Yechen and her name is Sun Wukong. We are all disciples of teacher Wu Tian. After introducing himself and Xiao Wukong, Yechen saluted the immortal Callan. Although the other party is just a cat, it is a fairy cat that has been alive for more than 800 years. It has been watching and guarding this land in the temple, so Yechen also gave it the respect it deserves. It turns out to be Wu Tian's disciple, no wonder. Since Wu Tian left, no one has been able to climb up to this temple for hundreds of years. It is very rare to be able to climb up in your grade. Nodded, Immortal Callan looked surprised, and then he did not hesitate to praise. Hee. You don't count, you were just carried by someone else. Wu, why is this? Xiao Wukong, who was praised, had a little happy and triumphant expression, but after being hit by the Callan fairy, it turned into a depression. Boy, little girl, what is your purpose in coming to me? After teasing Xiao Wukong, Immortal Callan also asked about business. Since they are Wu Tian's disciples, then they should know that the legends of super holy water are nothing but a lie. Master Carlin, we would like to ask you to guide our practice. There was nothing to hide, Yechen also showed his purpose. Do you guide your practice? There is nothing wrong with the little girl, but your power has surpassed Wu Tian, and even surpassed me as a young boy. I have nothing to guide you. Perceiving the breath of Yechen and Xiao Wukong, then Immortal Callan said. Having strength does not mean that it must be strong. I don't know how to use it. It's just pure brute force. So I want to ask Master Carlin to guide me how to use power. Yechen said seriously. Not bad, I didn't expect you to understand this truth at a young age. If you are only teaching you how to use power, I can still guide you. Thank you, Master Carlin. Immortal Callan nodded, and Yechen also showed a hint of joy. In that case, you will live here for the time being. It's not early today. And I will start to guide you tomorrow. Yes. To be continued. PS1, some readers are saying that the festival is too slow. I don't know how you feel to call it slow. There is no procrastination in the plot I wrote, right? You shouldn't compare the original works, you may think it is too fast when you really wait for the original plot. PS2, some readers say that the protagonist's initial 18-point combat power is too low. That's just relative to the scion. The amount of practice the protagonist does every day seems to be a lot, but you don't use the standard of Dragon Ball World for 3 times go and see. The protagonist does not have 1/10 of the amount of practice that the protagonist takes some time to do every day when he comes back from work every day. PS3, some readers said that World Shocking Palm is the strongest skill of Gaixianren. I also specifically clicked on Beidou. It just said it was one of Gaixianren's skills. Didn't it say it was the strongest? Moreover, based on a rational analysis, the 100,000 current of world-shocking palm is a bit threatening in the early stage, and for the people in the late Dragon Ball period, it will block the opponent's actions, and because of the blockade of the opponent, the vulnerability is too large. It's just a martial art that can't attack a single enemy in a group attack, but Turtle Kigong Wave can easily destroy a planet. There is no need to compare who is strong and who is weak. Chapter 24 Guidance and Practice. The next day. Yuchen, Wukong, I will guide your practice from today. But before that, you guys will practice against each other and let me see how your respective skills are. In the temple, Immortal Kallen said to Yuchen and Wukong. Do you want to fight Yuchen? Okay, okay. Jumping around, Xiao Wukong replied happily. Since Immortal Turtle no longer practiced against Yuchen 2 years ago, it was basically Wukong and Yuchen practiced against each other, so both of them are familiar with this kind of thing. Under the gaze of Immortal Kallen, Yuchen and Wukong stood in the middle of the temple, and then set up the standard frame of Geixi and Liu at the same time. Yuchen, I'm going to go. Come on. No nonsense, Wukong took the lead in launching an attack, stepped on his foot, and hit Yuchen like a cannonball. Yes, it is a simple collision with the body sideways, but the speed is extremely fast and the strength is great. When I go out hunting, I don't know how many buffalo and dinosaurs have been hit by this head. However, for Yuchen, this was just an ordinary attack. The front of his hands easily blocked Wukong's impact. Although his feet pulled out 2 long slit marks on the ground, his entire body the shape is still as solid as a rock. Oh yeah. The real attack began. Wukong's 2 fists hit Yuchen like raindrops. There is a huge power in the petite fist, even Yuchen dare not let it hit him easily, but also waving his hands constantly to resist. Every time the 2 hits, a dull explosion will be produced in the air. Seeing that Yuchen's defense was airtight, Wukong immediately changed his strategy. His figure appeared on the pillar at the edge of the temple, and then stepped on the pillar and struck Yuchen's side. Familiar with this girl's attack mode for a long time, Yuchen split into 5 or 4 and leaped, making Wukong's attack completely empty. Damn it, I'm coming too. Her cheeks were puffed up angrily. And then Wukong's figure was blurred, and several after-images turned into a chase towards Yuchen. Although very simple and usually a little confused, Wukong is extremely talented in martial arts, not to mention the relatively simple remnant image boxing, even Gui Pai Kigong Boshi was more than a year ago already learned. Boom 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 boom. The entire temple was full of remnants of Yuchen and Wukong jumping around, and the fighting between the 2 was extremely fierce. Immortal Kallen on the side also stroked his beard and nodded from time to time. Whether it was Yuchen or that little girl, he could have such strength at such an age. Even if he had lived for more than 800 years, it was the first time he saw it. Naturally, Yuchen would not use all his full strength to fight Wukong, basically using the same power as hers, so the battle between the 2 is more of a contest between martial arts and moves. Although Yuchen's Wukong was almost as good as Yuchen, she still lacked the same experience as Yuchen. Finally, Yuchen seized the opportunity to hit her abdomen with a punch, and the whole person hit the pillar on the edge of the temple and ended this battle. Woo, it hurts. Holding her belly, Wukong cried for a while. It's okay, Wukong. Lifting Wukong from the ground, Yuchen rubbed the spot where she was hit just now, and Wukong quickly showed a sweet smile and looked completely okay. Well, you 2 are very good, I think Wu Tian also taught you carefully. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 15. However, you didn't cooperate with your breathing when fighting, and there were many unnecessary movements. Moreover, every time you can only react after seeing the opponent's move, you can't read the opponent's movements in advance. And also, Immortal Kallen came over, first complimented the 2 of them, and then pointed out a lot of shortcomings of the 2. As an immortal who has survived for more than 800 years, Immortal Kallen has extremely rich experience, and almost all he points to are what Yuchen and Wukong still lack. Even though these are just minor deficiencies, it seems that it's no big deal if you don't change it, but it's not. The master's tricks are often missed by the slightest, and the difference is 1,000 miles away. In the vast universe, human beings are actually a very weak creature. They are weak and do not have any powerful power. Even on their own planet, they rely on wisdom to get to the top of the food chain. Perhaps it is for this reason that martial arts were born in human civilization. Martial arts masters exercise their body and mind, and constantly improve every tiny habit and detail of themselves, so that they can use their limited power to perform infinite power. There is no such thing as martial arts in Scion civilization, because they don't need it at all. Scions are born with a strong bloodline, they can improve their strength and become stronger as long as they continue to fight and fight, so naturally they don't need those things. To give a simple example, if the turtle immortal fights a powerful Scion warrior, there is no doubt that the turtle immortal will lose and be easily killed by the opponent. The power gap between each other is too big, even if Gaixianren is hailed as the god of martial arts, but people can drop 10 guilds with one effort, and any Qigong bomb can blast you into a ballast. But on the contrary, if the turtle immortal also has the power of a Scion warrior, then it can be said with certainty that the turtle immortal can easily abuse a group of Scions. This is the so-called martial arts. Immortal Karin talked a lot in one breath. Ye Chen listened carefully to every word. Although Wukong was also standing by and listening carefully, her little head soon became confused. Do you all understand what I said? After talking about Ye Chen and their shortcomings and offered some guidance, Immortal Kalin asked. Ye Chen nodded, but Wukong blinked his big watery eyes blankly. Absolutely not. Oh. Immortal Karin fell to the ground at once, and he had talked about feelings for so long for nothing. Ahem, Master Carlin, Wukong is a type of physical memory. As long as she experiences it in battle, she will understand it soon. After helping Immortal Kalin up, Ye Chen said in a little embarrassment. Really? I think this little girl has a clumsy look, I'm afraid it won't work. I'm not stupid, I'm smart. Immortal Kalin expressed suspicion, while Xiao Wukong was angrily holding a pair of small fists. Okay, Wukong, let's do it again. My heart was funny, Ye Chen stroked Wukong's little head and said. Okay. Making faces at the Immortal Kalin, Wukong and Ye Chen fought again. Following the guidance of Immortal Kalin, Ye Chen changed many of his shortcomings this time, and both his movements and aura became more agile, and Wukong was quickly forced to a disadvantage. Immortal Kalin nodded in satisfaction. Ye Chen made rapid progress after listening to his guidance and suggestions, but that little girl was no longer good, and it was completely the same. I thought that this battle would end soon, but to the surprise of Immortal Kalin, Wukong, who had been forced into the wind, gradually reversed his disadvantage. With venomous eyes, Immortal Kalin quickly understood what was going on. It turned out that every time Ye Chen corrected one of his own shortcomings to improve himself, after making Wukong suffer in battle, the little girl unexpectedly quickly took Ye Chen's actions and essentials copied the past. Squinting his eyes, Immortal Karin stroked his beard. This little girl is really stupid. To be continued. Chapter 25. In the evening, the blood-red setting sun splashed on the sea of clouds, and Wukong and Ye Chen lay in the temple, breathing continuously. Although it was only a short day of training, their gains were huge. It can be said that although the pure strength and spirit of the two have not increased much, their true combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Cuckoo! A belly sound rang, and then Wukong sat up and looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. Our food was all eaten last night. Ye Chen also sat up, said Ye Chen. Then the two looked at the Kalin fairy on one side at the same time, with a touch of expectation in their eyes. I have not eaten for a long time, let's have one tonight. Immortal Kalin smiled, and then walked to the next room, and Ye Chen and Wukong hurriedly followed. After opening a jar, Immortal Kalin fumbled for a while, and then caught a fresh fish. Ha! Do you want to eat fish tonight? I want me too. Jumping over, Wukong was also tiptoeing to catch a big fish in the jar, but there was nothing in the jar. Why can't I catch it? It's strange. Wukong's face was puzzled, and there was nothing strange about it during the night. There are many weird things in this temple. Maybe the jars or cabinets placed at the foot of the wall are unknown props and artifacts. I am afraid that most people can't use them except the Kalin fairy. I don't know where to take out some tools again, and the tricks are neat, and it won't take a long time for Immortal Kalin to have cooked a grilled fish with a scent, and Ye Chen and Wukong couldn't help but swallow. Scions have a huge appetite and need to supplement a lot of food every day, which is about to become a genetic inheritance. It can be said that they are not afraid of bloodshed in battle, but they are afraid of hunger. Master Carlin, this fish is too small. How can it be enough for us to eat? Let's catch a few more. This is just made for myself, not your share. No, none of us. The petty man. Master Carlin the petty man. Hearing that Immortal Kalin actually said that he didn't have their share, Wukong said angrily. No, this is for you, you eat this. After eating his own grilled fish, Immortal Kalin threw 2 beans to Wukong and Ye Chen. Eating so well on my own, he only gave us a bean? A stingy. Smelly girl, even fairies dare to scold. That's a fairy bean, you can be hungry for 10 days with 1 pill. Fairy Karin blew his beard, thinking that this bad girl who doesn't know the heart of a good cat will not even give you beans after he scolds me. It's a lie, I don't believe it. Such small beans are simply not enough to eat. Pouting, Wukong looked unbelieving, but he put the beans in his mouth to chew and swallowed with a mentality that something is better than nothing. Woo! It turned out to be really full. The flat belly swelled up, Wukong burped, and his expression was incredibly authentic. Now you know, little girl, fairy beans are very precious, thank me very much. Immortal Karin hummed, and Wukong also scratched his head. It turned out that she was the one who blamed Lord Karin. Ye Chen on the side shook his head funny, and then he also looked at the beans in his hand. This is the fairy bean in the legend. There are many precious props and treasures in the original Dragon Ball world. The first is undoubtedly the Dragon Ball that can realize any wish, and the second is the fairy bean in front of Ye Chen. Eating 1 pill can make people stay hungry for 10 days, and can quickly recover from fatigue from all injuries. It is not too convenient. It can be said that the protagonist in the original Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong, and his team have fought with the enemy many times because of the fairy beans that have survived many crises. However, the cultivation of fairy beans is very difficult, and the quantity that can be obtained each time is very scarce. In the early stage of the original Dragon Ball plot, the Karin fairy still stored a lot, but was later eaten by the idiot of Yajiro Hebe as beans. After many, the fairy beans become very rare in the back. Every time the protagonist Sun Wukong and others ask Karin fairy to ask for it, there are at most a few dozen. Putting the fairy bean into his mouth, Ye Chen also wanted to personally experience whether this legendary fairy bean is really that magical. It didn't taste much, it was just like ordinary beans, but after swallowing the fairy beans, Ye Chen soon felt the difference. The exhaustion and hunger of the whole body were swept away, and bursts of satisfaction came from the abdomen, as if the whole person was full of power. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ye Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Taking advantage of the current reserves, you can ask Karin Immortals for more such good things later, and when you have time in the future, you can also study how to grow your own or even expand the output. But these things can be said in the future, the most important thing now is to improve one's strength. What? That's it for today, I have to rest, and I will continue to guide your practice until tomorrow. After enjoying his grilled fish, Immortal Kalin yawned and seemed to be going to bed. Thanks to Immortal Kalin, Ye Chen returned to the hall with Wukong. Immortal Kalin has his bedroom and soft bed, Ye Chen and Wukong don't have such treatment, but they don't care about it. Ye Chen found a place on the balcony outside the temple and lay down, while Wukong lay down on Ye Chen. Wukong, we must work hard and practice hard, and then we will become the strongest in this universe in the future. One hand grabbed the starry sky above his head, Ye Chen said. He blinked his big eyes and looked at Ye Chen, then Wukong nodded. Okay. Pure Wukong never thinks too much. Since Ye Chen said they want to become the strongest in the universe, then they should practice hard to become the strongest in the universe. In the following days, Ye Chen and Wukong continued to stay in the temple under the guidance of Immortal Kalin, and they continued to improve every day. In addition to practicing in the temple, the two will also return to the ground from time to time to capture some prey. Although eating a single fairy bean can save you from being hungry for 10 days, it is too wasteful to consume fairy bean as food, and the fairy bean tastes no taste. Naturally, it is better to be real food in terms of taste. Blah, UPA, see you tomorrow. One person dragged a huge prey, Ye Chen, and Wukong waved to Bra and his son, and then quickly climbed to Kalin Tat. Seeing the two people who quickly disappeared into the air, little Wu Pei waved his hands yellingly, while Bra was amazed. Ye Chen, son Wukong, an incredible person. To be continued. Chapter 26 Yin Yang 2 Immortal Fist. Sun begins to sunset, and spring goes to winter. Soon, Ye Chen and Wukong practiced on Kalin Ta for a year. This day. Boom! Boom boom boom! Above the sea of clouds, thunderous vibrations rang from time to time, and two figures were seen violently confronting each other in the air. It turned out to be two Ye Chen exactly the same. Both the breath and appearance are exactly the same, the only difference is that the word Yin appears on the forehead of a Ye Chen, while the word Yang appears on the forehead of a Ye Chen. This is a set of boxing techniques created by Ye Chen during his year of practicing on Kalin Ta, called Yin Yang Erxian Chuan. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 16. After using the Yin and Yang Erxian fist, Ye Chen can split himself into two, revealing two immortal bodies, namely Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen. The two Yuchens have a unified thought and soul, but they can act alone, and more importantly, the power they possess is exactly the same as the original Yuchen. Although Wukong is a good training opponent, Wukong's age is too young, and Ye Chen's strength is still much worse. Every time he fights with Wukong, Yuchen is only a practice in martial arts and moves, and it does not allow him to fight with all his strength. So Ye Chen wondered if he could create a set of boxing techniques that would let him split into two and fight himself. Based on Ye Chen's current martial arts training and experience, it is still somewhat reluctant to create such a set of boxing techniques. However, under the advice and guidance of Immortal Karin, Ye Chen finally created this set of Yin and Yang two immortals come out. Although it is much worse than Ji Wang Chuan, there is no doubt that this is also a powerful boxing technique. Both Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen have the same strength as the original Yuchen. Not only can they find their shortcomings in the usual battle training, they can improve themselves very well, even in real battles, they are also very useful. It can be said that Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen, who are connected and have a unified mind, cooperate with each other, and they can fully display the combat power of the original Yuchen several times more. Of course, this set of boxing is not without flaws. Once the Yin-Yang Erxian fist is used, Ye Chen's power will be doubled. If the original Yuchen can fight for 100 hours continuously, then after using the Yin-Yang Erxian fist, he can only fight for 50 hours at most, a very simple principle of energy conservation. However, compared with its advantages, this shortcoming is nothing, even if the battle time is halved, as long as the enemy is defeated before the strength is exhausted. If you can't beat the opponent even after using the Yin-Yang Erxian boxing, then you still have a fart and run away as soon as possible. Closer to home, at this moment, Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen are still fighting fiercely above the sea of clouds. Every time they collide, a huge depression will be created above the sea of clouds. Being acquainted with the other party is like being familiar with oneself. coupled with the fact that they have exactly the same power, so Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen are inextricably fought, and there is no difference between them. In this case, if any party wants to win, they can only improve themselves beyond the limit in the battle. Only in this way can it be possible to defeat the other party. With a bang, the two collided again, and then they retreated and moved a distance apart. With their hands dancing like wheels, Yinxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen simultaneously threw and fired hundreds of qigong bombs towards each other, and suddenly the entire sea of clouds was bombarded into one piece. On the planet Vegeta, if you want to launch such a powerful qigong bomb, you must have at least 1,000 points of combat effectiveness, but if you use a probe to detect it, you will find that Ye Chen's current combat effectiveness is only a few hundred points. It is incredible that such a powerful qigong bomb can be launched with only a few hundred points of combat power. This can only show that Ye Chen's understanding and mastery of qi has reached a very high level. Ye Chen, come on! Above the temple, Wukong bounced to cheer for Ye Chen. There are two Ye Chens below. I guess she doesn't know which Ye Chen she is cheering on. But regardless of him, anyway, the two Ye Chens are Ye Chens, so let's cheer together. After throwing a round of qigong bombs, the winner was still undecided. Yinxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen rose into the sky again, and at the same time they pressed their hands in the air and then closed them at their waists. Turtle, Pai, Qi, Gong, Bo. With both palms pushed out, two white waves of qi were rushed directly above the sea of clouds. Two powerful waves of qigong collided in the air, and then... boom! Loud noises blasted into the sky, brilliance was dazzling, and violent energy spread everywhere. Whether it was Yingxian Yuchen or Yangxian Yuchen, both of them were involved and then flew out. After a long time, everything gradually subsided. What is shocking is that a huge void of nearly 1,000 meters has appeared in the cloud sea that had never been seen before. Ha, ha! Panting with big mouths, Yinxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen who were floating in the air glanced at each other, and couldn't help smiling bitterly. It's another end of the game. In fact, this is a matter of course. Everyone's greatest enemy is often oneself, and it is not easy for oneself to overcome oneself. In the nearly 100 battles between Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen, it is rare for one of them to break through the limit and beat the other. It can be said that only a few times so far. Approaching each other, Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen merged into one, and the characters yin and yang on the forehead disappeared and became a complete Yuchen again. Countless insights surged into my heart, and a sharp light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Although this match failed to break through his limits, it still benefited him insignificantly. Ye Chen! Wukong's voice jumped down from the temple at a glance. Ye Chen couldn't help but his face turned black. This brave and dead girl, even if she didn't use the dancing technique well, she dared to jump down, and she was not afraid of falling directly to her death. Ye Chen hurriedly caught Wukong who had fallen. You are not allowed to jump down like this indiscriminately until you have learned dancing art. Knocking on Wukong's little head, Ye Chen said in an angry manner. Ye Chen will catch me anyway, hee hee. Rubbing Ye Chen's body, Wukong didn't care about being authentic. Reluctantly shook his head, Ye Chen slowly lifted into the sky holding Wukong, and then fell back to the temple. Master Carlin, thank you for your guidance this year. I plan to leave here with Wukong tomorrow. Putting down Wukong, then Ye Chen said to Immortal Callan. Well, I have nothing to guide you if you stay here, and it's almost time to leave. However, before leaving, I will give you a gift too. Stroking his beard, Immortal Callan nodded, then raised his cane. To be continued. Chapter 27 Black Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud. Immortal Karan shouted loudly, and then a large golden cloud slowly flew up from below. It is Somersault Cloud. The Somersault Cloud is a large gold cloud outside Kailan Tat, which is composed of many small somersault clouds. After living in the temple for a year, he climbed up and down Kailan Tat countless times. Ye Chen and Wukong would often see this golden cloud floating around Kailan Tat. Ha, it's a somersault cloud. Somersault cloud. You go choose one. Thank you Carlin. Immortal Karin smiled, and Wukong could not wait to jump down and choose. The somersault cloud is a very convenient flying tool, which can fly at will according to the passenger's wishes. It is not only extremely fast, but also very convenient to be on call. However, only people with a pure heart can ride somersault clouds, and people like those with six impure and evil cannot ride somersault clouds. Yuchen, come hurry up too. Having selected a piece of somersault cloud, Wukong flew around in the air to have fun, and at the same time shouted Ye Chen. He couldn't help but smile secretly. Although Ye Chen was also very enthusiastic about somersault Yun, he himself knew what he was. Even if someone like him jumped down, he wouldn't be recognized by somersault Yun. Master Carlin, although I am not a bad person, I am not a pure good person. I can't ride a somersault cloud, right? Do you have a somersault cloud that can ride without a pure good person? Some little embarrassment, Ye Chen asked. Oh, you are honest. When you asked me this way, I also remembered, but there is indeed a somersault cloud that you can ride without a pure heart. The fairy Karin smiled. Then give me that somersault cloud. Just with the mentality of asking casually, he didn't expect it to happen, and Ye Chen couldn't help but feel happy. That piece of somersault cloud is a bit special, and there is no problem with giving it to you. I hope you can take it away if possible. Anyway, I'll call it out for you to see. Having said that, Immortal Kalin raised his walking stick again. Come out, He Du-yun. I always feel that Immortal Kalin's tone is a bit disgusting, as if he is talking about some problematic children, and I am still very much looking forward to it. As the voice of the Immortal Kalin fell, a black spot appeared in the distant sky before long, and it flew past Yuchen and Immortal Kalin in the blink of an eye. The squally shocked wind almost knocked the two of them. They all hit the ground. Not only that, it also began to spiral around Kailan Ta at extreme speed, completely unable to see the appearance. It was like a black lightning. Don't be naughty, Black Du-yun! Immortal Karin screamed, and the black lightning finally stopped. Ye Chen also saw it clearly. It turned out that it was also a somersault cloud, but it was not golden like an ordinary somersault cloud, but black in its entirety. No wonder it's called He Du-yun. With two eyes and a mouth turned out, He Du-yun grimaced at Immortal Kalin and Ye Chen. Immortal Karin had a headache on his face, while Ye Chen was a little bit happy. This is really a guy with a personality. He Du-yun was also an ordinary somersault cloud before, but it became like this after being corroded by evil spirits. Although the speed became faster than the somersault cloud, its temper became very irritable and naughty, and it often flew. Go out to make trouble and bully other somersault clouds. Immortal Kalin explained it, and Ye Chen knew what was going on. His eyes were shining, and Ye Chen, who said that He Du-yun was naughty and mischievous, didn't pay any attention to him. What made him care was that Karin said that it was even faster than somersault Yun. Indeed, at the speed just now, the speed of the black bucket cloud has far surpassed those golden somersault clouds outside. Master Carlin, isn't this black cloud that a pure and kind person can ride? Yes, but if you want to control it, you must first tame it and get its approval. How should I do? Get on the black bucket cloud. As long as you don't fall by it before it gets dark, you can get its approval. Okay, I'll try it. Ye Chen didn't believe that even a cloud could not be tame. Under the gaze of Immortal Kalin, Ye Chen leaped and jumped onto He Du-yun's body. But with a crackle, a burst of thunder and lightning suddenly exploded on He Du-yun's body, which made Ye Chen feel tender and tender. He Du-yun turned into a big smiling face, and Ye Chen grinned with black smoke all over his body. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he was electrocuted by the powerful lightning just now. Although it was a bit painful for Ye Chen, he could still bear it. Not only did he not feel angry, but Ye Chen became more interested in this black bucket cloud in his heart. Interesting, it can even cast a lightning attack. Hey Duyun, fly to me and see if you can throw me off. He didn't seem to expect that this human being would be able to endure his own lightning attack. Hey Duyun turned into an angry expression, then heaved a sigh, turned into a black lightning and rushed out. Ha ha ha. Somersault cloud, let's go too. Having fun in the air, I saw Ye Chen flying away on a black cloud, and Wukong also stepped on his own somersault cloud to catch up. Hiss! Like a black lightning, He Duyun pulled a long tail across the sky. All the surrounding scenes are retreating frantically, Ye Chen only feels breathless, and his eyes are stabbed with pain by the oncoming wind. After quickly gathering the qi into his eyes, Ye Chen finally felt a little more relaxed. At the same time, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel frightened secretly. This black Duyun was so fast. Ordinary somersault clouds are already very fast. In the original Dragon Ball, Monkey King was basically still using his somersault clouds before the combat power broke 10,000, but this black cloud is probably faster than those somersault clouds. More than a few times faster. Hey Duyun, I am in love with you, obediently surrender to me. Decided to get this black Duyun, Ye Chen said. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 17. A human being in a mere delusion wanted it to surrender. He Duyun turned into an annoyed expression, accelerated suddenly, and at the same time was spinning in the air to shake Ye Chen down. Ha ha ha! Useless, useless, I will never go down until you surrender to me. Laughing, Ye Chen gathered the qi on the bottom of his feet and stuck to He Duyun's body. No matter how it spun up, Ye Chen was still as steady as a stone. One person Yun stood in a stalemate, and He Duyun flew back and forth with Ye Chen, almost disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Oh, Ye Chen and the others are so fast. Putting a hand in front of his forehead, looking at Ye Chen and He Duyun who had disappeared, Wukong sitting on the somersault cloud with a troubled expression. To be continued. Chapter 28 Conquering Black Duyun. Lila. In the sky, Ye Chen and He Duyun still stalemate. He Duyun kept trying to throw Ye Chen off his body, while Ye Chen clings to He Duyun without letting go. It was difficult to separate one person and one cloud. I don't know how far it flew. The scenery below changed from a forest to a city, from a city to a desert, and finally flew over the vast desert and into the endless sea. Hiss! The speed of the black bucket cloud is extremely fast, almost flying against the sea surface, pulling up a long wave along the way. Ha ha ha! Hurry up! Hurry up! Sure enough, speed is passion. Ye Chen, who stepped on the black Duyun, laughed. It seemed that he was extremely annoyed at this human being who stuck to him and couldn't shake it off, and He Duyun rushed into the sea with a puff. You. Covering his nose and mouth, Ye Chen was accidentally filled with a lot of sea water and almost didn't choke to death. After a long time, with a crash, He Duyun finally broke through the sea before rushing out from the other side of the sea. Ha, ha! Throwing a brother octopus lying on his head back into the sea, Ye Chen gasped with lingering fears. Not only can it release thunder and lightning, but it can even descend into the sea. Ordinary somersault clouds don't have this ability. Ye Chen is really more and more satisfied with this black bucket cloud. Puff and puff. Seeing that Ye Chen has not been resolved yet, He Duyun rushed into the sea again and again, but he was prepared for it. No matter how much He Duyun tossed, he could no longer affect Ye Chen. On the contrary, it was because he had absorbed a lot of sea water to make it himself the speed gradually slowed down. Turning into an annoyed expression, He Duyun rose into the sky again, and soon flew out of the sea into a stone forest area. As if thinking of something, He Duyun showed a smirk again, and carrying Ye Chen abruptly accelerated, and then slammed into a distant cliff. Both the somersault cloud and the black bucket cloud are immune to all physical attacks, and can be recovered even if they are knocked apart, but the human above it can no longer do. Damn human beings, smash me to pieces. A series of sonic booms sounded in the air, which meant that the speed of Black Duyun had approached or even surpassed the speed of sound. He really had to hit the cliff at such a fast speed, even now Ye Chen would definitely not be able to stand it. However, as long as you don't bump into it. Ye Chen folded his arms around his waist. And swiftly carried out his luck. Turtle Qigong Wave. Pushing out with both hands, a powerful wave of Qigong shot out from between Ye Chen's palms. Because of the tight time, this Qigong wave can only exert less than 2 levels of power, but it is enough. With a burst of bangs, a tunnel was directly opened by the Qigong wave on the cliff, and the black bucket cloud carrying Ye Chen rushed through the tunnel to the sky again. Ha ha ha! Hey Duyun, just use whatever means you have. Ye Chen laughed loudly, while He Duyun was a little dumbfounded. Why is this human being so dick? It has not been long since dark, and He Duyun is also a little anxious, constantly trying to get rid of Ye Chen by various methods, but in the end all ends in failure. At the moment when the sun completely disappeared from the sky, He Duyun also stopped, sticking out his tongue as if exhausted. After jumping to the ground, Ye Chen grinned and supported his old waist, only feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart. However, in the end he won. He Duyun, I will be your master from now on. Looking at He Duyun, Ye Chen said. The violent aura on his body gradually dissipated, and the disguised eyes and mouth disappeared, and He Duyun became a real black cloud, flew to Ye Chen and rubbed Ye Chen, as if expressing it has also recognized Ye Chen as its master. Ha ha ha, good. He Duyun, let's go. In a great mood, Ye Chen jumped onto He Duyun's body, and He Duyun also obeyed Ye Chen's wishes, carrying Ye Chen into the sky. Oh! As fast as lightning, the black bucket cloud carrying Ye Chen across the sky. This was a very strange feeling, as if He Duyun could read Ye Chen's thoughts, as long as Ye Chen thought it would be able to fly in the way Ye Chen wanted. And this time, there is no longer the feeling of turbulence before, but it is very stable and comfortable. Ye Chen was also very happy to be able to successfully subdue He Duyun this time. Although he was able to use dancing sky technique, he was still far behind He Duyun at the speed at which he used dancing sky technique. It's on call, and you don't need to spend a little effort when flying with He Duyun. As long as Ye Chen hopes He Duyun can carry him to any corner of the planet, it is not too convenient. Ha, it's Ye Chen. Ye Chen is back. On Kailan Tat, seeing Ye Chen flying back on the Black Duyun carrying a giant beast, Wukong bounced and shouted. I am back. Ye Chen. Jumping into the temple, Ye Chen threw the giant beast to the ground, while Wukong hugged him. It seems that you have already subdued He Duyun. Yes, He Duyun is very good. Thank you for your gift, Master Carlin. Ah! I can take that naughty guy away, but I want to thank you for it. Ye Chen thanked Immortal Callan, while Immortal Callan stroked his beard and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen actually accepted He Duyun, and Immortal Callan was actually a little surprised. We will leave here tomorrow, and we will cook a big meal tonight and celebrate. Okay, make a big meal. Oh, then I will grill a fish. Early the next morning, Ye Chen and Wukong packed up and saluted and planned to leave formally. Callan Immortal University, thank you for your guidance this year. I just made some small suggestions. You all grew up to where you are today by your own efforts. Ye Chen, Wukong. You already have powerful power at a young age, and you still have unlimited potential in your body. I hope you can make good use of your power in the future and not bring harm to this world. Master Carlin, I also love this planet, so I will only protect it and never harm it. Immortal Callan exhorted, and Ye Chen assured him with a serious face. Well, I believe you. Ye Chen, this is the fairy bean you want. Nodded, then Immortal Callan handed a small bag to Ye Chen, which contained hundreds of fairy beans. Thank you, Master Carlin. With joy in my heart, Ye Chen thanked him again and took Xiandu over. As long as they don't consume them randomly, these fairy beans are enough for him and Wukong to use them for a long time. There were no other things. Ye Chen and Wukong called Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun, and then jumped up. Master Carlin, goodbye. Oh, goodbye, Ye Chen, Wukong. To be continued. Chapter 29 Going to the Western Capital. Below Kailan Tat, little Upa was running on the grass chasing the butterfly, while Bra was standing near the river with a spear in his hand, staring at the river intently. At a certain moment, Bra's eyes flashed sharply, and he plunged his spear into the river. Wow! With the sound of water rushing, Bra picked up a big fish that had been inserted from the river. Bola, Upa! Someone was calling the names of his father and son, and Bra looked up, only to see Ye Chen and Wukong flying down from the sky on a golden and black cloud. Wukong, come catch the butterfly. Good, good. Little Upa shouted milkily. Wukong answered happily, and then jumped off the somersault cloud and ran to catch butterflies with little Upa. Ye Chen, son Wukong, are you coming down to hunt again? No, we have finished our practice on Kailan Tat, and we have already planned to leave here. This time we are here to say goodbye to you. Bra asked, shook his head. Not tonight. That's it, congratulations. For a moment, Bla showed a simple smile. Since Ye Chen and son Wukong have finished their cultivation, their strength must have increased a lot. After talking to Bra and son for a while, Ye Chen also planned to leave. Wukong, gone. Oh. The two jumped on top of Somersault Cloud and Black Bucket Cloud. Thinking of something, Ye Chen said to Bra. Blah, Lord Kailan asked me to tell you a word. He has been watching you on the tower, and he hopes that one day you can climb Kailan Tower, and he will be waiting for you on it. Bra once challenged Kailan Tat, but after failing, he was in awe of Kailan Tat and never challenged him again. In fact, Immortal Kailan hadn't said these words at all, but Ye Chen used it to inspire Bra. Master Carlin has been watching us all the time. I will definitely practice hard, and I will climb up to Kailan Tat to meet Master Kailan in the future. As a keeper of the tower who has lived here for generations, the Immortal Kailan asked Ye Chen to transmit to represent his recognition of him and his ancestors, which made Bra's heart surge almost impulsive to tears, and he nodded firmly and excitedly. Human beings are such a magical creature. As long as you give him hope and motivation, he can create miracles for you. Bra already possessed good strength. As long as he practiced well in the future, it shouldn't be difficult to climb up to Kailan Tat. There were no other things, and once again bid farewell to father and son. Ye Chen and Wukong also planned to leave. Goodbye, Bra, Upa. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 18. Goodbye, Ye Chen, son Wukong. In the sky, Hey Du Yun and Somersault Cloud carrying Ye Chen and Wukong chased each other across the sky. Ye Chen, where are we going now? Sitting on the Somersault Cloud and flying beside Ye Chen, Wukong asked. Let's go to collect Dragon Balls now. A smile appeared on his face. Ye Chen replied. What is Dragon Ball? It's the ball hanging around your neck. There are 7 Dragon Balls. As long as you gather them, you can summon the dragon to make a wish to the dragon. Your one is a 3-star ball. We are going to look for another 6 now. So this is Dragon Ball, it's amazing. Can any wish be realized by Shenlong? Then after we collect Chi Dragon Ball and summon the Shenlong, let the Shenlong make us more delicious. After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Wukong took the glass ball that Grandpa Gaixian had given her to play with and took a closer look, then suggested. We can make the delicious ones by ourselves. The wish to Shenlong must be bigger to be worthwhile. Ye Chen was really amused by the food. So. Well, leave it to Ye Chen anyway. I don't know what kind of wish is worthwhile, but Wukong doesn't bother to think about it. Anyway, she only needs to be with Ye Chen forever and ever. Whatever Ye Chen said. The two didn't speak anymore. Wukong lay on the somersault cloud and looked at the scenery below, while Ye Chen started to think. Dragon balls are scattered all over the world, and it is almost impossible to gather Dragon balls without the Dragon Ball radar. When it comes to Dragon Ball radar, Bulma naturally comes to mind. In the original Dragon Ball, Bulma is the inventor of the Dragon Ball radar, and the Dragon Ball radar she made is also very accurate. But according to time, Bulma is only about 10 years old, and she doesn't know if she can make Dragon Ball radar. Regardless of whether she can make Ye Chen or plan to see Bulma, she doesn't know if she still remembers herself after 6 years. If the memory is correct, Ye Chen remembers that Bulma's home is in Zidu, and her father, Dr. Bruv, is a celebrity who invented the Universal Capsule, and he is also the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company. As long as he finds her in Zidu home should not be difficult. After confirming the direction, Ye Chen and Wukong accelerated their flight, and it didn't take long for He Du Yun and Somersault Yun to fly them to the sky above Zidu. Is that the city? It's amazing. Since he was a child, he almost lived on the island with Ye Chen and Gaixian. Wukong was the first time he saw a real city, and his watery eyes flickered and exclaimed constantly. Wukong, let's go down. Okay. Slowing down the speed of Somersault Cloud and Black Bucket Cloud, they flew into the city below. The West is a very prosperous city, with people coming and going, vehicles passing through, and the flying down Ye Chen and Wukong quickly attracted the attention of roadside pedestrians. The two people flew down from the sky while sitting on the strange cloud. Is that a new type of transportation? It looks amazing. When you say a word to me, the pedestrians on the side of the road cast curious eyes at Ye Chen and Wukong. Ye Chen and Wukong didn't care about it either. Ye Chen and Wukong were sitting on Black Du Yun and Somersault Cloud and slowly flying above the crowd. It was the first time to come to such a bustling and lively city. Wukong looked around here and there like a curious baby, exclaiming from time to time, and Ye Chen also felt a little nostalgia in his heart. Speaking of which, he has not been to such a human city for a long time. Sniff, sniff. Ye Chen, what's that over there? As if smelling something mellow, Wukong asked, pointing to a small shop next to him. That's Bing Kailing, do you want to eat it? After looking at it, Ye Chen replied. Okay. Drooling, Wukong nodded vigorously. Then let's go buy two. To be continued. Chapter 30. Boss, 2 ice creams. Hearing the sound, the ice cream owner raised his head, but he was shocked. Appearing in front of his shop were 2 guests sitting on the clouds, a cute girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, sitting on a golden cloud, with big watery eyes flickering. Next to the little girl is a teenager with a firm complexion without the childishness of an ordinary child. He sits on a black cloud with his hands in his arms and carries an unknown fan behind his back. These are 2 strange children. Boss, 2 ice creams. Seeing Lao Ban staring at him, the 2 of them did not respond for a long time. Ye Chen frowned and said it again. Ah, good, good. Finally recovered, the boss quickly replied, and at the same time assembled 2 ice creams and handed them to Wukong and Ye Chen. Passed the money to the boss, and then Ye Chen and Wukong flew away sitting on He Du Yun and Somersault Yun. What? Ye Chen, this thing called ice cream is delicious. After taking a bite of ice cream, the corners of his mouth were covered all over, Wukong said happily. Ice cream is not eaten like this, but like this. He wiped the corners of Wukong's mouth, and then Ye Chen added his own ice cream to demonstrate her actions. After learning quickly, Wukong also spit out her little tongue and added to her. The sweet taste made her like it very much, and her big watery eyes were also bent into crescents. There are still many delicious foods in the city, I'll take you to eat. Really? Good. Good. Go over there first, come with me. Okay. Although they came to the west to find Bulma, they were not in a hurry. Ye Chen took Wukong around and ate a lot, until he spent all the money on both of them. Come down. Wukong had no idea about money, and Ye Chen didn't care about it. As long as you have the strength, it is not easy to get money. Wu, so full. Lying on the somersault cloud and patted her belly, Wukong looked happy and contented. Ye Chen, who was sitting on top of the black Duyun, laughed for a while, but speaking of it, he hadn't been so satisfied for a long time. I have always been busy practicing spiritual practice, and occasionally it seems good to relax like this. Having asked the direction of the Universal Capsule Company, Ye Chen and Wukong soon found Bulma's home. Let Somersault Yun and He Du Yun return to the sky. Ye Chen took Wukong and rang the doorbell of Bulma's house. Instead of a long time, a beautiful blonde woman opened the door and walked out. That, are you? Hello auntie, my name is Ye Chen, and her name is Sun Wukong. We are friends of Bulma. We have something to ask Bulma for help. Is Bulma at home? At a glance, he recognized that the woman in front of him was Bulma's mother, Mrs. Bruv, and Ye Chen politely introduced him to the other party and stated his purpose. Ah, it turned out to be Bulma's friend, please come in. Bulma and the others are still at school and should be back in a while. Just like in the original Dragon Ball, Mrs. Bruv is an outgoing and hospitable woman who warmly welcomes Ye Chen and Wukong. Hearing that Bulma would be back in a while, Ye Chen did not refuse, and followed Mrs. Bruv into their home with Wukong. Bulma's home is very spacious and luxurious, and there are many robots walking around inside. Although they look a little old-fashioned, they are already very advanced in terms of technology in this age of the Earth. Mrs. Brive brought Ye Chen and Wukong to the living room, and then brought a lot of pastries and fruits to entertain them. Great, it's the first time that Bulma's friend came to our house to play with her. Bulma, although she was very smart since she was a child, she was not so gregarious and had few friends. We have always worried about her. Little boy, how old are you this year? Are you Bulma's classmate? There is more. Mrs. Bruv kept talking. Although I already knew that this lady was warm and hospitable, when I really experienced Ye Chen, I couldn't help but sweat profusely, and I just felt unable to resist it. However, Wukong didn't care at all, sitting next to him and wiped out all kinds of pastries and fruits. During this period, Ye Chen also met Bulma's father, Dr. Bruv. Unlike Mrs. Bruv's enthusiasm and cheerfulness, Dr. Bruv is a rather weird man. He is obviously a celebrity and tycoon who invented the universal capsule, but he wears a white lab coat all the time and looks sloppy. Look like. Dr. Bruv didn't say much. After seeing Ye Chen and Wukong, he simply expressed welcome, and then went on to play with his own machines. Mrs. Bruv obviously resents Dr. Bruv. I remember that in the original Dragon Ball, the couple often fought cold wars and their relationship was not very good. In fact, Ye Chen was also a little curious about the completely opposite personality. How did the couple get together? Ah, it's strange, why Bulma and the others haven't come back. They have come back at this time normally. It was already evening when Bulma hadn't returned, Mrs. Bruv said with some worry. Auntie, tell us the direction of Bulma's school, let's go find Bulma for you. Standing up, Ye Chen said quickly. I was really scared by the enthusiasm of this lady. Ye Chen just wanted to find an excuse to go out and be quiet. How can this work? You are all so small, what if you go out and meet bad guys or get lost? Mrs. Bruv was obviously disapproving. That said, Wukong is only 6 years old now, and Ye Chen is only 12 years old. In the eyes of others, they are just two little kids. Don't worry, auntie, we are martial arts, we are not afraid of bad people, and we will not get lost. Budo Master. In order to make Mrs. Bruv believe in herself, Ye Chen turned her around a few times. It seemed to be very interesting. Wukong also turned a few around. Oh, so amazing, amazing. Keeping clapping hands, Mrs. Bruv exclaimed. The old face was reddening. Ye Chen was a little embarrassed, so he just turned a few somersaults. What's so great about this? Auntie, do you believe it now? Please tell us where Bulma's school is and we will find her back now. Woo, all right. After hesitating, Mrs. Bruff finally chose to believe in Ye Chen and told Ye Chen where the Bulma school was. Don't worry, Auntie. We will be back with Bulma soon. He Du Yun and Somersault Yun were summoned. Ye Chen and Wukong waved to Mrs. Bruff, and then flew away. Ah, can a martial artist sit on a strange cloud and fly in the sky? Well, forget it, it's rare for guests to come, let me prepare a good dinner first. I was a little curious about the He Du Yun and Somersault Yun that Ye Chen and Wukong were riding in, but Mrs. Brive, who didn't understand, didn't bother to think about it. She clapped her hands and hummed a song and walked towards the kitchen. To be continued. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 19. Chapter 31 Goodbye Bulma, Part 1. On a remote path not far from the school, a blue-haired girl and a blonde girl were being blocked by 3 teenagers. Hey, stinky fat guy, what are you doing to stop us? Blocking in front of the blonde girl, the blue-haired girl, Bulma, crouched her waist and said fiercely to a fat guy who was standing in front of her. Bulma, you call me stinky fat again. I blame you, everyone in the class now calls me that, I want to teach you. A chubby face flushed red, and the boy whom Bulma called the stinky fat man was anxious and depraved. Smelly fat man. Smelly fat man. You are a stinky fat guy, so what if I called it? Lu. Lu. I want to teach you. I must teach you today. Bulma was sticking out her tongue, and the little fat man was yelling with anger, and his eyes were almost red. Bulma, don't quarrel with classmates, let's go back quickly. The blonde girl behind pulled La Bulma's clothes, seeming a little scared. This stinky fat guy is looking for something. Don't worry, sister, I will protect you. Don't worry about his sister, Bulma squeezed her small fist, looking eager to try. Hey, stinky fat man, don't you want to teach me? Then come and fight me upright. You don't want your 2 attendants to help, do you? You still need someone else to help with a girl, are you still a man? Deliberately agitated the little fat man, Bulma said. Who said they want them to help? It's enough to teach you and me alone. Hey, you two, don't get involved in the duel between me and Bulma, you know. Having completely fallen into Bulma's trap, the little fat man blushed with a thick neck, and then ordered to his 2 small attendants. Yes, boss. After inhaling his nose, the 2 small attendants also replied loudly. Come on, Bulma, I must teach you a lesson today and let you know how good I am. Walking to Bulma's body, the little fat man shook his fat face. A small fox-like arc was raised at the corner of her mouth, and Bulma cursed a fool in secret, thinking that if this lady also brought 2 attendants, she would talk nonsense with you, and let them beat you into a pig. Although this little fat man is very stupid, he still has a lot of strength. A duel with a delicate girl like himself would definitely suffer, but the clever Bulma soon had an idea. Humph, the duel is not based on brute force, but also on the head. Ah, teacher. Pointing behind the little fat man, Bulma said loudly. Old teacher? I didn't bully my classmates, I didn't bully. The little fat man was taken aback, and hurriedly looked back, but Bulma rushed over and punched him. What? It hurts. Bulma, you cheat. Screaming in pain, the little fat man fell to the ground and then roared angrily. Who made you so stupid? Take it to death, stinky fat man, now let you see how powerful this genius girl Bulma is. Putting a cool pause, then Bulma didn't give the little fat man a chance to get up, and then rushed to punch and kick him. Ah! Don't hit my face, don't hit my face. Oh! Holding his head, the little fat man was beaten by Bulma and yelled. The boss is so bad, even Bulma can't beat him. That's right. If he didn't buy me sugar and candies to eat, I wouldn't recognize him as the old and boss. The 2 snotty followers were indifferent to their boss being beaten by Bulma. And they stood by and expressed deep contempt. "You two fools, come and help me, come and help me." The little fat man who was so angry and beaten to death by Bulma shouted. "Ah, yes. Old boss, let's help you." Now that the boss gave the order, the two small attendants are no longer in the audience, so they ran over and wanted to help. "Hey, you two!" Bulma stepped on little fatty with one foot, and then stopped the two rushing little servants. "Bulma, what do you want to do? Even if you beg for mercy, we won't let you go." After stopping, the two small attendants said. "No, people are so scared. As long as you don't bully me, I can show you my fat times." Holding her hands, Bulma looked weak and pitiful, and then she was extremely shy and honest. The blonde girl on one side was flushed with shame. "Why, Bulma is really, how can a girl's fatness be shown casually? Really?" The eyes gleamed, and the two nasal boys wiped their saliva. In fact, they don't know what is good about girls' fat times, but seniors like to lift girls' skirts to see their fat times, so they also want to take a look. "Of course it is true," Bulma said shyly, but there was a sneer in her heart. "These two idiots! You two fools, do you believe what Bulma said? Didn't she tell you to touch her leg last time? In the end, you were not fooled by her." The little fat man who had been stepped on the ground by Bulma said loudly, and the two snot snuffers also remembered. Not long ago they had trouble with Bulma after school like this, and Bulma said at the time that as long as they beat their boss, they could touch her leg, but they waited until they really beat the boss. After Bulma ran out of sight a long time ago, and finally let them be scolded as traitors by the boss, they were also severely taught. Yes, Bulma is a liar, you can't believe her. I will never be deceived again. Thinking of the sad history, the two little snots showed angry expressions, then walked over and pushed Bulma away fiercely. "What?" Unable to reach the defense, Bulma stepped back and then fell to the ground. "Bulma, are you okay?" The blonde girl on one side hurried over to help Bulma sit up, and Bulma was crying. "Those two hateful guys are so rude to ladies." At the same time, the two snot escorts also helped their boss up. The little fat man was beaten by Bulma, his nose was swollen and his face became fatter. "Bulma, I will never let you off this time." Grinning with pain, the little fat man and the two snot snuffers surrounded Bulma and the blonde girl. "What do you want to do? Don't mess around." After all, they were just two teenage girls. Bulma and the blonde girl panicked a little. "Damn Bulma, dare to beat me in the face, and I will beat you in the face too, to make you an ugly monster. I want to watch fat times. I want to touch my legs." Full of malice, the little fat man and the two snots sneered, while Bulma and the blonde girl couldn't help but pale. "It's over, it's really over this time." However, just when the three little villains were ready to do something. "Oh! Who is it, who threw me?" The heads of all three of them were hit by flying stones from nowhere, and they felt painful, looking for the enemy who had attacked them. Above, three hooligan boys. The joking voice sounded, and then the few people on the ground couldn't help but look towards the sky. They saw two golden and black clouds floating in the sky at some unknown time, and two people were standing on the clouds. "It is Wukong and Yuchen." "Boss, they are standing on the cloud." "Good, so awesome." "Idiot, don't praise the enemy." Unlike other people's reactions, Bulma was stunned when he saw Yuchen in the sky. "White, Prince Charming." Although a long time has passed and the other party has changed a lot, Bulma recognized it instantly. It was the Prince Charming who saved her back then. Looking at Bulma on the ground, Ye Chen also smiled and raised his hand to say hello to her. "Yo, Bulma, it's been a long time." To be continued. Chapter 32 Goodbye Bulma, Part 2. Ye Chen and Wukong jumped to the ground, while Bulma was so excited that he rushed towards Ye Chen. "Ah! Prince Charming, really my Prince Charming. Happy, Bulma hugged Ye Chen's body and kept rubbing and rubbing, finally convinced that she was not dreaming. Prince Charming is Bulma's helper. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 20. Bulma is so shameless. Seeing Bulma and the boy who appeared suddenly and cuddling, the little fat man and the two snotty attendants cast contempt. Well, Bulma, I'll talk about it later, let me help you solve the three guys first. Although Bulma still remembered that Ye Chen was very happy, but the enthusiasm was too strong, Ye Chen took a lot of effort to pull her off her body. You three fools, my Prince Charming is here, just wait to die. Nodding constantly, then Bulma pointed at the fat man and the two slugs who were on the opposite side with full confidence. Bulma knew that Ye Chen was very powerful, and she was able to rescue her from the malfunctioning plane at the beginning. It was not too easy to deal with the three fools on the opposite side. Bulma, don't think we are afraid of you if we find a helper. Hey, kid, don't worry about our nostalgia, or you will even teach you. After returning to his senses, the little fat man shook his fat face threateningly. The other party is just one person, there are three on their side, and Wukong who is short in stature is ignored by them. Shaking his head funny, Ye Chen didn't bother to say anything. He walked directly to the side and punched the fence on the side of the path. With a bang, the wall directly collapsed. Ah 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 ah! The little fat man opened his mouth wide, and the noses of the two little snots were about to fall to the ground. It collapsed the hard and sturdy enclosure with one punch. Is this guy a monster? Ha ha ha! I will come and I will come too. It seemed to be quite interesting. Wukong also hopped over, and then squeezed his small fist and hit the wall. There was another boom, and the surrounding wall collapsed. The little fat man and the two snotty escorts were about to stare out, and the little bit who was ignored by them turned out to be a monster. Do you still teach us? Ye Chen asked with a smile. We will never dare any more. Mommy. Nowhere have they seen such a terrifying formation. The little fat man and two snot-sniffing attendants were so scared that they cried and ran away without looking back. Ha ha ha! You fools, now you know that my Prince Charming is amazing. Looking at the three scared fools, Bulma laughed triumphantly. The blonde girl on the side was also a little shocked by the strange power of Ye Chen and Wukong, but the eyes that looked at the two of them soon sparkled. Prince Charming, thank you, you saved me again. She hugged Ye Chen again, and Bulma rubbed hard. What a grueling little fairy, Ye Chen took a lot of effort before pulling Bulma off himself again. Bulma, who is this? Ye Chen asked the blonde girl who looked at the side. She is my sister. Hello, my name is Taisai, Bulma's sister, thank you for saving me and Bulma. Bulma introduced the identity of the next girl, and the blonde girl named Taisai also came forward and thanked Ye Chen and Wukong. With a different color in his eyes, Ye Chen also remembered, as if Bulma did have a sister in the original Dragon Ball. Although she rarely appears in the main story, she is the heroine of the comic prequel Galactic Patrol Jake. I didn't expect it to be this one. Ye Chen couldn't help but looked at the girl carefully, and saw that Taisai was indeed very similar to Bulma except for her hair color. The two girls standing together were a pair of beautiful and pure sisters. But unlike Bulma's liveliness and boldness, Taisai wants to be reserved and more reserved. Hello, Taisai, my name is Ye Chen, and I am a friend of Bulma. My name is Wukong, Sun Wukong. Ye Chen reported his name, and Wukong introduced himself with a bright sunny face. You guys haven't come home very late. Aunt Broof is very worried about you. Let's go back with us first. Okay. Without staying any longer, Ye Chen and Wukong let the Bulma sisters ride on the Black Duyun and Somersault Cloud, and then the four flew towards Bulma's home. So fast, so fast. In the sky, Bulma and Ye Chen rode on the Black Bucket Cloud, while Taisai and Wukong rode on the Somersault Cloud. Looking at the receding scenery below, the sisters could not help but exclaim for a while. Hey, Ye Chen, what is this thing? it flies so fast. Excited, Bulma asked curiously. This is called somersault cloud, it is something the fairy gave me and Wukong. Xian, Xianren? Is there really a fairy in this world? Yes, I live on the legendary Kailan Tat, but ordinary people don't know it. So amazing! So amazing! What somersault cloud, fairy, it's like a legendary myth, but Bulma didn't have any doubts about what Ye Chen said, just kept exclaiming. The speed of the somersault cloud and the black bucket cloud was extremely fast, and it didn't take long to carry Ye Chen back to Bulma's house. Dad, Mom, we are back. Ah, Bulma, Taisai, you are finally back. Come in quickly, so are Xiao Yechen and Xiao Wukong. Seeing that her daughters were all safe and sound, Mrs. Bruff was relieved, and let Ye Chen and the others hurried into the house. There was a smell of cooking in the room. Ye Chen and Wukong sniffed, and then couldn't help swallowing. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. Wukong pulled Ye Chen's clothes pitifully. Although a little embarrassed, Ye Chen felt a little hungry when he was told by Wukong. Wow! I have prepared a hearty meal. Since Xiao Wukong is hungry, let's start dinner now. Mrs. Bruff smiled. Although it seems to be a bit early for dinner now, it's up to it. Speaking of cultivating on Kailan Tat, they ate barbecue and game. Ye Chen and Wukong hadn't eaten real food for a long time. The two at the table gobbled it up, and the terrible eating speed made the Bulma family forget. After the action, one by one is that dazed look. One more bowl. Ah, good, good. To be continued. Chapter 33 Ye Chen's Request. In order to entertain the guests, Mrs. Bruff deliberately prepared some more dishes, but they were all swept away by Ye Chen and Wukong. Mrs. Bruff and Bulma were still afraid that Ye Chen and Wukong would eat too much and they would break them, but their worries were completely unnecessary. Dragon Ball. There are many magical things in the world. Dragon Balls that can achieve any original hope, fairy beans that can replenish energy and quickly recover from injuries, etc., and there are also the same famous ones. Sion's stomach. After dinner, Dr. Brive went to play with his machines again, and Ye Chen, Wukong, Mrs. Brive, Bulma and Taisai were in the living room enjoying refreshments after dinner. Bulma, I actually came to you this time to ask you to do me a favor. Thinking of business affairs, Ye Chen said. Just tell me if you need my help, Ye Chen. Taking a pat on his flat chest, Bulma was very happy and honest. Thank you very much, then, I want you to help me make a Dragon Ball radar. Dragon Ball radar. Ye Chen stated his purpose, but Bulma was a little at a loss. It's the radar looking for this kind of beads. Ye Chen took Wukong's 3-star ball and handed it to Bulma. Is this Dragon Ball so beautiful? Are they useful, Ye Chen? Why are you looking for them? Women usually like shiny things. Bulma, Mrs. Brive, and Taisai all looked at the 3-star ball curiously. There are a total of 7 legendary Dragon Balls scattered around the world. As long as the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered together, the dragon can be summoned to make a wish to the dragon, and the dragon can fulfill any wish of the wisher. This is a 3-star ball, and there are 6 other such beads, so I want you to help me make a radar that can detect them. How about it, Bulma, can you make it? He didn't hide anything about Dragon Ball, then Ye Chen asked. Any wish can be fulfilled. It's amazing. Although it looks troublesome, since Ye Chen asked me, I can definitely make it. After a surprise, Bulma said confidently. Bulma is an undoubtedly talented girl, although she is only about 10 years old, but her knowledge and skills have far surpassed other peers. As long as she is willing, it shouldn't be difficult to make Dragon Ball radar. Of course, in fact, Ye Chen can also go to Dr. Bruff, presumably Dr. Bruff can also make it. Maybe it is faster than the current Bulma. Not overnight. Chen is not the kind of incomprehensible person. Bulma agreed to make Dragon Ball radar for herself. Ye Chen was also very happy, but Bulma also explained that it would take a week or 2. 1 or 2 weeks is 1 or 2 weeks, anyway, Ye Chen is not in a hurry now. Afterwards, Bulma also asked where Xia Yuchen and Wukong live now, but after knowing where they do not live yet, Bulma showed a happy expression and strongly demanded that Yuchen and Wukong live in their house. Come down. Mrs. Bruff and Taze also invited the two of them. Although they felt a little disturbing, they sincerely invited Ye Chen and did not refuse, so Wu and Wukong stayed at Bulma's house temporarily. In the following days, Bulma and Taisai continued to go to school during the day, while Ye Chen took Wukong to play in the city happily. Occasionally, the two of them also helped the police catch bad guys and helped the construction workers do their jobs. However, some of their magical powers have triggered rumors of urban Superman in the western capital. Ye Chen said that they just wanted to earn some extra money and didn't care about those things. Every day when school is over, they take the Black Cloud and Somersault Cloud to school to pick up Bulma and Tai. Silk Sisters. Time disappeared in the running water, and soon half a month passed. Help, Ye Chen, help! Running out of a patch of grass in a panic, Bulma was crying for help with tearful eyes, and behind Bulma was a huge wild boar stomping on the ground and chasing her continuously. Ye Chen couldn't help being funny. The young lady confidently said not long ago that she was going to catch a wild boar for dinner, but now she was about to become someone's dinner. Ye Chen didn't dawdle, and when Ye Chen stepped on it, he shot out like a cannonball, and then kicked the big wild boar's head. Boom! The huge body was kicked directly by Ye Chen, the big wild boar wailed. And then slammed to the ground and lost his breath. Ha ha ha, you know how good this lady is. Smelly boar, let you chase me. Let you chase me. Oh! This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 21. After the crisis was lifted, Bulma also returned to her usual vivacious and coquettish. She ran back and kicked the big wild boar fiercely, but didn't treat the big wild boar with rough skin, but instead took her to herself. Lazy little feet hurt. Bulma, Ye Chen, look at it, we found a lot of delicious food. Wukong and Taisai also flew back from the other side of the forest on a somersault cloud, and they were holding a pile of mountain mushrooms, strawberries and other fruits. Today's harvest is almost complete, let's go back. Oh! He Duyun was summoned, and Ye Chen threw the big wild boar on it, and then jumped onto He Duyun with Bulma in his arms. Dragging two long tails, He Duyun and Somersault Yun carried the 4 harvested people out of the forest and flew towards the west capital. These days, I've been staying at Bulma's house for food and lodging. If it's an ordinary person, then I and Wukong are 2 super big savvy kings. Although Bulma and Mrs. Bruff don't care, they don't care about it. I was a little embarrassed, so from time to time, I would go out hunting with Wukong and I would pay back. Bulma and Taisai are also very curious about the outside world. Before, they could only stay in safe cities, but they didn't dare to walk into those dangerous forests, but it was okay to have the outrageous Ye Chen and Wukong in them. I'm so worried, so I follow along every time. Everyone went on a hunting adventure in the forest, and every time they went back, they were full of harvest and laughter. In the evening, Mrs. Bruff made a sumptuous dinner with the prey they brought back. Everyone gathered around the dining table to feast on, and everyone's face was filled with laughter and satisfaction. To be continued. Chapter 34 Searching for the Dragon Ball. At night, Bulma's house. Ye Chen, come to my room. Seeing Ye Chen coming out of the bathroom, Bulma shouted. Okay. Wiping the water stains on his head, Ye Chen also walked into Bulma's room. Because Ye Chen had just taken a bath, Ye Chen was simply wearing a bathrobe, and the small swollen muscles on his body appeared slightly, making Bulma's heart beat faster. Bulma, what's wrong with you? Seeing Bulma's blushing face, Ye Chen asked suspiciously. No, nothing, ha ha, ha ha ha. After returning to his senses, Bulma slapped ha ha quickly to hide his embarrassment. Thinking of the business matter that she was looking for Ye Chen, Bulma hopped over to the table, took out an object from the drawer, and then mysteriously hid behind her back and ran back. Dang dang dang! Ye Chen, what do you think this is? In general, Bulma showed Ye Chen what she had hidden behind her. It was something like a pocket watch, but Ye Chen understood it the moment he saw it. Dragon Ball Radar. Correct answer. Bulma handed the Dragon Ball Radar to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen looked up in surprise. Pressing the switch, a flashing light suddenly appeared on the radar screen, and without asking, I knew that it was the Samsung ball on Wukong's body. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he had this Dragon Ball Radar, he could gather 7 Dragon Balls. Thank you, Bulma. Putting the Dragon Ball Radar away, Ye Chen solemnly thanked him. Humph, if you give me some more time, I will definitely be able to make something better than this. With her little head up, Bulma looked triumphantly. The Dragon Ball Radar that Bulma made for Ye Chen can locate the Dragon Ball within a few kilometers. It is not as accurate as the one she made in the original Dragon Ball, but the current Bulma is only 10 years old and can make it. Such Dragon Ball Radar is already very good, and it is already enough for Ye Chen now. Bulma, you helped me a lot this time. Do you need me to do anything? No matter what you ask, I can do it for you as long as I can do it. Bulma helped herself, and Ye Chen didn't want to take advantage of her in vain. No, it's just a small matter. Really not? If Bulma doesn't regret it, I will leave. Bulma was polite, but Ye Chen had a smile on his face. There is also a little bit. Bulma's face was red, and Bulma was very contorted, and then hesitated and said, Kiss, Ye Chen and I kiss. Woo, so ashamed. Covering her face, Bulma looked ashamed. Finally, I heard Bulma's words clearly, and Ye Chen was a black line. This girl actually wants to kiss herself and her. As a genius girl, Bulma knows far more things than those of the same age. She is curious about the opposite sex and she has a good impression of Ye Chen, so it seems not difficult to make such a request. Of course, this kind of request is not difficult for Ye Chen, but... Bulma, if you and I kiss, you can only be my girlfriend when you grow up and you will never be allowed to associate with other boys. Are you sure you want to kiss me? Looking directly at Bulma, Ye Chen said. Kiss can only be Ye Chen's girlfriend. Ah, I don't like the girls I have kissed to follow other boys in the future. It feels that Ye Chen has suddenly become domineering, but Bulma's eyes have 2 red hearts floating. Such a domineering Ye Chen is so handsome. Being Ye Chen's girlfriend, I would. Shy, Bulma said. Ye Chen has long been regarded as her Prince Charming, and she has no plans to associate with other boys in the future. Now that Bulma had already said so, Ye Chen naturally had nothing to hesitate. Bulma wants to kiss, then they will kiss. Bulma, I'm about to start. Okay. Bulma closed her eyes, and Ye Chen directly kissed her lips. Although the 2 generations were human and determined to build a big harem, it was actually the first time Ye Chen did this kind of thing with a girl. Some tension is inevitable, but there is more excitement than ever before. And since everything has been done, Ye Chen didn't plan to end it with a touch. Breaking through Bulma's defense, Ye Chen intruded into the girl's mouth, while Bulma, whose mind had been blank for a long time, let Ye Chen do what he did, and a whirring sound reverberated in the room. The tongues of the 2 kept intertwining, and it was a long time before they finally separated. Ha, ha! Bullet and Bulma, let's go down here. Breathing in big mouths, the cheeks of both of them were very red, then Ye Chen asked. One more time. Blurred, Bulma is Tao. This girl seems to be a bit addicted, but let alone Bulma, Ye Chen is not much better. Some things make people fall into obsession once they are tried. Since Bulma wants to do it again, do it again. Holding Bulma's face, Ye Chen kissed again. After a long time, Ye Chen took the Dragon Ball Radar and walked out of Bulma's room, while Bulma sat on the ground blankly, making 2 silly laughs from time to time. The next day. Bulma, Taisai, Aunt Brive, Uncle Brive, these days I have been disturbed. Putting on the martial arts uniforms worn in previous practice, the banana fan was also tied behind him, and Ye Chen and Wukong, who had achieved the purpose of this trip, also planned to leave. Xiao Yechen, you can live here forever. Yeah, Ye Chen, don't you go, okay? Mrs. Brive said, and Bulma was extremely reluctant, almost begging. The current Bulma is almost regretting death. If Ye Chen had known that she had done Dragon Ball Radar, they would leave, and she would not have done Dragon Ball Radar so soon. I'm sorry, Bulma, Wukong and I are going to collect Dragon Balls, and we will continue our practice. He stroked Bulma's forehead. Ye Chen said. If you collect Dragon Balls, you can collect them in a few clicks with the Dragon Ball Radar I made. As for cultivation, Ye Chen and Wukong are already so good, so what kind of cultivation do you use? Just now he and Ye Chen determined that Ye Chen was about to leave. Bulma was still a little unacceptable, very excited and authentic. Bulma, although Wukong and I are indeed very powerful in your eyes, the world is far bigger than you think, and there are many people far more powerful than me and Wukong. In order to protect this planet, to protect the people I care about, and to protect you, I must become stronger and stronger. Bulma, you can do your best too, I will come back to see you again on your 16th birthday. Shaking his head, Ye Chen's face was solemn. But in order to give the girl a thought, Ye Chen also gave a promise. It turned out that Ye Chen worked so hard to cultivate to protect herself, Bulma's heart was immediately moved, and even Tay's and Mrs. Briff's eyes were full of brilliance. I understand, Ye Chen. I will definitely work hard, and I will definitely grow up soon. No longer holding Ye Chen willfully, Bulma's eyes also flashed a trace of determination. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. He worked hard and didn't talk about it. Growing up is not what you say you can grow up. However, seeing that Bulma could understand Ye Chen, he was slightly relieved, summoned He Du Yun and Somersault Yun with Wukong, and then jumped up. Bulma, Taisai, everyone, goodbye. Goodbye, Ye Chen, Wukong, you must remember to come back and find us. They both waved their hands, and finally, under the watchful eyes of the Bulma family, Ye Chen and Wukong disappeared into the sky on the black and somersault clouds. To be continued. Chapter 35, Senior Brother Sun Wufan. The airflow rolled, and a black streamer cut through the sky. Sitting on the black bucket cloud, Ye Chen is watching the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. According to the radar, there was a Dragon Ball not far in front of them. Let He Du Yun speed up, and not long after, a big mountain appeared in Ye Chen's field of vision. This big mountain is very peculiar, it looks like a huge bun from a distance. Ye Chen couldn't help but wonder. Is this Beizai Mountain? If Ye Chen remembers correctly, Sun Wufan, the eldest disciple of Gaixianren, lives in Beizai Mountain in seclusion, and he has a 4-planet in his hand. In the original Dragon Ball, Kakarot came to the Earth in a spaceship. He happened to be met by Monkey King, so he adopted him, named him Monkey King, and later raised him and taught him. He practiced martial arts and treated like his real grandson. Although Sun Wufan appeared very few times in the original book, it is undoubtedly a character who has a great influence on the original protagonist, Monkey King. However, looking at Wukong, who was sleeping in his arms at this time, a smile appeared on the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Regardless of the protagonist of the original book, Wukong in this world was rescued by him from the planet Vegeta, and also brought up by him, and has nothing to do with Monkey King. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 22. Regardless of whether this is the real Beizai Mountain, or whether it is the site of his senior brother, since Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball here, Ye Chen naturally wants to go down and take a look. Wukong, wake up, wake up, wake up. After patted Wukong, Ye Chen shouted. Wu! Are you going to eat, Ye Chen? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Wukong asked. Ye Chen couldn't help but touch his forehead, eating and eating, this stupid girl only knows to eat all day long. There is a dragon ball down here, as long as we find a dragon ball, we will eat something delicious. Then let's go find it. When I heard that I was going to eat delicious food, Wukong was completely drowsy and immediately regained his spirit, and Ye Chen was helpless and funny for a while. With He Duyun, Ye Chen and Wukong flew around the mountain, and then soon saw an ordinary small house on the mountainside, and in the yard in front of the house there was an old man practicing his fists. Although he only glanced at it from a distance, Ye Chen instantly recognized that it was Gaixian Liu's martial arts, and confirmed that this was the real Beizai mountain, and that the old man was his and Wukong's grandson Gohan. At the same time, the Monkey King below naturally found the two people in the sky, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Somersault cloud. No, it's not golden, unlike Teacher Wu Tian's somersault cloud. While Sun Wufan was still muttering to himself, he suddenly saw a boy and a girl jumping out of the air, and he was shocked. There was an altitude of nearly 100 meters. Even some good martial artists would be seriously injured if they fell from such a high place. Sun Wufan used his feet to jump up to rescue him, but he stopped quickly. Under the surprised look of Monkey King, the boy and girl who jumped from the black cloud turned somersaults in the air, and then they landed firmly on the ground. Is it brother Sun Wufan? Ye Chen asked at the meeting. Young man, do you know me? Why do you call me brother? Sun Wian was surprised again, and Ye Chen smiled slightly. Senior brother Sun Wufan, my name is Ye Chen and her name is Sun Wukong. We are all disciples of Teacher Wu Tian. In the room, Sun Wufan made 2 cups of hot tea for Ye Chen and Wukong, and brought out some fruits from the mountains to entertain them. The mountains are simple, please take a moment. Brother Gohan is polite. Junior brother Ye Chen, is Teacher Wu Tian okay? Teacher Wu Tian is all well, senior brother, don't worry about it. It's really a hero who was born in a young age. I didn't expect Teacher Wu Tian to accept 2 disciples. Okay, okay. Looking at the calm and steady Ye Chen, and then at Wukong, who was already gnawing at the fruit, Sun Wufan couldn't help but admired. As the chief disciple of Gaixianren, Monkey King also has the true teachings of Gaixian Liu's martial arts. Although he is old now, his tyrannical strength is enough to be among the top of this planet. His natural vision can see the extraordinary in Ye Chen and Wukong. The little girl named Wukong can barely see some depths, but the boy named Ye Chen in front of him is completely incapable. This only shows that the strength of this boy is very strong. Above him. At this age, he has reached this level. It seems that Teacher Wu Tian has really accepted 2 incredible disciples this time. Much better than him and the Bull Demon King. Junior brother Ye Chen, I don't know why you are here this time. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while, and Monkey King asked about business. Senior brother Gohan, Wukong, and I are now collecting the legendary Dragon Ball. It is this kind of sphere. I wonder if there are other Dragon Balls in brother Wufan? He took Wukong's 3-star ball and gave it to Monkey King to look at it. Ye Chen asked. Hey, this is Dragon Ball. You guys wait a minute. Looking at the Samsung ball, Monkey King also showed a look of surprise, went to the cabinet next to him and searched for a while, and then took out a Dragon Ball. Ha! Another Dragon Ball! Seeing that Monkey King also took out a Dragon Ball, Wukong who was eating the fruit exclaimed. The Turtle Fairy gave Wukong the 3-star ball, and the Monkey King's hand is the 4 planets. Finally found the second Dragon Ball. Ye Chen was also a little excited. I have also heard the legend about Dragon Balls. It is said that as long as you collect 7, you can summon the dragon and make a wish to the dragon. This bead was picked up in the mountains before. I didn't expect it to be the legendary Dragon Ball. Sun Wufan stroked his beard, and seemed to be influenced by each other, and the 2 Dragon Balls also shone. Brother Gofan, these Dragon Balls are very important to me. I don't know if senior brother Gohan can give us your Dragon Ball, and I can do my best to satisfy the brother's requirements." Standing up, Ye Chen said. "Wow! I am an old man who is fast into the coffin, what more can I ask? This dragon ball is useless for me to keep, if you want it, give it to you." They didn't ask Ye Chen what they wanted to do to collect the dragon balls. Sun Yufan smiled and handed both the dragon balls to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen couldn't help but show his joy. "Thank you, brother." Chapter 36. Boom boom boom. Boom. In the courtyard in front of the hut, Ye Chen and Monkey King kept fighting and colliding, and the figures of both of them were as fast as lightning, and there were bursts of air from time to time. It has been almost a month since Ye Chen and Wukong arrived at Beizai Mountain. After getting the Dragon Ball in Sun Wufan's hand, Ye Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he stayed in Beizai Mountain for a while and competed with Sun Wufan every day. Practice. As the big disciple of Gaixianren, Sun Wufan can be said to have obtained the true biography of Gaixian Liu martial arts. He is proficient in many martial arts, and he has already pursued Gaixianren in strength. Although Ye Chen's current strength wants to defeat the Monkey King, it's very easy, but the stone of his mountain can attack Jade. The Monkey King, who has been practicing martial arts for decades, also has a very deep knowledge and understanding of martial arts, and he also has a lot of knowledge in him. Ye Chen is worth learning and learning. During the more than 1 month in Beizai Mountain, Ye Chen had been playing against Sun Wufan every day, and only felt that he had gained a lot. Drink. The two collided again, and the ground was torn apart with strong energy, and Ye Chen and Monkey King also shot backwards. Turtle Qigong Wave. His body was spinning rapidly in the air. Ye Chen held his hands round, and then a powerful Qigong wave drew a long arc in the air and struck Sun Wufan. What? Qigongbo could even turn in the air. And Monkey King was shocked. But now is not the time to be surprised. With luck, Sun Wufan also hurriedly shot a Qigong wave. Turtle Qigong Wave. Boom. The two Qigong waves collided in the air, and suddenly there was a thunderous explosion. The whole Bayesian trembled a few times, and countless animals and birds were frightened and fled. "Brother Gohan, are you okay?" Flying down, Ye Chen stretched out a hand to Monkey King, who was lying on the ground humming. Cough cough cough. "It's old and old, it's useless." Standing up holding Ye Chen's hand, Monkey King looked like a heroic twilight, making Ye Chen speechless and funny for a while. In the past month or so, Sun Gohan didn't know how many times he had sighed like this, every time he made him look like a little bully who bullied the old man. "Ye Chen, Grandpa Gohan, I'm back." Wukong's voice flew back from a distance on the somersault cloud, carrying a big fish stuck in a red stick on his body. Jumping off the somersault cloud, Wukong threw the big fish 10 times bigger than his own body on the ground with a thud, and then ran towards Ye Chen and Monkey King. "Wow, it's Wukong who is back." Stroking his beard, Monkey King smiled. If Sun Wufan admires Ye Chen very much, then he completely loves Wukong. Even though Ye Chen and Wukong were only children in the eyes of Sun Wufan, Ye Chen was too mature, and his strength and temperament were not like a teenager at all. In comparison, Wukong is much simpler, and she also has the innocence and nature of a child. Sun Gohan naturally loves her. For more than a month, Wukong has treated Wukong like her real granddaughter. Same. Every day Ye Chen and Sun Wufan competed and practiced in the yard. Wukong would cheer on the side to watch, and when he got tired of watching, he would go out to play and hunt. With her strength, there is no need to worry. On the contrary, Bayesian has been troubled by this girl for more than a month. Just after the discussion, I sweated again. Ye Chen took Wukong and jumped into the river under the cliff to take a bath, while Sun Wufan made delicious dishes from the big fish that Wukong caught. Although the game is a bit worse, Sun Wu, a martial artist, has a huge food intake. A big fish was easily wiped out by the 3 of them, and then he ate a lot of fruit. Very full. Senior brother Gohan, Wukong, and I plan to leave here in 2 days and look for other Dragon Balls. Ye Chen said, and the Monkey King who heard the sound was Emil. Indeed, staying with me will not help you anymore. Monkey King sighed, and the atmosphere became silent for a while. Sun Wufan is also an elderly man. It is inevitable to live alone in the mountains. Ye Chen and Wukong have lived here for more than a month, making him feel happy and fulfilled after a long absence. Now Ye Chen and they are leaving. Sun Wufan was also very sad. However, Sun Wufan also understood that neither Ye Chen nor Wukong could stay here. They had already achieved achievements that countless martial artists could not achieve in their entire lives at a young age. Even if they stay here, they will only having wasted their talents, they should belong to the wider world outside. Wukong, Grandpa will teach you another set of monkey boxing today. When he walked into the courtyard, Sun Wufan said. Good, good. With a happy expression, Wukong also hopped over. 2 days later. Brother. I have disturbed you these days. He Du-yun and Somersault Yun were summoned, and Ye Chen and Wukong, who had packed their bags, also planned to leave Sun Wufan. Wow! It didn't bother me at all, but I want to thank you all. Stroking his beard, Monkey King smiled. Grandpa Gohan, pay you back the wishful stick. Taking the wishful stick from behind him, Wukong prepared to return it to Monkey King. The wishful stick is a red stick, very strong, and can be lengthened and shortened according to the user's wishes. Before hanging on the wall of Sun Wufan's house, Wukong thought it was fun and usually took it out to hunt and play. This wishful stick was obtained by Teacher Wu Tian from the ferry on the Kalin Tower, and then Teacher Wu Tian gave it to me. Now it is useless to leave it with me. I will give it to you. Right, Wukong. He stroked Wukong's forehead affectionately. Sun Wufan said. Wukong cast a questioning look at Ye Chen, and Ye Chen also nodded. Since Brother Gohan gave it to you, just accept it. The wishful stick is an artifact that connects Kalin Ta and the Temple of Heaven. It can be lengthened and shortened without being broken. It is also good to make weapons and toys for Wukong. Thank you, Grandpa Gohan. Happily received the Ruyi stick, Wukong also gave back a brilliant and pure smiling face. Next, Sun Wufan told Ye Chen and Wukong a lot like the elders, and then gave them some fruits and mountain products that he had prepared. Brother Wufan, Master Wu Tian is now living on Gaixian Island on the South Sea. Senior brother Sun Fan lives alone in the mountains and is lonely. Why not go to Gaixian Island to live with Teacher Wu Tian? Before leaving, Ye Chen thought for a while and said. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 23. Indeed, I haven't seen Teacher Wu Tian for a long time. After you leave, I will also visit Teacher Wu Tian. For a moment, Sun Wufan nodded. He is also very old, he might lie in the coffin someday, and it seems pretty good to live with Teacher Wu Tian in the last part of his life. Without saying much, under Sun Wufan's gaze, Ye Chen and Wukong jumped above the black and somersault clouds, and flew into the air. Goodbye, Grandpa Gohan. Oh, goodbye, Ye Chen, Wukong. To be continued. Chapter 37. Wow, Hoop. The waves washed up on the beach over and over again, and then fell back over and over again. On an emerald green island, seabirds flew freely in the air, occasionally falling on the big trees on the island to rest, and while combing their feathers, they made a few long and crisp sounds. In the middle of the island, there is a towering volcano, but this is only an extinct volcano, and it is estimated that it has not erupted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. At the same time, a golden cloud and a black cloud were floating above the volcano, and 2 figures were standing on the cloud. It is Wukong and Ye Chen. Go ahead, Wukong. Putting away the Dragon Ball radar, Ye Chen said to Wukong next to him. Okay. Nodded, Wukong held Yuan with both hands, and then slowly retracted around his waist. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong, Bo. Guangua was dazzling, and a powerful wave of qigong was pushed out by Wukong. I saw the qigong wave traversed an arc in the air, and then shot into the crater in a vertical manner. Boom boom boom, boom 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 boom. In a short time, the entire island trembles, and then with a hula, countless red and extremely hot lava erupted from the crater. Crack quack quack. The birds sang in unison, and the animals on the entire island were frightened, and they kept running towards the coast. Thick smoke billowed, countless volcanic rocks flying around in the air like cannonballs. Ye Chen and Wukong kept dodge in the air with He Duyun and Somersault Cloud, while their eyes looked like electricity. At a certain moment, Ye Chen seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Found it! Stepping on the black bucket cloud and flying forward, a dragon ball that flew out of the crater was immediately caught by Ye Chen. This is a dragon ball of 7 planets. It just flew out of the volcanic crater. The extremely hot temperature made Ye Chen frown. Lucky Yuzhang Yechen finally felt a lot easier. Oh! Find it, and find the last dragon ball. Flying over, Wukong cheered bouncingly on the somersault cloud. Ye Chen's heart is also a little excited, plus this dragon ball, they have now collected 7 dragon balls. Boom! At this moment, more magma erupted from the volcano, and the hot magma continued to spread down the mountain, causing a great fire on the island. The animals screamed and fled, and if this continues, the island will be destroyed soon. With a wave of his hand, a qigong bomb was ejected from Ye Chen's palm. With a bang, the entire volcano was destroyed and collapsed, preventing the magma from continuing to erupt. Although the eruption of the volcano has been prevented, the fire on the small island is still spreading. Ye Chen took off the banana fan behind him and slapped it 3 times against the small island below. Plant and fan. The wind was violent. And the sky was suddenly covered with clouds, and then there was another downpour. The hot magma gradually solidified, and the forest fire was quickly extinguished. Don't take a long time, when the wind stops and the rain clears, the sun also falls down again. A piece of life was full of life, and the animals on the island also uttered a surviving joy. Put the banana fan back behind him, and then He Duyun and Somersault Cloud slowly landed, and Ye Chen and Wukong also jumped onto the island. Ye Chen, shall we summon Shenlong now? Wukong asked expectantly. Ah, summon Shenlong now, and take out the other dragon balls. Stroking Wukong's little head, Ye Chen said. Okay. Pour out a few dragon balls from his small bag, and Wukong took the 3-star ball that Grandpa Turtle Fairy had given him from his neck, plus the one that Ye Chen had just found, not much, quite a few, exactly 7. It has been almost 2 years since Ye Chen and the others left Baizai Mountain to continue their journey to search for Dragon Balls. It has been almost 2 years since the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma is not very accurate, and the 2 of them are also practicing while practicing. Slowly searching for Dragon Ball, so it took such a long time. But finally let them gather. Thinking of summoning the legendary Shenlong to make a wish to the Shenlong immediately, Ye Chen was also excited and looking forward to it. Ye Chen, what are we going to do now? Looking at the 7 constantly shining Dragon Balls, Wukong asked in a daze. We choose to step back. Oh! Both of them retreated some distance, and then Ye Chen exhaled deeply. Come out, Shenlong! With full strength, Ye Chen shouted a spell to summon the Shenlong. However, Ye Chen, why nothing happened? After waiting for a while, Wukong asked inexplicably, and Ye Chen was a little embarrassed. The Dragon Balls are all real, and the spell should be correct. Is there any operation that he has not done well? Just when Ye Chen was a little doubtful of himself, a slight strangeness finally appeared. The dark clouds rolled and quickly covered the entire sky, and the entire earth suddenly became dark, as if it had entered the night. Not only that, a dazzling light burst out of the 7 Dragon Balls, followed by a huge dragon chant, and then a huge light and shadow dragging the thunder and lightning rushed out of the Dragon Ball. At the same time, the entire world was plunged into chaos because of this sudden change. The waves rolled, a frightened bird threw away the prey in his mouth and flew back to his nest in a panic. In the city, the road was paralyzed, and people kept playing horns. In the planetarium, a group of scientists turned out of shock, quickly traced the source of this amazing celestial phenomenon. Gaixian Island. Teacher Wu Tian, it is reported on TV that the whole world is covered by a huge black cloud that suddenly appeared. Do you know what's going on? After walking out of the Turtle Fairy house, Monkey King asked while looking at the Turtle Fairy standing on the beach. I don't know, even I have never seen such an amazing vision. Looking into the distance, Immortal Turtle has a solemn expression. Kalantat. Finally someone gathers Dragon Balls again. Stroking his beard, the Cat Fairy muttered to himself. Temple of Heaven. It's not good, Lord Tenjin. Lord Tenjin. The black god servant Mr. Popo shouted while running. I already know. Holding a wooden staff, the old god slowly walked out of the temple, then stood on the edge of the temple and looked at the ground below. After hundreds of years, has someone finally summoned the Shenlong? I hope he will not use the power of Shenlong to harm mankind, otherwise. To be continued. Chapter 38, Ye Chen's Wish. On the small island, Ye Chen and Wukong were both open-mouthed at this moment, unable to speak for a long time. With red eyes and blue scales, a body that was hundreds of meters long, looking at the dragon hovering in the air overlooking the two of them, even Ye Chen, who had been prepared for a long time, couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This is the dragon, the legendary dragon that can realize any wish. Humans, are you the one who summoned me? A heavy and majestic voice seemed to sound in the entire sky, and Shenlong looked down at Ye Chen and Wukong below and asked. Yes, yes, Shenlong, it was we who called you. After recovering, Ye Chen quickly replied. Say your wish. No matter what kind of wish, I can fulfill it for you. However, there is only one chance to realize the wish. It was confirmed that Ye Chen and the others had summoned themselves, and Shenlong was full of majesty and authenticity. So amazing! So amazing! Ye Chen, let's make a wish quickly. Let's make a wish quickly. Jumping around, Wukong kept cheering. Wukong, with a pure heart, didn't have any wishes of her own, she just felt very interesting and magical. Anyway, no matter what wishes Ye Chen made, she would feel happy. After exhaling slightly, Ye Chen calmed down the excitement in his heart, and then said a wish he had longed for. Shenlong, please give me the perfect scion blood. Ye Chen's voice constantly echoed in the air, but Shenlong just watched him silently, until after a while. I can't realize this wish. After hearing Shenlong's answer, Ye Chen almost fell. Shenlong, I just asked you to give me blood, and I didn't ask you to directly give me strength. Can't you even do this little thing? Ye Chen was really a little angry. This guy was so stylish when he came out. He just said that any wish can be realized for him. As a result, he started to beat his face so quickly. Could it be that he summoned a fake dragon? Humans, don't doubt my power. The reason why I can't realize your wish is because you are the most perfect scion that has evolved naturally now. Seeing Ye Chen doubting himself, Shenlong was also a little unhappy, and then said lightly. I am already the perfect scion that has evolved naturally. But I don't have a tail, I can't become a great ape, and my combat potential is pitifully low. I can be considered the perfect scion like this. Ye Chen looked stunned. Although he knew that Shenlong would not lie, he still couldn't believe that he always felt that this guy was joking with him. Having power does not mean perfection. The tail is the weakness of the scion, and you have eliminated your weakness in evolution. This is the best proof. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 24. Also, don't you find that you are different from other scions? The other scions are irritable and simple-minded, but you can always remain calm and smarter than any other scion. You have removed the wild nature belonging to the beast in the evolution of science, and gained the wisdom belonging to humans. There is reason and evidence. The voice of Shenlong is constantly echoing in the air, and Ye Chen is even more shocked. That's it, that's it. Ye Chen naturally knows the difference between himself and other scions. As Shenlong said, he never gets angry easily. He can always keep himself and calm. You must know that even the pure Wukong meets Jean. When she is angry, she always shows the raging side of Scion. I remember that there was a time when Ye Chen and Gui Xianren practiced together. Gui Xianren missed Ye Chen's hand for a while. At that time, Ye Chen, who was vomiting blood, fell to the ground. Wukong, who was cheering for the two of them, directly exploded his hair. Red, he rushed up with his eyes and went desperately with Gui Xianren, shocking both Ye Chen and Gui Xian. In the past, Ye Chen thought it was because of his being a traverser. No matter when he was able to maintain his calmness and self, he did not expect that the real reason was that after he was reborn, he overcame the defects of the scions and evolved into perfection. Scion. Wisdom is above strength, and Ye Chen also recognizes this. The power that is not controlled by wisdom is nothing more than pure violence, and it is often reduced to a tool used by others. It is like the Scion clan who worked hard for Frisia, but in the end they were abandoned by Frisia. As a scion without a tail, this is tantamount to a natural disability for a scion. He has been ridiculed and insulted by these knights on Vegeta, although he told himself time and time again, "Don't worry about the opinions of those guys," but how can Ye Chen not have a trace of grievance deep in his heart? But at this moment, Ye Chen's grievance in his heart disappeared. He without a tail is not a disability, but a perfect scion who evolved naturally. I only felt that my mood was more comfortable than ever. Ye Chen sighed slightly, and then looked at the dragon in the sky again. "Dragon, can I become a super scion after evolution?" "Can." Hearing Shenlong's answer, Ye Chen was completely relieved now. It doesn't matter whether Ye Chen can be transformed into a monkey, but if the weakness of the tail is eliminated, even the super scion can't transform, then it's a bit nonsense. If that was the case, Ye Chen didn't care whether it was perfect or imperfect, and she would definitely let Shenlong replace him with another scion bloodline. Since he can still transform into a super scion, let's keep his perfect scion bloodline. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises in the future. Human, do you have any other wishes? Hurry up and say your wishes. After answering so many questions for Ye Chen for free, Shenlong seemed to be a little impatient and urged. Other wishes? After thinking a little bit, Ye Chen soon had an idea. "Shenlong, please let Wukong and me stay forever and live forever." Since there is no need to worry about the bloodline, what Ye Chen wants is to live forever. After finally crossing this world and becoming the legendary scion, Ye Chen has a lot of ambitions to achieve. Just tens or hundreds of years is not enough for him to splurge. He wants to stay young forever, he wants to live forever, he wants to live to the end of the universe, to the end. Of course, Ye Chen explained to Shenlong in particular that the youth and immortality here will be after their bodies have grown completely. He didn't want to be a little Zhengtai like this forever, and he didn't want Wukong to be a little lowly forever. In addition, being immortal does not mean being immortal. Ye Chen didn't intend to allow himself and Wukong to acquire that kind of immortal physique. Dragon Ball world can be cleared, even the universe, and there is no real immortality. For the scions, the sense of crisis of life and death is also one of the driving forces that promote their continuous evolution and growth. Ye Chen did not want to let herself and Wukong lose their fear of death. And more importantly, it is better to be the strongest than not to die. Understood, let you be youthful and immortal. Shenlong's eyes exuded a strange light, and then Ye Chen and Wukong felt as if there were countless warm currents surging in their bodies, and every thin-breasted gene in the body seemed to be undergoing some kind of magical change. "Woo, so comfortable!" Wukong couldn't help groaning comfortably, and Ye Chen felt extremely comfortable and excited. Youth stays forever, immortality. At this moment, he has realized the wish that countless people have dreamed of since ancient times. To be continued. Chapter 39, Repairing the Spaceship. I have fulfilled your wish, goodbye. The majestic voice of the Shenlong sounded in the air, and then the brilliance flashed and turned into 7 dragon balls to fly away. Wukong! Oh! Eyes quick and fast, Ye Chen and Wukong flew up almost at the same time. One of them grabbed a dragon ball, while the other 5 dragon balls turned into streamers and scattered all over the world. Ah! My 3-star ball has turned into stone. Wukong grabbed the 3-star ball, and Ye Chen grabbed the 4-star ball, but looking at the 3-star ball turned into stone in his hand, Wukong couldn't help being surprised. Don't worry, it only takes a year for Dragon Ball to recover its strength and return to its original state. Stroking Wukong's little head, Ye Chen comforted. It will change back to the original state. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Wukong also showed a happy expression again, tying the 3-star ball on the sling and hanging it back around his neck. This is a gift from Grandpa Gaixianren. It's not good to lose it. Goo 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 goo. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. A belly sound rang, and then Wukong looked at Ye Chen pitifully. I don't know if it was because of his body just being transformed, Ye Chen also felt a little hungry, as if every cell in his body was thirsting for energy. You go to the sea to catch a few big fish and come back. I'll go to the forest to pick some wild vegetables and condiments, and then I will cook a big meal. Good, good. He ran with his little feet, and then Wukong jumped into the sea with a strong leap. Ye Chen shook his head and laughed for a while, and then jumped into the forest several times. After eating a few big fish on the island that were several times larger than both of them, Ye Chen and Wukong, who had replenished their energy, left the island with Black Duyun and Somersault Cloud and continued with them. Spiritual journey. Time. 1 year later. Laylat. Somewhere above the forest, 2 arrogant figures whizzed through the air. It is Ye Chen and Wukong. Both of them only used the dancing technique to fly in the air. Although they could not keep up with the Black and Somersault Clouds, their speed was already very fast, and a wave of turbulence was set off in the air wherever they passed. It seemed that he was looking for something. At a certain moment, Ye Chen, who was flying in front, suddenly stopped, and Wukong slammed into Ye Chen's arms. Ha ha ha! Caught Ye Chen! Caught Ye Chen! Holding Ye Chen's shoulders, Wukong kept cheering. Rubbing Wukong's little head, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. This girl, no matter how old she grows, is still such a child. Holding Wukong, Ye Chen slowly fell to the ground. A few beasts hiding in the jungle were about to move. Ye Chen released a trace of breath, and a few beasts fled away. Ye Chen, what are we doing here? I thought that Ye Chen would go down to hunt and find food again, but he didn't expect that Ye Chen deliberately frightened a few big beasts away, Wukong asked puzzledly. Looking for something? Ye Chen replied. Putting down Wukong's still blank face, Ye Chen confirmed that it was right here, and then blasted the ground with a punch of luck. With a bang, the ground collapsed, and then 2 spaceships that looked like giant baseballs were revealed. Ah, what a big egg! There are 2 big eggs hidden in the ground. Opening his eyes wide, Wukong exclaimed for a while. Stupid girl, this is not an egg, it is a spaceship. Really amused, Ye Chen knocked on Wukong's little head, sullenly. Spaceship. It's the spaceship that can take us into the universe with a single sound. A spaceship that can take us into space with a single sound. Yes, do you understand? Totally do not understand. Covering his forehead, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh up to the sky. This silly girl only knows to eat besides knowing to eat all the time. Explaining to her what she is doing is just playing the piano to cows. Wukong, who didn't understand what the spaceship was, didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, what Ye Chen said was what it was. She only needed to listen to Ye Chen. Let Wukong go and play by himself, while Ye Chen carefully inspected the 2 spaceships. I have to say that the quality of these two spacecraft is very good. They have been buried in the ground for 8 or 9 years, but they are only slightly damaged and corroded in some small places. The main systems and functions are still intact. Just a little repair. It can be used normally. He had done a lot of repairing the spaceship when he was on the planet Vegeta before. If the damage was too serious, Ye Chen could not do anything about it, but at this level he was completely confident to handle it. In the following days, Ye Chen and Wukong lived in the forest. Wukong has been playing wildly in the forest all day long, while Ye Chen went to a town near the forest to buy some materials, and then beat the spacecraft. 3 days later, 2 completely new spaceships appeared in front of Ye Chen and Wukong. So amazing! Ye Chen is so amazing! Wukong bounced and cheered, and Ye Chen wiped his nose with a small smug look on his face. So easy! Wukong, go hunting, have a big meal tonight, and tomorrow we will leave for the universe. Oh! The two of them jumped into the forest several times, and suddenly there was a flurry of jumps in the nearby forest. Ye Chen is 15 years old now, and Wukong is also 9 years old. It has been 9 years since they fled from the planet Vegeta to Earth. I practiced on the island for 5 years with the tortoise immortal, another year on Kalen Tat, and then another 3 years have passed since I searched for Dragon Ball to practice on the entire Earth. In just 9 years, Ye Chen has grown from the weak chicken scion with only 18 points of combat power to the strongest creature on the planet, even now facing the god Ye Chen from Namek. Conquer easily with confidence. But as he continued to improve, Ye Chen found that he had also entered a bottleneck now, and it would be difficult for him to grow further if he stayed on Earth. So Ye Chen decided that he would go to an alien planet to practice cultivation with Wukong. Although the universe is very dangerous, and there are many powerful fighting races outside, with Ye Chen's current strength, as long as he is clever not to kill himself, it is not a problem to save his life and Wukong. Going to trespass on those dangerous planets and looking for those powerful experts will help Ye Chen break through and grow further. Drinking enough, nothing to say all night, the next day. Wukong, don't touch the buttons in the spaceship randomly, we will have reached the alien planet after a sleep. In the spacecraft, Ye Chen exhorted Wukong while wearing a life support device. Well, I got it. Although he was very curious about the things in the spaceship, Wukong still replied obediently. Since Ye Chen said not to touch it, then she will not touch it. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 25. After confirming that it was correct, Ye Chen closed the hatch for Wukong, then entered another spaceship next to him, and also fitted himself with life support devices. Ye Chen didn't feel much when the planet Vegeta was destroyed, but Ye Chen had a deep nostalgia and emotion for the Earth. Now he is about to leave, his heart suddenly rises in an unspeakable form. Reluctant to give up. But this bit of reluctance was quickly replaced by a touch of firmness. Whether it is for himself or for this planet, he has to go out to hone his growth, and then become stronger and stronger. Goodbye, Earth, I will be back. No longer nostalgic, Ye Chen pulled up the hatch and pressed the switch that activated. Suddenly the two spaceships floated into the air, and then suddenly accelerated, holding their long tails and rushing into the universe in the blink of an eye. To be continued. Chapter 40, Shamir Starman. Time, 3 years later. Location, Planet Shamir. Wow! Dad! Mom! Child, our child! Below the huge spaceship, a group of vicious cosmic pirates threw the young novices into the cage. The parents of the 2 novices wanted to save their children, but they were killed by a vicious pirate. Kicked back. Go away, if it weren't for you to have more little ghosts, I would have killed you all. Condescendingly, the cosmic pirate said cruelly. Why always come and arrest our children, you demons? You demons! Falling to the ground fiercely, the eyes of the parents of the 2 novices were full of hatred. Yes, we are demons. Who makes your children so valuable? Who do we catch if we don't catch them? Ha 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 ha. Under the sad and indignant gazes of the novices, all the pirates laughed frantically. The Shamirs are a peculiar race evolved from a plant. They have green skin and 2 large green leaves growing on top of their heads. As long as they have enough sunlight and moisture, they can even transform the energy needed for survival by themselves, without eating for several years. Not only that, but the Samirs also have the ability to make plants grow quickly. They can make a seed take root and germinate in just a few minutes, and they can make a plant bloom and bear fruit in just a few days. For this reason, many so-called cosmic aristocrats want a nobleman to be their home gardener, and many farmers also want a nobleman to ripen their crops. This also makes the nomads a very popular slave species in the universe. Every year, many cosmic pirates find the nomads to catch the young nomads. The abilities of the old novices will be weakened, and the adult and young novices will always want to escape even if they are sold. These young novices are the most convenient for control and brainwashing, and they naturally become the enthusiasm and first choice of slave owners. One's own descendants are constantly being captured to become slaves to others. This is the sorrow of the Samirs, which has not changed for thousands of years. Dad. Mom. Child, our child. The huge cage slowly lifted into the sky, the young Shamir star cried loudly, and the parents of the Shamir star below also shouted desperately. They knew that once the cage was put into the spaceship, they would never see their children again. Many Samil parents could not help begging, but a group of cold-blooded pirates just laughed cruelly, and were not moved at all. The samurai are not a race that is good at fighting. Their strongest only has dozens of points of combat effectiveness, and each of these cosmic pirates has at least hundreds of points of combat effectiveness, let alone stealing their children. Now, even if you want to destroy their planet, it's easy. So they can do nothing but desperate shouts and pleadings. However, at this moment, what are you doing? Suddenly a sound rang, and then everyone saw a huge beast flying over from the distant sky. However, it was not the dead beast that was speaking, but a girl under the beast wearing a martial arts uniform with a red stick on her back. It is Wukong. Zyro, Myru, why are you all in the cage? Are you playing games? Throwing the huge beast to the ground, Wukong flew to the prison where he was about to enter the spaceship and asked the 2 novice girls inside. Wukong, those bad guys are going to take us away. Save us, Wukong, save us. We are not playing some game, the 2 novice girls eagerly said. And after hearing the words of the 2 girls, even the dull Wukong understood. Hey, you bad guys, why do you want to catch Zilu and Malu? Zilu and Malu are my friends, let them go. After falling to the ground, Wukong shouted to a group of cosmic pirates. Isn't the novice star person, the little girl from nowhere, dare to take care of our nosy? Maro, go and get rid of that little girl, since she is not a Shamir star, it doesn't matter if she is killed. He, leave it to me, I love killing such a little guy the most. A cosmic pirate named Maro came out with a bloodthirsty and cruel grin, and added his thick lips. It seemed that he was thinking about how to kill the little girl in front of her to make her sound the most beautiful. Scream! Little girl, what's your name? My name is Wukong, son Wukong. The cosmic pirate named Meruo asked, and Wukong also clenched his fists and set Gui Zian Liu's frame to answer. Son Wukong? What a strange name! But these are all good, blame yourself for running out stupidly to provoke us, uncle, I will let you experience hell right away. With a grinning grin, Maro stretched out his big hand and grabbed it to Wukong. Wei Wei dodged the opponent's big hand by one side, Wukong shot up, and hit Meruo's abdomen with a punch. What? With his eyes protruding, Maro screamed, holding his abdomen and backing away, then fell to the ground with a bang. The surrounding area became quiet, and both the novice star people and the cosmic pirates looked unbelievable. Maro was killed in one move. What a weak villain! After slapped her little slap, Wukong let out a sigh, and the other cosmic pirates on the side finally came back to their senses. Maro was killed in one move. How could there be such a powerful creature on the planet Shamir? Look at her combat effectiveness. 50 o'clock. Impossible. Maro has 300 combat power. How could he be killed by a guy with only 50 combat power? The detector must be broken. Yes, but my detector also shows that she has only 50 combat power. After a group of cosmic pirates carefully probed Wukong's combat power, they showed incredible expressions again. A little girl with 50 combat power killed Maro with 300 combat power in one move. How could this be possible? How is this possible? Come on with me and take her down. Yes. Although it is not clear why Wukong, who has only 50 combat power, can defeat Maro, who has 300 combat power, his comrades and others have been defeated. A group of cosmic pirates are also a little angry. Suddenly a dozen pirates burst out. He wanted to besiege Wukong and take Wukong. With his gaze fixed, Wukong did not panic at all, stepping on his feet also rushed up to meet a dozen enemies. Boom boom boom. Oh. A few minutes later, watching Wukong, who had knocked down more than a dozen accomplices of herself and others, again, a group of cosmic pirates opened their mouths with an expression of seeing a ghost. Forget the previous Maro, but this time there were a dozen people, and the strongest one had thousands of points of combat effectiveness, and was defeated. Where did this girl named Sun Wukong come from? To be continued. Chapter 41 I'm a Scion. Wukong is so amazing. Wukong is so amazing. Come on. Wukong, knock down all the bad guys. In the cage, seeing Wukong knocking down more than a dozen cosmic pirates, a group of young girls from the Samirs cheered loudly for her. Hey, you bad guys, do you still want to fight with me? Wukong scanned the surroundings, while a group of cosmic pirates kept backing away in horror. They are a group of vicious cosmic pirates, let alone arresting a few slaves, they even destroyed several inferior planets before, but now they are scared by a little monster girl who doesn't know where it came from living. If it were spread out, it would definitely be a great shame to them, but at this moment, no pirate dared to act rashly. Just kidding, who knows how powerful this little monster girl is, they cherish their lives more than anyone else, and they don't want to rush to death in vain. The atmosphere was a bit stalemate for a while, but at this moment... Interesting, I've heard of some races that can improve their combat effectiveness in battle, but I didn't expect them to exist. A tall and muscular man flew down from the spaceship, and the cosmic pirate on the ground couldn't help but become excited. It's the captain has taken action. Great, this little monster can definitely be solved now. Of course, the captain is invincible. It seemed that they had confidence in their captain and others, and a group of cosmic pirates regained their momentum and all became excited. Little girl, there should be no creature like you on the planet Shamir, what planet are you from? After falling in front of Wukong, the huge pirate captain asked. I am the scion of Vegeta. Watching the opponent, Wukong also replied. Before, Ye Chen also said something to Wukong about their life experience, so Wukong also knew that he and Ye Chen were both scions from the planet Vegeta, and also knew that a big villain named Frisia was destroyed. Planet Vegeta. Scion? The Scion, the legendary fighting nation. Hearing Wukong's reply, the captain of the pirate was surprised. So what? Ha ha ha, no wonder the trash just now is not your opponent, that's how it is. That's how it is. I heard that the Scion planet was destroyed more than 10 years ago. I didn't expect that there are still Scions alive. Laughing, his eyes gleaming, Captain Pirate felt like he really picked up a treasure this time. Hey, little Scion girl, how about following me as my subordinate in the future? Whether it is a treasure or a slave, I can give you whatever you want. Wanting to attract Wukong, the pirate captain threw out his olive branch. I don't want to be your subordinate, you quickly let go of my friend, or I will defeat you." Not moved, Wukong said seriously. "Kill me. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 26. Ha 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 ha." As if he heard a big joke, then the captain of the pirate looked cold. "If I were an adult scion, I would really be a little scared, but you are just a little girl. You just knocked down a few useless trash under my hand, do you really think you are very powerful? Forget it, since you don't want to be obedient, then I will catch you myself. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are the last descendant of the scion of the fighting nation. Even if you can't become my tool, you can sell it for a good price." Having regarded Wukong as his slave and prey, Captain Pirate had a cruel smile on his face. "You are stronger than the other bad guys, and I will use all my strength to defeat you." "Without fear," Wukong said. "Then you can use all your power to defeat me. Let me entertain me. Let me also see the power of the Scions, the legendary fighting nation." The smile on Captain Pirate's face grew. "Drink? It's no nonsense." Wukong released his convergent chi at once, and a huge arrogance wrapped around Wukong's body, and the detectors on the foreheads of a group of cosmic pirates were beating crazy. 50 points, 100 points, 200 points, 500 points, 1000 points. 1500 points. In just a few seconds, Wukong's combat power displayed on the detector soared from 50 to 1500, a full 30 times increase. A group of cosmic pirates were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall. Even the corner of the pirate captain's eyes could not help but jumped fiercely, until Wukong's combat power stopped at 1500 and did not continue to rise before he secretly relieved. His mother, this little scion girl, was shocked just now. But at this level, he can still handle it. "Little girl, is this already your limit? It's worthy of being the scion of the fighting nation. Even if I have such a fighting power, it is enough to be among the best, but it is far from enough to defeat me. My fighting power is 3000 points." The air current rioted, and the next moment a breath that was twice the size of Wukong erupted from Captain Pirate. "Captain! Captain! Captain! Captain!" A group of cosmic pirates next to them all cheered loudly. In their opinion, the captain of their own and others is twice as powerful as the little scion girl. Winning this battle will be easy without any suspense. Thing. Captain Pirate also enjoyed the cheers of his subordinates, and hooked Wukong condescendingly. "Come on, little girl, if you still have the courage to fight me now. Then I will start." Not being polite with the other party, Wukong stepped on his foot and immediately shot at the captain of the pirate like a cannonball. With a sneer, the pirate captain's expression of disdain, "The little girl in his heart is a little girl, and the attack methods are so naive and simple." However, just as the pirate captain was about to raise his hand to block Wukong's attack, Wukong suddenly disappeared from his field of vision, almost instantly flashing to the back of his head. "Drink!" With a sweet cry, Wukong swept out his foot and kicked directly on the head of Captain Pirate. The huge body shot up, and with a bang, the captain of the pirate slammed into a huge boulder tens of meters away. The ship, the captain. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence again, and the Shamir people couldn't believe it, and the cosmic pirates even opened their mouths. Scion little girl with a combat power of only 1500 actually kicked off their captain with a combat power of 3000. It's not scientific, this unscientific. To be continued. Chapter 42. Damn little girl, I admit, I shouldn't underestimate you. Getting up from the ground, the captain of the pirate looked gloomy. Right now. Give me to die. No longer had the slightest contempt, the pirate captain raised a hand and dozens of Qigong bombs shot towards Wukong. I don't want to die. With a flash of stature, Wukong kept avoiding the attacks of Qigong shells, and at the same time rushed forward and attacked the captain of the pirate again. Don't think you will succeed. In a flash, the pirate captain escaped Wukong's attack, and Wukong changed his body to catch up again. Ya ya ya! Drink 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 drink! When they officially started to fight, both of them used high-speed movement to continuously flash in the air, and there were continuous bursts of air around them. As expected of the captain. I just said, how could the captain be overthrown by that kind of little girl? It was just the captain's carelessness just now. Captain, teach her well, let that little girl know how good you are. A group of cosmic pirates shouted in excitement, as if they could see their captain abuse the scion little girl and cry, but how do I feel that the captain is struggling? A pirate was weak and honest, and the person next to him instantly cast a cold glance at him. However, other people soon discovered that their captain seemed to be struggling. Damn little girl, don't hide, fight with me. The breathing is messy, and there are too many useless movements. Although the strength is great and the body is strong, I am not afraid of you. Easily evading the opponent's attack, Wukong banged dozens of punches on the captain of the pirate in one breath, and then retreated and pulled away from the opponent. Ah! Damn scion! Furious in his heart, the pirate captain exploded and chased him up again. A group of cosmic pirates are puzzled, and the captain of the pirate himself is puzzled. He clearly has 3,000 points of combat power. Why is Zheng Ming still unable to take down this scion girl in a fight, but is constantly being attacked and beaten by the opponent? Why? Why is that? The detector detected that Wukong now has 1,500 combat power. Wukong has released all his qi, and there is no more hiding. However, what the detector detects is only qi, only energy value, and does not represent real combat effectiveness. A real battle involves many aspects: strength, speed, nerve reflexes, combat experience, even some trivial breathing coordination, movement skills, and even courage. And courage are often the key to a decisive victory. How can the real combat effectiveness be detected by a mere detector? The pirate captain does have about twice the power of Wukong, which can be said to occupy an absolute advantage, but he is far behind Wukong in terms of martial arts cultivation, move skills, and the use of power. Every time he only needs to move Wukong a little bit, he already knows his attack, and then reacts quickly. In almost 8 of his 10 attacks, Wukong has easily dodged it. The last 2 hits Wukong, but Wukong also shed most of his power in an ingenious way, which would not pose much threat. On the contrary, every time Wukong's attack was tough, it was hard to defend against. It was not bad for the pirate captain to escape once in 10 attacks, and the remaining 9 attacks could only rely on his own body to resist. Fortunately, he has about twice Wukong's qi, and his body is strong enough. If he had the same strength, he would have been abused by Wukong as a dog. However, the current situation does not seem to be much better. Damn little girl! What? Don't hide from me! What? I'm going to kill you! What? Seeing that the captain of the others was screamed by the little scion girl, in the end they could only continue to flee, and a group of cosmic pirates had already messed up in the wind. They must have hallucinations, yes, they must have hallucinations. Boom! A Qigong bomb flew over, and several cosmic pirates who were still in a daze were blown to pieces, and all the other cosmic pirates finally woke up. Fuck the illusions, these are all realities. Drink! With a soft cry, Wukong punched the captain pirate's head, and the captain pirate screamed and fell to the ground. The fighting spirit broke out, just when Wukong was about to continue to attack. Stop! The captain pirate suddenly shouted. Wukong couldn't help but stop. What are you going to do? Suddenly being interrupted to attack, Wukongzhen was also a little unhappy. Stop fighting, don't fight again. I knew it was wrong, I really knew it was wrong, please don't hit me again. With a sudden change in the style of painting, the pirate captain with a blue nose and a swollen nose knelt to the ground and begged constantly, and the look of his nose and tears looked really pitiful. Both the Shamir stars and the cosmic pirates were stunned and unbelievable. Even if you can't beat a little girl, this guy is too spineless. Humph, since you are begging for mercy, then I won't hit you. Get out of here quickly, and I won't be allowed to arrest my friends again. With a soft snort, Wukong dissipated his arrogance and fell back to the ground. Yes, yes, I will never arrest them again, nor will I arrest them again. The captain of the pirate hurriedly said flatteringly. He was obviously a fierce and big man but made that funny gesture, which made a group of cosmic pirates feel hot and ashamed. Captain, Captain, we really misunderstood you. The other party had already knelt down and begged for mercy and had no intention of fighting. Wukong didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore, and turned around to save his friends in cages. But at this moment, go to hell, Scion! With a grinning smile on his face, the captain of the pirate pointed out, launching a qigong wave from behind to see Wukong's body. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Falling to the ground, Wukong screamed in pain while clutching his bloody chest, while the pirate captain stood up and laughed wildly. Although the captain of himself and others suddenly turned defeat into victory, no pirate cheered for him at this time. Wukong! Wukong! You despicable villain! Attacked Wukong from behind. Shut up! The little novice Liu Xingren in the cage accused the captain of the pirates' misdeeds, but the captain of the pirate shouted. Regardless of the Shamir Liu Xingren who he could pinch to death at any time, the embarrassed captain pirate walked to Wukong with a grinning face. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 27. I'm careless. His face was pale, and Wukong's eyes were full of anger. Damn little girl, weren't you great just now? Decided, I don't want you to be my tool, and I don't want to sell you to others, I want you to die now. This Scion little girl is too dangerous, the cruel pirate captain will not be as naive as the other party, he will never give her any chance to come back. The fighting spirit broke out, and the captain of the pirate punched Wukong down. To be continued. Chapter 43, True Invincibility. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge crater more than 10 meters in size was directly exploded on the ground. A group of Shamir people covered their eyes in shock, but the pirate captain frowned. The moment his attack fell, that Scion little girl was gone. But soon, the captain of the pirate discovered what was going on. Not far in front of him, a figure with his back to him was holding the Scion little girl. He has short black hair and a huge fan behind his back. The captain of the pirate couldn't help getting furious, and where did this guy pop up, even daring to save the people he wanted to kill? Boy, who are you? Hand over that little girl! The captain pirate shouted, and the other party turned his head. I have no time to talk to you now. Be quiet, or you will be killed. The person who rescued Wukong was naturally Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen's voice was calm at this time, his eyes were extremely cold. The invisible pressure made the pirate captain's body stiff, and his whole person was like an ice cellar. The biological instincts are frantically warning Captain Pirate that this young man who suddenly appeared is very dangerous, very dangerous. Ha, it's Ye Chen, Ye Chen is back. Great! Brother Ye Chen, the bad guy attacked Wukong from behind, hurry up and save Wukong. After seeing Ye Chen, the little novices in the cage also showed surprise. Nodded to the little guys, indicating that they don't need to worry, and then Ye Chen once again looked at Wukong, who was severely wounded in his arms and looked extremely weak. Wukong, this time you have learned your lesson, never show mercy to these bad guys, and never expose your back to your opponents. Stroking Wukong's forehead, Ye Chen said. In fact, Ye Chen had already returned, watching Wukong's battle with those cosmic pirates in secret, and he could even stop the pirate captain's attack on Wukong at any time. But Ye Chen finally decided to let the opponent's attack hit Wukong, until the pirate captain wanted to kill Wukong completely. As a purebred scion, Wukong has a very high talent in martial arts and combat, but she has always had a shortcoming and shortcomings, that is, she is too innocent and does not understand the sinisterness and darkness. I don't know how to beware of bad people with ulterior motives, and often suffer in this regard. So Ye Chen wanted to teach her a long lesson through this incident. I know, Ye Chen. With a pale face, Wukong replied weakly. Although Wukong's simplicity is her shortcoming, it is also her strength. She would never think about complicated things. As long as Ye Chen said what she said was correct, she would remember it correctly, and would not make the same mistake twice. Rubbing Wukong's forehead, Ye Chen took out a fairy bean and fed it into her mouth. Hurry up and eat the fairy beans to recover your injuries. And then go and eliminate the evil captain of the pirate. Okay. Kapu Kapu, Wukong ate the fairy beans, and then his injuries quickly recovered. Even some of the wasted strength was replenished. During these 3 years of cosmic experience, Ye Chen and the others could not be smooth sailing, and they had encountered great dangers many times, and the fairy beans they had obtained from Immortal Callan helped them through the difficulties time and time again. To challenge powerful enemies again and again, it can be said that if it were not for these fairy beans, they would have died in the midst of a certain universe now. Hey, you despicable villain! I will never believe your words anymore, I will destroy you now. Standing up from Ye Chen's arms, Wukong glared angrily at the captain of the pirate opposite. What? Seeing Wukong's injury recovering so quickly, Captain Pirate couldn't help but his eyes widened. However, Wukong can now, no matter what surprises the other party is surprised or not, he has completely labeled the captain of the pirate as a bad guy, and Wukong will no longer show mercy to his men. With luck and strength, Wukong held her hands round, and then slowly closed it around her waist. Turtle, Pai, Chi, Gong, Bo. Guanghua was dazzling, and then a huge wave of Qigong shot from Wukong's palms towards the captain of the pirate. Damn Sion, don't think I am really afraid of you. Knowing that the other party was going to kill him, the pirate captain's ferocity was completely aroused in a panic, and he also pooled his strength to launch a wave of Qigong to woo air strike. The opponent was able to beat him before because of some clever moves and skills, but now it's a pure power showdown. He doesn't believe that he, who has 3,000 points of combat power, is just right for a little girl with only 1,500 points of combat power. I dare to underestimate him and let him lose face before all his hands. Damn Sion, die! The two Qigong waves collided in the air, but what made people wonder again was that the Qigong wave sent by Wukong directly pushed off Captain Pirate's Qigong wave, and then rushed towards Captain Pirate like a bamboo. What? Horrified and shocked, the pirate captain's eyes were about to stare out, but Ye Chen on the side showed a smile that he had known for a long time. In these 3 years of cosmic experience, Ye Chen and Wukong have been to many planets, and they have also seen many so-called powerhouses, but when it comes to pushing Qigong, as long as the enemy's combat power is not several dozen times more powerful times, they almost never lost. In fact, the same is true in the original Dragon Ball. You can do whatever you want, but you should never push Qigong with the Sun family. You will lose if you push Qigong with them. Although the protagonist's aura may account for part of the reason, it is actually more important because of the powerfulness of the turtle Qigong wave itself. The Earthlings are actually similar to the Shamirites. They are a race that is not very good at fighting. Their bodies are fragile and their strength is small, so they will think about how to effectively use their power and allow their limited power to be infinite. The power of Kuopei Qigongbo is a unique skill created by the Gaixian, who is known as the god of martial arts by integrating his understanding of martial arts and power. In comparison, those powerful alien races are different. Most of their fighting methods are rough and barbaric, and they don't have a systematic concept of martial arts. What kind of techniques, what use of power, these are just evil ways to them. Instead of studying these useless things, it is better to spend more time to exercise your body to improve your strength. The power of your Qigong wave is not good just because your power is not enough. Power is king. This is not to say that whoever is better than others, it's just that the conditions of the respective races are different and the development methods evolved are also different. The weak races pay more attention to efficiency, while the strong races pay more attention to pure power. Each has its own shortcomings, and each has its own advantages, but if the two are combined into one, it is truly invincible. Just like the situation at this moment, Wukong, who is obviously only half of the opponent's combat power, the Qigong wave she released has directly crushed her enemy. Seeing the powerful Qigong wave rushing towards him, Captain Pirate couldn't believe it, and then let out a scream of horror and despair. Do not. To be continued. Chapter 44. Boom. With the loud explosion, the body of Captain Pirate continued to collapse, and was directly crushed by the powerful Qigong wave. The bad guys are eliminated. As expected of Wukong, so amazing. So amazing. The Shamir people uttered a huge cheer, while the cosmic pirates who had recovered their senses were terrified. The captain was killed. That monster! Run away! Run away! All the pirates of the universe flew into the sky and wanted to escape. That little Scion girl is too terrifying, even such a powerful captain has been killed, they are definitely a dead end here again. But now I think about running away, it's too late. Wukong, step back a little. Ye Chen said after removing the banana fan behind him. Oh! Knowing that Ye Chen was about to make a move, Wukong ran back and stood behind Ye Chen. Looking at the group of cosmic pirates who had already flown far away, Ye Chen had a cold expression on his face. These guys do a lot of evil, and keeping them will only become a scourge. Sure enough, they are all cleaned up. Plant and fan. Pour his own strength into the banana fan, and then Ye Chen stepped forward and fanned out. Lie 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 lie. The airflow was turbulent, and suddenly thousands of wind blades flew towards the cosmic pirates. Ah 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 ah. The screams of sorrow and pain, in the blink of an eye, all the cosmic pirates in the sky disappeared, replaced by a cloud of blood. Brother Ye Chen is so amazing. Okay. A group of novices were stunned, and Ye Chen calmly inserted banana fan behind him. With his current power, it is naturally easy to destroy the group of cosmic pirates, but using the banana fan is a bit more effortless. Wukong, go and rescue your friends. Okay. Soaring into the air, Ye Chen and Wukong dragged the cage from the spaceship, and then opened the iron fence to release all the little novice star people inside. Woohoo! Dad! Mom! Child, our child! The other novices also ran over, and suddenly the little novices and their parents hugged and cried together. Hee hee! Watching her friends reunite with her parents, Wukong also showed a happy smile. Wukong, go get ready, we will leave here later. Are we going to the next planet again, Ye Chen? Ye Chen stroked Wukong's little head, and Wukong asked. We won't go to other planets, our trip is over here. It's almost the appointed time, and we should also go back to Earth. Back to Earth. Okay. After confirming what Ye Chen said, Wukong's bounced face again showed a very happy smile. Oh, we want to go back to Earth. We want to go back to Earth. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 28. Although they have been to many planets in the past 3 years, like Ye Chen, Wukong's favorite is the Earth. There are Grandpa Tortoise Immortal, Lord Karan, Beulah and Mupa, Bulma and Tisai, Grandpa Gohan, Shenlong who can fulfill any wish, and many, many delicious foods, her favorite that's it. Although I decided to leave here and go back to Earth, I was not in a hurry for such a moment. In order to express their gratitude to Ye Chen and Wukong, the novices held a grand banquet and brought many delicious fruits and objects to entertain them. After eating and drinking, everyone bounced around the fire again. It was not until after the banquet that Ye Chen and Wukong said goodbyes, and then they stepped on the spaceship under the farewell of a group of nomads. Wukong, brother Ye Chen, goodbye. Goodbye, Zilu, Malu, everyone. After saying goodbye to my friends on the planet Shamir, the spacecraft carrying Yuchen and Wukong rose into the air, and then rushed into the universe. The Earth, the capital of the West. It deserves to be the daughter of Dr. Bruv, the genius sister of our West capital. Miss Bulma, Miss Taisai, you have finished all your studies at a young age, don't know what the trick is. Bulma, Taisai, please take a photo with us. Get out of the way. Bulletin Bulma, slow down. Holding various certificates in her hands, Bulma pulled her sister out of the crowd, then got in the car and drove away. Ha, ha. Bulma, you are too anxious. Gasping constantly, Taisai, who was sitting in the co-pilot, said. Humph, those guys are so annoying, I don't bother to waste time with them. Yuchen and Wukong are coming, we have to go home quickly. With a light snort, Bulma said, but when it came to Yuchen and Wukong, Bulma's face was filled with the look of uncontrollable expectation. Yes, today is Bulma's 16th birthday. Yuchen and Wukong said they would come to us again on this day. It's been 6 years, I really miss it. For a moment, Taisai couldn't help but smile. Humph, wait to see how beautiful I am now, Yuchen will definitely be surprised. Damn Yuchen, he didn't come to see us for so long, and wait to see how I teach him. Oh, sister, are my clothes a bit rustic now, do you want to change one later? Seeing Bulma, who was talking about endlessly while driving the car, Taisai couldn't help being funny. Bulma really liked Yuchen. But in the end, any girl would like a handsome and powerful boy like Yuchen, even she herself. A thought arose in her mind, but Taisai quickly wiped it out. Yuchen is a person that Bulma likes, and he can't do things that I'm sorry for Bulma. Although I think so, but... Bulma was still talking endlessly, but she didn't notice the silence and lowness of her sister next to him. In the evening, Bulma's house. A huge cake was placed in the middle of the table, and 16 candles that were about to burn were placed on the cake. What? Bulma, can't you start? Mom is already very sleepy. Yawning, Mrs. Bruff said. I don't know how many times I looked at the wall clock on the wall, and then Bulmakyang smiled and said. Go on, let's start. Yuchen and Wukong must have something to delay their time, they won't be here today. Then let's start. Bulma, happy birthday. Mrs. Brive, Dr. Brive and Taisai all congratulated Bulma on a happy birthday. And then Bulma also cut the cake and gave it to everyone, but she only took 2 bites and stopped. Dad, Mom, Sister, I am a little sleepy, so I will go back to my room and rest. After speaking, Bulma ran into her room. Taze was about to catch up, but she was caught by Mrs. Bruff and shook her head. Bulma. Taisai's worried expression on her face couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Yuchen. It's already been agreed, why didn't you come, Yuchen, Wukong? At the same time, Bulma, who ran into her room, closed the door, but couldn't stand it anymore, tears rolled out of her eyes. To be continued. Chapter 45. Woohoo! Liar Yuchen! Liar Yuchen! I don't believe you anymore! Woohoo! On her bed, Bulma burst into tears. It's obviously agreed, and I have been working hard, why didn't you come over? Liar Yuchen! Liar Yuchen! Tuk tuk! Just when Bulma was crying and crying to death, she suddenly heard something knocking on the window. At first Bulma was too lazy to pay attention, thinking it was a small animal outside that hit the window, but the sound kept ringing, and Bulma became a little alert. Who is outside? Stop crying, Bulma asked. No one asked questions, but the sound of knocking on the window was still ringing. If I wanted to cry for a while, I didn't want to calm myself down. The anger in Bulma's heart ignited, and she opened the window when she was very angry. Slap! He didn't pay attention to his strength either, the windows were almost broken by Bulma. Just when Bulma was about to see what it was, she realized that there was nothing outside. However, at this moment, Laylet. Laylet. Boom. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, bright balls of light flew in the distant sky, and then exploded in the air like fireworks. The stars were shining brightly, and the whole sky was shining brightly. For a while, Bulma was a little dumbfounded. Good, so beautiful. But everything was not over yet. Suddenly there was another strong fragrance in the air, and then Bulma saw a patch of colorful raindrops falling from the sky. No, it's not raindrops, but beautiful petals. And, along with those petals, there was a figure holding flowers. The moment he saw that figure, Bulma couldn't help covering her lips, and tears came out of her eyes again. Sorry, it's a bit late. Long time no see, Bulma. And also, happy birthday. Floating in front of the window of Bulma's room, Ye Chen smiled and handed the flowers to Bulma. But Bulma didn't pick up any flowers, but stepped on the window and jumped out and fell on Ye Chen's body. Liar Ye Chen, why come so late? I killed you. I killed you. Ah, it hurts. Be lighter, Bulma, lighter. All the grievances broke out all at once. Bulma cried and choked on Ye Chen's body for a while, and Ye Chen screamed with pain and grinning. Flew into her room holding Bulma, and after a long time, Bulma vented completely before stopping. Bulma, are you a dog now? Why do you bite when you meet? You are a dog, I will bite you. Ye Chen's face was speechless, while Bulma was embarrassed and bit on Ye Chen's body again. Again. You bite me, and I bite you too. Thinking that Ye Chen really wanted to bite herself, Bulma quickly let go of her mouth in fright, but at this moment her lips were bitten by someone. Woohoo! Very embarrassed, Bulma still wanted to struggle at first. But gradually his body became weak and his eyes blurred, until the whole mind became dizzy and could only let someone bully. After a long time, Ye Chen finally let go of Bulma, adding his lips still intently. Well, the taste has become sweeter than before. Ye Chen made a comment, but Bulma was flushed with shame. Ye Chen, do it again. Bulma said. Ye Chen couldn't help but laughed. Sure enough, Bulma was still Bulma, just like before. Naturally not rejecting the girl's request, Ye Chen lowered his head and blocked Bulma's lips again, and at the same time hugged her and walked to the side of the bed. Speaking of it, Bulma has turned into a slim and beautiful girl at the age of 16. The place that should be convex is convex, and the place that should be warped is warped, and her body has developed into a decent appearance. In other words, the evil light flashed in his eyes, and Ye Chen's hands followed suit. With a sound of chuckle, Bulma's clothes soon turned into fragments, and they were scattered everywhere in the room. However, just when the two of them fell into obsessiveness and almost did something they liked. Bulma, are you okay? I just heard a strange noise in your room. The door to the room was pushed open, and Taze walked in from outside. However, when she saw Ye Chen and Bulma who were tangled in the room, Taisai was completely stunned. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Bulma was embarrassed, Ye Chen was also extremely embarrassed. As for Taisai, Bullet and Bulma, Ye Chen, you. After finally coming back to her senses, Taisai's cheek turned red, and she was about to scream instinctively. If she were to scream out, the fun tonight would be great. Ye Chen shot like lightning, almost teleporting to Taisai's side, covering her lips and closing the door of Bulma's room. I just felt that there was a flower in front of her. When Taisai recovered her senses, she was already lying on the bed. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 29. And right beside Bulma. Woohoo! Shy and anxious, Taze seemed to want to say something, but she sighed during the night. Taze, you shouldn't have come to Bulma's room at this time. 630 Since you have seen things you shouldn't have seen, then come with you too. It seems that the two sisters are not bad together, perhaps this is the so-called providence. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Bulma and Taisai both looked dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it. After that, they didn't want to say anything anymore, but directly started to act. Fireworks continued to bloom in the sky outside the window, but in the room there was a groan of a girl and the cracking of clothes. The next day, early morning. Pieces of clothing were scattered in the room, while Bulma and Taisai, who were not scattered, lay on both sides of Yechen, holding Yechen tightly. At a certain moment, a breeze blew from outside the window, and the faint coolness made Bulma and Taisai groan twice, and then the sisters opened their eyes almost at the same time. Bulma. Sister. You look at me, I look at you. The memories of last night came out in the minds of the sisters like a tide. Then. What? To be continued. PS1, this book is finally on the shelves. As always, thank you new and old readers for their support. PS2, on the first day of the day, I will also have a small outbreak. I cannot guarantee how many chapters there are, but at least 2 chapters. Chapter 46. Bulma, what's the matter with you, are you okay? Ah, it's okay, I'm okay, Mom, don't come in. Really? Really, I just saw a cockroach. It's all right now. Since it's okay, it's dawn, don't sleep in anymore, breakfast will be ready soon. Okay, I see. Nervous and panic, Bulma and Taisai both let out a long sigh of relief. But... Asshole Yechen, what have you done? What have you done? Thinking of those things last night, Bulma went violently, pinched Yechen's neck and shook it vigorously. Yechen did a lot of lustful things to her last night, and it can be said that he had already taken all the advantages in his body except for the last step. If it were just like this, Bulma wouldn't say anything. Anyway, he also liked Yechen, and it would be okay to do those things with the relationship between the two of them. However, this guy actually caught his sister in, and did those things to her. What? Calm down, Bulma. After yawning, Yechen gently tapped Bulma's forehead. Calm down, this guy actually calmed himself down. Bulma was really happy, and there was another round of questioning and beating against Yechen. However, her 2 jiao fists won't make Yechen feel even if she fought for 10 days and 10 nights. After beating her for most of the day, Bulma didn't care about Yechen, on the contrary, she was about to exhaust herself. Looking at Bulma, who was finally calmer, Yechen smiled slightly, and then took Bulma and Taisai into his arms. Bulma, I like you. Tais, I like you too. Yechen said, rubbing the 2 sisters' foreheads. The anger that had just subsided in Bulma's heart ignited again. Although Taisai had a bright color in her eyes, she lowered her head in silence and shame after seeing her sister Bulma's angry look. Hehe, I like this and that, too. Would you like to put my sister and me in your harem together? Sneered again and again. Bulma's tone was full of irony, but she nodded during the night. Yes, building a huge harem is one of my dreams. No, maybe any normal boy has had such a dream, but most of them have no ability to realize it, but I do. There is no need to doubt my heart, Bulma, I like you, and I have long regarded you as my girlfriend and future wife, but I will definitely not be the only woman in the future. Seeing that Yechen said these words so calmly, let alone Bulma, even Taisai was stunned. Pervert. Scum. Bad guy. In an instant, the angry Bulma scolded all the words she could think of. This guy Yechen really wants to open the harem. Knowing that Bulma was a little agitated at this time, Yechen was not in a hurry, and when she was tired of scolding and had to stop, did she speak again. Bulma, would you like to join my harem? Don't even think about it, I won't join anyone in the harem, stop dreaming. Even ashamed to ask himself such a question, Bulma really had the urge to kill the bastard. I really read him wrong. With an incomparable understanding of Bulma's character, her reactions and answers were also within Yechen's expectations. At this time, if she were to persuade Bulma or apologize to her and admit her mistakes, it would only make her more angry, and Ye Chen would naturally not do those stupid things. I have already figured out a plan to deal with it, and now the stimulation is almost the same, and I can start the next step. Bulma, if you really can't accept it, then our relationship can only end here. Ye Chen sighed, but Bulma, who heard the sound, seemed to have a thunder in his mind, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his entire face. What did you say, Ye Chen? Looking at Ye Chen blankly, Bulma couldn't believe what she had just heard. Bulma, I like you, so I don't want to hurt you. Now we have not reached the last step, even if we look back, we still have time. So, if you really can't accept it, then our relationship ends here, and I will never show up in front of you again. Ye Chen said calmly, while Bulma's face was pale and her whole body could not help shaking. Not to mention Bulma, even Taisai was shocked and unbelievable at this moment. Whether it was Bulma or Taisai, they never expected Ye Chen to be so decisive. Without giving the girls too much time to think, Ye Chen held up Bulma's cheek and spoke again. Bulma, make your choice. Then, tell me your answer. Me. The whole person was completely panicked. Bulma didn't even dare to look at Ye Chen's eyes. At first, she was very, very angry. The boy she liked suddenly told herself that he wanted the sisters to receive double and open the harem. Any normal girl would be angry. He didn't have any fault, he occupied the absolute reason, so Bulma was very angry when Ye Chen said those words, and kept asking Ye Chen. As long as it is a slightly more ambitious girl, she will refuse Ye Chen without hesitation at this moment. To determine the relationship is to determine the relationship. I really think how great you are, even if there is no you, there are many boys in the world who want to follow this lady. However, besides panic, Bulma's heart was still panic. She can't do it, she can't do it, she doesn't want to sever relationship with Ye Chen. From the moment when she was rescued by Ye Chen, she had already regarded Ye Chen as the Prince Charming given to her by the heavens. And Ye Chen left a deep mark on her heart. Since childhood, the only opposite sex that Bulma cared about and thought about was Ye Chen, and none of the other boys of the same age were seen by her. How can she let go of those emotions that are so deep that even Bulma can't detect them? However, to let Bulma join Ye Chen's harem, accept his sister take all, and even more women in the future, she can't do the same. Suddenly, Bulma fell into endless conflicts and struggles, and didn't know how to make a decision. Seeing Bulma's painful look, Taisai felt distressed, and she wanted to say something, but Ye Chen pressed her lips and shook her head. Although Ye Chen also knew that such a choice was cruel to Bulma, but in order to avoid more contradictions and pain in the future, he could only be cruel. After a long time. Bulma, can you tell me your answer now? Although the plan had already been worked out, Ye Chen couldn't help feeling a little nervous at this moment. If everything goes according to plan, it's okay, but if the game crashes accidentally, then he will be self-inflicted. Too mean, Ye Chen is too mean. Lifting his head, tears rolled directly from Bulma's eyes. However, seeing such a Bulma, Ye Chen was secretly relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. He has got Bulma's answer. To be continued. Chapter 47. Sorry, Bulma, this is the only thing, let me be despicable once. He rubbed Bulma's forehead affectionately, and then Ye Chen directly blocked Bulma's lips. Without struggling to resist, Bulma allowed Ye Chen to take and plunder, and his eyes gradually became blurred. Although not stated clearly, Bulma has made a choice and gave her answer. She can't lose Ye Chen. Taisai on the side could not help being surprised and complicated. The arrogant Bulma would make this choice. She really loves Ye Chen. After a long time, Ye Chen let go of Bulma, and Bulma finally calmed down his emotions. Ye Chen, if I had just made another choice, would you really break the relationship with me? Looking at Ye Chen, Bulma asked. This is a somewhat heavy question. However, under Bulma's gaze, Ye Chen grinned and showed a bright smile. How is this possible? I just frightened you a while ago. I really like Bulma, so why would I give up on you like this? If Bulma really chose to decide the relationship with me just now, then I will have to use the last alternative. Bully you fiercely, until Bulma you agree to join my harem. Looking at Ye Chen's smug look blankly, both Bulma and Taisai next to him were shocked. Ye Chen turned out to be just scaring Bulma. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 30. Liar Ye Chen! Liar Ye Chen! I'm fighting with you! Really getting mad, Bulma screamed loudly, and then threw herself on Ye Chen like a raging tigress, biting and beating again. Be gentle, Bulma, be gentle! Ye Chen kept yelling for mercy. In fact, with Ye Chen's current strength, his muscles and bones can be called copper-skinned iron bones. He mobilized a little breath to protect his body, not to mention Bulma's 2 jiao fists and a bit of broken teeth. Don't even want to hurt him even if it's a bullet. But in order to calm Bulma, he will cooperate. After a long time, Bulma, who had not been like Ye Chen, was very tired. Bulma, are you angry? Stroking Bulma's forehead, Ye Chen smiled. Hey, Ye Chen, big liar, I'll never ignore you anymore. Puffing angrily, Bulma put her head aside. She is more than angry, she is almost mad. Thanks to her being so serious about making choices just now, so painful and struggling, it turned out that this hateful guy was just lying to her. No matter what choice he made, he did not intend to let him go. Liar Ye Chen, liar Ye Chen. Although I felt extremely angry, Bulma also felt relieved. But she would not admit it. He smiled slightly. Although Bulma looked fierce at this time, she knew that Bulma was already done overnight, so the next step was Taisai. Tais, would you like to join my harem? Ye Chen asked, looking at Taisai next to her. Me? Her cheeks flushed, and Taisai couldn't help but panic. Especially when she met Bulma, Taisai was even more at a loss. Naturally, he also noticed his sister's reaction at this time. Bulma couldn't help but feel softened, and couldn't care about angering someone anymore. Sister, you have always liked this big villain, right? Bulma, I. Bulma said, and Taisai lowered her head in shame. Sister, don't deny it, I know everything. My sister has always rejected all the boys who pursue you. She has worked hard with me, although it is not necessary. Every time I talk about Ye Chen, my sister is always listening enthusiastically. Although it was suspicion at first, I later confirmed it completely. In order to prevent my sister and me from robbing Ye Chen, I always tell my sister about myself and Ye Chen every time, and show off in front of my sister, trying to make my sister retreat. Sorry, sister, sorry. Speaking of the back, Bulma's voice was a little choked. She had clearly discovered her sister's feelings for Ye Chen, but she was afraid that her sister would take her Ye Chen away, so she pretended not to find out, every time she deliberately showed off in front of her sister. Wanting to hit her made her retreat. She was so careful with her sister, she was really a bad woman. No, it's none of your business, Bulma, it's all my fault. Seeing Bulma started crying, Taisai was also a little at a loss, and quickly comforted her. Woohoo! Sorry, sister. Me too, Bulma. Tears rolled in his eyes, and the two sisters hugged each other tightly, feeling extremely guilty in each other's hearts. Ye Chen couldn't help but slapped his lips, which was really a somewhat unexpected development. It seems that he doesn't need to do anything anymore, Bulma has done it for him. The two sisters held each other and cried for a long time, and finally gradually recovered their emotions. Ye Chen finally found a chance to regain his sense of existence again. Tais, can you tell me your answer now? If I don't agree, will you bully me until I agree? Yes. Although Ye Chen had already expected Ye Chen's answer, Taisai couldn't help but give him a blank look when he looked at his natural way. Then do I have a choice? No, You don't. With a grin, Ye Chen also blocked Taisai's lips. Although extremely shy, Taisai did not refuse in the end. Maybe this is not bad, Bulma and herself can get happiness together. Bad Ye Chen, are you happy now? If you dare to fail my sister and me in the future, see how we teach you. Watching this guy bully his sister, Bulma gritted her teeth. Bulma, I can promise you this, I will never let you down. Ye Chen said with a serious look. I just talk about it casually, it's not. Seeing Ye Chen's seriousness, Bulma herself was a little at a loss. My heart was funny, just when Ye Chen was about to do something to the sisters, suddenly a figure crawled in from the window, and then fell into Bulma's room with a bang. It is Wukong. Wu. Ye Chen, I'm so hungry. With a pair of dark circles under her eyes, Wukong looked so hungry that she had no energy. Dancing, Wukong. Ah! Bulma and Taisai couldn't help screaming, and hurriedly searched for their clothes, and Ye Chen couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth. This stupid girl, wouldn't it be a Qigong bomb thrown out all night? To be continued. Chapter 48. You, delicious and delicious. In the living room, Ye Chen and Wukong continued to wipe out delicious dishes. Even though they had seen their exaggerated eating speed, the Bulma people on the side couldn't help but their eyes jumped. Wow! Xiao Yechen and Xiao Wukong are still in the same spirit as before, let me bring out the rest of the dishes. Mrs. Bref smiled. Woo! Thank you, Aunt Breve. It's been a long time since they had eaten such delicious earth dishes. Ye Chen and Wukong couldn't stop at all. Eliminating all the dishes prepared by Mrs. Bref, Ye Chen and Wukong also patted their round belly, finally showing a trace of satisfaction. In the living room, several housework robots cleaned the tableware and tables, and Mrs. Bref also prepared refreshments for everyone. Xiao Yechen, let me tell you, I didn't wait for you to come here yesterday. Bulma was sad and almost crying. Ah, mother, don't tell these things. Mrs. Bref said, and Bulma, who was flushed, quickly covered his mother's mouth. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. After so many years, Mrs. Bref not only has not changed much, but her personality is still exactly the same as before. What an interesting mother. Aunt Breve, Uncle Breve, I want to tell you one thing. Standing up, Ye Chen said. Looking at Ye Chen's serious face, Bulma and Taisai felt a bad feeling at the same time. Ye Chen wanted to. Xiao Yechen, what do you want to tell us? Aunt Breve, Uncle Breve, I am now dating Bulma and Taisai, and they have also agreed to be my girlfriends and will become my wives in the future. After hearing Ye Chen's words, the whole hall fell into a dead silence. Bulma and Taisai couldn't help but open their mouths wide, just feeling that their hearts were about to jump out. Stupid Ye Chen, we only need to know these things by ourselves. How can you tell them to your parents? As if knowing what the two women were thinking, Ye Chen looked over, and at the same time stroked the foreheads of Bulma and Taisai. Bulma, Taisai, these things will be known to uncles and aunts after all, so you can't let you follow me sneakily all the time, right? Don't worry, I will solve everything, there will be no problems. Obviously, they were nervous and excited to death the moment before, but Bulma and Taisai were inexplicably relieved at this moment. Ye Chen standing in front of them made them feel very reliable, and almost subconsciously chose to believe him. Xiao Yechen, you want to associate with Bulma and Taisai, aren't you with one of them? Yes, Aunt Breve, I like both of your daughters, and I will take them as my own. Mrs. Bref asked, tilting her head, and Ye Chen nodded bluntly. Without much expression on her face, Mrs. Bref looked at Taisai and Bulma again. Bulma, Taisai, you also like Xiao Yechen, did you intend to date him together? Bulma and Taisai bit their heads and nodded with their cheeks flushed. Well, I do. Me too, mother. When they said these words, Bulma and Taisai couldn't help but close their eyes, and their hearts became even more nervous. Will be angry, mother will definitely be angry. However, what is surprising is, since Bulma and Taisai agree, so be it. Clapping her hands, Mrs. Bruf's eyes were bent into crescents. Mom, aren't you angry? We are going to date Ye Chen together. Both Bulma and Taisai had unbelievable expressions. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 31. Why are you angry? Xiao Yuchen likes you, and you are also willing to associate with Xiao Yuchen. Isn't that all right? Is there any problem? Mrs. Bruf asked back. Bulma and Taisai opened their lips, and they had nothing to answer. Very good, very powerful, with such a brain circuit, you deserve to be a mother. Xiao Yuchen, as a boy, you must take good care of Bulma and Taisai in the future. I will definitely protect them and will not let them suffer any harm. Mrs. Bruf looked at Ye Chen again, and Ye Chen promised. Even if the affairs of Bulma, Taisai and Ye Chen were so settled, Dr. Bruf opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but seeing everyone had ignored him, he finally chose to be silent. Although he is a well-known scientist, the president of the Universal Capsule Company, and the richest man in the world, his sense of presence and status in this family are ranked first from the bottom, even Bulma and Taisai. As well as the things that my wife has decided, there is no need to get his consent again. The atmosphere relaxed again, although there was still a hint of shyness, but Bulma and Taisai also let go of a big rock in their hearts. Having obtained the consent of the mother, they will be able to date with Ye Chen in a fair manner. Dr. Bruf greeted and fiddled with his own machines, while Ye Chen, Mrs. Bruf, and the Bulma daughters were enjoying delicious refreshments in the hall. At this moment, a special report suddenly appeared in the news on TV. Look, everyone, these are the two mysterious objects that fell on the edge of our city last night. They are neither meteors nor meteorites. According to our scientists' analysis, they are very likely to be spacecraft from other planets. It is amazing. On the TV, a group of scientists carefully moved two giant baseball-like spaceships to the car, while a reporter was reporting excitedly. Ah, spaceship, our ship. Seeing that he and Ye Chen's spaceship had been picked up, Wukong on the side suddenly couldn't help but jump up. That's your spaceship. Bulma, Taise, and Mrs. Brive were all 1.0 and could not help being shocked. Ah, in fact, Wukong and I just rushed back from the universe last night. In order to congratulate Bulma on your birthday, we rushed to pick some flowers in the forest, so there was no time to deal with them. Ye Chen said casually, while Bulma looked dazed. She didn't have time to worry about the universe, but when she thought of the beautiful petals that were scattered all over the sky when Ye Chen appeared last night, Bulma didn't expect that Ye Chen and the others personally went to gather it from the forest. How long should it take to pick so many petals? Ye Chen. Feeling moved in a daze, Bulma rushed to Ye Chen's body. To be continued. PS1, there will probably be 6 chapters updated today, and there will be 2 more in the evening. For my professional second watch beast, you are content. Chapter 49. Neither you nor Wukong are Earthlings, but the scion called planet Vegeta. Yes. You haven't been on Earth in the past 3 years, but have gone to the universe to practice and practice. Yes. Bulma sent out 2 exclaimed questions in a row, and Ye Chen nodded with a smile. Ye Chen briefly told Bulma and the others about the affairs of himself and Wukong, but it was no surprise that Bulma, Taisai, and Mrs. Brive were shocked. They thought that there were enough magical things in Ye Chen and Wukong, but they didn't expect that the real situation was more than they thought. Ah, not good. That's our spaceship, you can't let those guys take it away, I'll get them back. Bulma couldn't help but shouted loudly. Not caring about the identities of Ye Chen and Wukong aliens, Bulma thought that their spacecraft was taken away by those so-called scientists. Ye Chen couldn't help being funny secretly, this girl had already assumed the role so soon. Give them what they want. Anyway, we won't need those 2 spaceships for now. No, how can the things in our house be cheaper? Those guys, I'm going to come back. Ye Chen said indifferently, but Bulma quit, and rushed to the side to call someone. If Bulma wants to come back, just follow her. Ye Chen didn't say anything, but Taisai, who was on the side, sat beside Ye Chen with his eyes beaming. Hey, Ye Chen, tell me about you and Wukong's cultivating experience on an alien planet, okay? Are you interested in those things, Taisai? It's not impossible for me to tell you, give me a kiss first. Unable to withstand the curiosity in her heart, even though she was extremely shy, Taisai finally met someone's shameless request. Laughing, Ye Chen didn't break his promise, and told them some things he and Wukong had experienced on the outer planet. At the beginning, only Taze and Mrs. Briff were listening, but Bulma didn't bother to take care of the spacecraft at the back, and ran back and listened with relish. Those magical alien stories make Taisai and the others feel extremely novel. They become nervous whenever they hear that Yuchen and Wukong are in danger, and whenever they hear that Yuchen and Wukong defeat powerful enemies, then they would cheer excitedly again. Later, Taisai found a pen and a notebook while listening to it. According to her, if the experiences of Ye Chen and Wukong were written into a book, many people would be interested. Ye Chen remembers that in the original Dragon Ball, Taisai seems to be a very popular adventure novelist. Even for this reason, he even gave up her original superior living conditions and left home to work and experience life. Naturally, Ye Chen would not interfere with these interests of Taisai. Since she loved to listen to Ye Chen, she would tell her more, which satisfies the curiosity of the girl. In the next few days, Ye Chen and Wukong also stayed in Bulma's house. Every day, Bulma and Taisai would take Ye Chen and Wukong to play around in the West capital. Eating, drinking, and having fun to your heart's content is a good way to make up for the missing years of life on Earth by Ye Chen and Wukong. After playing for a few days, Ye Chen also planned to leave. Speaking of it, it has been 6 years since he and Wukong left Gaixian Island to go out to practice, and I don't know what Gaixianren is doing now. After returning this time, Ye Chen plans to visit Gaixian Island again. Bulma, Taisai, do you want to be with us? After proposing the idea that he and Wukong were leaving, Ye Chen also asked Bulma and Taisai. Of course, my sister and I won't have to go to school anymore. Ye Chen, don't even think about leaving us behind. Well, I also want to go on an adventure with Ye Chen. Both women replied without hesitation. The relationship with Bulma and Taisai has been formally confirmed. And Ye Chen is quite reluctant to bear them. It is naturally best that they are willing to follow together. Soon they packed up their respective salutes, and after Dr. Briff and Mrs. Briff's farewell, Ye Chen and Wukong called Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun, and the 4 of them planned to leave. Ha ha ha! Somersault Cloud, I miss you so much. Jumping onto his own somersault cloud, Wukong laughed, and Hey Du Yun also flew forward and rubbed Ye Chen's body very affectionately. Let Bulma and Taisai ride on the black Du Yun, and then Ye Chen also jumped up. Goodbye, Uncle Bruv, Aunt Bruv. Goodbye, Xiao Yechen, Xiao Wukong. Bulma, Taisai, take care of yourself, Mother will miss you. We will miss you too, Mother. After the agreement was made, he would often come back. After saying goodbye, Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun carried Ye Chen to the sky, and soon disappeared from the vision of Dr. Breve and Mrs. Breve. Layla. In the sky, a stream of gold and black flashed quickly. Looking at the receding scenery below, Bulma and Taisai both seemed a little excited. From now on they can also follow Ye Chen and Wukong to every corner of this world to explore freely. Ye Chen, where are we going now? Leaning on Ye Chen, Bulma asked. 960. Let's go to Kailan Ta first. Ye Chen replied. Kailan Ta? It's the legendary Kailan Ta, where the fairy lives can't reach the end. It seems that I have also heard some legends about Kailan Ta, and Bulma and Taisai both showed surprise. Yes, it's the Kailan Ta. Hey, Do immortals really exist on Kalen Tat, Ye Chen? Ye Chen nodded. Bulma and Taisai also asked curiously. Of course I have. Before, Wukong and I received the guidance of the fairy on Kalen Tat, where we practiced for a year. This time we came back and went to see the fairy and the two under Kalen Tat. A friend. Impressive. Yuchen, what do the immortals on Kalen Tat look like? Ye Chen replied, and Bulma and Taisai couldn't help but become more curious. It is unbelievable that there really are immortals in this world. Well, I won't tell you this for now, wait and see for yourself, I promise you will be surprised. Thinking of the cat fairy, Ye Chen couldn't help but a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Speeding all the way, under the look that Bulma and Taisai expected, Kalen Tat soon appeared in the eyes of everyone. To be continued. Chapter 50. Master Carlin, it's been a long time. Oh, it's Ye Chen and Wukong, long time no see. Holding Bulma and Taisai and fell on the Kalen Tower, Ye Chen also saw the Kalen fairy again. Ha ha ha. Master Carlin, I have grown taller, and you are still as short as before. Wukong laughed happily when discovering that Master Carlin had become shorter than himself. Smelly girl, I want you to control. Blowing on his beard, Immortal Kalen said in an angry manner. Ye Chen, won't you tell us that this big fat cat is a legendary fairy? Looking at the fat big white cat in front of them, Bulma and Taisai were a little unbelievable. Yes, this is the fairy Karen on the Kalen Tat. Well, hearing Ye Chen's answer, Bulma and Taisai only felt that the immortal image they had created in their hearts was instantly broken, and at the same time they understood why Ye Chen had such a mysterious smile before. Unbelievable, a big fat cat turns out to be a fairy in the legend. The cat can't be a fairy, little girl, do you have any opinions on me? Stroking his beard, Immortal Kalen was also a little speechless. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 32. Don't underestimate me because I am a cat. Believe it or not, I will hit you 100. Bulma, don't be rude. Master Carlin is a great fairy who has always guarded the land under our feet. Master Carlin, they are Bulma and Taisai. They are not malicious. Please forgive them for being rude. Knocked Bulma's little head to stop her talking nonsense, and then Ye Chen also introduced the identities of the two sisters to Kalen. It's just two little girls, I won't take it to heart. Raising his neck, Immortal Carlin said slowly. As a fairy cat with a broad mind, he naturally wouldn't care about such little things. Confirming that the big fat cat in front of her is really a fairy in the legend, Sister Bulma also put away her contempt. Sir, I'm sorry just now, it's all my fault, I'm not good. Approaching Immortal Kalen, Bulma smiled flatteringly. With nothing to do with courtesy, whoever commits rape is stealing, the Karen Immortal has an expression that penetrates everything. Little girl, what do you want to do? He, you deserve to be Immortal Lord. Sir Fairy, can you help me become more beautiful? Although I am super beautiful now, I still want to become more beautiful, please. Can't do it. Bulma looked pleased, but Immortal Kalen was not polite. How about helping me make my breasts bigger? Just a little bigger. Can't do it. Then help me whiten my skin a little bit more, is it all right now? Can't do it. Bulma, who refused to give up, tried 2 more times, but Immortal Kalen's answer was always impossible, and Bulma was also a bit angry. This can't be done, it can't be done, what kind of fairy, it's useless. I am an immortal, and I am not a dragon to help people realize their wishes. You have found the wrong person. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Immortal Kalen also looked defeated. Bulma, stop pestering Master Karen. You are beautiful enough now, your breasts are big enough, and your skin is white. It's my favorite type. Ye Chen was also a little amused, and quickly pulled Bulma back. With a twisted face, Bulma was a little embarrassed after hearing Ye Chen say this, but she was very happy in her heart. By the way, Immortal Kalen, this is a gift for you." Thinking of something, Ye Chen took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Suddenly, many marinated dried fish were placed everywhere. Sniff! What is this? The nose moved, Immortal Callan couldn't help but move. These are some delicious fishes that Wukong and I caught during our practice on an alien planet. They are all high-end goods. You can't find them on the Earth. Master Carlin, please try them. Ye Chen smiled, and Immortal Callan swallowed fiercely, then picked up a piece and tasted it. Woo! Good, delicious meow. I have never tasted such a delicious food before, and the fairy Karan squinted his eyes and felt that the pores all over his body were about to open. Master Carlin, can you give us some more of your fairy beans? Seeing that Immortal Callan was very useful, Ye Chen said quickly. Woo! Go get it yourself, you can get as much as you want. Already immersed in the delicious dried fish dishes, Immortal Callan said indifferently. Although fairy beans are very precious, he doesn't usually use it, so he doesn't care much. After getting permission from Immortal Callan, Ye Chen showed a successful smile. And brought Wukong and Bulma to the place where the fairy beans were stored. The output of fairy beans is very low. In the early stage of the original Dragon Ball, it seems that many of them are counted by altars, but those are the savings of the Karan immortals for hundreds of years. As Monkey King and others continue to fight and consume, Yajiro Soldier's Way's idiot even eats immortal beans like jelly beans. In the later stage, immortal beans have become very rare. Each time Sun Wukong and others can get at most a few dozen from the Karan fairy. In fact, Ye Chen and Wukong still have some fairy beans on them, but since there are still a lot of fairy beans in stock, Ye Chen feels that it is better to ask for more from Immortal Callan. Since Immortal Callan agreed to let him take as much as possible, Ye Chen was not polite, and took away an altar, almost in the form of thousands of grains. Ye Chen, what does this thing called Xianda do? Seeing Ye Chen holding the jar as a baby, Taisi asked curiously. This is a good thing, as long as you take one pill, you can guarantee that you will not be hungry for 10 days, and any injury can be quickly recovered. Ye Chen explained to the two women, and Bulma and Taisai both showed surprise. This is so amazing. You'll know if you have the opportunity to experiment in the future, don't waste it now. Store the fairy beans in the universal capsule, Ye Chen said. Although there are many fairy beans in a jar, they will no longer be short of fairy beans in the short term, but no matter how much it is, it will always be used up. So Ye Chen is also thinking about whether he can let Bulma and the others research whether they can grow them by themselves. For fairy beans, it would be best if the yield can be increased. But these things are not in a hurry, let's talk about them later. After visiting Immortal Callan, I got the celestial beans I wanted. After staying on Kailan Ta for a while, Ye Chen planned to leave with a few girls. But before that, Master Carlin, there is one more thing I want to tell you. To be continued. Chapter 51. Master Carlin, goodbye. Saying goodbye to Immortal Callan, Bulma and Taisai got on the black and somersault clouds, while Ye Chen and Wukong jumped directly off Kailan Ta. Standing on the edge of the temple and watching Ye Chen disappear into the sea of clouds, Immortal Callan looked complicated. Ye Chen, the kid, really told him an incredible thing just now. Ye Chen, where are we going now? Flying beside Ye Chen on the black bucket cloud, Bulma asked. There are two friends of Wukong and I under Kailan Ta. Now go and visit them. Enjoying the feeling of free fall, Ye Chen said. Although I didn't know who Ye Chen was talking about, Bulma didn't ask any more. Anyway, she and her sister only need to follow Ye Chen and Wukong wherever they go. They had just followed Ye Chen on their journey and saw the legendary fairy. Although the fairy was a useless big fat cat, Bulma was still very much looking forward to the next journey. Following Ye Chen, they can stay at school and home much more fun than before. After falling to the ground, Ye Chen and the others also saw Pala, the tower guard under Kailan Ta. A few years have passed, and Bra's body has also increased a bit of vicissitudes, and Bra's son Wupa has grown from a small 723 ps into a small Zhengtai. After seeing Yechen and Wukong, Bra was very happy. But little Upa could not recognize them. But it's normal for children to not remember. Although they were a little scared when they saw strangers at first, after Wukong and him ran 2 laps on the grass for a while, they became good friends again. Yechen gave some gifts back from the alien planet to Paula, and Paula also went to catch a few big fish and beasts to make delicious dishes to entertain the few people enthusiastically. While enjoying the pure and natural delicacy, Yechen, while recounting the old with Bra, Bulma, and Taisai, were also very curious about Bra and his son. The tower guards who have guarded Kailin-Ta for generations are like the legends in the storybook. Bulma is a little better, but Taisai is very exciting and novel, and she took out her own little book to write and paint. It is estimated that she wants to use Bra and Sons as materials for writing in her novels. Inside. Bola, you can almost challenge Kailin-Ta with your current strength. After eating and drinking, Yechen said to Bra. I don't know if it was the encouragement of those few words. Yechen found that Bra's breath was much stronger than it was a few years ago. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to climb Kailin-Ta with his current strength. I plan to talk about it in a few years. When Upa grows up, I will teach him the responsibility of the tower guard and everything before I challenge Kailin-Ta. The big thick hand scratched his head. Bra said. Nodded. Yechen could be regarded as understanding Bra's thoughts. After imparting the responsibilities and survival skills of the tower guard to his children, he can challenge Kailin-Ta without any concerns. Even if the challenge fails, Upa will guard the tower. The responsibilities of people are passed on. They didn't harass them for too long. After eating and drinking and resting for a while, Yechen and the others also planned to get up and leave. Goodbye, Paula, Upa. Goodbye, Yechen, son Wukong. Wukong, come and play in the future. They said goodbye to each other twice, and then under the watchful eyes of Bra and his son, He Du Yun and Somersault Yun carried Yechen and Wukong and disappeared into the sky. It feels like Bra, Wupa, and their ancestors are so great. They have guarded that tower for generations. Lying in Yechen's arms, Taisai sighed. Generations have used their lives to guard that sacred place. They can indeed be described as great. How about it, have you collected the material you want? Shaving Taisai's nose, Yechen smiled. Well, I have collected a lot of precious materials. But Mr. Paula doesn't like talking very much. It really made me work hard for these materials. Bola and the others have lived under Kailin-Ta all their lives. They rarely communicate with outsiders. It's pretty good to be able to tell you so much. Didn't you see how embarrassed he was before? Of course I saw it. It always feels super fun. Mr. Paula is so old and as simple as a child. So you deliberately teased him like that? Taisai, it turns out that you are also a little witch. Hey, are there? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Talking and laughing along the way, passing through several wide jungles and sea areas, soon Gaixian Island was caught in front of a group of people. Ha, it's the island of Grandpa Gaixianren. Seeing the Gaixian Island and the Gaixian hut from a distance, Wukong happily bounced on the somersault cloud. Hey, Yechen! What kind of person is that teacher Wushan? It must be a great person to be able to teach a disciple like you and Wukong. Knowing that Yechen and Wukong were going back this time to visit teacher Wu Tian who taught them martial arts, Bulma and Taisai both asked curiously. Teacher Wu Tian is also known as the Gaixianren. He created the Gaixian Liao Wadao and is known as the god of martial arts. A great elder. Yechen briefly introduced the identity of the Zyagi immortal to Bulma and Taisai, and the two girls who heard the sound couldn't help being astonished. A few hundred years ago. How old is your teacher? There are almost 300 majority. 300 years old. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 33. Bulma and Taisai were shocked to hear that immortal turtle was so old. Human beings can live so long, they wouldn't believe it if it weren't for Ye Chen's death. It's no wonder what turtle fairy is called, it really lives as long as a turtle. Teacher Wu Tian said that he had taken some immortality before, and it is probably no problem to live for a few hundred years. There is no surprise. The Master Carlin, whom we have only met before, has lived for more than 800 years. 800 years, that big fat cat. Ye Chen had a casual tone, while Bulma and Taisai felt that they were dizzy. No wonder they are all called immortals, these are too alive. That teacher Wu Tian must be a very kind elder, isn't it impolite for us to meet someone like this? A little nervous, Bulma and Taisai asked. Just forget about kindness. I used to be like a wise and upright old man, but now he's just a pure old man. Ye Chen twitched the corners of his mouth when thinking of the current virtues of immortal turtle. Lose, old color. Ah, you'll know when you see it later. It is said that the elderly should also find some joy in life. Teacher Wu Tian discarded his own morals and changed from a turtle immortal to a seductive immortal. So you should pay attention to it later, don't let him take advantage of it. Bulma and Taisai are his own women. Ye Chen doesn't want them to be taken advantage of, even if they are immortal turtles, so he also let them pay attention in advance. Unbelievable, just when the two women were about to ask something more, Hei Du Yun and Somersault Yun stopped flying, and they had also reached Gaixian Island. To be continued. Chapter 52. Turtle, long time no see. Holding Bulma and Taisai jumped to the island, Ye Chen greeted the turtles basking on the beach. Change turtle, I miss you so much. Wukong also jumped down, and then picked up the sea turtle to jump happily. Oh, it's Ye Chen and Wukong. Long time no see, welcome back. Recognizing Ye Chen and Wukong, the turtles immediately welcomed the return of the two with great joy. Turtle, is Teacher Wu Tian home? At home, I am watching TV in the house with Monkey King at the moment. Brother Gohan is here too. Probably son Gohan came over a year after you left, and then stayed with us. So that's the case, let's go first to see Teacher Wushan and Brother Wufan. Okay, I'll take you there. The turtle climbed in front and wanted to take a few people into the house to see the Turtle Fairy and the Monkey King, but its speed was too slow. Wukong directly carried it up, and ran hopping on his head. Entered the house. Let's go in too, said to Bulma and Taisai, and then the three followed along. At the same time, in the Turtle Fairy hut. One-a-two, one-a-two. Raise your legs. One-a-two, one-a-two. Strong harder. One-a-two, one-a-two. Several hot beauties on the TV are doing aerobics, while the Turtle Fairy and Monkey King are lying on the ground while chanting slogans and doing the actions on the TV. The beauties on TV are quite seductive doing aerobics, but the two grandfathers are also doing those actions. How the screen looks like it collapses. The Turtle Immortal, Monkey King, Wukong and Ye Chen are back. Wukong and Ye Chen are back. Grandpa Turtle Fairy, Grandpa Gohan, we're back. When they ran into the house, Turtle and Wukong shouted. What? The sound in the room was noisy, the Turtle Immortal and Monkey King did not hear clearly, but they turned their heads. Grandpa Gaixianren, it's me, Wukong, I'm Wukong. Putting the turtle down, Wukong pointed to himself and said. Wukong. Stared at Wukong for a long time, and then the Turtle Immortal jumped up. It's Wukong, it's Wukong, you guys are back. Ha ha ha. Like a child, the Turtle Fairy happily grabbed Wukong's hand, and the two of them were jumping around in the room. Teacher Wu Tian, we are back. Oh, even Ye Chen is here, you all have grown up. Ye Chen greeted Immortal Turtle, and Immortal Turtle sighed. When I left Gaixian Island to go out to practice, Ye Chen was 12 years old and Wukong was 6 years old, but now Ye Chen is 18 years old and Wukong is also 12 years old. In the entire 6 years, both Yechen and Wukong have changed a lot. The turtle fairy almost didn't recognize it. Brother Gohan, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, junior brother Yechen. Yechen said hello to the Monkey King, and Monkey King smiled and nodded. Just now I learned from High Turtle that Sun Wufan was also here. Yechen had some small surprises. When he left Baizai Mountain, he just made a passing suggestion. He didn't expect this senior to actually leave Baizai Mountain and come to Gaixian Island. Teacher Wu Tian lives together. But it's okay. The teacher and the apprentice also have a companion. The picture of them doing aerobics together in the room just now looks very harmonious. Everyone recounted the past. Gaixian Ren and Sun Wufan naturally noticed the two daughters Bulma and Taisai behind Yechen. Yechen, who are they? The turtle fairy asked. They are Bulma and Taisai, both my girlfriends. Bulma, Taisai, this is teacher Wu Tian, the tortoise fairy who taught me and Wukong martial arts. This is Sun Wufan, a major disciple of teacher Wushan, and my brother Wukong. Yechen introduced the identities of the Bulma sisters and Gaixianren to each other, and Bulma and Taisai also politely snorted to the Gaixianren and Sun Wufan. Hello, teacher Wu Tian, senior Sun Wufan, I am Bulma. I am Taisai. Please take care. You are all Yechen's girlfriends. After taking a closer look, Immortal Turtle also found out that Bulma and Taisai were both too beautiful, and he was immediately shocked. If one of them is Yechen's girlfriend, it's not a mistake, right? Yes, teacher Wu Tian, we are all Yechen's girlfriends. The cheeks were reddening. Bulma and Taisai were also a little ashamed. It's not that brat who used force to force you. Tell me, if he forces you by force, I will teach him a lesson now and let him apologize to you. Gaixian's face was serious. Although he has become a lecherous grandfather now, Gaixianren is still a just martial artist. If Yechen really dares to use his martial arts to force others, he will never turn a blind eye today. Teacher Wu Tian, I didn't use force to force them. I didn't ask you, I asked them. Yechen wanted to defend himself with a few words, but Gaixian directly interrupted Yechen. Shrugging, Yechen didn't say anything anymore. Since teacher Wu Tian wants to ask, let him ask. Yechen didn't force us. We like Yechen, all of them are voluntary, and our mother has also agreed with us and Yechen. Although I felt embarrassed, Bulma and Taisai said the truth. Confirming that both sisters were willing and not forced by Yechen's force, Immortal Turtle's expression also eased a lot. However, Immortal Turtle quickly rose up in his heart. Damn it, why didn't he encounter such a good thing? Boy, how did I teach you? Our martial arts school can't have extra evil thoughts, have you forgotten? It doesn't matter if I find a girlfriend, I will find two if I pay you back. I will drive you out of the teacher's door. I will drive you out of the teacher's door. Grasping Yechen's collar, Immortal Turtle roared loudly, even spraying Yechen's face. Teacher Wu Tian, what martial arts school can't have evil thoughts? You are obviously jealous. After wiping the saliva on his face, Yechen replied silently. Dare to talk back to me? Walk around, let's go out and make gestures, let me see if you have made any progress over the years. Angrily, Immortal Gui took Yechen and walked outside, going out to make gestures with Yechen. It's just that after more than 10 minutes. Ouch! Even the teacher dared to fight, you stinky boy who doesn't respect the teacher at all. Holding his stomach, Immortal Turtle groaned on the ground. Teacher Wu Tian, I have already let you go. You must bump into it yourself. Standing in front of Gaixianren, there was a black line on Yechen's end. Hehe, Grandpa Gaixian, you are so weak now. Squatting next to Gaixianren, Wukong also smiled authentically. Smelly girl, even you laugh at me. Look at me, look at me. Furious, Immortal Turtle wanted to stand up and teach the two stinky boys and stinky girls in front of him, but the strength was not sustained, and he finally leaned back on the ground. To be continued. Chapter 53, Ye Chen's Ambition. The wind is sunny, and there are a few seagulls in the distance from time to time. Ya ya ya. Drink 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 drink. On the beach in front of the Gaixian hut, Wukong and Sun Yufan were fighting fiercely. Come and I will have a great time playing on the beach. It has been several days since Ye Chen and the others returned to Gaixian Island. They love Wukong very much. Whenever they are free these days, Sun Yufan will work with Wukong practice to guide Wukong's practice. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 34. In fact, even if the Sun Gohan's strength is 10 more, it is not Wukong's opponent now, but Wukong doesn't care, she just treats Gohan's grandpa playing with her. On the beach next to him, Bulma, Taisai and Ye Chen were wearing sunglasses lying on the rocking chair and blowing the sea breeze comfortably. Ye Chen also threw out a few qigong bombs on the distant sea. There are big waves, and he looks bored. Bulmason, Tai sang, would you like some juice? At this moment, the turtle immortal walked to Taisai and Bulma with 2 glasses of juice, looking flattering. Thank you, Teacher Wu Tian. Then we're welcome. Just a bit thirsty, Bulma and Taisai thanked them, took the juice and drank. He he he. No thanks, no thanks. If you really want to thank you, just show me your fat and fat times. The old face was slightly red, and the immortal turtle looked twisted, and then said. Taisai helplessly stroked her forehead, and Bulma jumped at the corner of her eyes, and kicked the immortal turtle out with 1 foot. Go away, you unscrupulous old man. As the legendary god of martial arts, it is also the teacher of Ye Chen and Wukong. At first, Bulma and Taisai respected the Gaixian people very much, but this unscrupulous old man actually wanted to see it from time to time. Their fat times, Bulma and Taisai would never be polite to him. It hurts. Immortal Turtle got up from the ground while crying, and Ye Chen also sighed helplessly. Teacher Wushan, Bulma and Taisai are your disciples' girlfriends, so you should be a little restrained anyway. What does it matter, teacher? I just want to see how fat girls are, and I won't let them lose a piece of meat. Without repentance, Immortal Turtle said shamelessly, Ye Chen couldn't help but a black line. Originally, Ye Chen planned to stay longer when he came back this time, but now it seems that he should take Bulma and the others away as soon as possible. Teacher Wu Tian has completely abandoned his morals as a martial artist, and has gone farther and farther on the road of the celestial being. If he stays here again, he might take advantage of Bulma and Taisai someday. Ye Chen didn't want that kind of thing to happen. Ye Chen, come and play too. After the practice with Monkey King was over, Wukong ran up and down, and then pounced on Ye Chen. Give me a rest and talk. Seeing Wukong, who was already sweating profusely and still thinking about playing, Ye Chen said angrily. With a bright smile on his face, Wukong rubbed Ye Chen's body back and forth, and wiped all the sweat from her body onto Ye Chen's body. Brother Gohan, Wukong didn't hurt you, right? Seeing Monkey King rubbing his arm and grinning, Ye Chen said with a smile. Hey, old man, I am no longer Wukong's opponent. Son Gohan sighed. Although there were some minor frustrations and injuries, he was more pleased. At this age, Wukong already has a strength far surpassing him or even Teacher Wu Tian, and he is also happy for Wukong in his heart. In fact, Monkey King's strength is still pretty good. As far as humans are concerned, he is definitely a top-level master, but in the face of Ye Chen and Wukong today, neither he nor the Turtle Immortal are indeed quite impressive. Teacher Wushan, Brother Gohan, we plan to leave here tomorrow. After thinking about it, Ye Chen said. Are you leaving just a few days ago? Anything important? It was all for a moment, and then the Turtle Fairy asked. I plan to challenge the gods. Ye Chen replied. Challenge the gods? Master Carlin, you mean? With your current strength, Even Master Carlin shouldn't be your opponent, right? The brow was urgent, and the Gaixian was puzzled. No, I am not referring to Lord Karan, but the god who lives in the Temple of Heaven. Ye Chen shook his head, and Immortal Turtle finally showed shock this time. You actually want to challenge that god? Ordinary people don't even know the existence of gods, but Immortal Turtle once climbed the Kalin Tower and learned some things about the heavens from Immortal Kalin. And Immortal Karan once told Immortal Turtle that there is a higher level of god above him, and that is the god who really controls the earth. Not bad. Ye Chen nodded. After taking a deep breath, Immortal Turtle couldn't help being complicated. Have you reached that level now? When I want to come to Gaixianren, Ye Chen's challenge to the gods is definitely to try his own power. But what Immortal Turtle doesn't know is that it's easy to beat that god with Ye Chen's current power. The reason why he wants to challenge the god is not to try his own power, but to his god position. Of course, Ye Chen will not say these things yet. Teacher Wu Tian, I have already told Master Karan about this. He should have already notified the Lord God of the things I want to challenge. I will bring Wukong and Bulma tomorrow. They are heading to the Temple of Heaven. Are you going to have a look with Brother Gohan? Go, why not? This kind of opportunity will not be missed by any martial artist. Although I don't know much about the gods, Junior Brother Ye Chen, you are going to challenge the gods, and I want to take a look together. Immortal Turtle said without hesitation, and Monkey King also smiled and said that he wanted to take a look too. Just kidding, challenge the gods with human beings, just listening to them has already made them excited. Then it's so decided, let's all go together tomorrow. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Although he can challenge the gods alone, it would be meaningless without an audience. After finally coming to this world, Ye Chen didn't intend to be ordinary, nor did he want to simply fight and practice martial arts, he still had many huge ambitions to achieve. And challenging the gods and seizing the throne is the first step for Ye Chen to realize his ambitions. Because Ye Chen was going to challenge the gods, everyone rested early after dinner. In the room, Wukong was already sleeping on Ye Chen's body, but Bulma and Taisai were lying on both sides of Ye Chen so excited that they couldn't sleep at all. 4.6 Hey, Ye Chen, besides that big fat cat, do there really exist gods? Holding Ye Chen's arm, Bulma asked. You have asked countless times, Bulma. Ye Chen's face was speechless while yawning. I am so excited, Ye Chen. You are going to challenge the gods tomorrow. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yeah, me too, I always feel great. With a look of excitement on Bulma's face, Taisai on the other side also kept nodding. It's just to challenge the god, what's so exciting? When I become a god, you are the queen of gods, then go get excited slowly. Ye Chen said with a smile after scraping the little noses of the two women. God, Queen of God. After looking at each other, Bulma and Taisai's eyes sparkled with countless little stars. To be continued. Chapter 54. Early the next morning, everyone had breakfast together. Teacher Wu Tian, Brother Gohan, are you ready? Let's set off when we are ready. Ye Chen asked, ready to go. Everything is ready, let's go. Picking up his wooden staff, Immortal Turtle said. This time, I was going to meet the legendary god and witness Ye Chen's challenge to the god, so Gaixianren and Monkey King started preparing early in the morning, and even both of them changed into formal outfits. Seeing Bulma, Taisai, and Wukong, there was no problem, Ye Chen planned to officially set off. Everyone caught me. Ye Chen said. Wukong jumped up and hugged Ye Chen, but the others were a little puzzled. Ye Chen, what did we catch you for? Didn't you take a somersault cloud? Don't sit on somersaults this time, change to a faster way. Okay, everyone, grab me, you will know immediately. With a mysterious smile on Ye Chen's face, Bulma didn't ask any more, and several people grabbed Ye Chen's arm or shoulder. Seeing that everyone was ready, Ye Chen closed his eyes and felt it, and quickly locked the aura of the immortal Kallen in the distance. Transfer. Opening his eyes, as Ye Chen's voice fell, the group of people passed away in a flash. When Bulma and Gaixianren came back to their senses, they found that they were no longer in the original Gaixian hut. This is Kallen Tat. It's amazing, we came here all at once. Yuchen, how did you do it? Looking around the temple, and then at the magnificent sea of clouds outside, both the Turtle Immortal and Monkey King looked shocked, while Bulma and Taisai stared at Ye Chen excitedly and curiously. They came to Kallen Ta from the Turtle Fairy House in an instant, which is incredible. This is what Wukong and I learned from the Udrid people teleportation. As long as the target's breath is locked, the target's position can be moved directly. Ye Chen explained. Bulma and Taisai's eyes were colorful, and Gaixianren and Monkey King also sighed in surprise. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen and the others had learned such magical moves from aliens. Seeing everyone's shock and admiration, Ye Chen just smiled. He and Wukong have been practicing in the universe for several years, but they are not for fun. While training their martial arts, they naturally learned a lot from others, such as the teleport of the Adrits and the Metamos, the fitting technique and other tricks and so on. Some can greatly enhance combat effectiveness, while some are not helpful to combat, but they also have other special uses. You are already here. It's been a long time, Immortal Turtle. In a short step, Immortal Kallen walked down from the second floor of the temple. It's been a long time, Master Karlin. After seeing Immortal Karin, Immortal Turtle floated up with nostalgia on his face, and stepped forward to meet him. Ye Chen and Bulma also greeted Immortal Kallen, and Immortal Turtle also introduced Sun Wufan to each other. Master Karin, his name is Monkey King and he is also my disciple. Master Karlin. Although it was the first time I saw it, Sun Wufan had also heard of some things about Immortal Kallen from his teacher, so he didn't dare to neglect and quickly saluted. Nodded, Immortal Kallen then looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I have conveyed the things you want to challenge to the gods. Have you really thought about it? Yes, Master Karlin. Immortal Kallen asked, and Ye Chen answered seriously. He also asked the Immortal Kallen to tell him in advance because he respected the god. If he changed to a rampant person, he might just fly a Qigong bomb to the god of heaven and solve the problem. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 35. Since you have considered it, then I won't say more. It was a bit troublesome to go to the Temple of Heaven, but the move you just had is good, so let's use that trick to take us to the Temple of Heaven. Okay, Lord Karlin. Let everyone grab themselves again, this time I brought Karin Immortal with him. Ye Chen sensed and locked the breath on the Celestial Temple, and then used teleport again to bring everyone to the Celestial Temple. Oh, it's so cold. The Temple of Heaven is located high in the sky, almost at the top of the atmosphere. As martial artists, Immortal Turtle and Monkey King can barely adapt, but Bulma and Taisai are trembling, and they only feel that their breathing becomes a little bit difficult. Are you okay, Bulma, Taisai? A trace of qi was transferred into the bodies of the two women, Ye Chen said with concern. All of a sudden, the whole body feels warmer, and the breathing becomes much smoother. The warm eyes of the two women in their hearts also become gentle. Well, it's much better. Slowly adapting to the environment of the Celestial Temple, everyone began to look at it. I saw that the whole Tian Shen Temple was like a hemispherical platform floating in the air. A temple was built on one side of the platform, and in front of the temple was a wide square dot. There are a few flower beds planted with flowers and trees on the square, and there is nothing else. The entire Tian Shen Temple looks unexpectedly wide but simple. Is this the place where the legendary gods live? It doesn't feel very good, but it's pretty quiet. Ha ha ha, it's so big here. Immortal Turtle stroked his beard. Bulma also expressed his 020 feelings, but Wukong laughed and ran around the square. The gods are out. Immortal Kallen said. Everyone was quiet, and then they all looked at the temple on one side. Ta ta ta. There was a sound of footsteps, and then under the gaze of everyone, the old god and the servant Bobo walked out of the temple. However, at the moment when he saw the appearance of the god, the turtle immortal on the side was shocked. Bike the devil! Shocked and terrified, the turtle fairy almost subconsciously made a fighting pose. Calm down, immortal turtle, he is not the big demon king Piccolo. Seeing that immortal turtle got out of control, immortal Callan hurriedly stopped. Isn't he that big devil Piccolo? Yes, he is the real god, not the big devil Bic. Then why does the god look exactly like that big demon king Piccolo? Although immortal turtle trusts immortal Callan, and doesn't believe immortal Callan will deceive himself in such matters, he is still very puzzled, and it is difficult to calm the shock in his heart. About this, let me explain it for you. Having walked in front of everyone, the god finally spoke. To be continued. Chapter 55. Long ago when I was not a god, I was actually the same person as the demon king Piccolo. I was still a martial artist at the time, and after hearing about the existence of the gods, I figured out how to find it here. The gods have a long lifespan far beyond ordinary people, but they are not immortal. When I came here, the previous generation of gods was already in their twilight years, and I also hope that I can become the heir of the gods. Although I have always believed that no one is more suitable as the heir of the gods than me. The gods have always been reluctant to identify with me, because he saw a part of the evil existence hidden deep in my heart. Later, after experiencing arduous practice, I finally expelled that part of the evil from my heart. In this way, I finally got the approval of the gods to become the new gods, and that part of the evil expelled from my body became the demon king of Piccolo. He who came to the earth brought a lot of pain and suffering to mankind. I am very sorry for the disaster. After telling the relationship between himself and the big demon king Piccolo, the god also showed apologetic expression. So, it's no wonder that Lord Tenjin is so similar to that big demon king Piccolo. Nodding, the surprised turtle fairy also understood what was going on. Hey, Ye Chen, who is big demon king Piccolo? That lecherous old man looked so scared just now. Holding one of Ye Chen's arm, Bulma asked. Tai Sai who was next to him was also curious. Lord Tenshin has already said that Demon King Piccolo is the incarnation of the evil that he separated from his body. More than 300 years ago, the great Demon King Piccolo led his subordinates to proclaim themselves as a demon clan, destroying and killing on the earth almost brought the world to the brink of destruction. It was Master Wu Taidu, the teacher of teacher Wu Tian, who led his disciples to stop him. That battle was very tragic. Except for teacher Wu Tian and another crane immortal of the same sect, the disciples of Master Wu Taidu were nearly dead. In the end, Master Wu Taidu performed a stunt at the expense of his own life. Feng Bo finally sealed the Demon King Piccolo, thus saving the world. In the past, Gaixianren would often tell Ye Chen and Wukong something about him and his teacher Wu Taidu after drinking, so Ye Chen also knew better and explained it for the two women. It turns out that there is such a thing, it hasn't been recorded in history books. It has saved our world at the cost of life, and that Master Wu Taidu must be a great man. Without any doubt about Ye Chen's words, Bulma and Tai Sai both showed a look of reverence. Young man, are you going to challenge me? At this moment, the God of Heaven also looked at Ye Chen and said at the same time. Yes, Lord Tian Chen, my name is Ye Chen. Taking a step forward, Ye Chen saluted the gods. The big demon king Piccolo is the big demon king Piccolo, the god is a god, and has nothing to do with strength and status. Ye Chen also gave this god who guards the earth his due respect. I know you, boy. About 3 years ago, you and the girl next to you summoned the Shen Long. I had already noticed you by then. Looking at Ye Chen, the god said. Ye Chen and Wukong summoned the Shen Long and made a wish to the Shen Long to let them stay young and live forever. Although it was a selfish wish, it did not harm others, so the gods did not care much. Yes, it was me and Wukong back then. Nodded, Ye Chen did not deny it either. "Boy, why do you want to challenge me?" the god asked again. "Just like Lord Tenjin came here for the same purpose, I also want to become a new deity." Ye Chen answered calmly without concealing his purpose. "But you, like me at the beginning, have darkness in your heart." The god frowned. "Everyone has light and darkness in their hearts. This is the real human being, isn't it? As long as it can control the darkness inside, it can also be our help. Moreover, even if I have darkness in my heart, I also love this planet. Master Tian Shen, I want to take your place, and I want to protect this great planet." Looking directly at the god, Ye Chen's face was serious. Taking a deep look at Ye Chen, Tian Shen also nodded. "You are right. If you can control the darkness in your heart, then you will be stronger than the person without darkness in your heart. I'm old, and I really need to find an inheritor. According to the original rules, only people with a pure and flawless heart can become gods, but humans are constantly progressing and developing, and gods may also need to make some changes. Young man, I am willing to give you a chance. If you can beat me, then you are the next god." Naturally, when the gods said these things, he didn't take it for granted. If Ye Chen was the kind of selfish and evil and cruel person, the gods would naturally not give him a chance. However, because of the fact that Shen Long was summoned in the first place, Tian Shen also observed the night for a period of time, and found that although he also had some darkness in his heart, he had never done anything bad. He possessed great power and would not deliberately bully others. Instead, it also helps some weak and small when the situation is not normal. Of course, there are other considerations besides the gods. The strength of the young man in front of him is so strong that even he can't see the depth. If the opponent can really beat him, then almost no one on this planet can suppress him, instead of sticking to the old rules and not letting him become a god. The resentment in his heart brought disasters to this world. It would be better to let him become a god to take over the guardian of this planet. Of course, these are just considerations in the heart of the gods, and he will not say them. "Thank you, Lord Tian Shen." Ye Chen naturally didn't know the complicated considerations of the gods. He only knew that his goal was about to be achieved, so there was also joy on his face. "Then let's start now." "Bobo." "Yes, Lord Tenjin." The god yelled at Bobo who was on the side, and Bobo walked over immediately and took his wooden staff for the god. Under the gaze of everyone else, Ye Chen and Tian Shen stood in the middle of the square, and moved their bodies to prepare for the next challenge. Humans challenge the gods, even I have been a little bit enthusiastic after a long absence. Yes, junior brother Ye Chen is really surprising again and again. Immortal Turtle stroked his beard, and the Monkey King beside him was also amazed. Not to mention the final result, just being able to challenge the legendary god is a very remarkable thing. "Ye Chen, come on! Come on!" Bulma and Taisai yelled to cheer. Wukong was also cheering around. Thinking of something, Bulma and Taisai took out 2 more detectors and put them on their foreheads. This detector was given to them by Ye Chen to play. It can detect the combat power of most creatures, and it also has many functions such as communication, early warning, and even intelligence processing. 2 of their sisters are ordinary people, and wearing this will make it easier to watch the next battle. Everyone is ready. Under the expectation of everyone, Ye Chen's battle with the gods will finally begin. To be continued. Chapter 56 to 10,000 Combat Power. Please be prepared for both parties. The battle begins. The god servant Bobo acted as the referee. And as Bobo's voice fell, Ye Chen and Tian Shen acted almost simultaneously. Bang! Beyond the speed of sound, the two tore the air and slammed into each other with arms against arms. Although it was just a simple test, the two sides immediately understood each other's strengths. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth raised slightly, and the god of heaven had a solemn expression on his face. "Drink, drink, 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 drink! Ha 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 ha!" With hands and feet moving, the two of them formally competed. Ye Chen blasted out dozens of punches in one breath, so dense that he could only see a muzzy afterimage, but the gods escaped attacks again and again with his amazing eyesight and reaction, and waited for opportunities to counterattack. Although he is very old, as a martial artist, it is not an exaggeration to abandon the two freak gods Yuchen and Wukong as the strongest existence on Earth today. Both martial arts and combat experience are extremely rich. So amazing! So amazing! It was the first time to see such a fierce battle. Even Bulma and Taisai, who knew nothing about martial arts, felt very excited, and their beautiful eyes were full of colors. The Tortoise Immortal, Sun Gohan, and Karin Immortal also watched the battle on the field unblinkingly. Although they are all top players on this star's 320 balls, this level of battle is even for them. It is also rare to see. Although it was only a short moment, the two people on the field have fought for hundreds of rounds. Whether it is speed, power, or combat moves, they are amazing. Compared with the special effects in those big movies, they are more than 100 times more exciting. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 36. It was another collision, and Ye Chen retreated and distanced himself from the gods. The warm-up exercises are almost done, so let's be more serious. Thinking like this, Ye Chen's figure disappeared without a trace with a loud voice. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and the god on the opposite side also flashed away. Disappeared. Where did Ye Chen go? Looking at the empty square, Bulma and Taisai both looked astonished. They are moving at high speed at the moment, and your eyes can no longer catch up with their speed. The turtle fairy next to him explained to the two women, but the turtle fairy was also secretly shocked. Not to mention Bulma and Taisai, even he can barely see some afterimages that are fast to the extreme at this moment. Boom, boom. Bang bang bang. At this moment, violent gas explosions sounded throughout the air, and the values on the detectors that Bulma and Taisai wore on their foreheads were beating frantically. Although the two of them are still invisible, even Bulma and Taisai can imagine what a fierce battle Ye Chen and Tian Shen are currently engaged in. Ha ha ha! Come on, Ye Chen! Come on, come on! Jumping around, Wukong kept cheering for Ye Chen. I don't know how many rounds the two have already fought. Another violent collision. Ye Chen and Tian Shen finally appeared again. I saw that the gods attacked Ye Chen with a punch, and Ye Chen was divided into 5 and 4. Ah! 5 or 5 knights! Unbelievably, Bulma and Taisai exclaimed. That is multiple remnant image fist, using the remnant image produced by high-speed movement to create a clone-like effect. If it's an ordinary person, this trick is very useful, but if the opponent is the god, I'm afraid it will be seen through soon. Acting as an explanation, the turtle fairy said. But as expected, the god stared a little, and quickly found out where Ye Chen's true body was. It's here. Point your finger, and a powerful finger hole wave shoots out from the fingertips of the god, and shoots toward Ye Chen with a swift force. Without any panic, Ye Chen dodges Haidongbo with a backflip, and at the same time the sword points a little, which is also as Haidongbo counterattack to the gods. Leaping up, the heavenly god also escaped the attack, and the finger hole wave shot by Ye Chen penetrated the temple and shot into the sea of clouds below. Compared with the real Qigong wave, the whole wave is much weaker, but the victory lies in its concentrated power and strong penetrating power. If it can hit the vital points of the opponent, it is often more effective than the Qigong wave. Both sides temporarily stopped and didn't continue. Ye Chen's expression remained as usual, but the god on one side was panting slightly and showing fatigue. It's amazing power. Young man, take out your true power. I can feel that there is even more powerful power hidden in your body. With a look of wonder, the god said. Master Tian Shen, I think you already understand it. I don't think it will be difficult to beat you. If I use my full strength, Lord Celestial might be defeated immediately. He didn't mean anything to show off. Ye Chen told the truth. The God of Heaven has almost a few hundred points of combat power, and it is indeed a top-level powerhouse on Earth, but it is still too far behind compared to today's Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen is willing, he can end this battle at any time. Although I am a little ashamed, what you are saying is the truth. Since I fought with you, I have already known that I am not your opponent. However, as a martial artist, I am also eager to see more power than myself. Use your best, as a request from you as a god. Looking directly at Ye Chen, the god said. Since you have said that, Lord God, then I will use my best. The gods of the other people have already spoken for this kind of purpose, and then hiding it is disrespectful to them, and Ye Chen also made a decision, and his whole body slowly floated into the air. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Chen exhaled slightly, then clenched his fists with both hands and shouted. Drink! With an aura soaring into the sky, a huge arrogance burst out on Ye Chen's body. Except for the cheering Wukong who is still jumping and cheering, at this moment, whether it is the god servant Bobo, or the turtle fairy, Monkey King and Karin who are watching the battle, all of them can't help but lose their color. What a powerful breath! They have never seen such a powerful breath, and the heavy pressure alone has already made them tremble both physically and mentally. Bulma and Taisai could not feel any breath, but at this moment, the value displayed by the detector on their foreheads was beating crazy. 100 points, 200 points, 300 points, 1000 points, 2000 points, 3000 points. It's already clear what these values represent, but when they saw Ye Chen's final combat power value, the sisters still couldn't help showing incredible horror. 10,000 points. To be continued. Chapter 57 The New God. Yes, Ye Chen now has 10,000 points of combat power. Moreover, the combat power here is only the value on the detector, which represents the amount of energy in Ye Chen's body. If he cooperates with the exquisite martial arts that he has honed over the years, the actual combat ability he can display is far more than that. Master Tian Shen, I'm going to go. The whole person was wrapped in a huge arrogance, Ye Chen reminded him, and then appeared in front of the god in a flash. So fast. The cold was rising, and the god only felt that he was shaken physically and mentally, and almost subconsciously made a defensive action. However. Bang! Wow! Ye Chen struck the abdomen of the god with a fist, and the god spit out bitter water with his eyes protruding outward. Holding his abdomen, he kept backing away, and then the god fell to the ground with a plop. The extremely powerful god, defeated by one move. The tortoise immortal, Monkey King and the others all showed incredible shocks. It seemed that it was difficult to return to their senses for a long time, but the corners of their mouths rose up overnight. When he decided to use his full strength, he was doomed to such a result. Of course, Ye Chen still kept his hands, otherwise the gods would not fall to the ground like this at this moment, but would be directly exploded by him. After dissipating his arrogance, Ye Chen twisted his neck, and the servant Bobo on the side finally recovered. Competition is over. Winner, Ye Chen. Announcing the result of the test, even though Bobo himself couldn't believe it, the invincible Lord God was defeated in this way, so quickly and without suspense. Oh, Ye Chen wins! Ye Chen wins! So amazing! Ye Chen is so amazing! Wukong cheered and bounced, and Bulma and Taisai ran to Ye Chen with excitement, and countless little stars flashed in the eyes of the two women. Even people like them who don't know anything about martial arts can feel Ye Chen's strength, not to mention that Ye Chen defeated the legendary god. Just thinking about it is exciting. He chuckled and stroked the two girls' foreheads, but Ye Chen didn't care much about it. He and the gods are not in the same dimension for a long time. He has 10,000 points of combat power to crush the gods who only have a few hundred points of combat power. It would be strange if he didn't win. God Servant Popo and Immortal Kalin were looking at the situation of the gods, while Immortal Turtle and Monkey King also came to Ye Chen. You defeated Lord Tian Shen so easily, Ye Chen, are you already so strong? Immortal Turtle's complex color on his face, the scenes of how he once guided Ye Chen's practice appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter how strong I become, I am still a disciple of teacher Wu Tian. Furthermore, I am able to have today thanks to the guidance of teacher Wu Tian. Ye Chen said with a serious face. Although Ye Chen believes that he can go where he is today even without Gaixian's guidance, the detours and time spent are definitely much more than now, so there is no slightest falsehood in his words. Yes. Gaixianren is also sincerely grateful. That's right, no matter how strong you become, you are still my disciple. Oh. I just felt that my whole person was a little fluttering, and the turtle immortal smiled and laughed proudly. To be able to teach such an outstanding disciple as Ye Chen, it is true that immortal turtle also feels extremely proud. The Monkey King on the side was also amazed, and while the few people were talking, immortal Callan also fed a celestial bean to the gods to recover from his injuries, and then the gods, immortals Callan and the servant Bobo also walked over to Ye Chen and the others. I'm sorry just now, Lord Tenjin. Ye Chen saluted the god and apologized at the same time. Although winning or losing in battle is commonplace, after all, he just injured the opponent, the etiquette he should have is still indispensable. It's okay, I can see such a powerful force, but I want to thank you. The gods are naturally not the kind of narrow-minded people, and continued. Your name is Ye Chen, boy. Since I lost to you, according to your and my agreement, you will be the new god from now on. The Earth is a beautiful planet. I hope you can make good use of your power to take over and protect it. The stern face of the god of heaven also officially recognized Ye Chen as his successor as the new god of Earth. I also love this planet very much, so I can promise that I will protect it. Ye Chen solemnly replied, and Tian Shen nodded. Master Tian Shen, I don't know what you plan to do next. The atmosphere was much more relaxed. Ye Chen asked. I haven't figured it out yet, but after taking down the position of the gods, I am considered free. Maybe I will go to the earth and wander. I don't know why Ye Chen asked about this suddenly, but the god still replied. Is Lord Tian Shen interested in his life experience? Do you know anything about my life experience? A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face, and this time the god was extremely surprised. Master Tian Shen may not know that you are from the Namek named Namek in the universe, and Wukong and I have been to that planet before when we were in the universe. Yes, the people there are exactly the same as Lord Tian Shen, and they also have 2 small tentacles on their heads. Ye Chen said, and Wukong also bounced back to add. The Namekians are also a very powerful race in the universe. Their individuals will awaken a variety of abilities, such as clairvoyance, wind ears, rebirth of limbs, arm extension, and so on, and even the Dragon Ball that can realize any wishes controlled by them. Manufactured. Ye Chen and Wukong had also been to Namek when they were in the universe before. They are a very good friend and kind race, and Ye Chen and Wukong have also made many friends there. It's just that because of some reasons, the environment of Namek is very bad, the whole planet is already on the brink of death, so Ye Chen and Wukong did not stay there for long. That's it. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 37. After hearing the words of Ye Chen and Wukong, the god muttered to himself, with excitement on his face. He has always felt that he is a little different from other human beings, but because he lacks many previous memories, he is not clear about his life experience. He did not expect that he was a cosmic person from the universe. After asking Ye Chen a lot of information about Namek, the god also confessed to Ye Chen some things to take over the post of god, and then after everyone's farewell, the god left the temple, without any muddling. According to the gods, next he plans to walk around the earth first, as a cherished memory of the planet he has guarded and lived on for hundreds of years, and then he will leave here to find his hometown, Namek. From then on, Ye Chen took over his position and became the new god and guardian of the earth. To be continued. Chapter 58. This time the challenge to the gods was successfully concluded. Just as planned, Yechen won the victory and became the new god. After the gods left, Yechen asked the god servant Bobo to lead everyone around the god's temple, and then Karan Immortals, Turtle Immortals, and Monkey King also left one after another to Kalanta and Turtle Immortal Islands. Yechen, Bulma, Taisai, and Wukong stayed in the Temple of Heaven. In the next few days, Bulma, Taisai, and Wukong Chengtian all played wildly in the Temple of Heaven, using this sacred place as a playground, and Yechen was familiar with various gods under the guidance of Bobo. Usually need to deal with affairs. The God of Heaven is naturally not as simple as a simple title, and usually needs to deal with many things, although it feels a bit troublesome, but now that I have become a god, I still have to know the things that I need to know, so Yechen also patiently follows Bobo every day. Study together. Getting started quickly, in just a few days, Yechen has almost mastered the things that the gods need to know and handle. Yechen let out a long sigh of relief, and now he can finally be liberated. The reason why I have worked so hard to study with Bobo these days is just to understand what he needs to deal with and the rights he has. Yechen didn't plan to stay in the Temple of Heaven and deal with these boring things all day long. Bobo, I will leave for a while. During the time I leave, the affairs of the Heavenly Temple will be handled by you. Master Tenjin, where are you going? Yechen said to Bobo, but Bobo asked inexplicably. I plan to recover the 7 Dragon Balls left by the god Ren Tian. The power of the Dragon Balls is too dangerous. If the bad guys gather and use them, it may bring huge disasters to the world. It is safer to control it in our hands. Although I just don't want to stay in the Tian Shen Temple all day long to deal with those troublesome things, but it is indeed Yechen's purpose to recover the Dragon Ball. The power of Dragon Ball is too powerful and dangerous. Yechen does not intend to let anyone other than himself use it. I understand. Please don't worry, leave it to me, Lord Tenjin. Nodding, Bobo promised. After a few days of getting along, Yechen can be regarded as very trusting and relieved of Bobo. He is serious and responsible in his work, and he also knows all the things in the Temple of Heaven. Let him handle those affairs better than his novice. However, when he comes back later, Yechen will still check it out. At any rate, he is the real god, and things can be done by his subordinates, but if they don't even know what they are doing and how good or bad they are doing, it's his failure blamed. He asked Bobo to turn over, and then Yechen also found Wukong, Bulma, and Taisai. When Yechen said that they were leaving the temple, Bulma and Taisai both seemed very happy. Wukong was not bad, as long as she was with Yechen, it didn't matter where she was, but after the initial excitement of Bulma and Taisai passed, they felt a little bored in the next few days. After all, the Temple of Heaven is so big, there is no place to go shopping after shopping. There is nothing but a cloud outside of the world, and no one can go shopping and no one else can talk. It is a habit for Bulma and Taisai. For girls in urban life, they are naturally very unaccustomed. Bobo, let's leave first, and contact me if you have any important things. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Goodbye, Bobo. Goodbye, Sun Wukong, Miss Bulma, Miss Taisai. After bidding farewell to each other, under Bobo's watch, Yechen picked up Bulma and Taisai, and then flew down the Temple of Heaven with Wukong. Bulma, is the new Dragon Ball radar ready? Wrapped Bulma and Taisai with air to prevent them from being hurt by the cold wind in the sky, and asked as they descended to Yechen. Humph, it's already done, this one is super accurate. After humming twice, Bulma smugly took out a brand new Dragon Ball radar from her pocket. Yechen asked Bulma to make a Dragon Ball radar for him a few years ago, but at that time Bulma was still small and the knowledge he mastered was not as rich as it is now. The Dragon Ball radar that was made could only determine a rough range. But for the current Bulma, making an accurate Dragon Ball radar is a piece of cake. Good job, Bulma. Yechen took a scent on Bulma's cheek, which was regarded as a reward for her. What? Yeah, Yechen is so true, they are still in the air now. Out of reach, Bulma flushed and stared at Ye Chen. Isn't it enough? Then do it again. Ah, bad Ye Chen, come here. Seeing Ye Chen and Bulma fighting together, Taisai couldn't help but smile, but the next moment she herself exclaimed that she was involved. Ha ha ha. I want to play too. I want to play too. Wukong, don't squeeze here. It's falling, it's going to fall. With the accurate Dragon Ball radar, Ye Chen found 2 Dragon Balls in just a few days. They were 2 planets and 5 planets, and this was the reason why Ye Chen took Bulma and Taisai and the others to play and search. Otherwise it may be faster. In addition to the 3 planets and 4 planets that Ye Chen and Wukong originally had, Ye Chen and the others already had 4 Dragon Balls in a short time. As long as they find the remaining 3, they can gather the Dragon Balls again. A few days later. Let me down! Let me down! Heidu Yun and Somersault Yun carried Ye Chen and Bulma into the air, but there was a little fat pig hanging on Wukong's wishful stick, struggling and shouting. These 3.2 little fat pigs are oolong, just like the Dragon Ball in the original book. When Ye Chen and the others found 6 planets in a small village, this guy was using his transforming ability to scare the villagers and grabbing the beautiful girl in the village as his wife. At the price of 6 planets in exchange. Ye Chen and the others helped the villagers uncover the true face of this guy who is strong outside the house, and took him out of the village to prevent him from continuing to lie there. Wukong, let him go if he wants to go down. Lying comfortably on the black Duyun, and asked Bulma and Taisai to pinch their shoulders for themselves, Ye Chen said. Good, good. Wukong drew back his wishful stick, and the oolong who had lost its support immediately fell towards the ground. To be continued. Chapter 59. Help! Help! His face was almost pale with fright, and the oolong falling steadily shouted for help. Originally, he could save himself as long as he transformed himself, but he was almost scared to death. Where did he remember the transformation? Ha 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 ha! Laughing happily, Wukong caught him when Oolong was about to fall to the ground, and hung him on the wishful stick. Are you going down? After landing, Ye Chen asked with a smile. No more, I won't go any more. Holding the wishful stick tightly, Oolong's head shook like a wave drum. He really thought he was going to fall to death just now. Since we don't want to go down, let's continue on our way. Ye Chen and Wukong continued to drive Heidu Yun and Somersault Yun on the way, while Oolong was crying silently in their hearts. Didn't he just lie to the villagers, and didn't do much damaging things? Why was he so unlucky to encounter these evil 17 demons? Oh! Naturally, he didn't care about Wulong's sad mood at the moment. Ye Chen had already decided to take him to Gaixian Island and let him live with Gaixianren and the others. Although it's just a lecherous little fat pig, this little fat pig is quite interesting, and in the original Dragon Ball, he made a wish to Shenlong and got a girl's fat time, thus preventing Pilaf and his team from conquering the world. Ambition. Believe it or not, he is also a super pig who has saved the world anyway, and the protagonist Monkey King who has saved the earth many times later has to rank behind him. Let him go to Gaixian Island to add popularity there. With Gaixianren, Sun Wufan, and Turtles, 4 people can just make up a table of mahjong, and his little hobby can be considered to be with the Turtle Fairy. Sun Wufan smells similar. He left Oolong on Gaixian Island, where Ye Chen and Bulma also stayed for 2 days, and then they set out on the journey to find Dragon Ball again. In the sky, a stream of gold and black flashed across the sky. Bulma, has the next Dragon Ball been detected? On Black Duyun, Ye Chen asked Bulma next to him. Yeah, I have found it. Let me look at the map. Frying Pan Mountain. It's a strange name, but the next Dragon Ball should be here. After looking at the Dragon Ball radar and the map, Bulma pointed to somewhere on the map and said, Frying Pan Mountain. Squinting his eyes, Ye Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Ye Chen's memory is correct, his second senior brother Neo Demon lives on Frying Pan Mountain. Of course, Ye Chen has no interest in the Bull Demon King. What really interests him is the daughter of the Bull Demon King Kikai, who is also the wife of Monkey King in the original Dragon Ball. However, after looking at Wukong, who was lying next to Wukong on the somersault cloud, eating fruit with relish, Ye Chen's mood was also a little subtle. In the original Dragon Ball, it is impossible for Kikai and Wukong to marry again in this world. Well, in other words, maybe he can do it for Ye Chen. It's late today. Why don't we rest here for one night and then go to Jianpan Mountain tomorrow? Just when Ye Chen was still thinking about it, Tai Sai next to him said. After returning to his senses, Ye Chen looked at the distant sky and found that the sun was about to go down. It was indeed not too early, so he also nodded. Then rest here for one night. In any case, Ye Chen agreed. Stopped the flight, let the black and somersault clouds land, and then Ye Chen jumped to the ground holding Bulma and Tai Sai. At this moment, they were in an empty wilderness, and they couldn't see any people at a glance, but they were all used to camping in the wild, and no one was picky about anything. Bulma took out the box in which the universal capsule was stored, chose a place where it could be sheltered from the wind and dry, and then threw a universal capsule out. With a bang, a house was released immediately. The universal capsule is the invention of Dr. Bruv, the father of Bulma and Tai Sai. It can store almost all non-living objects such as cars, ships, airplanes, and houses in a small capsule and take it out when needed. Very convenient. It can be said that it has greatly promoted the progress of human technology and even civilization. As the two eldest daughters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma and Tai Sai naturally carry a lot of universal capsules, including houses, cars, ships, small helicopters, even food, drinking water, cosmetics, and so on. Entering a comfortable house from the deserted and crowded wilderness, there is nothing happier than this. Wukong, who can't stop for a moment, ran around the house. Bulma and Tai Sai also stretched out, moaning comfortably. Ye Chen, Bulma and I are going to prepare dinner. Let's take a break first, Tai Sai said, and then walked into the kitchen with Bulma. In the past, there were intelligent robots and mothers who did these things at home. In fact, Bulma and Tai Sai are not very good at cooking, but after traveling with Ye Chen and Wukong, they also practiced it, and now they can do it. Produce some decent dishes. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 38. Wukong, go take a shower. Good, good. Ye Chen yelled to Wukong, and Wukong immediately ran over, and the two walked into the bathroom of the room 680. Wukong was almost breastfed by Ye Chen. The two of them ate together, slept together, and bathed together since they were young. These were all things that were taken for granted. After a while, the sound of water and Wukong rang out in the bathroom. Laughter. Ha ha ha. Itchy, itchy, Ye Chen. Ha ha ha. Bulma and Tai Sai, who were preparing dinner in the kitchen, naturally heard Wukong's voice. The two sisters looked at each other and then both shook their heads helplessly. At the same time, on a huge boulder that was hollowed out thousands of meters away from the hut, a blue kitten was staring at the house where Ye Chen and their camp were staying through a telescope. Master Yamcha, there is a chance to make money. A chance to make money. Putting down the binoculars, the kitten fell to the ground, and then happily said to a young man inside. The man has a handsome appearance and long hair that crosses the shoulders. In addition to the talking blue kitten just now, they are the desert thief Yamcha and Pool in the original Dragon Ball. Hey, is there finally another visitor here? Get ready to go, Pool, get to work. Standing up, Yamcha said. Yes, Master Yamcha. To be continued. Chapter 60 Wolf Fang 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 Fist. After washing my body, I feel a lot easier for me. Putting on the clothes that Tai Sai prepared for the two of them, Ye Chen walked out of the bathroom holding Wukong. The dinner will be cooked in a while. Ye Chen is comfortably watching TV on the sofa, and Wukong is running around the house crazy. Ah, Yuchen, someone is coming to us. Leaning on the window and pointing outside, Wukong suddenly shouted. Someone. With some minor accidents, Ye Chen also stood up and walked to the window. Sure enough, they saw two silhouettes riding toward them on motorcycles thousands of meters away, with a string of billowing dust behind them. The eyesight was amazing. Although the distance was far away, Ye Chen could still see the appearance of the visitor in an instant. He was a little surprised, but the corner of Ye Chen's mouth rose again in the next moment. Unexpectedly it was him. Wukong, let's go out and take a look. Good. Say hello to Bulma and Taisai, and then Ye Chen and Wukong walked out of the house. Not long, the motorcycle came closer, and then a man and a kitten jumped off the motorcycle. The young man was born tall and handsome, with a long knife slung around his waist, and the kitten was jumping around, looking rather cute. It is Yamcha and Pool. Ha 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 ha. I am the thief Yamcha who dominates this wilderness. I'm Pool. With a sneer, both Yamcha and Pool reported their names. This is our territory. If you don't want to be killed, hand over the money and the universal capsule. The eyes of Ye Chen and Wukong were like looking at some kind of delicious prey. Yamcha said. You want to rob us? Some fun, Ye Chen asked back. Yes, those who are acquainted should quickly hand over valuable things. Shaking the long knife around his waist, Yamcha put on a ferocious look. Ye Chen shook his head, Wukong also hugged the back of his head and smiled. These two poor auras in front of them are really idiots who want to rob them. Master Yamcha, they are all laughing at us. Boy, this uncle didn't joking with you, so quickly hand over all the valuable things. Poor pointed to Ye Chen he wooer and whispered authentically, and Yamcha's eyes were cold, and he choked and drew the long knife from his waist. Sorry, it's been a long time since I met anyone who dared to rob us. Do you want valuable things? No problem, if you can beat me, you can give you anything you want. As a little entertainment before dinner, it seems to be good, Ye Chen smiled authentically. Boy, since you are looking for death by yourself, don't blame me. Which of the travelers I met in the past was not scared by him to kneel down and begging for mercy? Yamcha smiled back, and these two guys really thought he didn't dare to kill, right? With a cold expression, Yamcha cut to Ye Chen with a single knife. I am very confident of my own strength, let alone a human being, even a hard stone will be cut in half with his knife. It's just that the next moment. What? Looking at Ye Chen, who clamped his long knife with 2 fingers, the eyes of Yamcha and Pure were about to come out. Ye Chen's fingers pressed lightly, only a click, and Yamcha's long knife broke in 2. Master Yamcha. Keeping backing away, Pool shivered with fright, and Yamcha couldn't help but become serious. It really made him look away, this guy is also a master. However, in addition to the initial shock, Yamcha quickly became excited again. It's been a long time since I met such an opponent, and today he can finally stretch his muscles and bones for a big fight. Boy, I admit, I underestimated you just now. However, don't think that breaking my knife is great. My real strength is much more than that. The corner of his mouth raised a confident arc. Yamcha threw away the broken knife in his hand, and then assumed a posture like a wolf. Come on, then let me see your true strength. After hooking a hook at Yamcha, Ye Chen still smiled. Yamcha was very upset by the other party's calm look. This guy really thought he was going to take him. Humph, make yourself aware, you successfully angered me, and I won't forgive you lightly even if you beg for mercy later. Lanja, Feng Quan. Stepping on it, Yamcha rushed forward, and immediately launched a fierce attack on Ye Chen. Ha ha ha. This is Master Yamcha's special skill Spike Fang Fist. Be scared. Be scared. Master Yamcha, come on! Come on! Ye Chen won't lose! Ye Chen, come on! Come on! Pool bounced on the side to cheer for Yamcha, while Wukong made a face at Pool, and then shouted for Ye Chen. As an earth person, Yamcha's strength is indeed quite good. One-hand Spike Fang Fist also fought vigorously, fiercely, and swiftly, as if countless evil wolves were roaring and roaring constantly at Ye Chen. However, the difference between the strength of the two sides is like a ditch, no matter how hard Yamcha used to attack Ye Chen. It was obvious that the opponent was standing in front of his own eyes, but after dozens of attacks in a row but couldn't even touch the opponent's clothes, Yamcha was going crazy. Can't hit, can't hit, can't hit. Why is that? I do not believe. With a loud roar, Yamcha's heart was ruthless, this time he really had no reservations. And tried his best to attack Ye Chen more fiercely. At the same time, in the next hut. Sister, where did that idiot come from? He even wants to defeat Ye Chen. I don't know, it seems to be a thief who wants to rob us. The thief? He looks pretty handsome, but he still can't compare with our Ye Chen. Hey, it seems there are still two things left, let me see how strong he really is. Naturally, I heard the movement outside. Bulma and Taisai stood in front of the window and looked at the outside scene. As if thinking of something, Bulma took out the detector and put it on his forehead. The detector locked on Yamcha, who was attacking Ye Chen, and as the data bounced, it finally showed an 8. Hey, I thought it was so powerful. Sister, let's go back and continue to prepare cooking. Okay, alright. He lost interest in Yamcha in an instant, and a guy with only 8 points of combat power wanted to challenge Ye Chen. I really didn't know whether to say that guy was courageous or unsure of life. You don't need to look at the result. Bulma and Taisai don't bother to pay attention to the playful battle, and return to the kitchen to prepare dinner dishes. To be continued. Chapter 61. Can't hit, still can't hit. Even if it used all its strength, it was meaningless. After hundreds of attacks did not succeed, Yamcha was about to collapse. However, at this moment, the other party actually stopped avoiding. It's now. His eyes lit up, and Yamcha exhausted all of her strength and slapped a punch. Damn it, you are not dead now. Finally, before failing again, Yamcha's fist hit Ye Chen's chest. Confident in his own strength, Yamcha seemed to be able to see the scene where Ye Chen screamed and vomited blood and flew out. However, the next moment, Yamcha felt that he was not hitting a person, but an extremely hard mountain. Ye Chen still didn't move, but Yamcha's hands turned red, and then quickly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? It hurts, it hurts. Tears almost came out. Yamcha only felt that her bones were about to be broken, and she screamed and jumped with her hands there. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 39. Ha 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 ha. Master Yamcha. Seeing the funny look of Yamcha, Wukong next to him laughed happily, while Pool was shocked and flew over to check the situation of Yamcha. After a long time, Yamcha finally eased, gritted his teeth and looked at Ye Chen with fear. Who are you? At this moment, Yamcha didn't understand that this kid was a master. Although he is young, Yamcha thinks that he has good skills. He knows all the famous martial arts masters very well, but he has never heard of anyone similar to this kid in front of him. My name is Ye Chen. As far as identity is concerned, it can be regarded as the god of earth. Shrugging, Ye Chen also introduced himself. Heaven, God. Both Yamcha and Pool were a little at a loss. Well, you won't understand if I tell you this now. Just now you showed me your moves, now let you see mine too. While talking about Ye Chen, he flicked his sword. Shocked, Yamcha and Pool hurriedly backed away, but they were relieved when they found that nothing happened. What? It turned out to be just scary, obviously nothing happened. Pool murmured and made faces at Ye Chen. You are so stupid, look over there. Wukong on the side almost couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed and reminded the two of them, and Yamcha and Pool also looked in the direction Wukong was pointing. Not far from a few people, there were several towering boulders, but under the gaze of Yamcha and Pool, the boulders slipped and broke, and then fell to the ground with a few bangs. Ah! How did you do it? The eyes were almost staring, and Yamcha asked incredulously. Didn't you see it clearly? Let's have a simpler one. With a slight smile, Ye Chen condensed a Qigong bomb in his hand, and then casually threw it out. A volleyball-sized Qigong bomb flew a certain distance in the air, and then landed on a desert tens of thousands of meters away. Then the next moment, boom! The earth trembled, and there was a loud noise. The yellow sand rolled like a nuclear bomb, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky in the distance. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Yamcha and Pool were frightened and paralyzed. Weird monster! Monster! Is this the power that humans can possess? Impossible, it can only be a monster. The body looked like sifting chaff, and when they thought that the two of them still wanted to rob such a terrifying monster, both Yamcha and Pool had the urge to strangle themselves. Ye Chen, what happened outside? It's okay, I just threw a Qigong bomb for fun. Well, Ye Chen is true, dinner will be ready soon, don't play anymore. Well, we will be back soon. Bulma and Taisai's voice came from the room, and Ye Chen also replied. I originally planned to have more fun, but since it's dinner, let's end this farce soon. Thinking about this, Ye Chen walked towards Yamcha and Pool. Woo! Please forgive us, we know we were wrong. Thinking that Ye Chen was going to kill the two of him, Yamcha and Pool were frightened and hugged tightly. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yamcha, do you want to have the power just now? Does an elephant care about how rude an ant is to him? Anyway, the current Ye Chen is also the god of this planet, so naturally he will not care about the little things just now, but ask. Master, please accept me as a disciple. Turning his head quickly, Yamcha hurriedly bowed to Ye Chen's body. He is also a man, he is also a martial artist who has become a monk, and of course he wants the godlike power just now. Just accept the apprentice, I don't want an apprentice like you. Ye Chen was a little bit happy, but Yamcha looked disappointed when he heard the sound. However, although I cannot accept you as a disciple, I can introduce you to a teacher. You go to Gaixian Island on the southern coast to find Gaixian teacher Wu Tian, and then tell Master Wu Tian that I let you go. He will naturally accept you as a disciple and teach you martial arts. Teacher Wu Tian, is that the legendary god of martial arts Teacher Wu Tian? Yamcha couldn't help being shocked after hearing what Ye Chen said. Yes, I am a disciple of Teacher Wu Tian, and only after receiving the guidance of Wu Laotian will I become as strong as I am now. Yamcha, don't waste your talents by doing thieves here. Go to Teacher Wu Tian, and then work hard to practice. Becoming a great martial artist is the destination and meaning of your life. Patting Yamcha on the shoulder, Ye Chen said earnestly. Looking at Ye Chen in a daze, Yamcha only felt his blood boil, and his fighting spirit burned in his eyes. It seems not bad to be a great martial artist with that powerful power. In the end, Yamcha expressed apologies and gratitude to Ye Chen, and then got on the motorcycle with Pool, waved to Ye Chen and the others, and left. Accepting Ye Chen's suggestion, he is going to find Teacher Wu Tian and become a great martial artist. Watching Yamcha leave, a smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Yamcha possesses great potential, as long as it is a good practice, it can become a super soldier who breaks the limit of human beings. The reason why he was recommended to practice with Teacher Wu Tian was indeed for the reason of cherishing talents, but also for Ye Chen's own purposes. Although he has become the god of the earth now, Ye Chen's ambition is far more than that. What he really wants is to conquer the entire universe. But in order to achieve this goal, he must not only make himself stronger and stronger, but also make the earth stronger. And human beings like Yamcha with great potential are naturally the objects that need attention and cultivation. When he grows up, he will also become one of the powers in Ye Chen's hands. Wukong, go back to eat. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Chen turned and walked into the room. Oh, eat, eat. To be continued. Chapter 62. Under the curtain of night, two octopus-shaped robots moved quickly across the wilderness. Find the target. Find the target. Finally found them. Hiding behind a huge boulder, the two robots secretly looked at the house where Ye Chen was located not far away. The drivers of the two robots are a dog breed wearing a ninja suit and a symbol girl wearing a military uniform. They are the two subordinates of Pilaf in the original Dragon Ball, Ash and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what are we going to do now? Ashiu asked in a low voice, as if he was afraid of being discovered by the enemy. Do you still have to ask? Of course, to snatch the Dragon Ball from the hands of those people. A cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes, Xiao Wu said coldly. But the guys named Ye Chen and Sun Wukong are very powerful. We are not their opponents. Recalling the last memory, Ashiu looked scared. In fact, when they were ordered by Master Pilaf to search for Dragon Balls the other day, they ran into a few people at Night Chen. When they found out that there were several Dragon Balls on their bodies, they were so happy that they were ready to snatch the Dragon Balls from the others' hands. But in the end they were killed by the opponent with a single move. Not only did Dragon Ball fail to snatch it back, but Master Pilaf was severely punished. Idiot! As long as we don't fight them directly, wait for you to secretly install the bomb on their house, and then we do this. Xiao Wu whispered to Ashiu for a while, and then Ashiu also showed a daze. Oh, it is Xiao Wu. Humph, after grabbing the Dragon Ball in their hands, Lord Pilaf will definitely praise us this time. Okay, let's get started. Controlling the robot, the two approached the room cautiously, not daring to make the slightest noise. However, at the same time, it's those two guys again. Ye Chen, who was asleep, opened his eyes, and was disturbed when he was asleep. He threw a Qigong bomb through the window. Hey, what is this? Seeing a luminous sphere flying out of the room, Ashiu, who was about to plant a bomb, subconsciously controlled the robot to catch it. Xiao Wu on the side also looked over, but both of them looked blank. The Qigong bombs flashed in the hands of the robot, as if it contained infinite energy that would burst out at any time. Xiao Wu, I have a bad feeling. Me too. The uneasy feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. Just when Ash was about to throw this strange thing away, the Qigong bomb finally broke out. Boom! Ah 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 ah! Amid the loud explosions and exclamations, Ash and Xiao Wu, together with their robots, were blown into the air and turned into two meteors. Wu! What's the sound outside, Ye Chen? Wukong was still sleeping on Ye Chen's body, but Bulma and Taisai, who were lying on both sides of Ye Chen, were awakened by the explosion outside, and asked in a drowsy manner. It's just two cockroaches. It's all right now. Go on sleeping. Soothed the two women so that they don't have to worry, Ye Chen said. Oh. Since Ye Chen said it was okay, it must be okay. Bulma and Taisai hugged Ye Chen's arm and went to sleep again. The next day, after taking breakfast for a while, Bulma took the house back into the universal capsule, and then Ye Chen and Wukong also called Heidu Yun and Somersault Yun, and the four began to set off again. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 40. According to Dragon Ball Radar, the sixth Dragon Ball is on Frying Pan Mountain. At the speed of Black Bucket Cloud and Somersault Cloud, it won't take long for a few people to reach the area of Frying Pan Mountain. Ah, there is a burning mountain there. Will it be Frying Pan Mountain? It's so hot. Wukong pointed at a great mountain burning with majestic fire in the distance. Bulma couldn't help wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. I have seen some reports about Frying Pan Mountain in the newspaper before. It is said that this place was called Liang Jingshan before, but the essence of fire fell from the sky 10 years ago, and then it became what it is now. I thought it was true. Looking at the Frying Pan Mountain in the distance, Taisai also looked surprised. However, instead of calling it the Frying Pan Mountain, it may be more appropriate to call it the Flame Mountain. The whole mountain is burning with unquenchable flames, and you can feel the hot feeling even if you are far away. If there is Frying Pan Mountain, how are we going to find Dragon Ball? The simple thing is to blow out the flame with a banana fan. Bulma had a troubled expression on his face, but he said casually overnight. A mountain of flames couldn't help him. Even if the banana fan didn't work, he would just have another Qigong bomb. Just as a few people were about to fly directly to Jianpan Mountain, there was a sudden call for help from below. Help! Help! Don't come! Don't come! Below a few people, a dinosaur was hunting a girl about the size of Wukong. The girl screamed while running in front. That little girl is in danger. Ye Chen, please help her. Bulma and Taisai both showed shock, and quickly said to Ye Chen. He was about to take a shot, but when he saw the girl who was shouting and running below, Ye Chen was a little happy. No, she can do it herself. Bulma, Taisai, and even Wukong were a little puzzled, but they would understand in the next moment. I saw the running girl suddenly turned around and threw a flying blade on her helmet. The flying blade spun in the air at 3.0 speed and cut off the dinosaur's neck with a chuckle. It's scary. It's scary. The flying blade turned around and inserted it back into the girl's helmet, but the girl was still yelling, and then pressed her forehead with her hands, only to see another beam of light shot out of the helmet, banging the dinosaur's body with a bang. It was blown to pieces. Wukong and Ye Chen were okay, but Bulma and Taisai jumped at the corner of their eyes. Obviously yelling terrible, "Don't look scared," but I didn't expect this little girl to act so cruelly, she is really not good looking. Let's go down and take a look. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Ye Chen let He Duyun land. I didn't expect to be able to meet this person here, so naturally I would go down to get to know each other. To be continued. Chapter 63 Bull Demon King Father and Daughter. Yo, little sister. He Duyun landed on the ground. Ye Chen raised his hand and greeted the girl. Are you here to catch me too? Don't come over. After seeing the Ye Chens, the girl had a frightened expression. She pressed her forehead with her hands, and suddenly another light blasted from the helmet to the Ye Chens. Bulma and Taisai were taken aback, but before the end of the night, they calmly hugged the two women with a slightly tilted head before avoiding the attack of the light. You bad guy, why are you attacking Ye Chen and Bulma? Seeing that the other party attacked Ye Chen and the others, Wukong on the somersault cloud became angry, raising his wishful stick and preparing to hit the girl. Wukong, stop, she is not a bad person. If Wukong really smashed his opponent with a stick, his head would bloom, and Ye Chen quickly stopped Wukong. Although I don't know why Ye Chen said that the other party was not a bad person, Wukong never questioned Ye Chen's order, and stopped immediately after hearing Ye Chen's voice. Little girl, we are not here to catch you. Don't attack us again, otherwise Wukong will break your beautiful little head, so don't cry. Jumping off the black Duyun, Ye Chen knocked the girl's head and said. 17. You are not here to catch me. Of course not, your name is Kikai, right? My name is Kikai, how do you know my name? When Ye Chen called out her name, the girl Jiki looked surprised. You look so cute, who else can you be besides Kiki? After stroking Fu Kikai's cute little helmet, Ye Chen said with a smile. Bulma and Taisai on the black Duyun fainted. Ye Chen, the bad guy, would you like to tease others like this? But what is shocking is that the girl named Kikai actually believed it to be true. Yes, cute. Woo, I'm so shy, besides my father, this is the first time a boy praises me for being cute. Holding her face, Kiki looked shy but happy. Ye Chen couldn't help being funny secretly, saying that she was a pure girl. But thanks to Kikai being so innocent, otherwise in the original book, the son Wukong who only knows how to train and find his wife, is definitely the life of a lifetime bachelor. My name is Ye Chen. They are Bulma, Taisai and Wukong. Kiki, where are you going? Ye Chen asked about his identities. My father wanted to extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain, so I asked teacher Wu Tian to borrow the banana fan. Kikai faithfully replied. Do you want to borrow a banana fan? Then you don't need to go to teacher Wu Tian. Wukong and I are the disciples of teacher Wushan, and this is the banana fan. We just have to go to Jianguo Mountain, you go back with us, and then we will help you fan the flames. He took down the banana fan behind him and showed Kikai. Ye Chen said. You are the disciples of teacher Wu Tian, is this the banana fan? Ha, great! Thank you, Ye Chen, you are such a good person. Unexpectedly, I found teacher Wu Tian's disciple and banana fan so soon. Kikai suddenly looked happy. Ye Chen was a little bit speechless, but this good guy Kafabai good guy card, so be it. Kikai, you go to Wukong's somersault cloud, let's take you back to Jianpan Mountain. Wukong, take Kikai with you. Okay. Following Ye Chen's instructions, Wukong also lowered his somersault cloud a little. Can this cotton-like thing carry people? It's amazing. After touching the soft somersault cloud, Kikai had a look of surprise on her face, and then she was about to climb up the somersault cloud, but because she was still small, it was very inconvenient to get up with short arms and legs. She saw Wukong sway after the dangling tail. Kiki grabbed it. What? Tail, tail, don't touch my tail. Wukong couldn't help screaming as if he had blown up his hair. The tail is the weakness of scions. Once caught, they will lose strength. Although Wukong has overcome this weakness under Ye Chen's deliberate training since childhood, the tail is still very sensitive to her, except for Ye Chen. Never let others touch. It's strange, why do you still have a tail? Is it just a touch? It's stingy. Climbing the somersault cloud, Kikai said. You are stingy, annoying. You're a nuisance, Lu. You make faces for me, I make faces for you. Looking at Wukong and Kikai who are like a pair of small friends, Ye Chen shook his head amusedly. Okay, Wukong, we set off. Oh. No longer staying, Ye Chen and Wukong drove He Duyun and somersault cloud into the sky, and Kikai, who was startled, quickly grabbed Wukong's clothes. Okay, so fast, this thing called somersault cloud. Hehe, my somersault cloud is the best. Hey, Ye Chen, how do you know that girl named Kikai? Wukong and Kikai flew in front of somersault clouds, while Bulma next to Ye Chen asked. Kikai's father Neo Demon is also a disciple of teacher Wu Tian, so I know her. Ye Chen said vaguely, but Bulma had a clear expression on his face. In fact, what Ye Chen didn't explain was that he had never seen the Cow Demon King father and daughter before, and the reason why he recognized Kikai was only because he was a traverser. Treat it as his own secret forever rotten in his heart. Driving the black bucket cloud and somersault cloud, a group of 5 people quickly came to the sky above the Frying Pan Mountain. The entire mountain is burning with a majestic fire, and a huge castle can be seen faintly in the center of the flame. According to Kiki's statement, that castle is their home, and it contains many treasures collected by his father, the Bull Demon King, and the 6th Dragon Ball displayed by the Dragon Ball radar is also in that castle. Ha, my father is there. Dad. Dad. I'm back. Seeing a big man below who was sleeping leaning against a rock, Kiki shouted happily. Looking down in the direction that Kikai pointed, Ye Chen could be regarded as seeing the legendary Bull Demon King, his nominal second senior brother. Just like the rumors, the Bull Demon King is a big, fat, sturdy man, with a big, unshaven face, and a helmet with horns on his head. He looks fierce and horrible. It felt interesting. Ye Chen and Wukong also let He Duyun and Somersault Cloud land. What? Kiki, is Kiki calling me? After yawning, the Bull Demon King also woke up, then slapped his lips and looked at Ye Chen and the others. To be continued. Chapter 64 Brother 6 Dragon Balls. Who are you guys? Don't hurt Kiki. Seeing that Kiki was with other people unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King was shocked, grabbed the big axe beside him and hacked at Ye Chen and the others. There have always been some greedy villains coveting the treasure of the Bull Demon. Some people even wanted to catch Kiki to threaten him. So the first reaction of the Bull Demon is that these people are also villains who want to snatch his treasure. What? This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 41. No, Dad. Bulma and Taisai turned pale with fright, while Kiki yelled to stop the Bull Demon, but his roaring axe could not stop. But, raising his hand, Ye Chen easily clamped the Ox Demon King's axe with 2 fingers. Dad, Ye Chen, they are not bad guys. They are the disciples of Teacher Wu Tian just like you. They are here to help us extinguish the flame. With a sigh of relief, Kiki said quickly. Are you also the disciples of Teacher Wu Tian? Looking at Ye Chen and the others, New Demon couldn't help being surprised. Yes, Brother Bull Demon King. My name is Ye Chen. They are Bulma, Taisai and Wukong and I are both disciples of Teacher Wushan. This is the somersault cloud given to me and Wukong by Immortal Kalin. Teacher Wu Tian also has one, and this is the wishful stick given to Wukong by brother Sun Wufan. Senior brother should recognize it. After introducing the identities of several of his own people, Tian Luo pointed to the Ruyi stick behind Somersault Yun and Wukong again. Really Somersault Cloud and Wishful Stick? Ahahaha! Ye Chen, Wukong, I didn't expect that you are also the disciples of Teacher Wu Tian. Just now I thought you were all bad guys who were coming to snatch my treasure. Sorry, please forgive me. I really miss it, Teacher Wu Tian and Monkey King are all okay. Throwing away his axe, the Bull Demon King laughed and dissipated his hostility, and then asked. Now brother Gohan also lives with Teacher Wu Tian, they are all very well, senior brother don't have to worry about it. Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen, Wukong, since you also have somersault clouds, can you help me find Teacher Wu Tian to borrow the banana fan? My castle is surrounded by flames. Only the banana fan in the hands of Teacher Wu Tian can extinguish those flames. Nodded, then the Bull Demon said again. The words of the banana fan are here. Brother, please take a look. With a slight smile, Ye Chen took the banana fan from behind him. Ahahaha! Great! Great! Now I can finally return to my castle. Ye Chen, can you help me put out the flames on the mountain? I will promise you no matter what you ask. Naturally, he recognized that Ye Chen's hand was the real banana fan. The Bull Demon King was happy, and said. No problem. But we are now looking for a Dragon Ball. There is a Dragon Ball in your castle, brother. After I put out the flames on the mountain, please brother can give us that Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. It's this kind of sphere. Seeing New Devil's dazed look, Ye Chen took out a Dragon Ball and showed him. I don't remember having such beads in my treasure. Well, forget it, if you can find it, I will give it to you. After thinking about it, I found that I didn't have any impression of this kind of bead, but the Bull Demon also said readily. Then thank you brother, I will help you extinguish the flames on the mountain now. Without grind, a few people found a relatively high position, and then Ye Chen picked up the banana fan to help the new devil fan the flames of the frying pan mountain. Plantain fan. With a soft drink, Ye Chen fanned out, and the gust of wind suddenly blew out all the flames on the mountain. However, not waiting for everyone to be happy, the flames ignited again with a hula. These flames are all caused by the essence of fire falling from the sky. They have not been extinguished for 10 consecutive years. It seems that they can't be blown out by just fanning them. If you don't care about it overnight, they fanned out twice while holding the banana fan. Fan. The banana fan is a very powerful artifact. It can produce wind, 2 rain, and 3 heavy rains. With Yuchen, it has 3 fans in succession. Don't be too long for the whole sky to be full of dark clouds and heavy breeze, and then another torrential rain. Landed. Shattering. Under the washing and extinguishing of the heavy rain, the flame on the frying pan mountain finally gradually extinguished, and the originally hot temperature of the entire mountain also dropped. Ah ha 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 ha! Great! Great! The flame is finally extinguished. Seeing the extinguished flame, the bull demon happily cheered, and Kikai also looked at Yechen with little stars. That's amazing, Yechen, your thing called banana fan. Why, does Kiki like it? I'll give it to you if I like it. Seeing that Kikai seemed to be very interested in the banana fan, Yechen smiled and then handed the banana fan to her. Can you give me such a great thing? Of course, who makes Kiki so cute? Kikai's face was moved, and Yechen stroked her cute little head and said, yes, cute. He not only praised himself for being cute, but also gave himself the precious and powerful banana fan. Is it true that the other party is confessing to himself? Holding her face, Kiki blushed and began to fall into her personal world. What? Found it, Dragon Ball. In a corner of the Bull Demon King's castle, Wukong picked up the Dragon Ball that had fallen there and said happily. This is a 7-planet, it should have been Yechen and Wukong a few years ago and they flew here after making a wish to Shenlong. With the addition of the few that have been found before, now they have gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that bead is really in my castle. Finally returned to his castle, the Bull Demon also looked very happy. Grateful to Yechen and the others, the Bull Demon King also invited Yechen and Wukong to visit his treasure collection. No refusal, Yechen followed along with them. When he saw the treasures collected by the Bull Demon King, Yechen couldn't help being a little surprised. There was a room full of all kinds of jewelry and gold. He didn't expect that his cheap brother really collected a lot of good things. Wukong, who has no idea about these so-called treasures, is okay, while Bulma and Taisai on the side have their eyes shining, and their heartbeat can't help speeding up. Hey, Mr. Bull Demon King, can you give us some of your treasures too? Excited, Bulma said flatly. Ha ha ha, no problem. You are all friends of Yechen and Wukong, take as much as you want. Laughing, the Bull Demon in a good mood also spoke generously. Long live! With a cheer, the sisters were both very happy, ran into the treasure pile and picked what they liked. To be continued. Chapter 65. Put out the flames of Frying Pan Mountain and found the 6th Dragon Ball. Originally, Yechen and the others had already planned to leave, but the Bull Demon enthusiastically invited them to stay in his castle for 2 days. Thinking about her daughter, secretly said that maybe she could take this opportunity to get closer to Kikai, so after thinking about it, Yechen didn't refuse. So Yechen and Bulma and her daughters stayed in the Bull Demon King's castle for the next few days, and they were happy to drink and eat meat every day. Although most of the time is spent on Kikai, Yechen will also learn from the Bull Demon King and practice martial arts when he is free. As the second disciple of Immortal Turtle, the strength of the Bull Demon King is still very good, with a burly figure and brute force. He is definitely a top-level master at the level of a human being on Earth. Of course, it is naturally incomparable with Yechen. If Yechen is willing to use any move he can kill him in seconds. However, everyone is just learning from each other, and the other party is also regarded as his nominal senior brother. Naturally, Yechen would not be so serious, just as a game. However, even so, the Bull Demon King was very surprised, because no matter how hard he used his moves, his junior brother could easily block his attack. Although it feels very unbelievable, it seems that Yechen already has this level of strength at such a young age. The bull devil also appreciates Ye Chen more and more, and he said frankly that he must let his daughter Kikai do his job in the future. Wife. I was still thinking about his 240 daughters, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to send it to the door, and he was quite amused in the face of his nervous brother Ye Chen. But this is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Brother New Demon King, thank you for your hospitality these days, but Wukong and I are also planning to leave. In the castle, Ye Chen said while tasting the wine. Are you leaving so soon? It doesn't matter if you stay a few more days. After hearing Ye Chen say they were leaving, New Devil and Kikai were a little bit sad. Especially Kikai, who had become good friends with Wukong these days, and even admired Ye Chen even more, so she didn't want Ye Chen and Wukong to leave so soon. Brothers have been interrupting you for a long time, and we have to find the last Dragon Ball. But... Kiki, do you want to be with us? Shaking his head, Ye Chen turned around and looked at Kikai on the side. I'm with you too. Ah, it's super fun to go on an adventure with us, and Kiki is talented in martial arts. If I follow us, I can also instruct Kiki's martial arts. Kikai couldn't believe it, but Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen liked Kikai not only because she was cute, but also because of her martial arts talent. Although she is still young, Kikai already possesses not-so-weak strength, and it is easy to deal with 3 or 5 adult men. And this point is also proved in the original Dragon Ball. Kikai only learned some martial arts of Gaixian Liu with her father New Demon, but she has more than 100 combat power and is a very powerful female martial art. At home, it's just that after marrying Monkey King, he had to raise a husband and a child before he gradually abandoned martial arts. It can be said that Kikai today is a perfect jade, as long as Ye Chen Housheng is cultivated and refined, the future achievements are absolutely limitless. Although it is a little worse than Wukong's Scion bloodline, it is definitely stronger than the original Klin and Tianjin Fan and others. Of course, if Kikai really followed them, Ye Chen could also implement his cultivation plan by the way. How about, Kiki, would you like to be with you? Now is the time to show his achievements these days. Ye Chen said with a smile. Well, I do. Dad, I also want to go with Ye Chen and the others. Looking forward to it, Kikai nodded happily. Since Kiki wants to go, follow it, but I will be alone if Kiki leaves. She is very fond of Kikai, and almost never refuses any request from her, but when she thinks of living by herself in the future, the bull devil can't help but feel depressed. Brother New Demon King, now senior brother Wufan is on teacher Wushan's side, why don't you go and live with them? And if you go there, we will often take Kikai to visit you. In order for Kikai to follow her with peace of mind, Ye Chen also made suggestions for the bull demon king. Yes, I can still go to teacher Wushan and Gohan. With a clap of his fist, the bull demon king also brightened his eyes. It was a long time since I saw teacher Wu Tian and Monkey King, and he missed them very much. In the past living with them, Kikai would often go there to see herself, which seemed pretty good too. However, the treasure in my castle. Thinking of his own treasures, the bull demon showed hesitation again. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 42. Bulma, send a few of your universal capsules to senior brother New Demon King. Funny shook his head, and then Ye Chen said to Bulma next to him. Okay. Before, the bull demon asked them to choose a lot of beautiful jewelry, and Bulma was not stingy. It's just a few universal capsules, not worth mentioning to her. Goodbye, Uncle Bull Demon King. Dad, goodbye. Goodbye, Kikai, Ye Chen, Wukong. Having boarded the Black Duyun and Somersault Cloud, the Ye Chen people who had already planned to leave waved goodbye to the Bull Demon King below. Next, Ye Chen and the others will look for the last Dragon Ball, while the Bull Demon is going to Gaixian Island to find Monkey King and Gaixian Ren. Hey, Ye Chen, are we going to find the thing called Dragon Ball now? Kikai, who had left the Frying Pan Mountain and riding somersault clouds with Wukong, asked Ye Chen. Not bad. But before that, let's take you to another place. Where is it? You'll know in a minute. Location, Kailantat. Impressive. Mau Mau Sama, can this somersault cloud really be given to me? Holding a beautiful somersault cloud, Kikai asked happily. Well, take it with confidence, somersault cloud was originally given to people with pure hearts to use. Stroking his beard, Immortal Kallen said. In order to facilitate future actions, Yechen brought Kikai to Kailantat, and asked Immortal Kallen to ask for a somersault cloud for her. Not to mention Yechen's status as the Earth God now, even based on the small request of mutual relationship, Immortal Kallen would not refuse. Great! Thank you, Mau Mau! With a cheer, Kiki jumped onto the somersault cloud and flew around in the sky with the somersault cloud. Hey, Master Carlin, can you also give me a somersault cloud? Some envy, Bulma also stood in front of Immortal Kallen and said flatly. Somersault cloud can only be used by people with pure hearts. If you want to sit on Black Duyun with Yechen. Looking at Bulma, Immortal Kallen said slowly. Her face froze, Bulma couldn't help but get angry. Stingy. To be continued. Chapter 66 Pilaf Castle. Ha ha ha. Wukong, come and chase me. Kiki, wait for me. Two streamers passed, Kikai and Wukong each drove their own somersault clouds in the air and chased them. Bulma, is the seventh dragon bead detected? Sitting on the Black Duyun with Bulma and Taisai, Yechen asked said. It has been detected. It's the current direction, and it's almost there after flying more than 1,500 kilometers. Checking the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, Bulma said. Just find that Dragon Ball and all the Dragon Balls will be gathered. Kikai, Wukong, stop playing, we have to speed up. Oh. Hey Duyun and Somersault Cloud were extremely fast, and it didn't take long for Yechen and Bulma to arrive at the position shown by Dragon Ball radar. At this time, under Yechen and them was a grey desert, and not far in front of them stood a huge castle. There is a castle in this place. The seventh Dragon Ball should be in that castle. A little surprised, then Bulma said. Also looking at the castle in the desert, a smile appeared on Yechen's face. At the same time, Master Pilaf, according to the radar, the other 6 Dragon Balls have come to us by themselves. What? Let me see. In the castle, Ash and Xiaowu reported to their eldest Pilaf, and Pilaf, who heard the sound, jumped up and looked at the 6 Dragon Ball signals on the radar screen. All happy. Unexpectedly, these Dragon Balls were all delivered to the door by themselves. This is God who wants to help me achieve my ambition to conquer the world. Oh ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, there would be such a good thing, Pilaf couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Master Pai Pilaf, it is Yechen and Sun Wukong. The other 6 Dragon Balls are in their hands. Calling up the scenes of Yechen and the others, Xiaowu on one side was shocked. Yechen, Sun Wukong? Are you the 2 who made you miss the first few times? Cut, isn't it just sitting on a few strange clouds? It's nothing great. No one can stop the ambition of my King Pilaf. Since they took the initiative to send the Dragon Ball to the door, then I will accept it without any hesitation. Axio, Xiaowu, shoot them down for me. With a sneer on his face, Pilaf sat on his throne and commanded to Ash and Xiaowu. Although both Ash and Xiaowu felt a little uncomfortable, they didn't dare to defy King Pilaf and could only carry out his orders. Yes, Master Pilaf. Sitting on the console, Ashu and Xiaowu quickly activated the weapon system in the castle, only to see a machine gun emerge outside the castle, and then the few people who locked Yechen in the air slammed. Shoot! What? Several people were still preparing to enter the castle to find the 7th Dragon Ball. They did not expect that the other party would start attacking them. Yechen used Qi to create an energy shield to protect the 2 girls of Bulma and Taisai. Wukong and Kiki is constantly evading in the air on somersault clouds. Damn bad guys, dare to attack us. Watch out. Suddenly being attacked by someone, Kikai was also a little angry. Standing on the somersault cloud a little forward, a few rays shot from her cute little helmet, bombing several machine guns to pieces. Ha ha ha. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. It seemed to be very interesting. Wukong laughed loudly and shot out several powerful finger holes with 2 fingers. With the combined efforts of Wukong and Kikai, it didn't take long for the machine guns on the entire castle to be destroyed by them. Then, are those 2 little girls monsters? Seeing Kikai and Wukong on the screen, Pilaf's eyes were almost staring out with his mouth wide open, and Ash and Xiaowu also swallowed their saliva and looked like ghosts. Before, it was just the people named Ye Chen and Sun Wukong. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful little monster girl now. This would give them a way out. Hateful. No one can stop my King Pilaf's ambitions and keep attacking me. Keep attacking. Recovered, Pilaf shouted angrily. Yes, Master Pilaf. Regardless of the shock, Ash and Xiaowu also acted again. Under the control of the 2, another fort rose up outside the castle this time. Boom. Boom boom boom. One after another, the shells were fired out, and they landed on the desert in the distance, causing huge explosions. Ha ha ha. Blow them up for me. Blow them up. As long as I get the Dragon Ball from them, I can summon the legendary dragon, and let the dragon realize my dream of conquering the world. Ha 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 ha. Directing Ashiu and Xiaowu to keep attacking, Pilaf laughed loudly. He didn't believe that these monsters were still alive. However, boom 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 boom. After a long explosion, the entire castle vibrated constantly, and the 3 of Pilaf fell to the ground, and the big screen in the room was stuck for a while and then turned into darkness. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Axiu, Xiaowu, where are you? Master Pai Pilaf. There was chaos in the whole room, and at the same time, outside the castle. Haha, see it, the guy inside, this is how powerful our Ye Chen is. Seeing that Ye Chen threw a few Qigong bombs and bombed all the fortresses, Bulma stood on Black Duyun and shouted triumphantly. Resolve it early and go home. With a murmur, Ye Chen urged the qi in his body, and suddenly another beam of light shot out from his fingertips. With Ye Chen's light stroke, the entire huge castle below was cut off. Hey, hey! Boom! Sliding slowly, the upper body of the castle fell to the ground, and then the 3 of Pilaf, Xiaowu and Ash in the castle were revealed. Ash and Xiaowu, who were sitting on the ground, are okay. They still seem to be confused. As for Pilaf, standing behind them, he touched the top of his bald head. The hat on his head has been cut off, almost. His head was also cut off. For the first time in his life, Pilaf felt how lucky he was to grow into a short man. To be continued. Chapter 67 Xiaowu's Submission. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 43. It's you again. Seeing Pilaf, Xiaowu and Ashiu appearing in the castle, Ye Chen flew in front of the 3 of them on the Black Duyun. Pilaf is a small monster-shaped terrestrial person. In the original Dragon Ball, it can be said that he is the first official enemy of Xiao Wukong, and Ash and Xiaowu are his subordinates. Although it is a small dwarf melon, this guy has no small ambitions, and has always wanted to achieve his desire to conquer the world by collecting Dragon Balls. However, they are not so much a villain trio, as they are a funny trio. Every time they gather the Dragon Balls and even summon the dragon, they will eventually fail because of accidents of this kind. In short, they are 3 responsible. Funny and sad guy. Small, who are you? Although he was terrified in his heart, Pilaf still pretended to be calm and stared at Ye Chen fiercely. These bastards actually ruined his castle, what a damn. My name is Ye Chen, you don't have to worry about the others. Is the last Dragon Ball with you? Go and bring it to me. He patted Pilaf on the shoulder. Ye Chen said. Dragon Ball. Don't think about it, that is my Lord Pilaf's thing. Hearing that the other party was about to take his own Dragon Ball, Pilaf immediately became angry and refused without hesitation. Master Pai Pilaf, this guy named Ye Chen is very powerful, shall we give them the Dragon Ball first? Yes, yeah, Lord Pilaf. Seeing the greatness of Xin Chen and Wukong, Ash and Xiao Wu persuaded them. Shut up, you two traitors. Dragon Ball is an important thing to realize my ambition, even if I die, I won't give it to anyone. Scolding the two cartilage heads of Ash and Xiao Wu, Pilaf was very hard and honest. Master Pilaf. Ashiu and Xiao Wu looked worried, and they didn't have the time to grind with them overnight. With a wave of his hand, a Qigong bomb was shot out of Ye Chen's hand. Boom! The Qigong bomb exploded on the desert tens of thousands of meters away, and the earth trembled suddenly with a loud noise. Looking at the scene in the distance that looked like the end of the world blankly, the three people of Pilaf were pale and swallowed fiercely. Now, can you give me the Dragon Ball? Staring at Pilaf, Ye Chen smiled authentically. I just felt like I was being stared at by the most terrifying demon in the world, and Pilaf came back to his senses in a spirit of, oh, it turned out to be Master Ye Chen. Wait a minute, the younger one will go and bring you the Dragon Ball. Pilaf instantly had a brilliant face, he hopped to the side and took out the box containing the Dragon Balls, and then dedicated it to Ye Chen with great enthusiasm. Bulma and Taisai showed contempt, while Ash and Xiao Wu fell directly to the ground. Obviously, just now, he said stiffly that the Dragon Ball is an important thing to realize his ambitions, even if he died, he would not give it to anyone. Master Pilaf, what about your ambition, what about your morals? Not bad. After checking the one planet contained in the box, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. With this last one, so far, they have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Master Ye Chen, can we go if we are young? Rubbing his hands, Pilaf asked cautiously. Can. We'll leave the little one first, ha ha ha. After getting Ye Chen's permission, Pilaf and the three secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then turned around and prepared to escape. But... Stop! Ye Chen's faint voice, and the three people of Pilaf stopped stiffly. Master Ye Chen, didn't you just say? I said you can go, but I didn't say you can all go. You are only allowed to go two, as for the remaining one. The corner of his mouth raised, Ye Chen showed a dark and evil smile. Seeing Ye Chen like this, the three people of Pilaf only felt their hearts and souls tremble, and their entire bodies were enveloped by a cold chill. They were only allowed to leave, this cold-blooded demon. Master Pilaf, me or who of us stay? There is no doubt that the person who was left will definitely suffer the torture and abuse of the demon Ye Chen. The three of Pilaf, you look at me and I look at you, and then... Xiao Wu, you stay here. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Pilaf and Ashoza ran away without a trace, leaving Xiao Wu alone, standing still in a mess in the wind. She were abandoned by Master Pilaf. Master Pilaf, Ash, wait for me. After finally reacting, Xiao Wu stepped forward and was about to chase Pilaf and Ashiu, but she stood in front of her with a flash in the evening. What a poor woman, she was abandoned by her companions. What do you want to do to me? With a frightened expression on her face, Xiao Wu couldn't help but step back. The pain of being abandoned by King Pilaf and Ashiu, the fear of the demon-like man in front of him, and many complex emotions intertwined, Xiao Wu's face was white and her whole body was completely confused. Now, you have two choices. First, surrender to me and serve as my tool in the future. Second, let me play with you until I die. With an evil look on his face, Ye Chen gave Xiao Wu two choices, and then slowed down. If you can, I hope you can choose the second one. I choose the first one. Frightened, her face pale, Xiao Wu said quickly. She shouldn't be played to death, absolutely not. The first one is a bit embarrassing, but at least there is still a way to survive, isn't it? She is not a fool, of course she knows which one to choose. No surprise to Xiao Wu's choice, Ye Chen showed a successful smile. What an innocent woman, she can easily handle it with a little fright. But Ye Chen likes this kind of innocent guy. After all, the more innocent he is, the more convenient it is to use. Hey, call master. Stroking Xiaohu's forehead, Ye Chen ordered. Master. Master. Her face flushed, although she was too ashamed, but under the control of fear, Xiao Wu could only choose to give in. The smile on his face grew stronger, although Ye Chen 2.5 also knew that Xiao Wu had to surrender to herself only because she was afraid of herself. There was no loyalty at all, and she didn't care about it even overnight. Be loyal, won't you be trained afterwards? From now on, you will be my tool and subordinate. Come with us. Ye Chen said when he jumped onto the black Duyun. Without moving, Xiao Wu looked hesitantly at the direction in which Pilaf and Ash were escaping, apparently still reluctant to part with her two former companions. Why, they have abandoned you and you still can't bear them? Ye Chen said with a sneer, while Xiao Wu trembled all over. Yes, Master Pilaf and Ash abandoned her, so there is nothing wrong with her surrendering to this man. For an instant, there was a hint of revengeful pleasure in Xiao Wu's heart. The hesitation in her eyes disappeared. Xiao Wu no longer hesitated, she also jumped on the black bucket cloud. To be continued. Chapter 68. Finally left, that demon. Hiding behind a corner of a castle, watching Ye Chen and his party disappear into the sky, Pilaf and Ash sat down on the ground with a long sigh of relief. There are such terrifying monsters in this world, Master Pilaf, we still don't want to conquer the world and go back home. Recalling the horrible explosion before, Ash said with lingering fear. Idiot, how I taught you before. Our ambition to conquer the world must never be given up, absolutely. Pilaf jumped up and shouted at Ashiu. But Xiao Wu has been captured by them. Weak, Ashiu's expression of frustration. Humph, we just made a strategic surrender. Do you understand the surrender? That idiot thought he could let Xiao Wu work for him if he took Xiao Wu away, he didn't know Xiao Wu would only obey my orders. Wait, Xiao Wu will be back soon, and will bring back all the Dragon Balls. Holding his hands, Pilaf said with a smug expression. Really, Lord Pilaf? Of course it is true, but I quietly blinked at Xiao Wu 3 times, she will definitely understand what I mean. It turns out to be 17 like this, you deserve to be King Pilaf. After Xiao Wu brings back all the Dragon Balls, we will summon the Shenlong to make a wish to the Shenlong, and then I can realize my ambition to become the king of the world. Wait until then. Oh ha 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 ha, oh ha 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 ha. Location, Temple of Heaven. After using teleport, the figures of Ye Chen and Xiao Wu flashed above the Temple of Heaven. Where is this? Looking at the strange environment around, Xiao Wu's expression was blank. Obviously they were flying on the black cloud just now, why did they appear here in the blink of an eye? This is the Celestial Temple, the place where the Celestial God lives. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 44. Ye Chen briefly explained to Xiao Wu. What heavenly temple, what place where the heavenly gods live? Xiao Wu just feels a mass of paste in her head. Master Tenjin, welcome back. Seemingly discovering Ye Chen's breath, the servant Bobo greeted him from the hall. Bobo, report to me the situation these days. It has been many days since I and Bulma left here, and some of the matters that the gods needed to deal with were also handed over to Bobo's agent. Since they came back, Ye Chen naturally wanted to ask. Okay, Lord Tenjin. He replied respectfully, and then Bobo briefly reported to Ye Chen the situation these days. As for Xiao Wu, she stood there blankly, but no matter how slow she was, she almost sorted out the situation now. She now came to a place called Tian Shen Temple, and the man named Ye Chen turned out to be a Tian Shen. No wonder he is so powerful. Good job, hard work. I roughly learned about the situation in the Xiaoshan temple from Bobo these days. Ye Chen nodded his head and praised him, and then also introduced Xiao Wu's identity to Bobo. She's called Xiao Wu, and she is the subordinate I just took in. Next I will stay on the ground for a while, and she will stay here, Bobo, teach her some martial arts, and train her well. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Looking at Xiao Wu, Bobo also replied. Xiao Wu, although you are now my subordinate, I don't need useless waste. You will stay here in the future to practice martial arts with Bobo to improve your strength. I will check your practice when I come back later. If there is no improvement. You understand? Deliberately stretched his tone, and then Ye Chen had an evil smile on his face. Ah, yes. Master, Master, I will definitely practice martial arts hard and I will never be lazy. Most afraid of Ye Chen's evil smile, Xiao Wu was so frightened that her body trembled, and she quickly replied. Come on, I am optimistic about you. Smiled and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, Ye Chen greeted Bobo again, and then used teleport again to leave the Temple of Heaven. Your name is Xiao Wu, isn't it? I am Mr. Popo, and I will teach you martial arts after following the orders of Lord Celestial. First of all, you run 500 laps around this temple, let me test your physical fitness. With his hands on his back, Bobo said to Xiao Wu. 500 laps. Looking at the entire temple, Xiao Wu was a little dumbfounded. Although this temple is not very big, it is definitely not small. If you really want to run 500 laps around it, Xiao Wu feels that she will definitely die. Yes, is there any problem? Popo replied. Seeing Bobo's calm and serious face, the corner of Xiao Wu's eyes throbbed twice, only to feel the darkness of her future. Ha ha ha. Kiki, come chase me. Wukong, wait for me. In the sky, Wukong and Kikai were chasing around on their own somersault clouds, while Bulma and Taisai were sitting on the black Duyun flying behind them. I am back. Ye Chen's voice sounded, and then flashed between Bulma and Taisai. Ye Chen. Taisai happily hugged Ye Chen's body, but Bulma on the other side held her hands and turned her head to the side. Humph, didn't some people leave with their new lover just now, what are they doing back? With a soft snort, Bulma's tone had a sour taste. Hello, Bulma, are you jealous again? Xiao Wu is just one of my subordinates. When did he become my lover? Amused, Ye Chen ignored Bulma's struggle and picked her up and put her on her lap. You just asked her to call you master. 007. She will be my subordinates and possessions from now on, is there any problem with calling my master? Or, Bulma, you actually like this name too? Holding Bulma's face, Ye Chen's face was evil. I don't like it. Bulma retorted in shame, flushing her face. Bulma is a small jar of jealousy, and he usually gets jealous for some inexplicable reasons like this. But Ye Chen has already figured out a way to manage Bulma after getting along these days. When facing jealous Bulma, don't talk to her anymore, just act directly. With a grin, Ye Chen blocked Bulma's lips. Woohoo! She was ashamed and annoyed, struggling to resist, but just as Bulma's little strength was Ye Chen's opponent, it shouldn't take long for the whole person to become dizzy and his body softened. After a long time, Ye Chen added his lips with a contented expression, while Bulma lay down on Ye Chen's body with endless sadness. Seeing Bulma being bullied by Ye Chen again, Taisai who was next to him was amused, holding Ye Chen's arm and asked. Ye Chen, where are we going next? The Dragon Balls have been collected, let's go back to Gaixian Island and rest for 2 days, and then take you to other places to play for a while. After thinking about it, Ye Chen replied. Well, I listen to you. Leaning on Ye Chen's body, Taisai's expression of happiness. To be continued. Chapter 69, Two Junior Brothers. Driving the Black Bucket Cloud and Somersault Cloud, Ye Chen and the girls of Bulma returned to Gaixian Island. But what is surprising is that Gaixianren and the others are no longer here, and even the Gaixian hut is gone. After thinking about it, Ye Chen almost understood. It is estimated that Gaixianren and the others have moved to other places. Yamcha got his own introduction and came to find Gaixian to learn martial arts as a teacher. That kid was indeed a piece of material for martial arts training, and with his own introduction, Gaixian should not refuse. Since it is necessary to instruct Yamcha practice and martial arts, Gaixian Island is definitely not good. Gaixian people mostly went to the big island where they used to instruct Ye Chen and Wukong to practice. Sure enough, when Ye Chen and the girls flew to the big island where they had stayed before, they soon saw the Gaixian hut on the coast. They didn't see the turtle fairy, but they saw the little fat pig of Oolong lying on the couch and flipping through the magazine, and the turtles were also basking in their shells on the nearby beach. Change the turtle, we are back. It's Wukong and Ye Chen. Welcome back. Seeing that Ye Chen and Wukong were back, Hai Turtle was also very happy. Turtle, how about teacher Wu Tian? Holding Bulma and Taisai jumped to the ground, Ye Chen asked. The turtle immortal recently accepted 2 more disciples. They have gone out to practice now, and they should be back soon. Teacher Wu Tian accepted 2 more disciples. One is a young man named Yamcha, who said you introduced him. Besides him there is a young monk named Klin. After hearing the answer from Turtle 707, Ye Chen was suddenly stunned. Unexpectedly, the little bald head of Klin also came. Oolong, it seems you have a pretty good time here. Looking at Oolong on the side, Ye Chen smiled. You want to control. But I still remember these guys playing tricks on themselves. Oolong, looks like I don't want to talk to you. Although Oolong was quite unhappy when he was thrown here at first, he got used to it after living for 2 days. I spend my little life leisurely every day, discussing the topic of girl fat times with the Turtle Immortal and Monkey King from time to time, and it feels unexpectedly good. Oolong, what are you looking at? Show me. Bulma snatched the magazine in Oolong's hand, and Oolong couldn't help but explode. That's my magazine, give it back. Give it back. You actually read this kind of magazine, you sucker. After seeing the content in the magazine, Bulma couldn't help making a big blush, and then hit Oolong's head with a fierce punch. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Tears almost fell out of the pain, and Oolong yelled while holding his head. Bulma, this wicked woman, is obviously so cute, but she is so coquettish and violent. Why do I read my magazine for you? Damn Bulma, return my magazine. Give it back to me. No, no. Just not. The 2 people quarreled together. Taisai helplessly stroked her forehead, and Ye Chen was a little speechless. But at this moment, Ye Chen, who seemed to perceive something, looked to one side, and saw a few human shadows on the coast in the distance running towards this side. Run and jump, la la la. Run and jump, la la la. While running, they shouted familiar slogans, and everyone carried a thick tortoise shell on their backs. The one who ran in the front was Immortal Turtle. Behind Immortal Turtle were Monkey King and Bull Demon King. In addition, there were 2 other figures behind him. One is the desert thief Yamcha, and the other is the short and chubby little bald Klin. The Tortoise Immortal, Monkey King and Cow Demon running in front all looked relaxed, but Yamcha and Klin behind them were almost tired with tongues out. Teacher Wu Tian, Senior Brother Gohan, Senior Brother Neo Demon King. Oh, it's Ye Chen and Wukong, you guys. Father. Ha ha ha. Kiki. Ye Chen greeted the Gaixian people, and the happy Kikai ran out and carried her father Neo Demon. Didn't you go looking for other Dragon Balls? Why did you come back so soon? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Immortal Turtle asked. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 45. All the Dragon Balls have been gathered, so we also come back for a 2-day rest. Ye Chen smiled. Master Yamcha, come on! Come on! Ha, ha! Finally over! Under Pool's cheering sound, Yamcha and the little bald Klin finally reached the end, and the two men who had become dead dogs collapsed directly to the ground and gasped. Yamcha said he met you and Wukong in the desert, or did you let him come to me to learn martial arts? Yes, I think he has good qualifications. Being a robber in the desert is a bit wasteful, so let him come to teacher Wu Tian to learn martial arts. Although I can't keep up with you and Wukong, it's really good, and I can persevere in my practice. Immortal Turtle stroked his beard and nodded. Ye Chen and Wukong were completely freaks. On the contrary, Yamcha looked like normal humans. Teacher Wu Tian, is he also your new disciple? Pointing to Klin on the side, Ye Chen also asked. His name is Kellen, he claims to be a monk from Shaolin Temple, and he wants to practice martial arts with me. Well, I think he is also pretty good, so I also accepted his disciple. Immortal Turtle pretended to be serious, but he was secretly amused in his heart during the night. When Klin was a kid, he was absolutely slippery. It is estimated that he used some H magazines to bribe teacher Wu Tian like in the original Dragon Ball. Master Ye Yuchen. After recovering a lot, Yamcha got up from the ground and shouted to Ye Chen quite nervously. Seeing the terrifying power in the Night Chen body, and after finding the Gaixianren, I learned that he actually defeated the incomparably powerful god and became the current god of the earth. Yamcha can be said to admire and even worship Ye Chen. Don't be so nervous, we will be considered brothers in the same discipline in the future. Follow teacher Wu Tian to practice well, you can also become stronger. Anyway, he was his junior. Ye Chen also patted Yamcha on the shoulder and gave him a little encouragement. Yes, I will definitely practice hard. Excited, Yamcha said loudly. Humph, anyway, no matter how hard you work, you can't compare to our Ye Chen. Bulma's voice hugged Ye Chen's arm with a proud look. Because of Ye Chen, Yamcha hadn't noticed the others before, and only then discovered that there were two beautiful women beside her. Female, woman. Her cheeks flushed, Yamcha suddenly became terrified, and she kept backing away, and then accidentally fell to the ground, feeling embarrassed. Master Yamcha! Master Yamcha! What, that guy, he looked so horrified when he saw people. Pool hurried to chase Yamcha, but Bulma was a little upset. What does that guy mean when he sees her in shock? Bulma, don't mind, Yamcha has femininity, and he gets nervous when he sees beautiful girls. Ye Chen smiled. Hey, that's how it is. After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Bulma felt relieved, but still couldn't help but despise Yamcha. She was so nervous when she saw a girl who was a little bit more beautiful, she was really a guy who didn't feel sorry for her, and she was still the best Ye Chen. Hey! Master Ye Chen, my name is Kellen, and I am also a disciple of teacher Wu Tian, please take care of me in the future. I don't know when I also stood in front of Ye Chen, and the little bald Klin said flatly, holding his hand. Looking at Klin who is still a dwarf beanie, Ye Chen was also a little bit happy. Please take care of me in the future, junior brother Klin. To be continued. Chapter 70. Oh yeah. In front of the Gaixian's hut, Ye Chen, Bulma, Taisai, and the Turtle Fairy, Monkey King, Oolong and Neo Devil sat in a row eating shaved ice, while dancing. Kikai, Yamcha and Klin are fighting fiercely. It has been a few days since Ye Chen and they came here. Every day Yamcha and Kellen are receiving arduous practice under Gaixian's guidance, and even Kikai has joined them together. In addition to Turtle Immortal, Monkey King and Bull Demon King, Ye Chen pointed out a few people from time to time, and even Wukong often accompany them to practice hands, just like this moment. Yamcha, Kikai, and Kellen joined forces to attack Wukong. Although they have an absolute advantage in number, the power gap between the two sides is as great as the sky. Even if they deal with 3 Wukong at the same time, they seem relaxed and happy. Among the 3, Yamcha is the oldest and the strongest. With one hand spike wind fist, Kikai is second, and Klin is the best. In fact, Klin is not weak when it comes to speaking. It is naturally not an ordinary person who can desperately complete the practice arranged by the Turtle Fairy every day, but this little bald ghost has many courageous ideas, and always wants to make Yamcha and Kikai charged in front, but he beat Kai Yufeng behind and engaged in sneak attacks. Needless to say what the result was, his sneak attack was like a tickle to Wukong. Wukong shook his small neck, and then knocked Klin's bald head with his backhand. Worried about knocking the opponent's little bald head to Wukong, he has already paid attention to controlling his own strength, but still not the current Klin can withstand the resistance. The whole person cried out and stopped cooking. Kling! Seeing that Klin was killed so easily, Yamcha was also a little anxious, and immediately accelerated his attack to knock Wukong down. It's just that no matter how hard Yamcha tried, he couldn't hit Wukong. With a bright smile, Wukong stepped on the flash and shot forward, but he hit Yamcha's abdomen with a punch. Wow! Although Wukong's fist looked petite, it contained extremely powerful power, and Yamcha's eyes spit out bitter water. No, as expected of Master Wukong. Holding her abdomen, she kept backing away, and then Yamcha plopped to the ground. Master Yamcha! Master Yamcha! Pool on the side was exclaimed, and quickly ran over to check the condition of Yamcha, while the remaining Kikai continued fighting with Wukong. Damn Wukong, look at it! Several attacks had no effect, and Kikai was also a little angry. She touched her forehead with her finger, and the cute little helmet on her head immediately shot powerful rays towards Wu Air Strike. Boom 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 boom! The dust was flying, and the whole beach suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha, I will come too. After avoiding the attack of a few rays, Wukong laughed, and then launched a powerful finger hole wave with a single finger, and saw that the finger hole wave and a ray emitted by Kiki collided in the air. Kiki's rays are fired by relying on her own helmet. Although the power is not bad, it is obviously worse than Wukong's finger hole waves by more than a half. Kikai hurried to the side and finally escaped the bombardment of Shidongbo. Kiki! You can't beat me, hurry up and give up. Holding the back of his head in both hands, Wukong smiled happily. Having gone through countless hardships with Ye Chen, her strength is very strong, and she can actually end the battle at any time if she wants to. I don't want to admit defeat, Lu. Making faces at Wukong, Kikai said stubbornly. But Kiki also knew that she was definitely not Wukong's opponent, and she had to think of other ways to win against Wukong. A pair of big eyes rolled around, and Kikai soon had an idea. Wukong, look behind you. Pointing to the back of Wukong, Kikai exclaimed. Behind me? There was a dazed expression on his face, but Wukong still turned his head. With a flash of light in her eyes, Kikai suddenly showed a sly smile like a witch, took off the banana fan behind her and slapped Wukong forcefully. Plantain fan! Ah 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 ah! The current rioted, and then under Wukong's exclamation, a violent wind swept her up to the sky, and disappeared from everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. Hee hee, I won! Wiping her little nose, Kiki happily made a victory gesture to the people next to her. Ha ha ha! Kiki won! Kiki won! The bull demon suddenly laughed happily, but at the same night and the Gaixian people were speechless for a while. Kiki, this cunning little girl! The violent wind blown by the banana fan didn't know how far it was, but it didn't take long before Wukong, who was covered in arrogance, flew back from the distant sky. Kiki, you lie, there is nothing behind me. Falling back to the ground, the dancing air whispered towards Kikai. There was nothing, Wukong, you are too stupid. Holding her hands, Kiki has a smug look on her face. Don't count the previous one, let's do it again. Do it again. Humph, there is only one chance, this time I won the competition. Kiki is too cunning. It's all said that Wukong is too stupid. Looking at the two people who were fighting, Ye Chen shook his head helplessly, then stepped forward and knocked on the little heads of the two girls. Okay, don't fight anymore, this competition is Kiki's victory. Wukong, although you are better than Kikai and the others, you are always easy to carelessly underestimate the enemy. You must learn your lesson in the future, you know. I see, Ye Chen. There was never any doubt about Ye Chen's words. Wukong lowered his head as if he knew he was wrong. The same is true for Kiki. Although she won by trickery this time, the banana fan is only a foreign object after all. In the future, we must practice hard to improve her true strength. But I don't want Kikai to develop the habit of relying on banana fans and other foreign objects, Ye Chen also said to her. Well, I will definitely practice hard. Very well behaved in front of Ye Chen, Kikai replied. Well, you are actually pretty good. Training is hard, hurry up and wash off all the sweat on your body. Looking at the appearance of the two little girls, Ye Chen was also secretly funny, and then relaxed. Well, Wukong, let's go take a bath together. Good, good. With a happy smile again, Kiki and Wukong hopped into the room, preparing to wash their bodies for the two of them. Ah, I'm a little hungry. Sister, let's prepare lunch dishes. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 46. Extending his waist, Bulma stood up. Okay, but I remember the condiments in the kitchen are almost running out. Ye Chen, can I trouble you to buy some condiments back? She also stood up, and Taisai looked at Ye Chen. Condiments, leave it to me. To be continued. Chapter 71. There are also some other residents living on the small island where Ye Chen and the others are now. Although there is no large-scale living supermarket, there is still a retail store opened by an old woman. Usually people go there to buy some daily necessities when they need some daily necessities. Using dancing air technique, I flew to the retail store and prepared to buy some condiments that Taisai and the others needed, but what is surprising is that... Sorry, boy, our condiments are sold out. Looking at the sorry face of the old woman in the store, Ye Chen was also a little depressed. Now that the condiments in the shop were sold out, he had to go to a town on the other side of the coast to buy it. Although it was a little troublesome, it didn't take a few minutes for Ye Chen. He summoned Black Duyun, Ye Chen flew over the sea, and soon came to a small town on the land, and then bought what he wanted in a living supermarket. Having not stayed in the town for too long, Ye Chen took a large pile of condiments and took the Hey Duyun again to return. Soy sauce, message, salt, pepper. Forgot to ask Taisai what kind of condiment he needed. Ye Chen simply bought a copy of the usual condiments, and all kinds of condiments were full of black bucket clouds. Okay. Just when Ye Chen flew out of the town and was about to enter the sea, he suddenly heard a gunshot from below. With doubts in his mind, Ye Chen asked Hey Duyun to lower his altitude and fly to the direction from which the gunfire came. He soon came to the sky above the scene of the incident. He finally knew what was going on. It turned out that a group of people were in the valley below, fighting on both sides of the road. On one side of the fighting were police officers in uniforms, and on the other was a beautiful, heroic blonde woman. Originally, Ye Chen didn't care much, but when he saw the blonde woman, Ye Chen was shocked. It turned out to be her. Boom boom boom. 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 Lan Kai, you have nowhere to escape, hurry up and drop your weapons and surrender. You useless policeman, come and arrest me if you have the ability, ha 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 ha. It is not someone else who is fighting the police, it is Lan Chi in the original Dragon Ball. Lan Chi is a magical girl with dual personality. With blue hair, she is gentle, clean, and hard-working. She is a lovely girl, but once she sneezes, her hair will turn golden. Personality will also be revealed. Lan Chi with blonde hair is completely different from Lan Chi with blue hair, being rough, wild, greedy for money, proficient in fighting and various weapons, and loves gold and silver jewelry and often robs. I remember that in the original Dragon Ball, the Turtle Fairy asked them to find a beautiful girl and met Lan Qi when Xiao Wukong and Klin were apprentices, but he did not expect Ye Chen to meet him this time. It's fine if I haven't met before, since I met Ye Chen, I didn't plan to let her go. Hey, what are you doing? Driving the black Duyun and landing in the middle of the two sides, Ye Chen attracted the attention of the police and Lan Qi who were fighting. Case fire, cease fire. Youth, it's dangerous here, hurry up and get out of here. Thinking that Ye Chen was someone who broke into here accidentally, several policemen quickly stopped shooting and shouted. Ignoring the few police officers, Ye Chen looked at Lan Qi on the side. Miss Lan Qi, you went to rob someone else again, and you were hunted down by the police gentleman. Boy, who are you? With beautiful eyes wide, Lan Qi stared at Ye Chen fiercely. It's just an unknown person who has heard of Miss Lan Qi deeds. Don't care. Since you are a nameless pawn, get out of here, don't bother my mother. Ye Chen smiled, but Lan Qi said boldly. Miss Lan Qi, it's wrong to rob others, it's not good for you to do this. Ye Chen naturally wouldn't just leave like this, and said with a sigh. I just like robbery, what can you do to me? Leave my business alone. Lan Qi was really amused by this guy who didn't know where it came out, and Lan Qi sneered. I still want to take care of her nostalgia, where to go cool. Sure enough, the same as the rumors. Since Miss Lan Qi is so obsessed with you, then I can't help it. Looking at Ye Chen's appearance, Lan Qi's eyes also flickered dangerously. Boy, what do you want? Be vigilant, although the other party looks like a harmless guy, but Lan Qi instinct tells her that this kid is much more dangerous than the rubbish police on one side. What do I want? I want to destroy you on behalf of justice. With a grin, Ye Chen flew forward with the black Duyun, and then hugged Lan Qi under the dumb gaze of the policeman and rushed to the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ah! Let go of me! Let go of me! In the sky, Lan Qi continued to struggle and shout. She didn't know the situation at all. When she recovered, she was caught and flew into the sky. Since Miss Lan Qi is so requesting, then I will let it go. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then Ye Chen really let go of Lan Qi. Ah! The whole person suddenly fell from a height of hundreds of meters below, and Lan Qi danced with her hands and feet and suddenly screamed again. Looking at the ground that was getting closer and closer, even Lan Qi couldn't help but panic. Dying, dying, dying. Just when Lan Qi had closed her eyes and waited for death to come, a long time passed, but the pain that she imagined to be crushed to pieces did not come. Opening her eyes, Lan Qi suddenly saw someone's brilliant smiling face. How about, Miss Lan Qi, were you scared just now? Although I don't know what happened, what Lan Qi knows is that she was fooled by this bastard in front of her. No one had ever dared to fool her like this, and the anger in Lan Qi's heart instantly broke through the heavens. Die to me! Raising the machine gun in her hand, Lan Qi shot Ye Chen fiercely. She wants to shoot this bastard into a sieve, she absolutely wants to shoot him into a sieve. Although firearms are very lethal to ordinary people, they are no different from toys for Ye Chen. His right hand turned into an afterimage, and Ye Chen easily grabbed all the bullets that Lan Qi had shot at him. Miss Lan Qi, this kind of thing is useless to me. Under Lan Qi's expression of seeing a ghost, Ye Chen opened his palm with a smile, and suddenly all the bullets fell to the ground. Are you a monster? 2 steps back, even Lan Qi was a little frightened. Even with 4.8 hands to catch the bullet, how could human beings do such a thing? This guy is definitely a monster. Monster? Although I think I am a serious human being, I should be similar to those monsters to Miss Lan Qi. But it doesn't matter what it is, Miss Lan Qi, don't you like robbery very much? Then congratulations, you are robbed by me now. Admiring Lan Qi's shocked look, then Ye Chen had a devilish smile on his face. What? The whole person was still in shock, so much so that Lan Qi couldn't react for a while. Some little speechless, Ye Chen can only say to Lan Qi again. Miss Lan Qi, you were robbed by me. From now on, all your belongings, whether you are or yourself, are all mine. Do you understand now? To be continued. Chapter 72. After finally reacting, Lan Qi trembled all over and went crazy. She has always been the only one who robbed others, this bastard dare to rob her. And it's nothing more than robbing some property, even people are not letting go. What is he trying to do? Die me, you bastard! Taking out a rocket launcher, Lan Qi aimed at Ye Chen and pulled the trigger without hesitation. This bastard can receive bullets empty-handed, the old lady will reward you with a rocket launcher, see if you can still catch it. Looking at the rocket launcher that hit him, Ye Chen grinned, but he was thinking about how Lan Qi hid such a big thing on his body. Raising a hand, Ye Chen waved it lightly, and immediately shot the frying cannon that was shot at him. With a bang, the firecracker that was photographed exploded a huge hole on the beach in the distance. Ah 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 ah! She almost dropped her chin without surprise, and Lan Qi felt that she must have hallucinated. Someone can slap fire and fry cannons. What is going on in this world? Lan Qi only felt that her worldview had been devastated at this moment. Miss Lan Qi, don't you understand, this kind of toy is useless to me. 2 steps forward, Ye Chen gently grabbed the frying cannon in Lan Qi's hand into a ball of scrap iron, and threw it on the ground. Well, Miss Lan Qi, please accept the reality and surrender obediently. You will become one of my possessions after being robbed and captured by me. Don't think about it. Shaking with anger, Lan Qi roared and fisted towards Ye Chen. Although she was indeed a little frightened, no matter what kind of monster this bastard he was, she dared to beat her at Lan Qi's idea. Mother, I will kill you. Do you still want to resist? With a sigh, Ye Chen slid to the side and avoided Lan Qi's fist. Incomparably fierce, Lan Qi deceived her again, facing Ye Chen with a fierce attack of punches and kicks. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 47. Not only can she use all kinds of modern weapons, Lan Qi is also good at all kinds of fighting skills, and she is not small in strength, even the average 3 or 5 strong men will be easily brought down by her. However, no matter how powerful Lan Qi is, she is still at the level of a normal human. Wanting to defeat Ye Chen is simply a fantasy. I played with Lan Qi a little bit. After feeling a little bored, Ye Chen grabbed Lan Qi's fist and took her. Pulled into his arms. Let me go. Asshole, let me go. Lan Qi kept struggling and shouting, even Ye Chen felt a little headache. Although this fierce temper is pretty cute in some ways, it's not enough to keep her making trouble like this. After thinking about it, Ye Chen lowered his head and blocked Lan Qi's lips. If struck by lightning, Lan Qi was completely stunned. She was actually kissed by this bastard. That was her first kiss. Naturally, he didn't know Lan Qi collapsed mood at this time, but Ye Chen tasted it to his heart's content, and didn't let Lan Qi go until he was satisfied for a long time. Miss Lan Qi, can you listen to me now? Adding his own lips, Ye Chen said with a smile, but his face was full of unfinished expressions. Asshole, I am going to kill you. With a face full of shame and anger, Lan Qi stared at Ye Chen fiercely. It seems that Miss Lan Qi still doesn't understand the current situation. After sighing, Ye Chen was too lazy to say something, and his direct action blocked Lan Qi's lips again. I want to kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Woo. I won't let you go. Woo. I'm fighting with you. Woo-hoo. On the beach, poor Lan Qi was bullied by someone over and over again, over and over again. Lan Qi is about to collapse. Stop. I just feel that my whole person has become dizzy and about to lose self-consciousness. At some point, Lan Qi finally pushed Ye Chen away with her great perseverance. Miss Lan Qi, what do you want to say this time? Did not care, Ye Chen asked with a smile. Ha, ha. Let me come this time. Panting with big mouths, Lan Qi threw Ye Chen to the ground like a frantic tigress. Then he kissed Ye Chen. You kissed me just now and it was very enjoyable, right? Isn't that just kiss? I will too, my mother. Seeing Lan Qi's hideous and happy expression, the corner of Ye Chen's eyes jumped. Wouldn't Lan Qi be broken by him? It always feels broken, but it seems to be good. Ye Chen simply closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a long time. Asshole, you have to take responsibility for me. Holding Ye Chen's collar fiercely, Lan Qi's eyes were full of tears. Thinking about her Lan Qi life, robbing anyone who wants to rob, and bullying whoever wants to bully, has never been so embarrassed as today. Not only overturned the boat in the gutter, but also overturned to my grandma's house. At the thought of those things before, Lan Qi had the urge to die. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Let's formally introduce it first. My name is Ye Chen. Well, you will be your other half from now on. He also introduced his own name, Ye Chen said with a smile. Ye Chen, right? I remember you. Lan Qi gritted her teeth for a while, but did not deny the relationship between the two. Although her character is a bit fierce and wild, Lan Qi 600 is also the kind of woman who dares to love and hate. Although the time the two have known each other is less than a short hour, but this bastard has taken so much advantage of her, isn't it just that? Don't think about it. Looking at Lan Qi's appearance, Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly laugh. Blonde Lan Qi is the kind of arrogant and unruly woman, she won't be moved by such or such small things. Ordinary methods can never break into her heart, but some domineering methods are easier to conquer her. Well, just like the above. As long as Lan Qi falls into her own pit, Ye Chen will not let her crawl out again. As for feelings and things, there will be time to cultivate slowly in the future. However, there was another thing Ye Chen wanted to do at this time. The blonde Lan Qi has already met, and the blue-haired Lan Qi wants to see him too. What do you want to do? Seeing Ye Chen approaching herself, Lan Qi instinctively panicked. At this time, Lan Qi has completely understood that she is definitely not Ye Chen's opponent. This bastard just took advantage of her. Does he want to do those things to himself again? Do not move. Just when Lan Qi was worried, Ye Chen said, then twisted a strand of Lan Qi hair and tucked her nose. Good, itchy. Stop it, stop it. Cut. To be continued. Chapter 73. Lan Qi is a magical girl. As soon as she sneezes, she will switch her personality, and even her hair color will change together. It is even more magical to transform into a game. Under Ye Chen's gaze, Lan Qi's hair changed from golden to blue, and her temperament also changed in an instant. If Lan Qi was heroic and wild before, then Lan Qi felt gentle and peaceful at this time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Ye Chen could hardly believe that a person could make such a big change in an instant. Where is this? As if there was no memory of another personality, Lan Qi looked around blankly, and finally fell on Ye Chen's body. This gentleman, are you? Miss Lan Qi, this is Ye Chen. Don't you remember what happened just now? My heart was surprised secretly, but he made a surprised expression overnight. Sorry, Mr. Ye Chen, my personality changes every time I sneeze, and I don't even remember it clearly. Excuse me, what happened just now? Knowing that her personality would change a lot after sneezing, Lan Qi asked with an apologetic look. That's it. A group of policemen were chasing Miss Lan Qi just now. I just met and rescued you. Nodded, Ye Chen said. I'm often chased by police gentlemen, maybe I robbed again without knowing it. However, thank you very much for saving me, Mr. Ye Chen. She was also very distressed about the change in her personality, but Lan Qi still bends and sincerely appreciates Ye Chen. It's okay, it doesn't matter, I just happened to ran into it. Miss Lan Qi, do you have any plans next? Not yet. Thinking of her own affairs, Lan Qi couldn't help but lowered her head. Every time she sneezes, she will switch her personality and her personality will change drastically, and the other one likes to rob and run around, so that every time Lan Qi regains consciousness, she finds herself in some strange place, and even often gets caught. Some policemen, bounty hunters and the like are hunting down. I don't have a fixed place, I'm drifting, I can't live a normal life, I don't know what I should do. Looking at Lan Qi's reaction, Ye Chen's mouth raised an imperceptible arc. Miss Lan Qi, since you have no plans yet, go to my place for a few days now. Some of my friends and I live on an island nearby, and there shouldn't be any police officers here to hunt you down. Ye Chen suggested, and Lan Qi couldn't help but feel a little moved. Really, is it okay? Will it bother you, Mr. Ye Chen, too much? No, Miss Lan Qi, you are such a beautiful and gentle woman to come to our place, everyone will be very happy. Ye Chen shook his head and smiled, thinking that you would be a little troubled if you don't go to my side. All right, I will disturb you in the next few days, Mr. Ye Chen. After thinking about it, Lan Qi finally made a decision. She has nowhere to go now, and she is wanted by the police for hunting. It would be great to have a place to stay temporarily. Miss Lan Qi is too polite, you don't need to call me Mr. Ye Chen, just call me Ye Chen. Mr. Ye Chen doesn't need to call me Miss Lan Qi. Then I will call you Lan Kai from now on. Well, Ye Chen sang. The distance between each other has narrowed a lot, and when they look at each other, they couldn't help laughing. Lan Qi thought that Mr. Ye Chen was really gentle, and he was also a very handsome gentleman. He also helped herself. He was really a good person. Naturally, I didn't know that Lan Qi had already sent herself a good person card in her heart, but Ye Chen called He Duyun. Lan Qi, you sit on this, we will go back now. This is. It was the first time to see such a strange cloud, Lan Qi couldn't help being a little surprised. It's called Black Duyun, and it's a flying prop. Okay, Lan Qi, hurry up. Okay, all right. Although she was still a little curious, Lan Qi didn't ask any more, stepped on with Ye Chen's help, and then dignifiedly knelt on Black Duyun. As soft as cotton, Lan Qi didn't feel any uncomfortable sitting on her knees, but she also felt very comfortable. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Hey Duyun, go back. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 48. He also jumped up, and then Ye Chen drove Black Duyun into the sky. It took a lot of time. It is estimated that Bulma and Taisai are all waiting anxiously, but they can catch a Lan Kai when they buy a condiment. No matter how you think he made it. He Duyun's speed was extremely fast, and soon Ye Chen took Lan Qi to the Gaixian hut on the island. Seeing that Ye Chen went out and bought some condiments, he brought someone back, and she was still a super beautiful beauty. Everyone in the family was very curious, especially Gaixianren, and Oolong's saliva was about to fall out. Ye Chen, who is this beautiful lady? Pulling at the corner of Ye Chen's clothes, Immortal Turtle asked with a thief. Looking at his teacher's appearance, Ye Chen couldn't help being speechless for a while. Mr. Wu Tian, you are also a great master at any rate, can we not be so unremarkable, and pay attention to the image a little bit? Her name is Lan Qi, and when I went to buy the condiments, I just ran into her being chased and killed, so I saved her casually. Lan Kai has nowhere to go and live, so I invited her to stay with us for a few days. Ye Chen briefly introduced Lan Qi to everyone, but did not say that she was chased by the police because of the robbery, and Lan Qi also politely greeted the attacker. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Qi, please take care of me. It turned out to be Miss Lan Qi. Hello, I am Ye Chen's teacher Gui Xianren. Don't worry, Miss Lan Qi, as long as you come to us, there will be no bad guys to bully you again. Miss Lan Qi, my name is Oolong, let me protect you from now on. Seeing that Lan Qi was so beautiful, Guixian and Oolong also quickly introduced themselves, and they kept trying to get close to her. Lan Qi, these two are my senior brother Sun Gohan and the Bull Demon King, they are Bulma and Taisai, and a few here. Kicked Oolong's color pig away, and then Ye Chen introduced the others to Lan Qi, and Lan Qi also greeted everyone one by one. Seeing that Lan Qi is so beautiful and lovely and so polite and gentle, everyone likes her very much. But after thinking about it, Ye Chen felt it necessary to remind everyone. In fact, Lan Qi physique is a little special. As long as she sneezes, her personality will change drastically and her hair will turn golden. If you see Lan Qi hair is golden, don't just approach her casually. As long as you sneeze, your personality will change and your hair will turn golden. How is this kind of thing possible, Master Ye Chen? Even if you don't want us to approach Miss Lan Qi, you don't have to find such absurd reasons. Everyone was a little unbelievable, especially the little bald head of Klin pulled Ye Chen's trouser corners, and cast a look that we all understood. Boy, you already have Bulma and Taisai. If you dare to harm Miss Lan Qi, I will drive you out of the teacher's door and clear the door. Immortal Turtle obviously didn't believe what Ye Chen said, and warned Ye Chen fiercely. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Ye Chen didn't bother to say anything. Since they don't believe it, let them see it yourself. Thinking of this, the corners of Ye Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise a nasty arc. To be continued. Chapter 74, Ye Chen's Plan. Ye Chen lifted Lan Qi's nose with her hair, and Lan Qi couldn't help but sneezed. And then her temperament changed drastically, and her hair turned golden. Really changed. Unbelievable, the eyes of Klin and others were almost staring. Just now they thought it was an excuse Ye Chen casually made to keep them from approaching Lan Qi, but they didn't expect this Miss Lan Qi to really transform. At the same time, blonde Lan Kai also regained consciousness. There was a wild air exuding the whole person, and they scanned the surroundings with cold eyes. Kellen, Yamcha, and others kept backing away, only feeling a chill behind them. Hey, where did you bring me? Who are these guys? Without the kind of gentleness and politeness just now, Lan Qi grabbed Ye Chen's collar and shouted fiercely. Now you believe it. Instead of answering Lan Qi's question directly, Ye Chen looked at Kellen and others, who kept nodding their heads. Believe it or not, the changes before and after this Miss Lan Qi almost shocked their jaws. I'm asking you something, answer me quickly. Seeing that Ye Chen ignored herself, Lan Qi suddenly became angry and yanked Ye Chen vigorously. Okay, didn't you see what I was busy just now? I will introduce you to it now. Some little speechless, Ye Chen patted Lan Qi's hands. Lan Qi's two personalities cannot share memories, and Ye Chen can only introduce her to Guixian, Kellen and others, but after the introduction. Cut, 947 turns out to be a bunch of trash fish. Hey, smelly old man, what are you looking at, do you want to die? She didn't take Klin and the others to heart at all, but found that the old man named Guixianren was actually looking at herself with a squint, and Lan Qi glared again. Yeah, I want to die. Feeling that Lan Qi now has a personality, Immortal Turtle who was squinting subconsciously replied. Ye Chen covered his forehead speechlessly, while Lan Qi twitched at the corner of her eyes. This stinky old man is so old that he is still so old and not repaired, it is enough. Since you want to die, go to die. I didn't know where he drew a machine gun, and Lan Qi dashed at the turtle immortal. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. Teacher Wu Tian is watching you, why do we even shoot? Ha ha ha. Kikai, look at it, that sister Lan Kai is so interesting. It's so fun, ha ha ha. In front of the whole turtle fairy hut, there were a lot of jitters jumping. The turtle fairy, Sun Wufan, Klin, and Yamcha were shot by Lan Qi, but Wukong and Kikai were unintentional. The lungless little girl was standing next to her and laughing. Although a lot of things had happened, Lan Qi officially settled down on the island in the following days. The blue-haired Lan Qi is gentle and virtuous, polite and generous. Everyone likes her very much, but the blonde Lan Qi is fierce and wild. Every time he comes out, he chases after the turtle fairy and Klin. They shot everywhere, and only Ye Chen could control her. A few days later. Everyone, have a taste. I'm making some potato stew tonight. Oh, it's Miss Lan Qi, really delicious food. Lan Qi greeted everyone to hurry up and have dinner, but the turtle fairy who had a bite couldn't help but praise. Lan Qi cooking skills are indeed very good. Although Bulma and Taisai have learned a lot recently, the level of their sisters is several times worse than Lan Qi. These days, they have studying with Lan Qi. She also tasted it herself, as if she was still a little dissatisfied. Lan Qi picked up the pepper next to it and sprinkled a little into the pot. Ah, ah! Some pepper flew into the air, causing Lan Kai to feel a little itchy nose, and she seemed to sneeze when she opened her mouth. The Tortoise Immortal, Monkey King, Oolong, Kellen, Yamcha, and Cow Demon all showed horror, and they hurriedly backed away from Lan Qi. Ha ha ha! Sorry, I scared everyone. In the end, he endured it, Lan Qi said apologetically, while Turtle Immortal and Klin let out a long sigh of relief. They are really afraid of another blonde Lan Kai. Every time they appear these days, they will chase them and shoot everywhere, and they are about to become a psychological shadow. Seeing the horrified look of Immortal Turtle, Ye Chen, who was sitting between Bulma and Taisai, was secretly funny, but after thinking of something, Ye Chen said, Teacher Wu Tian, I plan to take Wukong and the others away tomorrow. This time I will be away for a long time. It may take more than a year before I can come back to visit you again. After hearing Ye Chen's words, everyone was shocked. Is there anything important this time? I have to leave for such a long time. The Turtle Fairy asked. There are indeed some important things. I plan to take Wukong to Master Zhuang to practice. My Lord Realm. Ye Chen replied, and everyone couldn't help but wonder, who did not know the Lord Realm King that Ye Chen said. If I am the god in charge of the earth, then Lord Realm King is the god in charge of the Milky Way. What I am going to look for this time is the Lord of the Northern Realm, who is in charge of the Northern Galaxy where our Earth is located. I plan to take Wukong to him to practice for a year. Ye Chen briefly explained to everyone. The god in charge of the Milky Way still has such a great existence. Looking at each other, everyone was shocked, and Gaixian nodded with a serious face. Since you are going to find Lord Zhuang to practice, then you go. I have heard you say that there are many powerful people and races in the universe. Since you are the god of the earth now, it is indeed necessary to improve your strength a little bit, so as to protect the earth. Both you and Wukong have surpassed us by far, and your two brothers and I are already old, and these important tasks of protecting the world can only be entrusted to you. Although he is usually a shameless old man, Immortal Turtle is still a righteous martial artist, so naturally he would not have any objections to Ye Chen's plan, and he encouraged him. Hey, Lord Ye Chen, can you also take us to practice with that Lord Zhuang? Kellen's voice, sitting with Yamcha, looked at Ye Chen expectantly. These days, Ye Chen would point them out from time to time. Ye Chen's strength is clear to them. Even the invincible Master Ye Chen has to go to Master Zhuang to practice. You don't have to think about it and know that Master Ye Chen must be very amazing character. If the two of them can also go there to practice together, wouldn't they soon be invincible in the world? While Kellen and Yamcha were still dreaming with great expectations, Ye Chen directly gave them a punch in the head. You two guys, you want to learn to run before you learn how to walk. Let's talk about it when you have completed the practice of Teacher Wu Tian here. Wu, it hurts. Master Ye Chen. Can we go to Master Zhuang to practice like you after completing the practice of Teacher Wu Tian? Not yet. When you have completed the practice of Teacher Wu Shen, you will go to Kalen Ta to find Immortal Kalen. When you have completed the practice of Immortal Kalin, I will let my god-servant Bobo guide you again and wait for Bo. After Bo's practice is completed, you can almost go to Master Jawang. Ah, there are so many more. Hearing that there are still so many practices to complete for the two of them, Klin and Yamcha suddenly wilted. They even have just started the practice of Teacher Wuxian now. How long will they have to wait before going to Master Jawang to practice? Wukong and I have come here step by step, you guys should go through it slowly. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen didn't say so well, and everyone else couldn't help laughing. To be continued. Chapter 75. Ye Chen, you and Wukong went to Master Jawang to practice, what should we do? Bulma's voice, the expression of resentment on his face sitting beside Ye Chen. Although she also knows that Ye Chen is the god of the earth now, and it is very important for Ye Chen to improve her strength, but when she thinks that Ye Chen will leave for more than a year, Bulma is very reluctant to give up, including the other side. Tai Sai is the same. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 49. I have other arrangements for you, just because I have some important things that I want you to do for me. But these are not in a hurry. Before I go to Master Jawang to practice, I will take you out and have a good time for a while. Ye Chen said after scraping Bulma's little nose. Really? Ye Chen, you are so kind. When Ye Chen said that he would take them out to play for a while, Bulma cheered, and Ye Chen smiled and stroked the girl's forehead. Looking at these two big dog food guys, Kellen, Yamcha, and others were envied for a while. Especially Yamcha, although he also yearned to find a beautiful girl in his heart, but the sad thing was that he was nervous when he saw a beautiful girl, and he didn't even have the courage to talk to each other. Compared to her own brother who has already started to hug left and right, Yamcha feels that he is really a man who has failed completely. Naturally, I didn't notice the little loss of Yamcha. Even if I noticed Ye Chen, I didn't bother to care. After showing her affection with Bulma, Ye Chen looked at Lan Qi. Lan Kai, come with us too. I'm with Ye Chen saying, too. Yes, there is nothing wrong with you staying here anyway. Why don't you go out with us on a trip? And if the other one comes out without me, Teacher Wu Tian and the others will suffer. Lan Qi seemed to be a little surprised, but Ye Chen said jokingly. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Immortal Turtle was a little uncomfortable at first. Ye Chen, the stinky boy, took Bulma and Tai Sai away. Even Lan Qisang wanted to harm him, but after hearing the next words, Immortal Turtle it also feels reasonable. If after Ye Chen leaves, another fierce and wild blonde Lan Kai comes out, who can control her? They will be killed, they will definitely be killed by her. If I go too, will it cause Ye Chen Sang to trouble you? Obviously, she was also moved, but Lan Qi still showed hesitation. No trouble, Bulma, Tai Sai, right? Ye Chen said with a smile, and then winked at Bulma and Tai Sai beside him. The corners of their eyes flicked a few times. Bulma and Tai Sai couldn't see what Ye Chen was making. Obviously they already have their sisters, so I still want to go to Lan Qi. Forget it, this hateful guy actually wants his sister to help him soak. Yes, yeah, no trouble at all, Lan Qi, you go with us. Ha ha ha. Although my heart is always unhappy, Bulma and Tai Sai are naturally embarrassed to reject others in front of Lan Qi, they can only ha to fulfill someone's wish, and then simultaneously screw Ye Chen behind their backs. A piece of soft flesh on the waist. Taking a breath, Ye Chen grinned with pain, but in the end he managed to endure it. Knowing that the vinegar jars of the two sisters have been overturned again, forget it, just let them squeeze it first to calm down, and when they return to the room, they can retaliate severely. In that case, I will also pack my salute and go with you. Traveling with Ye Chen Sang, I really look forward to it. Seeing that Ye Chen and Bulma both said it was not troublesome, Lan Qi didn't think too much about it, she immediately clapped her hands and showed a look of expectation and happiness. After dinner, everyone watched TV and rested for a while, and then it was time to go to bed soon. The Turtle Fairy, Monkey King, Cow Demon, plus Klin, Yamcha, Oolong, Pool, and Turtle. The Turtle Fairy house is currently full or even overloaded, so by night Yechen and Bulma's daughters he released his house from the universal capsule, and slept in the house where he waited. Of course, besides Bulma and the others, Lan Chi naturally rested on their side. In her room, Lan Chi seemed to be in a very good mood while humming a ballad while finishing her salute. Although she had been to many places before, it was another place she ran to, and every time she regained consciousness, she had to avoid the police and bounty hunters. Now it feels miserable to think about it. Speaking of it, she hasn't tried to travel for a long time, and she doesn't have to worry about her safety this time with Ye Chen Sang and the others, so Lan Chi is also looking forward to this trip in her heart. Next to Lan Chi is Wukong and Kikai's room. Since Kikai joined, Ye Chen has asked Wukong to accompany her at night. The two lowly friends are hugging each other and sleeping together. The room next to Wukong and Kikai is naturally Yechen, Bulma, and Taisai's room. Although the lights in the room have been turned off, the situation inside is a bit unpleasant at this time. Damn Yechen, say, are you interested in Lan Chi and want to put her in your harem too? Sitting on Yechen's body, Bulma asked with a fierce expression. Although Taisai didn't do the same thing, she still sat down and looked at Yechen with a smile. Yes, that's what I planned. Nodded, Yechen admitted unabashedly. Although he was a little dumbfounded by Yechen's frank appearance, Bulma, who recovered his senses, was furious. Obviously, I already have my sister and me and I'm still not satisfied, you sex monster. Villain. Bad guy. Two Jiao fists beat Yechen's body for a while, Bulma scolded. Hey, Bulma, I actually did it for you and Taisai. Grabbing Bulma's fist, Yechen said. For me and sister. Suspecting whether he had heard it wrong, Bulma couldn't help but widen his eyes, and even Taisai next to him was stunned. This guy himself wanted to open the harem and even said it was for them. Is there any mistake? Of course, otherwise what do you think? If it weren't for worrying about damaging your body, I would have eaten your sisters. Do you think you two sisters can satisfy me? No, 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 my body is 1,000 times stronger than yours, but you two sisters can't satisfy me by far. If I don't find a few more sisters for you now, maybe someday I will destroy your sisters if I lose control for a while. So, I want to include Lan Chi in my harem not only for myself, but also for your good. With a loud noise, Yechen said awe-inspiringly, while Bulma and Taisai opened their mouths blankly for a long time without regaining their senses. This nasty villain, he wants to open the harem just because he wants to open the harem, so he can even say the reason for such a high sounding, even saying that it is for their good? Bulma was almost exasperated. Sophistry. All sophistry. I killed you. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with this nasty guy, Bulma threw on Yechen and gave him a savory sip. What? Yechen was in pain, then suddenly turned over and exchanged positions with Bulma. Bulma, dare you bite me? Pressing Bulma's hands, Yechen had a vicious expression on his face. Both Bulma and Taisai beside him were startled by Yechen's sudden appearance. Bulma couldn't help being a little flustered. I'm just biting you, silly villain. What do you want? Although panicked, Bulma pretended to be calm. You dare to bite me, I want to tear your clothes. With an evil and cruel smile, Yechen grabbed her pajamas and tore them forcefully under Bulma's stunned look. Asshole, you tore my clothes again. Stop it. Stop it. Ah. In a short time, there was a burst of clothes shattering and Bulma's yelling in the room, and soon Taisai joined in. To be continued. Chapter 1. A huge force suddenly appeared in the body. Feeling this huge power, Feng Yu couldn't help but be surprised, and before he could figure out what was going on, the huge power was quickly lost, and at the same time, an indescribable feeling of emptiness appeared out of thin air, and a strong sense of discomfort made Feng Yu lose consciousness. Woo woo, my poor Gohan. When Fenjiu regained consciousness again, a cry of worry and sadness sounded in his ears. Hearing the words of this woman who was holding herself in her arms, Fenjiu couldn't help but be stunned. Gohan? Who's that? When she opened her eyes, Fenjiu saw that she was being held in her arms by a young woman, and a group of very familiar people were sitting around, a bald head without a nose, a cat with a cane, and a colored old man. Gohan, it's great that you are finally awake. Woo woo, my poor boy. The woman who was holding Fenjiu and crying in a low voice screamed happily after seeing Fenjiu wake up, and couldn't help crying again when she said it. Mom, I'm fine, where's Dad? Hearing the woman's crying, Feng Yu didn't know why she blurted out her words directly. Hee, Gohan, I'm here. A voice came from behind. Feng Yu hurriedly turned around, and after seeing Sun Wukong lying there, he breathed a sigh of relief, and after his mood relaxed, a huge tiredness appeared, and Feng Yu fell asleep directly. And his coma startled Kiki, and finally found that Fenjiu only relaxed after falling asleep, but his hands hugged Fenjiu tighter. Fenjiu is an ordinary young man on Aqua Blue Star recently. I've been a little bored and revisited the classic animation I watched when I was a child, Dragon Ball. But I don't know why, he suddenly felt a blur of consciousness when he saw it halfway, and then he found that he actually appeared in the world of Dragon Ball and became the son of the protagonist Son Goku. Because he didn't have any relatives and friends in his previous life, he didn't have anything unacceptable to travel into this world, so Fenjiu quickly accepted his new identity. According to the information he knew, he guessed that the time when he first appeared in this world should be the moment when Son Gohan transformed into a gorilla and was about to turn back by Vegeta's tail cut off, and he should have taken advantage of Son Gohan's weakness to occupy his body at that time, which also explains the reason why he felt that the power in his body would continue to be lost. The 3 days passed quickly. Because the Scion's physical recovery ability is very strong, and the damage that Son Gohan originally suffered was not particularly great, it only took 1 day for Son Gohan's injuries to fully recover. It's just that her mother Kiki was too worried, so she let herself stay in the hospital for 2 more days. But Sun Wukong is too serious because of his injury. It takes at least 3 months to recover, although he can recover immediately with the help of the power of fairy beans, but the original fairy beans have been used up, and the new fairy beans will take a month to grow at the earliest. During his time in the hospital, Son Gohan managed to convince his mother Kiki to agree to his own cultivation, and traveled to Namek with Kling and Boomer to find the Dragon Balls. Although it has completely occupied Son Gohan's body, due to unfamiliarity, the current Son Gohan can't even play 1/10 of his original strength. So after recovering, Son Gohan quickly found a reason to go out to cultivate by himself, wanting to regain his due strength as soon as possible. Although it has only been a few days since he arrived in this world, Son Gohan has completely liked his current identity and has parents who love him, so he has to do his best to protect all that he has now. Son Gohan's potential in the original book can be said to be very terrifying, and it is even likely to be above the 2 purebred Scions, Son Goku and Vegeta, who once became the most powerful single warrior in the Dragon Ball world. If it weren't for Kiki's single-minded desire for him to become a great scholar, coupled with his own neglect of cultivation, his strength would definitely not be below Sun Wukong and Vegeta. According to the time of the plot, there is still more than a month to go before I can face Frieza, so I have to speed up the progress as much as possible. In a desert, Son Gohan floated in midair and said slowly. 7 days have passed since Boomer found the spaceship when the celestial god came to Earth. According to the original plan, it only took 10 days to transform the spaceship, and then everyone took the spaceship to Namek to find the Dragon Ball and resurrect the dead. And now, it is less than 3 days before the start of the agreed time. During this time, Son Gohan only regained his due combat power, except for the recovery of his physical injury. He improved some combat power with the talent of Scion, and did not improve his strength much. As for how strong Frieza's strength is, Son Gohan is not clear. After all, this is a real world, and if he is not careful, something will really happen, and he can't completely rely on the anime he has watched before to judge. However, in his memory, Frieza has more than 500,000 combat power in the normal state, and the combat power directly exceeds 1 million after the first transformation, and the combat power in the final form exceeds 100 million. In other words, if you can become a Super Saiyan, you must have at least more than 2 million combat power to have the strength to fight against it. And with his combat strength of less than 5,000 now, it is far from enough. Therefore, Son Gohan is under great pressure at the moment. At present, the only way to quickly improve one's strength in a short period of time is to use the spiritual time house of the temple. Cultivating in the spirit time house for a year is just 1 day in the outside world, and time is what Son Gohan needs the most at the moment. After thinking about it for a while, Son Gohan found that no matter what he wanted to do now, he must at least have the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan first. And what is needed to transform into a Super Saiyan is anger, but Son Gohan has already tried, but unfortunately, no matter how angry he is at present, there is no sign of transformation. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 2. With a slight sigh, Son Gohan flew in the direction of the temple. The temple looks shabby, and the space is very small, almost exactly like what you see on TV. Mr. Bobo, I heard something about the spiritual time house of the temple from my father, and I want to go in and cultivate, is that okay? Looking at Bobo in front of him, Son Gohan said very respectfully. He didn't dare to underestimate the Digimon servant in the temple in front of him. I remember that when I was watching the Dragon Ball puppet chapter before, Mr. Bobo easily defused the attacks of Son Goten and Trunks, who transformed into Super Saiyans. It's just that he doesn't like to fight, so no one can know how strong he is. After all, Mr. Bobo2 is definitely stronger than everyone on the earth now. No problem, but you have to remember that you must not stay in the spirit time room for more than 2 days, otherwise, you will never be able to come out of it again. Mr. Bobo said to Son Gohan with a serious face. Okay, I see, Mr. Bobo. Son Gohan thanked Mr. Bobo, and then followed Mr. Bobo to the spirit time house. At the same time, although Sun Wukong on the earth wanted to cultivate, his body did not allow it, so he could only lie in bed helplessly. And Klin, on the other hand, was by Goku's side, completely unaware of the dangers he might encounter on this trip to Namek. Of course, this is also because he knows that with only 10 days, there is no way to improve his existing strength much. And the busiest at the moment is Boomer, who is not only responsible for maintaining the Celestial God's spaceship, but also asking her to build a gravity room for cultivation before transforming Son Gohan inside, and he is very busy. This made Boomer scold Sun Wukong and Son Gohan in his heart, 2 guys who like to masochist. After entering the spirit time house, Son Gohan only felt a huge force acting on his body, making him feel a wave of discomfort. But fortunately, his current combat power has exceeded 1000, so when Son Gohan mobilized the chi in his body inside, his condition had returned to normal, except for the decrease in speed, there was not much change in other aspects. After moving his hands and feet, and after basically getting used to the gravity in the spirit time house, Son Gohan began to exercise. 10 days later, inside the spirit time house. Woo! Son Gohan supported his knees with his hands, gasping for breath, sweating like rain. The gravity in the spirit time room is 10 times that of the outside world, and in the case of mobilizing the chi in the body, 10 times the gravity has no effect on the current Son Gohan. But when cultivating, this gravity caused Gohan a lot of trouble, and in order to be able to adapt to this gravity, Son Gohan can be said to have suffered a lot. However, the effect of cultivation is also very obvious. In just 10 days, Son Gohan has completely adapted to 10 times the gravity, and his current combat power is close to 10,000, which has far surpassed all the surviving warriors on the earth except for his father and the mysterious Bobo. Son Gohan's potential is really very big, but he was forced to train by Big before, and he didn't have the heart to become stronger, so the improvement of his strength is not obvious. At this moment, Son Gohan has the belief to become stronger, coupled with his own hard work. Son Gohan's potential is slowly revealed. After fully adapting to 10 times the gravity, Son Gohan stopped cultivating. Although continuing to cultivate can also greatly improve one's combat effectiveness, but for Frieza, I am afraid that the improvement of combat power is not the same. On the spaceship, the space is too small, and it is too dangerous. It is impossible for Son Gohan to devote himself to cultivation, and in this spiritual time room, according to Son Gohan's estimate, by the end of time, his combat power can exceed 500,000 is already very good. Therefore, the rest of the time Son Gohan is ready to be used to carry out the transformation of Super Saiyan. Before entering the Spirit Time House, Son Gohan had already tried to transform into a Super Saiyan, but no matter how angry he was, although his combat power would increase, he didn't have the slightest intention of transforming into a Super Saiyan. And now, Son Gohan is ready to try his hand at the Super Saiyan transformation method of the 6th universe. I remember that in Dragon Ball Super, Kyle and Kafra introduced before transforming into Super Saiyans that if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to concentrate your chi on your back. After thinking about it and feeling that nothing was missing, Son Gohan tried to concentrate his chi on his back. Ah! With a low roar, Son Gohan's anger was slowly released and concentrated on his back. At the same time, the aura on Son Gohan's body kept flickering, and the aura on his body kept soaring until he used all his strength. After more than half an hour, Son Gohan stopped moving. The attempt just now, in addition to the continuous consumption of his physical strength, did not even have the reaction to become a Super Saiyan at all. It doesn't look like the transformation method of the 6th universe is not suitable for me. Or is it that his current strength is too weak to spy on the door of the Super Saiyan? No, his future brothers, Son Goten and Trunks, were able to become Super Saiyans at a very young age, and they hadn't trained much at that time. Son Gohan believes that his current strength, whether it is strength or talent, will definitely be stronger than Sun Wushan and Trunks, who have not been trained at that time. Since they are all capable of transformation, there is no reason why they can't transform. After carefully thinking about the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan suddenly thought of something. I remember that in my previous life, I mentioned in an official interview that the reason why Sun Wushan and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 3. Not every Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan through cultivation and anger, and the condition for becoming a Super Saiyan is that there must be S cells in the body. And when these S cells accumulate to a certain number, they can use anger as an opportunity to cause the S cells to grow explosively, and the body will change accordingly, becoming a Super Saiyan. And the way to increase S cells is to have a calm spirit, which is something that Saiyans are not good at. Therefore, Super Saiyan will become a legend. And it is almost impossible for the S cells to transform into Super Saiyans with a calm spirit alone. So a certain amount of combat effectiveness is also required. After reviewing the conditions for the transformation of Super Saiyan, Son Gohan also found the reason why he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wuhan's potential far surpasses that of Sun Wukong and others, and after being stimulated by the potential of the Old World King God, his combat effectiveness once became the strongest single fighter. So the S cells in Son Gohan's body are definitely enough for him to become a Super Saiyan. However, after crossing over, he is definitely not as calm as Son Gohan in the original book in terms of spiritual calmness. This may be the reason why he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Once you find the problem, the rest will be much easier to solve. But this is just my own speculation, and it's hard to say whether this is the case or not. Whether to give up cultivation or not and spend a lot of time to calm down his mental power made Son Gohan hesitate. However, thinking about Frisia's terrifying strength, if he can't transform into a Super Saiyan, even if he spends all his time cultivating, the result will not be any different. After thinking about this clearly, Son Gohan made up his mind. With a decision, Son Gohan no longer hesitated, sat down cross-legged directly, and began pranayama. In the following time, Son Gohan did nothing and was always in a state of pranayama. To be honest, pranayama is really a boring thing, especially in the spiritual time house, which is not a little lifeless. If it weren't for Son Gohan's obsession to become stronger at this moment and constantly support him, he really couldn't hold on. After more than half a year, Son Gohan finally stopped pranayama, and now he has completely fused with this body, without any sense of incongruity, and his mentality has stabilized, without his previous impetuousness. Slowly stood up and moved his body, which he hadn't moved for a long time. After finishing the warm-up, Son Gohan's eyes froze, and a golden arrogance appeared on him, with golden skyrocketing hair and eyebrows, plus pale green pupils. After calming down his spirit, Son Gohan was finally able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Feeling the power that is 50 times stronger at this moment, Son Gohan felt a burst of joy in his heart. Now he finally has the foundation to challenge Frisia. However, looking at the tail behind him, Son Gohan hesitated for a while. Previously, when he was pranayama, it took about 3 or 4 months for Son Gohan to calm down his spirit and mentality, but at that time he found something that made him very uneasy. He found that there was actually a soul in him, a soul that was unconscious and full of desire to destroy. That soul is slowly merging with its own soul, allowing itself to slowly have a tyrannical and destructive desire. Son Gohan quickly reacted, that should be the soul of the original Son Gohan. No, to be precise, it should be the soul of Son Gohan when he became a gorilla. To be honest, Son Gohan had no idea what to do with that unconscious soul. After all, he occupied other people's bodies, otherwise he would have recovered to his original state. And at the moment, he is slowly merging with himself, and he has nothing to do with it. At that time, Son Gohan really felt that he was dead, even if he was lucky not to die, so when the time comes, will the person who fused the two souls still be himself? However, it turned out that Son Gohan was obviously overly worried, and after the fusion of the two souls, Son Gohan did not change much. If anything, his tail that had been broken for a long time had regrown, and he knew something about his ability to appear out of thin air. Slowly introducing the power of the Super Saiyan into his tail, a tyrannical aura appeared on Son Gohan's body, his muscles began to slowly expand, and his aura surged again, and the golden aura on his body turned green. After increasing his strength by nearly 2 times again, Son Gohan stopped injecting Super Saiyan energy into his tail. He. After returning to his Super Saiyan form, Son Gohan gasped for breath. After fusing the soul of Son Gohan, who had transformed into a gorilla, Son Gohan discovered that when he turned into a Super Saiyan, he could have the power to become a legendary Super Saiyan by injecting Super Saiyan energy into his tail. Of course, his transformation is much more powerful than the average Chuan Chao, and he can increase his strength by a full 10 times on top of the Super Saiyan again. But he'll be unconscious, at least for now. And just 2 times his strength has been increased by 2 times, which is already the limit of what he can currently improve without losing consciousness. However, even this made Son Gohan overjoyed. In the original plan, Son Gohan just wanted to have the transformation of Super Saiyan, but now the transformation of Chuan Chao has given him the transformation effect equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. This made Son Gohan more confident when facing Frisia. If you want to fully master the transformation of Chuan Chao, you need a more stable spirit, and this is not something that can be done in a short period of time, so in the following time, Son Gohan began to try the transformation of the second order of Super Saiyan. Chapter 4. It's finally done. Boomer wiped the sweat from his head and looked at the spaceship he had worked so hard to rebuild. Although the remodeled spaceship hasn't changed much in appearance, its entire interior has been completely renovated. Hey! Boomer, has the spaceship been remodeled? Clint, who had been staying at Boomer's house for the past few days, ran over excitedly and looked at the modified spaceship with a look of surprise. Well, it doesn't seem like anything has changed. The excited Clint said with some disappointment after carefully visiting the spaceship. The Boomer modified spaceship is exactly the same as it was when it was first found. Except that it looks a little newer. What does it mean that there is no change? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. No sooner had he entered the spaceship than Boomer heard Clint talking to himself. Suddenly, an angry Boomer smacked Clint's head hard. Ignorant guy, let you see my results well. Boomer gave Clint a disdainful look, then walked to the spaceship's control station. Boom! As Boomer's hands danced rapidly on the console, it wasn't long before there was a roar inside the ship. Then, suddenly, some strange machines appeared inside the spaceship. These machines are. With Clint's knowledge, he naturally didn't know what these machines were for, so he looked at Boomer with a curious expression. Seeing the curious look on Clint's face, Boomer immediately smiled proudly, and then Boomer didn't procrastinate, and directly operated these machines one by one. With Boomer's operation, Clint's face became more and more strange, and finally waited for Bulma to operate all the machines, and Clint's face was suddenly very speechless. So, Boomer, are all the machines you've spent so much time building for your fun? Clint asked incredulously. Of course. In the face of Clint's questioning, Boomer admitted without hesitation. Are you going to travel when we are? It took so much time to make these useless things? Seeing that Boomer did not hesitate to admit his intention to make these machines, Clint was completely stunned. Touring, of course. Didn't Lord Realm say it? The Nameeks are very kind, so if we go to ask for help, we will definitely agree. Besides, this spaceship is not broken, just clean it up. This trip is going to take so long, how can you not prepare well? Boomer said as a matter of course, then gave Clint a disdainful look and walked away, leaving the stunned Clint alone inside the ship. Whew! With a long breath, Son Gohan stood up tremblingly from the ground with difficulty. After working hard to breathe for a long time, Son Gohan barely recovered. It looks like we're almost as long as we agreed with you. Son Gohan thought secretly in his heart. In this year in the Spirit Time House, Son Gohan's harvest can be said to be very large, and even far exceeded Son Gohan's original expectations. In Son Gohan's original plan, whether it can be done or not, Son Gohan only plans to spend 3 months trying to transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, even if it takes a year, Son Gohan is not much sure that he can transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, Son Gohan knows that there is a terrifying Frieza waiting there on Namek. Son Gohan knew very well that although his talent was very high, with Frieza's strength, he would not be his opponent even if he was cultivating for a year. Because he can't cultivate like Sun Wukong in the original book. Maybe it's because he died once, Son Gohan still attaches great importance to his safety. If he dies in battle, Son Gohan can still accept it, but if he dies because of excessive cultivation, it is really too speechless. However, to Son Gohan's expectations, he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan after only cultivating for more than a month. Although this transformation is still very unskilled and cannot transform as he wants, this huge good news still made Son Gohan immediately change his original plan. It may still be very difficult to transform into Super Saiyan 2, but it is very promising to break through to the other stages of Super Saiyan. Maybe it's because my current strength is still very weak. Under the conscious guidance of Son Gohan, it only took half a year for Son Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan full power form. Of course, in this process, Son Gohan skipped the transformation of the second stage of Super Saiyan and the third stage of Super Saiyan. After all, the Super Saiyan full power form is more of a transformation that can maintain the Super Saiyan form for a long time. Therefore, Super Saiyan Phase 2 and Super Saiyan Phase 3 do not have much impact on Super Saiyan's full power form. Despite this, being able to master the full power form of Super Saiyan in such a short period of time still has to talk about the terrifying potential of Son Gohan. Son Gohan was still very happy to be able to overfulfill his plans so smoothly. After all, in this way, he would have more time to cultivate. Because there are still 4 or 5 months left before the 1-year time frame. Of course, in the remaining year, Son Gohan has no intention of using it in front of him. Although that can make his strength stronger, Son Gohan is still ready to keep it, and if there is any big crisis in the future, this is also an opportunity for himself. With this period of time, Son Gohan is sure that his strength can be further improved. At that time, Frieza is hard to say, but it will be no problem to get rid of Team Canute. It will definitely not be as bad as it was in the previous life. Son Gohan clenched his hands, feeling the powerful terrifying power in his body, and his heart was full of confidence in his first trip to Namek. As soon as Son Gohan came out of the Spirit Time House, Mr. Bobo had already found out. Feeling the powerful oppressive force on Son Gohan's body, Mr. Bobo looked surprised. After a year of training in the Spirit Time House, Son Gohan's whole person's spirit at this moment has also undergone a huge change in his unconsciously. Even on Son Gohan's body, the fat that was originally a little fat has now turned into muscles full of strength. The whole person has an indescribable spirit, and the momentum and appearance of the whole person are completely new. Although the strength shown by Son Gohan at this moment is only comparable to that of Sun Wukong, who has not yet used the Realm King Fist. But Mr. Bobo knew that he had not yet fully revealed his strength. What's more important is that Mr. Bobo can clearly perceive that there is a very terrifying power hidden in Son Gohan's body. Although Mr. Bobo does not know how powerful this force is. But Mr. Bobo knew that once this force exploded, it could completely destroy the earth. That power is even more powerful than Vegeta, who has transformed into a giant ape. Gohan, you must resurrect the gods. Looking at Son Gohan at this moment, Mr. Bobo's eyes were full of anticipation, and he couldn't help but ask, as if Son Gohan could really do this. Don't worry, I'll definitely resurrect the gods and Uncle Vic. After listening to Mr. Bobo's words, Son Gohan said categorically. In the coming time, the earth will still face many terrible enemies, and those enemies are not yet daring to say that Son Gohan will definitely be able to defeat them. And the aftermath of the war with them is enough to devastate the planet. If there were no gods and Dragon Balls, I don't know how many Earthlings would suffer from this. And even in order to resurrect Uncle Vic, he must resurrect the gods. So, this time, we have to use the Dragon Balls on Namek to resurrect everyone. Alright, Mr. Bobo, I'm going first. Thank you for your help these days. Son Gohan thanked Mr. Bobo, and then immediately rushed to the house of the western capital Buma. Although there was still a day left before the time they agreed with Boomer, it was too short. Nothing could be done, so Son Gohan flew towards the Turtle Immortal house. In an unknown sea area, on an unknown island, the Turtle Fairy house is located here. At this moment, in the Turtle Fairy house, Kiki, Boomer, Klin, the Turtle Immortal and the Bull Demon King all gathered together early. At this moment, Son Gohan has not come over alone. Seeing that the agreed time was getting closer and closer, but Son Gohan still disappeared for a long time, everyone couldn't help but be a little worried. Here we are. While everyone was anxiously waiting, Kling suddenly spoke, and then hurriedly ran outside. Seeing Klin's actions, Boomer, Kiki, and the others also reacted immediately and hurriedly ran out. As soon as Son Gohan came to the Kamizen house, he saw everyone waiting anxiously there. You're Gohan. Looking at Son Gohan, who suddenly appeared in front of him and his appearance had changed greatly, Kiki was surprised, but she still recognized Son Gohan immediately. The old man of the Turtle Immortal is also a rare and serious man, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Son Gohan carefully, not knowing what he was thinking. And Kling had a hellish look on his face. You must know that 10 days ago, Son Gohan's strength was the lowest among everyone, and even a vegetable man couldn't handle it. But now, Kling can feel the terrifying power in Son Gohan's body. In Kling's senses, the power in Son Gohan's body was even stronger than the power that Son Goku had shown when he fought the Bald Scion again. And what is more important and even more difficult for Kling to accept is that Son Gohan has grown taller. The Son Gohan, who was originally shorter than himself, actually surpassed himself in height. After discovering this, Kling's mood suddenly turned bad. Of course it's me, Mom. Looking at the surprised crowd, Son Gohan responded to his mother's question with a smile. For everyone's surprised expressions, Son Gohan had expected it for a long time, so he was not surprised at all. Although he only spent 1 day in the Spirit Time House, for Son Gohan, he really spent a year. Therefore, Gohan at this time is much taller than when he left, and the whole person looks a lot more mature. The fat on his body, which was still a little fat, has now turned into muscles full of strength. The whole person has an indescribable spirit, and the whole person is refreshed. After a lot of words, Gohan explained to his mother Kiki why he had changed so much. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Kiki came back to her senses from her surprise. Immediately afterwards, Kiki hugged Son Gohan tightly in her arms and cried distressfully. At the same time, he kept complaining that his husband Sun Wukong was useless, so that his poor child would suffer such a big crime. Looking at Son Gohan, who was hugged by Kiki and looked helpless, Kling stepped forward and said, "Okay, everyone hurry up and pack up all your things and get ready to go." After listening to Kling's words, Kiki hugged Son Gohan tightly and cried for a while before reluctantly letting go of him. Then, I saw that Kiki hurriedly loaded the dozen or so large bags of things on the Bull Demon King on the side into the spaceship. Looking at the pile of things specially prepared by Kiki, and looking at Boomer and Kling, who were ready to go, the corners of Son Gohan's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but he still didn't say it. After a long time, the 3 of them left the Earth in a spaceship under the gaze of Kiki and others. Chapter 5. Really, it's only been less than 5 hours, and it's more than a month, it's really boring. After less than 5 hours on the spaceship, Boomer couldn't stand it anymore, took off his heavy spacesuit, took out a bag of snacks and ate it there, while complaining to Son Gohan and Kling. And Son Gohan and Kling were standing together at this time looking at the scene in space. "Gohan, how strong are you now?" Kling suddenly asked, very curious about Son Gohan's current strength. He could feel that Son Gohan's strength had been greatly improved, but he didn't know to what extent it had improved, but Kling was sure that Son Gohan's strength had far surpassed his own. "My current strength has no problem dealing with the previous Naba." Son Gohan was silent for a moment, and slowly said uncertainly, "My current strength should be slightly stronger than the strength that my father broke out at the beginning when he fought that Naba, but it is not as strong as when my father used the Realm King Fist. Of course, this is on the premise of not becoming a Super Saiyan." Son Gohan thought secretly in his heart. "What?" Kling turned his head to look at Son Gohan in surprise. "Gohan, isn't your current combat strength already over 8,000?" Kling shouted with a look of surprise. In his original thoughts, although Son Gohan's strength has been greatly improved, it is already very good to be able to reach 2,000, but at this moment, Son Gohan's strength is greatly unexpected. "Is this true, Gohan?" Listening to Kling's words, Boomer, who was eating snacks on the side, also asked with a look of surprise. To be honest, Boomer didn't really want to go to Namek, she didn't want to go on such a dangerous journey, but now that there was no one on Earth, she had to bite the bullet, but she was always very worried about safety. Although Son Gohan's combat power at this moment is far from the data displayed when Son Goku fought Vegeta before. However, Boomer had measured Kling's combat power before, and it was less than 3,000, so now knowing that Son Gohan might have more than 8,000 combat power, it instantly made Boomer feel that the safety of this trip was guaranteed. But that's just my own feeling, and I'm not sure if I haven't actually fought against it. Looking at the surprised Klin and Buma, Son Gohan spoke. Although there is no real battle, but we have also fought against that Naba before. Since you have the confidence to defeat that Naba, then your combat power is at least more than 5,000, which is also very strong. Listening to Gohan's words, Kling was not disappointed, but said more excitedly. If you look at it this way, Gohan, as long as you work hard to cultivate for a few more years, even if you defeat Vegeta, it's not impossible. Uncle Klin, are you scared? After listening to Klin's words, Son Gohan didn't say anything. After looking at Kling for a moment, he suddenly asked, but the tone was affirmative. After listening to Gohan's words, Kling fell silent and did not open his mouth to refute, which was regarded as acquiescence. Uncle Klin, there is no need for us to worry about those enemies, after all, we are much stronger than them. Looking at Klin, who had no fighting spirit and determination to become stronger at the moment, Son Gohan shook his head and said with a light sigh. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Klin was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Gohan in disbelief. Not understanding why Gohan would say that. Uncle Klin, I remember that before that scion named Raditz came to Earth, the strongest people on Earth should have been my dad and Uncle Vic, but at that time, their combat power had just exceeded 400. But after that, it took everyone less than a year, but their combat power has surpassed that scion, so compared to their potential, we are much stronger than them. If we were given some time, I don't think it would be impossible to defeat Vegeta. That's right, Klin, now just like then, Wukong can't rush over, we all have to rely on the two of you, don't look down on yourself. Boomer, who was eating on the side, came over at some point and said to Klin. Well, I see, thank you. Then while there is still time, I will work hard. After listening to Gohan and Boomer's words, Kling also had some confidence again, and the lost fighting spirit reappeared. By the way, Boomer, I heard that Gohan asked you to prepare a few gravity rooms for him before, so take us there. Are you going now? Boomer asked, putting down the snack in his hand. Yes. I'm going to start cultivating quickly, I can't waste any more time, you hurry up and take me to the gravity room. After listening to Boomer's words, Klin, who had regained his fighting spirit, spoke without even thinking about it. Hearing that Clint, a little bald head, dared to instruct himself to do things, Boomer was very upset and was about to teach him a lesson. However, seeing his good friend's face excited, and returning to his original state again, Boomer's heart was still quite happy, so he didn't bother with him much, and walked in front to take Clint and Gohan to the gravity room. Hey, Gohan, aren't you coming? Seeing that Gohan didn't mean to follow, Klin, who was walking behind, asked with a strange expression. That, Uncle Klin, I'm a little hungry, eat something first, you go to practice first, I'll go later. Hearing Klin's words, Son Gohan rubbed his head and said with some embarrassment. After listening to Son Gohan's words, Klin was stunned for a moment, and then his stomach let out a thunderous protest sound. Yes, yes. It just so happened that my stomach was a little hungry too. Listening to the emitting from his stomach, Kling touched his big bald head with some embarrassment. Chapter 6. Ha, ha, ha. In the gravity room, Son Gohan supported his knees with his hands, gasping violently, and his clothes that had become tattered were soaked with sweat. After a long time, Son Gohan's breathing calmed down a little. After his body regained some strength, Son Gohan struggled to straighten his body, and it took a lot of effort to walk to the edge of the artificial gravity system in the gravity room, and he reached out to turn off the gravity system with a flushed face. After the gravity system was turned off, Son Gohan instantly felt an indescribable sense of comfort, and his entire body seemed to have regained its strength. Under this indescribable feeling of comfort, Sun Gohan fell to the ground without any image, and the numb feeling made Sun Gohan directly lose control of his body and couldn't move again. Looking blankly at the roof of the gravity room, Sun Gohan felt a loss that could not be concealed. It's been more than 10 days since the last time he talked to Klin, and after recovering Klin's fighting spirit, Sun Gohan also started his own training. Originally, according to Sun Gohan's plan, he was going to adapt himself to 100 times the gravity on the way to Namek. Sun Gohan is confident that with his talent far surpassing that of his father Sun Wukong, his cultivation results under 100 times gravity will definitely far surpass him, and coupled with his super transformation, there is every hope of defeating Frieza. After being reborn, Sun Gohan also has his own ambitions. He wants to become stronger, he wants to have enough power to hold his destiny in his own hands. I don't want to be trampled under anyone's feet, not even my father Sun Wukong. Now he has this potential, as long as he works hard to cultivate, he can definitely have that ability. It's a pity that reality has given him a huge blow. Although he inherited Sun Gohan's body and gave him great potential, it is a pity that he does not have the same heartfelt love for cultivation as his father Sun Wukong. Although cultivation can be said to be very hard, it is far from being comparable to Sun Wukong, and there is no way to devote himself to cultivation. Now I can only adapt to 30 times the gravity environment under normal conditions, and I can't insist on being in the gravity environment all the time. Every time as soon as he finished cultivating, he couldn't help but want to turn off the gravity system, and at this point, Sun Gohan felt that he was not as strong as Klin. You must know that although Klin is only cultivating under 10 times the gravity now, he has always maintained it at 10 times the gravity, except for eating and going to the toilet. If this continues, I am afraid that I am destined to grow up under the protection of Sun Wukong. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan couldn't help but sigh again. At this moment he suddenly felt that he had crossed into Sun Gohan, which might make Sun Gohan, a warrior with huge potential, even worse than the original book. Thinking of the novels I read before crossing over, after crossing over, you can have tens of millions of combat power by casually cultivating for a period of time, and Sun Gohan was envious for a while. At this moment, Sun Gohan can be said to have really lost confidence in his ability. Touching his hungry stomach again, Sun Gohan retracted his thoughts, got up and walked out. Outside, Clyn and Boomer had already started eating. Looking at Boomer, who was gulping down something without an image, the corners of Sun Gohan's mouth couldn't help twitching. His eyes looked uncontrollably at the unfathomable ravine and the 2 huge steamed buns. At this moment, Boomer is only wearing a set of light-colored underwear, and there is no other covering. That's right, it's just a set of underwear. The development is really good, but it's a pity that in the end, Vegeta's 10,000-year-old second is cheaper. Along the way, Boomer's dress, Sun Gohan has seen it many times. For Sun Gohan who has a normal adult consciousness, Boomer's dress is definitely a huge stimulus. If it weren't for the fact that his body has not developed well, he would have been ugly a long time ago. So every time at this time, Sun Gohan can't help but be glad that his body has not developed well, otherwise if he is discovered, he will really have no face to see people in the future. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva, under the protest of his stomach, Sun Gohan didn't care about the beautiful scenery in front of him, and after taking a hard look, he walked towards the food. Anyway, if you want to see it, there are more opportunities along the way. For Bomana's good things that can be seen and eaten, the current Gohan, except for the normal reaction that a man should have, really doesn't have much thought. After all, even if he has an idea, it's useless. Uncle Klin, how are you doing? After eating, Gohan, who was not in a good mood, asked Klin. Well, I'm fully used to 10 times gravity now, and I've started to try 15 times gravity now, so I should be able to fully adapt to 20 times gravity before I reach Namek. Gohan, how are you? Listening to Gohan's question, Kling replied with a happy face. Sun Gohan smiled helplessly, me? It's okay, but it's far from what I expected. Gohan, you don't need to set your goals too high, we just need to work hard to cultivate and slowly increase our strength, don't be too anxious. Clint mistakenly thought that Son Gohan had set his goal too high and was disappointed that he did not achieve the expected results, so he opened his mouth to comfort him. Listening to Clint's words, Son Gohan smiled helplessly again. Of course, I know these things, but this time the opponent is too strong, and if you don't set your goals a little higher, you can't compete with them at all. Feeling his current strength, Son Gohan thought helplessly in his heart that with his current strength, even if he became a Super Saiyan, he might not be able to compete with Frieza's third form. Just as Kling was about to say something, Son Gohan suddenly felt something, stood up suddenly, and looked in one direction with a serious face. Just when Kling was puzzled by Son Gohan's strange behavior, the spaceship, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Is this convection happening again? Bulma asked with a puzzled expression. Along the way, this kind of positive and negative flow has been encountered several times, so Boomer is quite calm, and he has become a little excited. No, we're under attack. When the spaceship began to shake, Kling also sensed something outside the world, stopped the action of eating in his hand, stood up with a serious face, and answered Boomer's question at the same time. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 7. In the cold universe, a pale yellow spaceship kept fleeing. On its body, the traces of severe impact can be clearly seen. Not far behind it, a huge spaceship chased after it, firing from time to time to attack. But each attack was a certain distance from the spaceship in front of it, as if it was enjoying the chase. Inside the spaceship, Son Gohan and Klin looked at the spaceship chasing themselves and others through the spaceship's display screen with serious faces. Boomer, it's not a way to escape like this, that spaceship is flying much faster than ours, we will be caught up sooner or later, we can't be beaten like this passively. Seeing the distance between the two sides being kept getting closer, Kling said solemnly to Boomer, who was operating a spaceship not far away. Nonsense, I know this without you saying it, but do you have any other way than to escape now? Listening to Klin's words, Boomer, who was engrossed in operating the spaceship, turned his head and yelled angrily at Klin, who was chirping endlessly on the side. At the same time, the distance between the two sides narrowed a little closer, and Boomer hurriedly continued to concentrate on operating the spaceship. After listening to Boomer's words, Son Gohan, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly had a bad premonition. Aunt Boomer, why don't we fight back? Suppressing the bad premonition in his heart, Son Gohan hurriedly asked nervously. No, our spaceship is so old that the weapons and equipment on it can't be used, so I dismantled them all in the first place, and forgot to install new ones. Boomer said without looking back. What? Is there any mistake? If you say that, don't we even have the weapon to fight back, and you will forget such an important thing. Hearing Boomer's words, Clint cried out in surprise. Damn, you think I think it's only 7 days, and this spaceship is so old, how much work it will take to repair it, it's normal that only me and my father will forget some things. Listening to Kling's complaints, Boomer, who was so scared to death at the moment, immediately complained loudly. I knew that I shouldn't go to that Namek star, now it's okay, we're going to die before we even have a shadow of the destination, woo woo woo. Looking at Boomer who was crying in fear, Kling suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, he also knew that the time was too rushed, there was no way to make them fully prepared, and he couldn't blame Boomer for this matter at all, she had worked hard enough. Damn, who the hell are these bastards, and why are they attacking us for no reason? Kling immediately changed the subject and scolded in a low voice. Whoever they are, they're not going to be friends anyway. Son Gohan replied with a gloomy face. Although he can transform into a Super Saiyan, he cannot survive in the universe for a long time. Without a planet to settle on, sooner or later they will run out of strength and be torn to pieces by the positive and negative currents in the universe, and then Kling and Boomer will surely die. Rumble. The spaceship shook violently again, and Boomer, who was crying in fright, quickly wiped away his tears and continued to drive the spaceship seriously. Damn! Those guys are just playing us. Looking at the ship that stopped firing as soon as his ship continued to escape, Kling yelled angrily. "Aunt Boomer, let's find a place to land first. It's really too bad for us to have no attack equipment in the universe." Feeling the increasingly fierce shaking spaceship, Sun Gohan thought for a while and hurriedly spoke. "That's right, Boomer, let's find a place to land, and when we get to the ground, we can fight back, and I'll make sure they look good then." Klin, who was originally anxiously spinning around in the spaceship, heard Sun Gohan's words, his eyes immediately lit up, and he said happily. "Okay." Boomer, who was scared to death at the moment, heard the words of Sun Gohan and Klin, and immediately began to operate nervously like a drowning man who had grasped a life-saving straw. "Great, found the right planet, and it's not far from us." It didn't take long for Boomer's delightful voice to be heard from inside the spaceship. Listening to Boomer's words, Sun Gohan and Kling were both happy. At the same time, in the spaceship behind them, a group of giant men with bulging muscles were looking at the fleeing spaceship in front of them through the display screen with a playful face. Inside the spaceship, several giants who were significantly smaller than the people around them were operating the spaceship. Suddenly, one of the giants seemed to have noticed something, and immediately turned his head to a giant man who was much larger than those around him. "Lord Gansa, the prey ahead has changed course and seems to be preparing to go to the planet in front of you." "Oh, is it? It seems that they are not ready to run away, so let's have some fun with them, pass the boring time, and hope that the toys on them don't break down too quickly." After listening to the words of his subordinates, the giant man named Gansa sneered and said playfully. Hearing Gansa's words, all his men let out bloodthirsty shouts. It didn't take long for the ship to reach its destination. Suddenly, Sun Gohan's face changed, and in his senses, in the direction that Boomer was flying in at the moment, the large number of breaths on that planet was disappearing rapidly. It didn't take long for Sun Gohan to feel any breath from that planet no matter how he felt, which made his face change. However, at this moment Kling and Boomer were both excited, and neither noticed the change in Sun Gohan's expression. Although the strange changes that have taken place on that planet make Sun Gohan very worried. However, now that he and the others are cornered, even if there is anything strange about the planet in front of them, they can't care about it now. It didn't take long for Boomer to fly into the planet's atmosphere in a spaceship. The spaceship in the rear also flew into the interior of the planet's atmosphere. And when both sides landed on the planet, a man with a tail looked gloomily at the place where they landed, far away from where they landed. Chapter 8. The vast wasteland, the vast barrenness, the flying sand and rocks, the dust, is simply a world of sand, which makes it impossible to stand on. The boundless desert is like a yellow sea, and the sun shines on it, and 10,000 points of light shine brightly. Under the scorching sun, waves of heat rose in the desert, making people feel miserable even breathing. Two shining meteors suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, one after the other, and landed on this desert that was inaccessible to people, smashing two deep huge craters. The endless yellow sand was rolled up high, like a sudden smoke rising from the flat ground, and it spun and flew across the desert. "Lord Gansa, the prey has stopped." "Really? So let's go down and see the prey this time. Let's hope this prey will keep us entertained a little longer." "Aunt Boomer, Uncle Klin, are you all right?" Inside the spaceship, Sun Gohan looked at Kling and Boomer who had fallen to the ground and asked anxiously. "We're fine." Boomer, who was helped up by Klin, said with a depressed face, "I didn't expect the landing system of the spaceship to be damaged, but fortunately, nothing happened." "Don't be too happy, our troubles haven't been solved yet. Kling saw a group of strong men coming out of the spaceship not far away through the monitor in the spaceship, and said with a solemn face, "Uncle Klin, they don't seem to have a lot of energy." Listening to Klin's words, Sun Gohan also hurriedly walked to the monitor and looked at the group of strong men who came out, felt the chi emanating from the other party's body, frowned, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Yes, let's test it again in a while, their combat effectiveness does not seem to be strong." Lord Gansa, according to the scan results, there are no other life reactions on this ship. A man who looked significantly smaller than the people around him had a strange instrument in his hand, looked at Gansa and said, "Is there any mistake? The prey this time is actually only these 3 skinny ribs." After listening to the man's words, Gansa had not said anything before the group of people under him had already quarreled. "Okay, don't make any noise. Although these 3 imps are a little weaker, they are better than nothing, and they can at least play for a while after bringing them back." After looking at the 3 of Sun Gohan, Gansa stopped the quarrel between his subordinates, and said with a sneer, while beckoning his subordinates to come forward and catch the 3 of Sun Gohan, "Gohan, we seem to be underestimated, so let them take a good look at our strength." Looking at the enemy who was talking to himself, completely ignoring the 3 of himself, Kling sneered and said, "Yes, Uncle Klin." Listening to Klin's words, Sun Gohan responded, and then slowly raised his anger with Klin. However, because of the evil aura he felt before entering this planet, he was vigilant in his heart, so he didn't release much of his chi, just about the same as Klin. Half an hour later, Kling and Sun Gohan stood calmly on the edge of the spaceship, watching Boomer check the damage to the spaceship, and not far from them, there were a large number of corpses, which were the same group of spacemen who had attacked them before. Just now, because he was worried that these enemies were hiding their strength, Kling directly used all his strength. As a result, under the oppression of Klin's terrifying aura, except for the leader called Gansa, everyone else was oppressed and unable to move, and was easily solved by Sun Gohan and Klin, without even a decent resistance. As for that Gansa, there is still some strength. According to his performance, his combat power has surpassed the scion called Leitais before, but in the face of Klin, who used all his strength, he was still defeated without suspense. Later, Sun Gohan and Kling helped Boomer check the damage to the spaceship. Well, the damage to the spaceship is not very serious, and there is no big problem with the important parts. As for the others, it is completely possible to borrow the parts on the spaceship to complete the repair, and the transformation can be completed in only 10 days. After the inspection, Bulma breathed a long sigh of relief and said happily to Sun Gohan and Klin, "Really? That's great. 10 days, it's going to take so long. Can you hurry up?" Listening to Boomer's words, Sun Gohan and Kling spoke at the same time. Unlike Kling and Boomer, Sun Gohan knows better than them what to expect on this trip to Namek. In case the early death of the Great Elder due to the delay of these 10 days, then this mission will be a complete failure. Even if the Great Elder has not passed away by then, if he fails to save Dandy, the future god, it will have an unimaginable impact on the future of the Earth. Therefore, after hearing Boomer's words, Sun Gohan immediately looked anxious. "Don't worry, Gohan. The ship will definitely fly much faster than before, and we will arrive at Namek earlier than originally planned." Looking at Sun Gohan, whose face was a little anxious, Boomer hurriedly explained. After hearing Boomer's explanation, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he arrived at Namek no later than originally budgeted, nothing else mattered. Immediately afterwards, Sun Gohan, who was still a little worried, pulled Kling to help Boomer disassemble the captured spaceship, so that Boomer could quickly transform the spaceship. A round sunset sticks to the ridgeline of the desert, and the earth is lined with a drowsy layer, revealing a layer of crimson, and the desert waves supporting the setting sun are solidified, like a sleeping sea. A huge tree that is extremely luxuriant, like an emerald set in the vast expanse of the desert. Under the effect of light and shadow, this vast and boundless desert seems to have transformed into a magnificent sea. Sun Gohan floated in the air in a daze, looking at the mirage-like scene in front of him in disbelief. He could clearly sense that the vitality on this planet was almost exhausted, and the land on the entire planet had turned into a barren desert, and it was on the verge of destruction. And what he saw in front of him completely subverted his cognition. This anomaly caused an unimaginable sense of crisis in his heart. This made him hesitate to go over and investigate. Chapter 9. Looking at the strange sea in front of him, Sun Gohan hesitated for a moment and decided to go down and have a look. At this time, the spaceship had just begun to be transformed, and there was no way for them to leave the planet in a short time. And if you don't explore such a weird place, Sun Gohan really can't rest assured. After making his decision, Sun Gohan flew towards the strange ocean. As he got closer, Sun Gohan's face became more and more solemn, and he could clearly feel the terrifying energy possessed by this mysterious tree. He even had a feeling that the power possessed by this mysterious tree could easily destroy the planet once it exploded. And what made Sun Gohan feel strange was that he had a strange familiarity with the powerful power possessed in that mysterious ancient tree, as if he had felt it somewhere, and even touched it. But he couldn't remember where he had been exposed to this power. As soon as his feet stepped on the ground, Sun Gohan immediately felt a huge vitality from the air around him. This huge vitality made Sun Gohan couldn't help but take a deep breath. In an instant, Sun Gohan felt an indescribable sense of comfort coming from his body, and he couldn't help but let out a moan. Boom! A wave of energy instantly hit the place where Sun Gohan was, and a violent explosion occurred. Looks like we've blown this obstructive little imp to pieces. As the words fell, a man with earrings and a necklace flew in from not far away, looked at the place of the explosion and said indifferently. After observing the surroundings and finding no other people, he turned around and flew in the direction he had been coming. And after he left, a small figure in the air looked calmly at the direction he left, then reined in his breath and slowly followed. Not far from the mysterious ancient tree, 3 people were resting. One of them, with a tail and a strange lens detector in his eye, suddenly snorted and raised his hand to press the device on his head. "What's wrong, Lord Dares? Days, what's going on?" Seeing the strange movements of the man, the 2 short, identical-looking people around him asked strangely. "It's nothing, Days seems to have dealt with the guy who came here, but there seems to be something behind him, but the combat power is too weak to be sure." Darius fiddled with the detector on his face for a moment and said with a strange expression. "Maybe there's something wrong with the detector, after all, this detector is very old, and it hasn't been repaired for a while, and it's normal for something to fail, let's repair it for you later." Listening to Dares's words, the twin brothers were stunned for a moment, and then spoke. "Yes, but this model is really too old, let's go get some new models when we go back." "Hey? Has Days returned?" Along the way, Sun Gohan followed the person who attacked him from a distance, slowly approaching the mysterious ancient tree. As the distance narrowed, Sun Gohan was able to observe the mysterious ancient tree more and more clearly. "I saw that the mysterious branch of the ancient tree was bent and vigorous, and the black ground was full of wrinkles of time, and just looking at this branch, it seemed that it was about to die. But there is a huge vitality on its body, holding its head high in the sky, towering and straight. At the top of it, there are many fresh lives, and delicious fruits are dotted on it." The more he observed, the more Sun Gohan could feel its extraordinary. Sun Gohan has lived with his father Sun Wukong and mother Kikai since he was a child, and Baizai Mountain, which is still an undeveloped primeval forest. His father, Sun Gohan, has taken him to play in the forest many times, but he has never seen a tree with such a thick sense of vicissitudes. Even the oldest tree he has seen is far from 1/10,000th. "Hey!" As if sensing something, Sun Gohan hurriedly flew towards the woods below and found a hidden place to hide. Just after Sun Gohan hid, 3 figures flew over from a distance, and the people who had attacked him before were also among them. "Dares, you're thinking too much, aren't there any people here? If someone were following, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. After looking around, the person who was following Sun Gohan before said dissatisfiedly. Dazi, Lord Dales is also cautious, there is a group of people with very high combat effectiveness here just now, so it's better to pay more attention. If they find out, we'll be in some trouble. Listening to Daze's words, a short man spoke. Humph. After hearing this, Daze snorted coldly, didn't say anything more, and flew away alone. Looking at the distant back of Daze, a cold light appeared in Darius's eyes, and then flew in the direction of Daze with the short man. After they left for a while, Sun Gohan walked out and looked at the direction the three of them went away with a happy face. Chapter 10. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are all kinds of magical things. Among them, there are two foods that are said to be eaten by gods. The first is the fairy bean, which is a very buggy setting in the Dragon Ball world, and has a lot of magical abilities. First, it fills your stomach. If you eat a fairy bean, you can go without food for 10 days, and even the terrifying amount of food of the Scions can be satisfied. Second, restore all injuries and physical strength. Every time the Dragon Ball fighters are beaten by the villain and are on the verge of death, they will eat a fairy bean, and then instantly resurrect with full blood, no matter how serious the injury, as long as there is a breath to swallow the fairy bean, then after eating, it can be healed in an instant. Third, fairy beans can regenerate bones. I remember that when Dragon Ball had just entered the Cosmic Era, Son Goku and Vegeta fought for the first time, that is, Son Goku's bones were almost broken, but after eating a fairy bean taken by Archelobe, he recovered in an instant. Of course, there are also two defects in fairy beans. The first is that there is no cure for viruses and diseases. In Dragon Ball Z, the future Son Goku dies of a viral heart attack and cannot be cured with fairy beans. As for the second one, it is more difficult to grow. In the late stage of Dragon Ball, fairy beans are basically insufficient. As for the other one, it is the spirit tree fruit. A fruit that can greatly improve combat effectiveness. It is estimated that many people have forgotten the existence of this fruit. According to the king of the Northern Realm, the spirit tree fruit is a fruit that only gods can eat. However, the effect of this fruit's combat power increase is based on life. This fruit tree appeared in the early theatrical version, when Dales invaded the Earth, a magical tree planted on the Earth to absorb the elements of life on the Earth, and the fruit produced. One can greatly improve his combat effectiveness for Darius. It is estimated that Darius also obtained this rare seed by chance. Son Gohan looked at the figure that was gradually moving away, almost exactly the same as his father, and thought of the spiritual tree fruit that had probably been planted by him, and his eyes couldn't help but have a touch of heat. On this planet, apart from this strange jungle, Son Gohan can hardly feel any vitality. Although it is not clear how powerful the vitality of this planet originally was, judging from the current situation, the spirit tree fruit has not been long before it is ripe, and it may even be ripe. And Dales's breath is inferior to that of himself when he fought Vegeta in Son Gohan's senses, and he must have not eaten the spirit tree fruit yet. Under that mysterious ancient tree, patches of large trees and rattans are intertwined with each other, as if covered with layers of large nets, and like the dark green seabed, not a trace of sunlight can shine in. In the dense trees, a small figure floated quietly on a branch, and there was not a trace of breath leaking out of his body. Surrounded by the surrounding shadows, if you didn't look closely, you couldn't find his existence at all. It has been 8 days since Darius and his party were discovered, and during this period of time, Son Gohan has not tried to find the spiritual tree planted by Darius. It's a pity that Son Gohan doesn't know what the spirit tree and the spirit tree fruit look like at all, except that the spirit tree fruit can greatly improve combat effectiveness, the others don't understand at all. And this planet is also very weird, the life force on this planet is about to be absorbed, and there is no life left. However, on this planet, there is a dense forest, and there is even a powerful vitality in it. Alas! Looking at Dales and the others not far away, Sun Gohan couldn't help but sigh. The ship's repair is progressing faster than expected, and it will be completed tonight, and tomorrow it will be time to leave the planet and continue on Namek. Although he was very greedy for the fruit of the spirit tree, Sun Gohan, he also knew that the main purpose of the others now was to obtain the Dragon Ball of Namek. If you delay your trip because of the search for the spirit tree fruit, it will be more than worth the loss. Therefore, although there are some regrets, I can only give up the spirit tree fruit. However, it would be a problem if Darius and the others went to Earth in order to grow the spirit tree fruit in the future, although Gohan was confident that he could defeat them then. However, once they were allowed to plant the spirit tree, it would cause great damage to the Earth. And even if they don't go to Earth, the other planets will be in danger of destruction. Sun Gohan thinks that he is not a good person. If he doesn't meet him, forget it, he can't take care of other planets. However, now that he has encountered it, he can't pretend that nothing has happened, so he naturally has to do something. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan's eyes showed a killing intent, and just as he was about to make a move, Darius, who had been being watched by him, suddenly took action. Darius, who had been sitting there resting with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up, said something, and flew in one direction. Sun Gohan could clearly feel that after Dales left, the aura on the short man's body had changed somewhat, as if he was guarding against the man named Days. This is something that has not been done in the past few days. Chapter 11. Seeing this, Sun Gohan was surprised for a moment, and then seemed to have guessed something, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Feeling the breath of Darius leaving, Sun Gohan hesitated, but gave up his original plan to deal with them and left with Darius. The moon is coming out. A faint light set ablaze on the tops of the trees in the woods, like the edges of a goblet, and the silhouettes of the peaks reflected in the shimmer became darker and darker by the minute. Dales didn't fly far, just came to a halt at the edge of this eerie forest. After coming down, Dales cautiously looked around, and after making sure that there was nothing unusual, he cautiously walked to the left. After a while, he was excited to face an ordinary-looking tree. The ordinariness of this tree is only equivalent to the extremely lush trees in this strange forest. If you put it on the earth, it is also a very special tree. Seeing the obvious change in Dales's expression, Sun Gohan guessed that the tree should be the spiritual tree he had been looking for the past few days. It's a pity that there is nothing else on this spiritual tree except for the lush branches and leaves, and it does not grow spiritual tree fruits. Seeing this, Sun Gohan couldn't help but feel irritable for a while, and when he was about to give up the spirit tree fruit at the beginning, it was nothing. However, after seeing Darius's actions and guessing that he was about to go to collect the spirit tree fruit, Sun Gohan felt a huge surprise in his heart. However, now that he had successfully found the spirit tree, looking at the spirit tree that had not yet borne fruit, Sun Gohan felt a nameless anger and great loss fill his heart. If there is no hope in the first place, it is just a matter of giving up a hope when giving up, as is the case now, and finally ruthlessly taking away this hope. There are very few people who can withstand it under this huge psychological gap and not affect themselves, and Sun Gohan is naturally not one of them. Therefore, under this huge psychological gap, Sun Gohan failed to hide his anger well for a while, and accidentally exposed it. At night, it was very quiet, and a full moon slowly rose, like a bright lamp, hanging high in the sky, and the faint moonlight sprinkled onto the earth. In the desert as far as the eye can see, an extremely strange-looking spaceship is parked there, and around this spaceship, piles of parts are placed. A short, bald boy looked helpless under the command of a beautiful woman, constantly carrying all kinds of complex strange things and placing them on the strange spaceship. All right, Boomer. The ships have already been repaired, so there's no need to get any more of them. After placing a strange thing in his hand that he didn't know what it was for, Kling said helplessly. What do you call it? It will take a few days to reach Namek. Is there a ready-made part now? How can it be made if you don't make good use of it? Looking at Klin, who was complaining, Boomer said with a look of course. After flying in the cold and dead silence of space, after the initial excitement and curiosity, the loneliness really made Boomer unbearable. Although Boomer was also fully prepared before departure, at that time, in order to enjoy space travel, Boomer's transformation of the spacecraft was mainly for enjoyment, and there was not much to relieve boredom. And these things have basically been destroyed when they were attacked before, and if you don't have the opportunity to prepare some relief now, you won't be able to live the rest of the day. Hey! I'm really envious of Gohan, you don't have to do these things, you can go around and play. Glancing at Boomer, Kling couldn't help but sigh and say enviously. Space travel is much harder than expected, and I'm okay with Gohan, and I can pass the time through cultivation, but Boomer is indeed a lot worse. Humph! Are you embarrassed to ask such a young child to do all this hard work? And Gohan didn't help, it's just that now that the spaceship has been repaired, he will be given a rest. What do you have to envy? Listening to Klin's words, Boomer said angrily. Little ghost, what are you and how did you end up here? Dales and others, who discovered Son Gohan through the probe, surrounded Son Gohan and said ill-willedly. Son Gohan, who found out that he had been discovered, looked at Dales and the others and smiled, with an icy cold glint in his eyes. Lord Darius, this little imp seems to be a scion just like you. Really? Little ghost, since you are also a scion, I can allow you to be my subordinate, so surrender quickly. Dales looked at the tail behind Son Gohan and said lightly. Do you think you are worthy of being your subordinate? Haha, Darius, it looks like you are being looked down upon. Listening to Son Gohan's words, before Dales could say anything, Daisy gloated. After listening to Daz's words, Dales, who was already on fire, was even more angry. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 12. For this D's, whose strength is not weaker than his own at all, Dales has always been difficult to deal with him, but he needs his strength to endure him all the time. Now the scion imp in front of him actually hurt himself and lost such a big face in front of him, which is really unforgivable. Little ghost, I originally wanted to give you a chance for the sake of being a scion, since you are so ignorant of life and death, then I will fulfill you. Looking at the scion imp in front of him with a combat strength of less than 300, Dales said coldly. Is it just a few of you shit? Listening to Darius's words, Son Gohan said with a smile. Dales was completely angered by Son Gohan's words. Although his strength is not the top in this universe, it is not bad in this universe. In all these years of wandering in the universe, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. What's more important is that the person in front of him is still an underage scion imp, which makes him even more angry. A scumbag with a combat strength of less than 300 dares to speak wildly, let me educate you well. The angry Dales shouted, and quickly rushed in front of Son Gohan, and his huge fist slammed into Son Gohan. Is it just a little bit of power? Looking at Darius who was attacking, Son Gohan's eyes were cold, his left hand moved forward, and he grabbed the huge fist, and the index finger and middle finger of his right hand were tightly pressed against Darius's chest. Say goodbye to this universe. Don't meet me again in your next life. As the words fell, a blue energy lightsaber pierced Darius's body. What? Looking at the lightsaber passing through his chest, Darius looked incredulous, and couldn't believe that his life would end like this. In the shocked gaze of everyone, Darius's vitality quickly faded. Boom! With a loud bang, Dales, who was thrown aside by Son Gohan, was blown to pieces in an instant. It's... How can it be? Looking at Dales who had turned into pieces, Daze said with a look of horror. Although he doesn't deal with Dales very well, as his opponent and partner, after getting along with each other over the years, Daz still knows Dallas's strength very well. The strength between them has always been almost the same, and no one can help anyone. But the scion kid in front of him, who didn't seem to be an adult, actually used just one move to solve Darius, whose strength was almost the same as his own. That means that if he wants to kill himself, he only needs one move. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Dai's head broke out involuntarily. I still have something to do, so let's go with the two of you. Looking at the two of them who were obviously cowardly, Sun Gohan said coldly, looking extremely arrogant. Humph! What's so proud? Just now it was just taking advantage of Dales's light enemy and making a sneak attack that happened to kill Lord Dales. Days, let's get on together. After listening to Sun Gohan's obvious contemptuous words, the short cosmic man took a deep breath and said hard. Whoosh! But Days didn't listen to the short man's words, and took advantage of Sun Gohan's attention to turn to his companions, and took the opportunity to flee quickly into the distance. What? Does you? Without waiting for the short cosmic man to finish speaking, Sun Gohan quickly appeared in front of him, and in his terrified gaze, he dealt him with a single blow. Turtle School Kigong. A faint voice came from Sun Gohan's mouth. The aura on Sun Gohan's body continued to increase. 800. 1700. 3000. 8000. 12,000. What? His combat effectiveness is actually increasing. In flight, Days looked at the rapidly increasing combat power of the probe on his face with a horrified expression. Bang! It seemed to be too old, and the detector on Days' face actually exploded directly. How is it possible? He is just a scion imp. How can he have such terrifying combat power? Days thought with a look of horror. Goodbye, then. As a blue light swept by, Days, who was fleeing quickly, disappeared from the universe without even a scream. After dealing with Dales and the others, Sun Gohan's attention shifted to the spiritual tree. Boom! A wave of energy was released from Sun Gohan's hand, and it instantly blew the location of the spiritual tree into a pit. After glancing at his results with satisfaction, Sun Gohan turned around and was about to leave. Chapter 13. Suddenly, Sun Gohan's brows furrowed, as if he had thought of something, and quickly ran to the location of the spirit tree. Looking at the hole he had blown out, Sun Gohan put his hand inside, as if looking for something. Suddenly, Sun Gohan's face changed, he stood up, and looked at his hand with an ugly face. I saw a strange-looking seed lying quietly on the palm of his hand. This is the seed of the spiritual tree just now. If it weren't for Sun Gohan suddenly remembering that in the theater version, Dales had come to the earth with the seeds of the spirit tree to plant, he really couldn't have imagined that a seed could grow into such a big tree. Humph! With a cold snort, Sun Gohan's face turned cold, and he clenched his fists hard, as if he wanted to crush the seed of the spiritual tree. After a long time, Sun Gohan opened his hand with an ugly face. The shattered spirit tree seed that he expected to be pinched was lying intact in the palm of his hand. Sun Gohan is still very clear about his current strength. He knew exactly how great his power was. So Sun Gohan was really surprised that he couldn't destroy a seed with all his strength. More importantly, although he doesn't know why, Sun Gohan has a premonition at the moment. Even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan form now, I'm afraid he won't be able to cause the slightest damage to this seed. With an ugly face, he looked at the spirit tree seed in his hand. For a while, Sun Gohan didn't know what to do with this troublesome thing. The harm of this thing is too great. If you don't find it, forget it, since you have already discovered it yourself. If you don't solve this trouble, Sun Gohan can't be happy. Ha! After thinking about it for a long time, the unwilling Sun Gohan let out a long breath, although he already had a premonition, but if he didn't try it, he would still be a little unwilling for a long time. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan threw the spirit tree seed in his hand into the air. Turtle School Kigong. After throwing the spirit tree seed in his hand into the air, Sun Gohan gathered all his chi together and prepared to use the turtle sect Qi Gong to try again to see if it had any effect. After the turtle school Qigong that had condensed all his strength took shape, Sun Gohan looked at the spiritual tree seed that he threw out. In an instant, Sun Gohan's body was shocked, his eyes looked into the distance, and even the turtle sect Qigong condensed in his hand collapsed in an instant. Klin, hurry up, there's only these last few left, and you can rest after you move. Boomer sat in a homemade armchair and shouted at Clint as he labored to carry things into the ship. Listening to Boomer's words, Kling looked up at her, and didn't say much, but his movements were noticeably faster. It didn't take long for Kling to move the last thing into the spaceship. Hey! Where did Gohan go again? Why hasn't he come back yet? I'm leaving tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll come back early today to help. After finishing his work, Kling took a sip of water from a water cup and said helplessly while standing not far from Boomer. No way, it's still a child in the end, I can't stand such a boring trip, let alone him, if there is a chance, let him have a good time. Boomer stretched and said with a nonchalant expression. But I really didn't expect to see such a bright full moon on this planet. Really? What the? Full moon? Listening to Boomer's words, Clint casually responded, and then seemed to think of something terrible, and immediately broke out and exclaimed. Hurriedly raised his head, only to see a full moon hanging high on the canopy like a bright lamp, and the faint moonlight sprinkled on the earth, as if covering the earth with a thin silver veil. But Kling didn't have the heart to appreciate the beauty. At this moment, looking at the full moon as bright as a mirror, there was a look of panic on his face that could not be concealed. What's wrong with Klin? Isn't it a full moon? Do you need to put on such an ugly face? Looking at Klin's exaggerated expression, Boomer asked with a puzzled expression. Boomer, did you forget? As soon as they see the full moon, they Scions will greatly increase their combat power and become a gorilla who has lost their minds and only knows how to destroy. Swallowing hard, Clint explained to Boomer. Oh, you mean this, didn't Gohan's tail break during the fight with the Scions? It's only been a long time, and where has it grown so quickly? Listening to Kling's words, Boomer said with a nonchalant expression. But Gohan's tail has indeed grown, I've seen it before. Clint swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with some hairiness. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 14. Clint's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly went out to grab the stunned Boomer and flew into the air. Just as Kling pulled Boomer away, a huge wave of energy flew to the ground not far from them, and a huge explosion occurred. The impact of the explosion was so severe that Kling nearly fell out of the air. After taking Boomer to a relatively safe place, Kling looked in one direction with a solemn face, and he could clearly feel that a very powerful aura suddenly appeared in that direction, and this aura was even stronger than Vegeta, who had invaded the Earth before. At this moment, Gohan has turned into a giant ape, but he has not lost his mind as Kling thought. However, his situation is not very good. Before, when Son Gohan crossed over, he took advantage of the weak moment when the original Son Gohan incarnated into a giant ape and was cut off to occupy his body, but it did not completely destroy the original Son Gohan's consciousness, but only made the souls of the two begin to merge. And later, when Son Gohan was cultivating in the Spirit Time House, the souls of the two were further fused, and they were almost completely integrated. At least Son Gohan didn't feel the abnormality at all. But what Son Gohan didn't expect was that when he saw the full moon transform into a giant ape, the soul that had been suppressed by him and turned into the shape of a giant ape, and the soul that belonged to the original Son Gohan would suddenly go berserk and begin to compete with him for control of his body. At this moment, Son Gohan can clearly feel all the actions of his body, but he can't control his body. What frightened him the most was that he could feel that his soul was slowly merging with the giant ape. Son Gohan has a hunch that once his soul is fused by the soul of the giant ape, he will completely lose himself, and there will be no room for counterattack. And after that, this giant ape that has lost its mind is afraid that it will completely destroy the planet. Therefore, at this moment, Son Gohan can only keep his sanity in the tyrannical and crazy will that comes from the giant ape, and has no time to care about anything else. I don't know how long it took, but when Son Gohan was about to hold on, a strangely shaped spaceship flew from afar. Inside the spaceship, Clint and Boomer looked at the giant ape below with horrified expressions of energy. "Clint, hurry up and find a way to break Gohan's tail." "No, the giant ape incarnated by Gohan is too strong, and I can't get close to him at all." After listening to Boomer's words, Kling looked helplessly at the giant ape who kept spitting energy bombs and said, "Oh no, Boomer, we've been found by him, hurry up." Boomer, who was worried there, heard Kling's panicked voice, and immediately came back to his senses, looked at the energy cannon that was rushing towards him, and quickly controlled the spaceship to dodge, narrowly avoiding the energy cannon. "There's no way, Boomer, let's get out of this planet first." "What? How does this work? What if we leave Gohan?" Hearing Kling's words, Boomer immediately shouted. "We can wait for the full moon to disappear before coming to pick up Gohan. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we will be wiped out first. The current Son Gohan has surpassed that Vegeta in terms of strength, and we have no way to compete with him at all," Kling said helplessly. Looking at the weak-looking Clint and the giant ape below who turned his attention to his ship, Boomer sighed helplessly. Although reluctant to accept the offer, Boomer knew that what Clint said might be the best way to do it at the moment. "If you don't leave this planet, I'm afraid that your spaceship will not be able to get rid of the giant ape below, and sooner or later it will be destroyed. However, if you leave like this, if something happens, how will you face Sun Wukong in the future?" In the end, Boomer still piloted the spaceship to leave the planet, but they didn't go far. The spaceship waited on the periphery of the planet, waiting for the full moon to pass, waiting for Son Gohan to change back to his original form. Watching Boomer control the spaceship and leave, Son Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Man, in the final analysis, has evolved from animals in nature, so human beings have animal nature and desires, but human beings also have divinity, human spirit, human soul, and human heart, which is positive. It is the key to what makes people human. Therefore, at this time of life and death, in order not to hurt the two who cared about him, Kling and Boomer, Son Gohan, who could no longer hold on, burst out with new power in his body. And the spiritual tree seed that he swallowed in his stomach seemed to feel something, absorbing an inexplicable power that had just appeared in Son Gohan's body, and began to take root in his body. And all this, Son Gohan didn't know about it. Chapter 15. After discovering that he might lose his mind and disappear completely, Son Gohan's biggest worry is that he will come to this planet with him, Clint and Boomer. Although it hasn't been long since he crossed into this world, under the care of those companions around him, Son Gohan has gradually begun to accept their existence. Therefore, no matter what the reason, Son Gohan doesn't want them to die because of themselves, let alone die at their own hands. Therefore, after seeing Boomer and Kling leave the planet in a spaceship, Son Gohan was not only not disappointed, but a little happy. After all, he had no worries at all. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan began to prepare to continue to resist the violent and crazy onslaught of will. It is precisely because he died once that Son Gohan knows the preciousness of life even more. Until the last moment, Son Gohan will never give up hope of life. After a moment, Son Gohan sensed that something was wrong. Because he found that the crazy and furious aura had completely disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked around. Son Gohan was surprised to find that the giant ape was actually floating in the air very quietly at the moment, with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. Son Gohan looked at this strange scene suspiciously. Suddenly, Son Gohan's eyes froze and he looked towards the head of the giant ape. I saw a strange green dot between the eyes of the giant ape. This green dot is very small, about the size of Son Gohan's little finger, but the light it emits is very bright. Spirit Tree Fruit. After seeing the appearance of the green dot, Sun Gohan was surprised. In Sun Gohan's surprised gaze, the light emitted by that little green dot became brighter and brighter. Then, green roots slowly appeared, as if they were about to take root in the giant ape. It didn't take long for the giant ape that the original monkey Gohan's soul had transformed into covered with green branches, as if it was a chain, completely blocking the breath and power on its body. After the giant ape's power was completely blocked, its eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened and they met Sun Gohan's eyes. At the moment when the four eyes met, Sun Gohan couldn't help but shake his body and lost consciousness in an instant. In a daze, Sun Gohan seemed to see that the spiritual tree seed also took root and sprouted in his body at the same time. After that spiritual tree seed took root in his body, Sun Gohan felt as if something had changed in his soul, but it didn't seem to have changed. After Sun Gohan regained consciousness, he found that he had regained control of his body, although he was still a little uncomfortable. Looking at the sudden, dwarf trees around him and the terrifying power in his body, Sun Gohan realized that he might still remain in the form of a giant ape. A trace of doubt flashed in his heart, and Sun Gohan, who had regained his senses, was ready to find a place to rest first. At the same time, in a galaxy quite far away from Sun Gohan's location. "Klin, how is it, did you see Gohan?" Boomer asked anxiously. "Boomer, don't worry, Gohan will be fine." A hint of anxiety flashed in Klin's eyes, but he still calmly comforted the anxious Boomer. Before, Kling sensed that Sun Gohan's breath suddenly skyrocketed and realized that something was wrong, so he took Boomer to Gohan's location in a spaceship, preparing to cut off Sun Gohan's tail and let him recover. It's a pity that in the end, because the disparity in strength is too great, he can't stop the furious Sun Gohan who transforms into a giant ape. In desperation, he had to leave the planet with Boomer first, and after the full moon passed, he came back to find Gohan. However, something happened that neither Kling nor Boomer expected. Not long after Clint and Gohan left, a huge and terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from the planet, nearly destroying the spaceship that Clint and Gohan were riding. After narrowly avoiding the energy wave, Kling and Boomer watched in disbelief as the planet where Sun Gohan was located moved slowly and steadily into the distance under the impetus of the continuous huge energy wave until it disappeared. Although the planet didn't move too fast, it caused a lot of movement. Under the terrifying effects of the planet's movement, Klyn and Boomer wasted a lot of energy to save the spaceship they were on. However, after they recovered their strength, the planet disappeared completely, and at this point they also lost the whereabouts of Sun Gohan, and could only search aimlessly everywhere in the universe. After a long time, "Boomer, let's go to Namek first, we don't have time to wait." Sighing lightly, Kling said helplessly. "But what about Gohan? He's still a kid, and he must be freaked out when something like this happens," Boomer said with tears in her voice. Chapter 16. The universe is so big, there is no way to find Gohan now, and even if we continue to look for it, we may not be able to find Gohan. After a long silence, Kling spoke. "However, as soon as we get to Namek, then we can use the power of the Dragon Balls to find Gohan, which is much better than our aimless search." As he spoke, Klin's face became excited. "That's right, it's a lot more convenient." After listening to Klin's words, Boomer's eyes, which were still anxious, suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "All right, let's leave for Namek, don't keep everyone waiting." Yes. The deep universe is vast, and the mysterious starry sky is like a veil, large and small, dotted with diamonds, which are sprinkled with diamond powder and then spread on the sky. On a meteorite that was not particularly large, a naked teenager with pale red hair was lying on all fours, with a tail hanging weakly on the ground. After a long time, Sun Gohan was sweating profusely, standing up tremblingly, recalling his previous experience, and his eyes involuntarily showed a trace of fear. Previously, after discovering that he had regained control of his body, Sun Gohan was ready to find a place to rest. Who knows, he had just lifted one foot when the mutation happened. A terrifying aura came from below. Although that aura was not deliberately aimed at him, after feeling that terrifying aura, Sun Gohan only felt an indescribable fear suddenly surging into his heart. In an instant, Sun Gohan lost control of his body again, but this time he couldn't control his body because of great fear. Fortunately, this terrifying aura appeared quickly and disappeared very quickly. After that aura disappeared, the huge fear made Sun Gohan have no time to care, and quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan form, flying quickly in one direction. I don't know how long I flew, and I didn't know how long I flew, and I didn't wait until my physical strength was about to run out before Sun Gohan found a place to stop. Taking a deep breath, Sun Gohan began to look at where he was. This is space? How can it be? After determining his location, Sun Gohan looked at his hands in surprise, clenched his fists, and instantly felt the unimaginable terrifying power in his body. After thinking about it for a while, he really couldn't figure out how he suddenly had the ability to survive in space, and Sun Gohan didn't think about it anymore. After all, no matter how you look at it, it's a good thing. When I looked around, I couldn't make out where I was, and I couldn't even find the planet I was on before. With a light sigh, Sun Gohan no longer hesitated, and flew in one direction. 3 days later, a planet that looked very advanced was born. Sun Gohan took a battle suit similar to the one Vegeta had worn before, and at his feet lay several strangely shaped humanoid spacemen. After putting on the combat uniform, Sun Gohan looked at the huge spaceship not far away, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. After flying in the universe for 3 days, Sun Gohan finally discovered a planet with civilization, and the civilization of this planet seems to be very high. The Sun Gohan of great joy even plans to seek their help and go to Namek. After all, although Sun Gohan already has the ability to survive in the universe, he doesn't know how to go to Namek at all. So, Sun Gohan sneaked into this planet. There is no way. Who let his clothes not be strong, and he was ruined when he transformed into a giant ape before. For the past 3 days, Sun Gohan has been flying naked in the universe. Sun Gohan can't make contact with people naked, so he plans to borrow a piece of clothing to wear first. Unexpectedly, Sun Gohan accidentally discovered that this planet was actually a supply planet belonging to Frieza. Moreover, Vegeta came to this planet to treat his injuries after being defeated and seriously injured on Earth before. After discovering this, Sun Gohan even changed his original mind. Boom! A moment later, a loud bang appeared on the planet. Oh no, Lord Bundy, there's a Saiyan kid who suddenly appeared on this planet and is wreaking havoc, A cosmic man ran to the door of a room in a panic, pushed the door open, and said loudly. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the cosmic man's body flew upside down, losing his breath. Chapter 17. Humph! What a bunch of rubbish, and they can't even solve a Saiyan imp. As the words fell, a giant man with a height of 2 meters walked out of the room, walked straight forward without even looking at the cosmic man he had killed. After destroying a spaceship with a wave of energy, Sun Gohan carefully felt the nearby breath, and after finding that there was no living mouth, he flew towards the largest spaceship. It didn't take long for Sun Gohan to see a giant man with a height of 2 meters with a group of cosmic people stopping in front of him. Oh, is that the imp? With a combat power of 5,000, the strength is really good, and it seems that he is also a high-level warrior among Saiyans. No wonder you are not his opponent. After finding out Sun Gohan's combat power through the probe, Bundy was surprised for a moment, and then said unconcernedly. Although he is facing a high-level warrior among the Saiyans, the other party is still a child who has not grown up after all, and he has more than 8,000 combat power, so Bundy does not have a trace of pressure in the face of Sun Gohan. Imp, do you know what this place is? How dare you come here to wreak havoc? After listening to the giant man's words, Sun Gohan didn't say anything, and directly slowly released his anger. Combat power 8000. Combat effectiveness 10,000. Combat power 70,000. Combat effectiveness 110,000. Bang! How is that possible? How could this guy's combat power suddenly increase so much? Looking at the combat effectiveness of the probe before it exploded, Bundy said with a look of horror. Ignoring Bundy's questions, after knowing his current combat strength from Bundy's mouth, the person in front of him was useless. A huge wave of energy was released from Son Gohan's hand, and the group of people in front of him disappeared directly from this world. 110,000. After solving the enemy, Son Gohan learned about his current combat power level through his opponent, and muttered something softly, as if he was very puzzled. Namek. Hey? What is that? Boomer looked up and looked strangely at a circular orb flying in the distance. Listening to Boomer's words, Kling also raised his head with curiosity. It's strange, why is that thing so familiar? It seems to be. It's a Scion spaceship. After seeing the spherical spacecraft, Klin, who had seen the spaceship Vegeta was flying in when he fled from Earth, immediately recognized its origin. What? Why is this happening? After hearing Clint's words, Boomer also recognized the origin of the spaceship, and said with a look of fear. Damn! That Vegeta was so badly injured, how could he get better so quickly and get here? Clint said in disbelief with a grim face. Clint, why don't we go back first, and hurry back to Earth? Boomer looked at the ball-like spaceship that had just landed on Namek, belonging to the Scions, and said to Clint, who also looked terrified. No, Vegeta must have come to find Dragon Ball as well. If he gets the Dragon Ball, then it's in trouble. Clint didn't agree with Boomer's suggestion, but said with an ugly face. Boomer, you go back to Earth first and tell Wukong about this matter, so that he can prepare early. In case the Scion gets the Dragon Ball, he will most likely go to Earth again in the future. You leave the Dragon Ball radar behind. And I'm here to look for the Dragon Balls and delay as much time as possible. Okay, then I'll go back to Earth first. I'll inform Earth of this as soon as possible, and bring Goku as soon as I get to Earth. It will take about 2 months, you have to hold on, Klin. After listening to Kling's words, Boomer didn't say anything and responded directly. 2 months. After listening to Boomer's words, Clint stammered a little. Hey! Clint turned his head suddenly, and let out a confused voice. Hey? What's going on again? After seeing Clint's strange reaction, Boomer also looked curiously in the direction Clint was looking. Whoosh! What? Why is there another one? Boomer asked, looking at the spaceship that had just flown by, with a look of surprise. I want to know what's going on. But it looks like it's a Scion spaceship too. Kling said fearfully. But aren't the Scions extinct? Now, apart from Vegeta and Goku, there should be no Scions left. Boomer said with a fluke mentality. Scion or not, anyway, it's too dangerous here right now. Clint broke Boomer's luck with a statement. Well, Boomer, why don't we go back together? There are so many enemies that we can't handle them. But if we all go back, what will happen to the Dragon Balls? In case that Vegeta kills the dragon like Vic. Chapter 18. Listening to Boomer's words, Clint couldn't help but be silent. After all, this kind of thing has not happened before. If Sun Wukong hadn't found the gods, the Dragon Balls on the Earth would have disappeared a long time ago, and I am afraid that he would have died there. Hey? Boomer, get out of the way, someone's coming. What, is it a Scion coming? After listening to Clint's words, Boomer quickly grabbed one of the spaceship's brackets and asked with a scared expression. It's not Vegeta, the person who came here is not strong, it's likely to be a Namek. Kling replied. Klin, are you sure they're Nameks? They look and dress like Scions. Boomer said with a frightened look at the two people flying in the distance. As Boomer's words fell, the two also flew to a position not far from Boomer and Klin. Oh! It turned out to be two useless wastes, and they looked like they were just ordinary tourists. Yes. It would be a shame to let such waste live from our hands. After measuring the combat effectiveness of Klyn and Boomer through the detector, the two said contemptuously. At the same time, one of them raised his hand and aimed something similar to a pistol at the spaceship. Bang! With a clear sound, a wave of energy emanated from the pistol-like device, instantly piercing the spaceship and striking a rock not far from Boomer's side. Ah! Looking at the energy wave that was only a few steps away from him, Boomer was frightened and collapsed directly to the ground. Ha ha ha, what a wretched bunch! What, little bald, do you still want to do anything with us? After watching Kling take a fighting pose, the two said with a smile. Ha! With a soft snort, Kling disappeared in an instant. What? Seeing Klin, who had suddenly disappeared, the two couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Before the two of them could react, Clint appeared in front of them, punched one of them away, and then turned around and kicked the other away. After Clint landed, the two who had lost their breath also fell from the air to the ground. Boomer, let's get out of here quickly, they should have other accomplices. After taking out the enemy, Clint quickly pulled up Boomer, who was heartbroken and staring at the destroyed spaceship, and left. At the same time, on Earth, Sun Wukong also recovered from his injuries through Xiandu and prepared to go to Namek. Earth, Boomer's home. Can't you take off yet? It's ready to take off, but there's still a stereo amplification equipment left to be in place, so I think you'll need good music to accompany you all the way. What? Is this the only thing that hasn't been done yet? I don't need a stereo, it's so urgent, I'm going to go right away, teach me how to drive. Okay. Half an hour later, Sun Gohan flew away from Earth in a spaceship. Okay, let's start training quickly, it's 10 times the gravity in the Realm King, then, let's start training from 20 times. Well, it looks like there should be no problem. Driving a spaceship down from the sky, Sun Gohan breathed a long sigh of relief. Previously, Sun Gohan found out that he couldn't fly a spaceship when he was about to travel to Namek after killing all the enemies. Because he had never piloted a spaceship, Sun Gohan had to figure it out little by little. Fortunately, there are enough spaceships on this planet, and Sun Gohan now has the ability to survive in space. So he can quickly master the basic driving method of spaceships through experiments. It took a lot of time, but it's all right now. After picking out one of the largest spaceships, Sun Gohan packed most of the things on the planet that seemed to be high-tech. If we can pack all these things back to Earth, it will undoubtedly be a great thing for the improvement of Earth technology. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. A disc-shaped spaceship is flying at breakneck speed in space. Inside the spaceship, Sun Gohan crossed his legs and his eyes closed, maintaining the form of a Super Saiyan and floating quietly in mid-air. It seems that because he had swallowed the seeds of the spirit tree by mistake on that strange planet before, Sun Gohan found that after recovering from the giant ape state, his strength had been greatly improved. Previously, when he eliminated Frisia's men, after testing, his combat power had exceeded 11,000. At that time, Sun Gohan only used about 1/10 of his strength. In other words, Sun Gohan's current combat power is at least above 1,100,000. However, although this combat power is already very strong, even if it transforms into a Super Saiyan, it is far from being Frisia's opponent. Chapter 19. In the original plot, there were no accidents on the way to Namek in the celestial spaceship. But now, not only was his group attacked on the road, but he was now separated from them. Reality is reality after all, and there will always be all kinds of surprises. At the same time, this also made Sun Gohan more eager to improve his strength. Only with strong strength can we be able to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Retracting his thoughts, Sun Gohan slowly opened his eyes. Although this spaceship was very huge, there was no special place suitable for cultivation inside. Therefore, although Sun Gohan is very eager to train more and improve his strength as much as possible. However, due to the constraints of the conditions, it can only be abandoned. Despite this, Sun Gohan does not do nothing. There is no way to improve his strength under normal conditions through training, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in the form of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan is out of play for the time being, but Super Saiyan also has 4 different stages. The second and third stages of the Super Race can cause damage to the spaceship, but the 4th stage of the Super Race has no effect at all. The 4th order of the Super Saiyan is also the Super Saiyan full power form, and the most important thing in this state is to cultivate the Super Saiyan form into a normal state. The 4th order of Super Saiyan can maintain the special state of Super Saiyan form for a long time, and it is the most ideal Super Saiyan state. Compared to the other states of the Super Saiyan, the advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of the Super Saiyan's high physical exertion in battle. The full power form maximizes the potential combat power of Super Saiyans, and avoids the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans would have if they are not fighting, and has a calmer personality. I don't know why, but this cultivation went very smoothly. It only took a little more than 3 days for Sun Gohan to completely master the full power form. In the following time, Sun Gohan stopped practicing and began to relax himself. After all, I have already done everything I have done, and cultivation is also a combination of work and rest. And in the rest of the time, Sun Gohan also came up with some special ideas during the rest time, but unfortunately, there was no way to put them into practice. And, I don't know if it's an illusion, Sun Gohan feels that although his combat effectiveness has not improved during this time, his strength has been increasing, although it is not very obvious. Namek, Monkey King, Vegeta, and Kling stood with Boomer, and not far from them lay on their stomachs with 3 corpses, none other than the Kainyat team they had fought before. Vegeta, my strength has improved a lot, can't I deal with that Frieza? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a solemn face and asked. Humph. Kakarot, I admit that you are strong now, but it is not enough to deal with Frieza, you can't imagine how terrible Frieza really is. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta spoke. How is it possible? Wukong is already so strong, how can there be so many people who are stronger than him? After listening to Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong hadn't said anything yet, and Boomer couldn't help but shout loudly, not believing what Vegeta said. Humph. After listening to Boomer's obvious distrustful words, Vegeta didn't say much, just glanced at Boomer with disdain and let out a cold snort. Despite this, seeing Vegeta looking at him, Boomer was still startled and hid directly behind Sun Wukong. However, no one paid attention to Boomer's movements at this time. Monkey King, Vegeta, and Klin all turned their eyes in one direction. There, 2 gases are rushing this way. It didn't take long for 2 figures to appear in the distance and quickly came to Sun Wukong and them. It was the only 2 people left in Team Kinut, Keith and Kinyu. Guys, thank you for your attention, and now, the captain of our Kinyut team will entertain you personally. GSI looked at Sun Wukong and his party with an unkind look and said. Humph, is it again? Vegeta, let's take them one by one, let's deal with them. Looking at Guys, who was unrepentant and came back again, Sun Wukong also relented and said in an unkind tone. Well, the coordinates show that it's right, it should be Namek in front of you. Looking at the emerald green planet in front of him, Sun Gohan was excited. It took more than 30 days for Sun Gohan to finally arrive at Namek. Sun Gohan was a little nervous, he was about to arrive at Namek, and judging by the time, Klin and Boomer should have arrived at Namek by now. I don't know how long it has been since Clint and the others arrived on Namek, whether the situation is good now, whether anything has happened. Okay, let's land in a better location. After the spaceship landed on the ground, Sun Gohan quickly walked out of the spaceship and glanced around. The rolling mountains and green meadows are very similar to the Earth. Especially like when on Earth, Uncle Vic trains himself in a place. Chapter 20. It's finally here. Let's find Aunt Bulma and Uncle Kling first. Sun Gohan closed his eyes and began to look for the chi of Klin and Bulma. Found it, it's Uncle Clyn and Aunt Boomer, and Dad is also here. Sun Gohan opened his eyes and said in surprise. However, Vegeta's aura was also by their side, and there were two strong aura around them. Sun Gohan looked puzzled, how could Dad and Vegeta get together? However, Sun Gohan didn't doubt for too long, and he noticed that Vegeta's chi suddenly exploded and rushed in his direction. Sun Gohan didn't wonder, anyway, in his memory, Vegeta had always been their enemy until he returned to Earth. Although in Sun Gohan's feeling, Sun Wukong's chi at this time is not strong, and it is not even as strong as when he was on Earth. However, Sun Gohan can clearly feel what terrifying power is hidden in his father's body, although that power is not as good as himself. Without paying any more attention to his father's side, Sun Gohan set his eyes on Vegeta, who was flying towards him. Although Vegeta will become his comrade in arms in the future, for now, Sun Gohan can't help but want to beat him up. Ha ha ha, it seems that Kakarot's strength should be on par with Kainu, so they are likely to fight and lose, so I have another chance. Vegeta, who got out of the battle between Monkey King and Kainu, said with an evil smile. Vegeta, where are you going? A joking voice suddenly came. What? Vegeta, who was about to leave and was about to snatch the Dragon Ball, heard a sound behind him, and his body shook, and then as if he had received a heavy blow, the whole person fell directly from the air. You? Are you Kakarot's son? Vegeta struggled out of the pile of rubble, looking very embarrassed. The already scarred, tattered combat suit was almost completely shattered. The body that had recovered from eating fairy beans was hit hard again. How is that possible? Vegeta looked at Sun Gohan, who was standing in front of him with a frightened expression. Although he had changed greatly, he could still see the original shadow, and he felt like he was in a dream. This little ghost, whose combat strength was less than 1,000 more than a month ago, is now so terrifying. A punch, just a punch. I couldn't even take a punch from him. As a high-class warrior, he was killed by the son of Kakarot's low-class warrior with a punch, and he was so vulnerable in front of him. Damn! My dignified scion Prince Vegeta has been surpassed by the son of an inferior warrior. Unforgivable. Enraged, Vegeta's fingernails dug deep into the flesh. Self-esteem has taken a huge hit. With that comes a great fear. Are you going to die here? Vegeta was really desperate at this time, he was seriously injured now, and the person in front of him couldn't beat him, and he couldn't escape. He didn't think he would let himself go like his father. On the other side, Keith and Kinu are also communicating. Is his combat strength only 5,000? Yes, Captain Kinu, his combat power is only 5,000, but his strength is very strong, don't you think it's strange? Humph. You idiot, you just care too much about the numbers on the detector to suffer. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the type that can instantly increase his combat power. Looks like we can have a good time today. It's useless, Vegeta, stop trying to resist, come with me honestly. And see what Daddy is going to do with you. Looking at Vegeta, who seemed to want to continue struggling, Sun Gohan kicked him away with an impatient kick, grabbed his hair and said. After listening to Sun Gohan's words, Vegeta, who was completely incapacitated by Sun Gohan's kick just now, could only powerlessly let Sun Gohan dispose of it. Glancing at Vegeta coldly, Sun Gohan snorted lightly and flew towards the location of his father Sun Wukong. Oh, it seems that your strength is a little higher than I expected. But if you don't use your strength, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Looking at the Monkey King in front of him, Kainu said confidently. Really? After listening to Kainu's words, Sun Wukong said noncommittally. Dandy. An old voice came from inside the room. Great Elder, what are your orders? Upon hearing this, one of the Namek kids immediately replied. There's just a scion who landed on this planet, ahem. Ahem, he's with those earthlings right now, so you can go over and help him right away. Whether he can defeat Frisia or not depends on him. What? Grand Elder, can that scion really defeat that demon in Frisia? Listening to the Great Elder's words, Dandy asked with a surprised expression. Ahem, although his strength is also very strong, but his current strength is not enough to defeat Frisia, but that scion already has the ability to transform into a super scion. As long as he improves his combat power a little more, then he will not be much weaker than Frisia after transformation. Super Scion. Listening to the words of the Great Elder, Dandy and Niru were surprised. Dandy, you should hurry up. Okay, Grand Elder. Chapter 21. Damn, Vegeta, bastard. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scolded angrily. What? Angry at Vegeta's betrayal? Rest assured, he'll be with you soon. Looking at the angry Monkey King, Kainu said with a sneer. Wu. It seems that the battle must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise if Vegeta gets the Dragon Ball, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Glancing at Klin, who was being pressed and beaten by guys at the moment, Sun Wukong clenched his fists hard and said with a solemn face. Oh, are you finally going to show your real strength? I know you still have some reserved strength, do you want to keep it against King Frisia? You look down on me too much, don't you? Looking at Sun Wukong, who finally planned to show all his strength, Kainu said with a sneer. It's stupid, King Frisia's strength is unimaginable, and your strength will only allow me to ignite my fighting spirit at most. Really? Then use your machine that can detect the enemy's combat power to see how powerful I really am. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong listened to Kainu's words and said lightly. Humph. You don't need to look at me to deduce that your combat power is close to 80,000 at most. The corners of Kainu's mouth went up, and he said confidently. What? The combat strength actually exceeded 90,000 in an instant. The confidence on Kainu's face vanished, and he opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked expression. 95,000. 100,000. 15,500. 106,000. How is that possible? How could a scion have such a high fighting power? Guys, who was fighting Klin, said with a look of disbelief. 119,000. 100,000. It's impossible, it's still going up fast. At this moment, Kainu could no longer maintain his composure and shouted in a lost voice. It's unbelievable, Captain Kainu's maximum combat power is only more than 120,000, this scion can be so strong. Keith couldn't care about Kling on the side anymore, and his face was horrified. Satoru. Wukong, it's already so strong. And at this moment, Klin was also deeply shocked by the terrifying strength shown by Sun Wukong, and his face was incredulous. 120,000. 130,000. 140,000. Ha! With Sun Wukong's soft drink, the aura on his body finally stopped rising. 10. 180,000. It's unbelievable, is this what you're really capable of? Kainu looked at Sun Wukong with a frightened face and asked. Strength? This is nothing, the combat power that I burst out in an instant is several times higher than this. Sun Wukong looked at Kainu with a calm face and said. What? What the? How many times higher than that? Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Kainu looked incredulous, and then seemed to think of something terrible, and asked in a trembling voice, It's difficult. Could it be that you are a Super Scion? Super Scion? I'd heard Vegeta say something similar before. Sun Wukong frowned and said. Really? But it doesn't matter if you're a Super Saiyan or not, you can't even transform King Frieza with this amount of combat power. Kainu, who was still frightened, suddenly calmed down, looked at Sun Wukong with strange eyes and said. And I still admire your strength, so I will give me your body, saving a waste. What? Listening to Kainu's inexplicable words, Sun Wukong looked puzzled. You don't have to wonder, you'll understand in no time. Looking at the puzzled Monkey King, Kainu's expression became more and more weird. Keys, catch. Kinayu removed the detector from his face and threw it to Guise. What, is Captain Kinu going to use that move? Catching the probe thrown by Kainu, Guise seemed to have thought of something. After throwing the probe to Keith, Kainu burst out with all his strength, and with a strange look in Sun Wukong's shocked gaze, a punch hit his body hard, and purple blood flowed out of the wound, covering the combat suit. Engage! What are you doing? Klin, who was on the side, saw this strange scene, and a sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Wukong, you must be careful. Looking at Keith, who was staring at him fiercely, Kling could only say with secret concern in his heart. Ha ha ha. Well, that's what it looks like. Kinu said with a wild laugh. What does this guy want to do? Looking at Kinu, who was behaving strangely, Sun Wukong looked puzzled, but he was already vigilant in his heart. Humph. Swap out. Chapter 22. With a shout from Kainu, a ray of light suddenly appeared from Kainu's body and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this light that suddenly rushed over, Sun Wukong was shocked, and subconsciously wanted to block it. Seeing that the light was about to hit Sun Wukong, a figure suddenly flew from afar and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. At the last moment, the figure blocked the light instead of Sun Wukong, and then continued to fly forward, slamming heavily on the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit. What? This sudden scene surprised everyone present, and they didn't know what was going on. Dad, are you all right? When everyone was stunned, a slightly immature voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a small figure with a tail suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, looking at Sun Wukong, who was a little stunned, with a nervous face. Dad, are you all right? Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't answer himself, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but ask again. Satoru. Gohan, it's you, it's really you, are you okay? Looking at Sun Wuhan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Sun Wukong couldn't help but say excitedly. After coming to Namek, Sun Goku learned about Sun Gohan's accident from Klin, and he was anxious, but because there was a very powerful enemy who was also peeking at Dragon Ball, he couldn't find Sun Gohan. At this moment, seeing Sun Wuhan appear in front of him unharmed, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Dad, Uncle Klin, I'm fine. After listening to Sun Wukong's words full of concern, Sun Gohan smiled happily and replied to Sun Wukong and Klin. But... damn, Kakarot, what the hell is going on? A voice full of anger suddenly came out of Kainu's mouth, interrupting the Monkey King and the others in the reunion. You. Are you Vegeta? Turning his head and looking at Kinu, who was standing not far from him, Sun Wukong asked with some uncertainty. What? Vegeta? How can it be? He's obviously Kainu. Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Klin said in disbelief. It can't be wrong, although his appearance has changed, his chi has not changed. But what's going on here? Looking at Kinu in front of him, Sun Wukong looked puzzled. Dad, could it be the reason for the trick that Kainu used at the end? That trick might allow him to swap bodies with someone. At this time, Sun Gohan also remembered that Kinu also had a trick that could exchange bodies with people, so he spoke. That's why he took out his detector and injured himself just now. At this time, Kling also understood the reason for Kainu's strange behavior just now. What? What the? Kainu? Swap bodies? Although he hasn't figured out what happened, Vegeta has figured out one thing, and his body was actually taken away by Kainu. As a Scion Prince, Vegeta has a pride that others can't understand, and a persistence that ordinary people can't understand. Especially after the destruction of the planet Vegeta. However, as a Scion Prince, he was defeated by a low-level Scion named Kakarot when he went to Earth, and if it wasn't for the Scion's intercession for him, he probably would have stayed there with his life. Although this made him feel more intense humiliation, in his heart, he still recognized the strength of the Scion who defeated him, called Kakarot, which is why Vegeta would show mercy to Clint many times on Namek. But what Vegeta didn't expect was that after just over a month, when he met again on Namek, the Scion's strength would actually rise to such a terrifying level. A powerful enemy who could not damage him with all his strength was easily defeated by him. And he was saved by him again. As a Scion Prince, he was actually far surpassed by a low-level Scion warrior. This was a huge blow to his proud heart. What made him even more unacceptable was that even his child, the little ghost whose combat power was less than 1,000 at the beginning, surpassed his own strength. The dignified Scion Prince has actually become the weakest person among the remaining Scions. All of this took a huge toll on Vegeta's strong self-esteem. And what made him even more unacceptable was that now his proud identity as a Scion Prince was actually taken away. Vegeta, who was close to madness, roared loudly, "Damn, where is that bastard in Kainu?" Boom! A figure burst out of the pile of rocks and flew into the air. "Damn, which bastard ruined my good deeds?" Vegeta, who had a faint breath, scolded. "Kainu, give me back your body." Looking at the sudden appearance of Vegeta, Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then reacted, shouted angrily, and rushed over. But it flew back upside down at a faster speed. "Damn! Vegeta, turned out to be a good thing that you ruined me." Kicking the seriously injured Kainu away, Vegeta said angrily. Seeing that he couldn't please himself today, Kainu was going to want to leave here. Chapter 23. "Hey, little ghost, can't let him go." Vegeta, who was held in Son Gohan's hand, looked at Kainu who wanted to escape, and immediately shouted anxiously at Son Gohan in a commanding tone. Son Gohan looked sideways and looked at Vegeta with a cold gaze. "Are you commanding me?" The voice was extremely cold. Vegeta looked at the cold eyes, and her heart chuckled. An invisible pressure made her completely lose the consciousness of resistance, and even the angry emotion disappeared. Just a look made him unparable. Vegeta's back was cold, and the person was a little more sober. Please help me get my body back." Listening to Vegeta, who had a pleading tone in his tone, Son Gohan's eyes fluctuated, and he quickly chased Vegeta after him. Looking at Son Gohan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Kainu's face changed, and then a touch of joy appeared. Kainu had already seen that Vegeta was not all the way to that terrible Scion, but he didn't dare to guarantee that the Scion wouldn't make a move on him. And the Scion imp in front of him seems to be his son, and more importantly, the combat power of this Scion imp does not seem to be much worse than Vegeta. At least his speed far exceeds Vegeta, who is seriously injured at the moment. So Kainu didn't even think about it, and directly used his own trick. Swap out. It's a pity that the panicked Kainu didn't notice that Son Gohan was still carrying a person in his hand. It was Vegeta, who had exchanged bodies with him. Seeing Kainu use the skill of swapping bodies again, Son Gohan couldn't help but sigh in his heart for the other party's cooperation. Originally, Son Gohan was still thinking about how to make Kainu willingly use the body swap skill, but he didn't expect Kainu to be so cooperative. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Son Gohan unceremoniously threw Vegeta, who he was holding in his hand, towards Kainu and slammed him to the ground with his surprised expression. Although all this seems to be a long time, it actually only took a few seconds, and when Kainu and Vegeta smashed into the ground together, Son Goku also happened to be next to Son Gohan. "Hiss, it hurts. It looks like the body has been replaced." Looking at the ugly face that belonged to Kainu in front of him, Vegeta's whole body relaxed, and then passed out. But... damn! Seeing that he had actually returned to his original body, Kainu had an angry look on his face. Sun Gohan's eyes were cold, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. Neither Kling nor Ki-nu could see the trajectory of Sun Gohan's movements clearly, and only Sun Goku could keep up with Sun Gohan's movement speed. Bye-bye. A faint voice sounded in the ears of the furious Kainu, and the anger on Kainu's face suddenly disappeared, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Sun Gohan's fist slammed into Kainu's sideburns, and suddenly Kainu's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, and Kainu didn't even utter a word, and the headless corpse shook a few times and fell to the ground with a bang. Captain Ki-nu. Lost to that Scion imp, this. How is this possible? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he stared blankly at Kainu's headless corpse, his eyes wide and his face full of horror. He felt like he was in a dream, and such a powerful Captain Kainu was actually solved by a Scion imp with a move, and he was still dead. Seeing the tragic death of Kainu, guys trembled all over, sweated like rain, and suddenly turned around and flew out. He knows very well that if he doesn't run away at this time, the end will definitely be the same as Kainu. Sun Gohan is not as great as Sun Wukong, and all opponents want to let go. And then every time you have to make a mess of yourself before you stop. He is not a virgin, his principle is, the grass must be cut to the roots. So, from the moment Keith appeared with Kane, his fate was already doomed. Looks like you're confident in your speed. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Guys was so startled that he turned around and flew to the other side without looking. Die. Unfortunately, Guys' dying throws were of little use. The cold voice sounded again, and Sun Gohan appeared strangely in front of Jissi, grabbed his neck, and twisted it hard. Guys was lifeless in an instant, and fell from the sky with a soft click. Satoru. Gohan, it's amazing. Kling looked at Sun Gohan, who had eliminated Kainu and Keith in an instant, and exclaimed. Sun Gohan's strength at this time can be described as terrifying. At this moment, Sun Gohan is like a god of war, and that kind of momentum makes people dare not approach. What's going on? How did Kainu's vitality completely disappear? Frieza, who was about to go to the last Namek stronghold, suddenly stopped his flight, stopped in mid-air, raised his hand and pressed the probe on his face a few times, only to find that the life reactions of the Kainyut team had all disappeared. Frieza discovers that Team Kainut's health fluctuations are completely undetectable. This means that Team Kainut is dead. Chapter 24. Who the hell is it? How can you kill Kainu? Could it be the guy from before? Frieza was suddenly stunned, remembering that the powerful combat power that he had detected before had only appeared for a moment. Could it be that some terrifying person arrived on this planet, and he also came for Dragon Ball? Being able to kill all the members of Team Kainut in a very short period of time is definitely a powerful character. After all, although the ability of Team Kainut is not very strong in his own opinion, it can definitely be regarded as a very powerful force in the universe. And those who have the ability to kill them basically know that they are their subordinates, and they generally give themselves a face. Humph! No matter who you are, if you dare to play Dragon Ball, I will never let you go. Frieza sneered and continued to fly forward, seemingly unconcerned about the demise of Team Kainut. Although Team Kainut can be said to be loyal to themselves, Frieza is not very comfortable with Kainut as a person. Kainu's body swapping ability is too weird, and although Frieza doesn't think he has the courage to swap bodies with him, he is not sure that Kainu's body swapping ability has no effect on him, so the necessary precautions for Frieza are still there. Anyway, it was a threat after all. If it weren't for Kainu's strength was not bad, and he still needed him to serve him and deal with those in the universe who dared to resist his rule, Frieza would have taken action to solve the possible threat of Kainu. Gohan, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Seeing that Sun Gohan actually solved the opponent so easily, Sun Wukong was amazed. Well, Dad, my strength has indeed improved a lot. In the face of Sun Wukong's surprise, Sun Gohan didn't explain anything too much, but replied directly. Hey? Someone's coming. But the breath is very peaceful, and it doesn't seem to be a villain. That's dandy. Looking at the green figure slowly flying from a distance, Clint suddenly shouted excitedly and hurried over to bring Dandy over. Crin sang, "Why are you hurt?" As soon as Dandy saw the seriously injured Clint, he quickly asked worriedly. Haha. Those guys from Team Canute are just too strong. Clint smiled helplessly with his eyes half open. It's okay, I'll treat you right away. I saw Dandy's hands imprinted on Clint's chest, and a faint halo appeared around Clint's body. Then Clint's injuries recovered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In about 10 seconds, Clint's injury, which was still lacking in energy before, disappeared completely and he was suddenly alive. Wow, what an amazing ability, it's just like a fairy bean. Dandy, you're amazing. Kling excitedly checked his body, and sure enough, he was fully recovered, as if he had not been injured at all. Dandy, please treat Vegeta too. Son Gohan is not afraid of what big waves Vegeta can make now. With Vegeta's combat strength of less than 100,000, he really couldn't look down on it. If he can't change his evil nature and prepare to cause trouble, he will be destroyed. No. No. Dandy saw Vegeta's face and took a few steps back, angry and afraid, looking very resistant. He's killed a lot of Nameeks, he's a big bad, I'm not going to heal him. Dandy's head shook like a rattle. Dandy, listen to me, now there is an even more evil guy who is destroying the planet Namek. And we need to use the power of Vegeta so that we can defeat that great villain and save the planet Namek. Son Gohan explained softly to Dandy. Well. All right. After listening to Son Gohan's words, Dandy hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed. Although he still hates Vegeta for killing his companion, if he can save more of his companions alive, he can put this hatred aside first. Dandy used the same technique, touching Vegeta's chest with both hands, and with a faint light, Vegeta's injuries quickly recovered. A minute later. Ha ha ha. After the injury healed, Vegeta, who came to his senses, was shocked to find that his strength had directly increased several times compared to before. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Frieza, Lao Tzu has surpassed you now, and this is going to take your dog's life. Vegeta's mouth curled into a confident arc. As for you, I'll let you go for the time being. Glancing at Son Gohan and the others lightly, Vegeta's aura was full of aura, and he flew away directly with a whoosh. Hey, I'm afraid Vegeta is going to be unlucky again, where the hell did he get the confidence to beat Frieza? Son Gohan looked at Vegeta who was far away, shook his head, and said with an incomprehensible expression. Frieza has a normal combat strength of 530,000 troops, but Frieza usually has many subordinates and rarely shoots on his own, so few people know his real combat value. And Vegeta is only about 500,000 dead now, and now going to find Frieza is simply hitting a stone with an egg and killing himself. However, Son Gohan didn't bother to care so much, so he didn't pay attention to the arrogant Vegeta. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 25. However, Vegeta's strength has indeed increased a lot. Goku, Gohan, can you join forces now to defeat him? Ignoring Gohan's complaints, Kling recalled Vegeta's strength that had just erupted, and looked at the scared Dandy and asked with a worried expression. There's no need to join forces, Vegeta's strength is only about 500,000 at most, whether it's Dad or I, we can easily defeat him. Son Gohan said calmly. But what I care more about is that Vegeta's strength has increased several times compared to when he fought me before. Sun Gohan deliberately asked with a puzzled pretense. Although he knew why, he couldn't say it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain why he knew about it. Oh, Gohan, you don't know yet, I've heard Vegeta say that every time you Scions recover from a serious injury, your strength will be greatly improved. Kling immediately popularized science for Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. I see. It's no wonder that when I was cultivating, my strength suddenly improved several times, and I thought it was the result of my cultivation. After listening to Klin's explanation, Sun Wukong said with a sudden understanding. But the strength can't always be improved like this, and there should be a limit to this kind of improvement. Whether there is a limit or not, at least this is a way for us to quickly improve our strength at the moment. Let's try it first. Frieza, today is your time of death, and Prince Ben has become the one you fear the most, Super Saiyan. Vegeta came to Frieza alone, looked at Frieza, raised the corners of her mouth, and said extremely arrogantly. What? Frieza was startled, and took his eyes off the Namek who had been defeated by him, and turned his head to look at Vegeta who appeared in front of him, a scornful smile on his lips. Super Saiyan? Although there have always been legends of Super Saiyans in the universe, and I have heard a lot about Super Saiyans from my father, King Kurdish, in Frieza's opinion, it is just a legend. Out of confidence in his own strength, Frieza was jealous of the legendary Super Saiyan, but he didn't really take the Super Saiyan seriously. Ho ho, Vegeta, do you mean you became a Super Saiyan? Are you trying to laugh at me? Frieza said with a laugh. After all, Vegeta has been his lackey for so many years, and he knows very well how many pounds and tails he has. There is also a certain understanding of Vegeta's always inexplicable self-confidence. Frieza simply didn't believe Vegeta would really be able to break through and become a Super Saiyan in such a short period of time. Super Saiyan, once in 1,000 years. Even if there is a Super Saiyan, it will never be Vegeta. If he could have become a Super Saiyan so easily, he would not have been able to destroy the planet Vegeta so easily. Cut, just laugh. You won't be able to laugh after a while. Looking at Frieza, who was taunting herself, the corners of Vegeta's mouth rose confidently. Since being cured by Dandy, the majestic chi in his body has made him extremely confident. This is also the reason why Vegeta would think that with his current combat power, he has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Ah! Vegeta began to explode, and with a burst of low roars, Vegeta's combat power became higher and higher. There was a white breath all over his body. Drip, drip, drip. Frieza's combat detector flickered. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. 450,000. 480,000. In the end, Vegeta's combat effectiveness stopped at 4 or 800,000. Poof! Frieza couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just now she thought how powerful Vegeta had become, and she dared to provoke herself. I didn't expect it to be only 480,000, and I can't even compare to my own normality. It turns out that the so-called Super Saiyans are just here to be funny. 5 or 6 minutes later, Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong both used Dandy's power to improve their combat effectiveness by a large margin. Okay, Dad, it's enough for me to improve my strength once, and I can't use this method to greatly improve my strength. Don't waste any more time. After recovering, Sun Gohan closed his eyes and felt the incredibly powerful chi in his body. I don't know why I suddenly have a feeling that the improvement of my strength has reached a limit, and I can't greatly improve my strength with this method. I'll go with Uncle Clint to find the Dragon Balls first, so that everyone can be resurrected first. The Great Elder may not be able to hold on. Okay, you go with Kling to find the Dragon Ball first, that should be the place where Vegeta and Frieza are fighting. I'll go over first, I'll stop Frieza and Vegeta from affecting you. After saying that, Sun Wukong flew in the direction where he had just felt Vegeta's breath erupt. Okay, then Uncle Clint, let's go too. Chapter 26. After more than half an hour of flying, the Sun Gohan and the others finally arrived at the location shown by the Dragon Ball radar, in front of Frisia's spaceship. This must be Frisia's spaceship, Sun Gohan said as he looked at the spaceship that was very similar to the one he was riding on when he came to Namek. Frisia really doesn't know if it's confidence or big heart, and he actually handed over the Dragon Balls to such a few people to take care of. Looking at the dozen or so cosmic people in front of him with a combat strength of only 3,000 or 4,000, Kling said lightly. You must know that after being exploited by the Great Elder, Kling's strength has increased nearly tenfold, and now he has more than 40,000 combat strength. It may not be enough to look at the strong people in the universe, but these cosmic people in front of him, he really can't look down on them now. Gohan, hurry up and solve it. After Clint said a word, he took the lead in attacking a dozen or so cosmic people. Son Gohan nodded, did not hesitate, and immediately rushed forward with Clint. More than a dozen cosmic people were solved by Son Gohan and Clint in minutes, and they successfully found Dragon Ball. Dandy, it's up to you. Son Gohan put the Dragon Ball on the ground, and next, all Dandy needed was to summon the dragon in Namek's language. At number plus $%. Dandy palmed his hands forward, and he didn't know what to say. In an instant, Dragon Ball emitted a dazzling light, and at this moment the sky and the earth suddenly turned into night. A golden light spiraled from the ground, with its own sound effects. It's another big guy with his own BGM. Finally, the golden light turned into a huge a huge green toad with a tail. Is this the dragon? It's bigger than the Earth's dragon, and its form is different from the Earth's. Son Gohan looked at the fat version of the divine dragon Polenga and muttered, but his tone was a little strange. It's long, it's big, it's ugly, but it should be strong. Son Gohan really can't understand the taste of the Namek people, why the good Shenlong is so similar to a toad. Moreover, even the colors are exactly the same. Forget about the green on the head, what the hell is the whole body green? What? Why did it suddenly get dark? Frisia was stepping on Vegeta, and she was surprised. This sudden strange phenomenon made him stop moving. What's that? Frisia suddenly saw something green in the distance. And that is the direction where his spaceship stays, and it is also where the Dragon Balls are located. Polenga, that's Polenga. It seems that they have resurrected their companions. Niru, who was lying on the ground and was dying, gasped. Vegeta, who knew from Klin's mouth what would happen when the dragon appeared, also laughed. Frisia, that's the divine dragon that can grant wishes, you're late. It is unforgivable that someone summoned a divine dragon. Hearing Vegeta's words, Frisia said angrily as she watched the green and glowing golden toad kick Vegeta away. This time I was really angry, I had been looking for the Dragon Balls for so long, and I finally got them together, and I actually made a wedding dress for someone else. Frisia turned around and was about to rush towards the place where the dragon had appeared. Absolute. Unforgivable. If I don't chop you into pulp one by one, it will be difficult to solve the hatred in my heart. This feeling of having a duck cooked by herself being eaten by someone else made Frisia furious. Turtle School Kikong Wave. A huge wave of energy struck from a distance, blocking Frisia's tracks. Who? Looking at Sun Wukong, who suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way, Frisia shouted. Kakarot, you! Are you here too? Unlike Frisia, after seeing Monkey King coming, Vegeta's face showed a touch of joy. Kakarot? It's a Scion name, so the group of people who summoned the dragon are in the same group as you, and they're also Scions? Frisia said angrily. You damn wild monkeys have really pissed me off, so get ready to bear my wrath. Ah! In an instant, Frisia had completed the second stage of transformation, and his whole body looked much larger, and the horns on the top of his head had changed. Slender, curved and sharp. Furred. Frisia, he's so strong. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Frisia's transformation, Vegeta's face turned a little green. Unlike Vegeta, Sun Wukong is very calm, and with his current strength, there is no pressure to deal with Frisia in the second stage. Looking at Sun Wukong's face that did not fluctuate at all because he became stronger, Frisia was not much surprised. Through the energy wave that Sun Wukong had just emitted, Frisia had already judged that even if he transformed into the second stage, he would definitely not be his opponent. Don't think that's the end of it, though. Chapter 27. Frisia retreated dozens of meters, accompanied by screams, and the aura on his body continued to swell in Sun Wukong's shocked gaze. It didn't take long for Frisia to complete the third stage of transformation, and the aura on her body was terrifying. He. What's the matter, wild monkey, are you shocked to see my strength? Looking at Sun Wukong's solemn face, as if facing a great enemy, Frisia smiled with satisfaction. How can it be? You can even transform. Vegeta said with a look of disbelief on her face when she saw Frisia, who had transformed again, her eyes full of despair. What? Desperate so soon? I can still transform again, that's my strongest state, more than 10 times stronger than now. Sensing the desperation in Vegeta's words, Frisia unceremoniously continued to strike at him, his face full of evil. What the? No way. After listening to Frisia's words, Vegeta was completely desperate, with a look of fear on her face. The difference in strength between the two sides was so large that he completely lost his fighting spirit. Well, it's so strong. He is worthy of being the emperor of the universe, and his strength is really powerful. It's exciting. Unlike Vegeta, although Sun Wukong's face was also mixed with some fear and disbelief, his fighting spirit was even more high, and his body began to tremble a little, but not because of fear, but because he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. O person who has collected the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wishes, I can grant you 3 wishes, and any wish can be granted. Namex Dragon Belenga, although it is a little ugly, can fulfill 3 wishes, which is much better than the Dragon Ball on Earth. Okay, then Dandy, please say your first wish, and resurrect a planet called Bek Namek that lives on Earth. Son Gohan promised Mr. Bobo that he would definitely resurrect the gods, and only when the gods are resurrected, the Dragon Balls of the Earth can be resurrected. Yamuti and Tianjin rice dumplings can be resurrected through the Dragon Balls of the Earth. What's more, the previous Son Gohan and Vic had a very deep relationship, and this relationship resurrected Vic after the souls of both sides merged into one, which was also his wish. After listening to Son Gohan's words, Dandy said another thing to the Dragon Bolunga. I know, make your first wish come true. I saw that the eyes of the divine Dragon Bolunga turned red, and then the circle of light on the head of Bic, who was cultivating on the side of the king of the northern realm, disappeared. Great, Gohan, they succeeded. Vic clenched his fists excitedly. At the same time, the gods of the earth also reappeared on the temple at the moment of Vic's resurrection. All right, your first wish has been granted, now say your second wish. Second wish. Son Gohan thought about it, and according to the development of the Dragon Ball plot, the second wish should be to have Vic teleport to Namek. But now, there's no need to waste a wish on it. Because he now has the strength to change the situation of Namek Star at this time, even if he teleports Vic to Namek Star, it will have no effect. Then, the next wish is to prepare for the enemy in the future. Dandy, the second wish is for me to gain endless energy. Although it will be very powerful to transform into a Super Saiyan, the energy consumption is also much faster than normal. Just like the Monkey King who has become a Super Saiyan, once he uses the ultimate move Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, his body will be in a period of weakness. This is also one of the main reasons why Sun Wukong and Shalo chose to throw when they fought later. Although the strength of the two is equal, Shalo, as an artificial person, has endless energy, so in the end, it is definitely Sun Wukong who loses. if you can have endless energy like an artificial human. In the future, you will be able to maintain your Super Saiyan form and fight. And there will be no lack of physical strength. Dandy nodded. He thought that Son Gohan wanted to get endless energy to deal with Frieza, so he agreed without hesitation. At number plus $%. The Divine Dragon Bolunga was silent for a moment before he spoke. I'm sorry, I can't grant your wish, it's beyond my ability. Hey! After listening to the words of the Divine Dragon Belenga, Son Gohan, Klin, and Dandy were all stunned, obviously not expecting that this wish would not come true. Gohan, what should I do? How can we defeat Frieza without infinite energy? Dandy asked anxiously. Don't worry, Dandy, I'm sure I'll deal with Frieza, and the endless energy is just to increase some chances of winning. After all, we don't know anything about Frieza's strength. Looking at Dandy, who looked anxious, Son Gohan was embarrassed to tell the real reason, so he hurriedly comforted. Dandy, then you can try to make Shenlong give me the ability to teleport. Dandy and the dragon muttered again, and finally the dragon Bolunga nodded, indicating that this wish could be granted. However, Son Gohan thinks it's quite normal. After all, his father Sun Wukong can have the ability to teleport by learning Xi. Then, it won't be too difficult to obtain this ability with the help of the power of the Divine Dragon. Chapter 28. Alright, say your third wish. We don't have any more wishes, the third wish is to resurrect the Namex on Namek. Son Gohan and Klin glanced at each other, looking at Dandy, who was looking at him. Son Gohan said softly. Is it really not necessary? Can you really defeat Frieza then? Listening to Son Gohan's words, Dandy unexpectedly didn't have much joy, but asked with some worry. Don't worry, it's already okay, we'll definitely defeat Frieza. Son Gohan assured Dandy. Well, okay. Looking at Son Gohan with a serious face, Dandy nodded, and was ready to say his third wish. But who knew that Dandy had only said less than half of it, and the Dragon Bolunga suddenly disappeared, and the sky returned to normal, and all the Dragon Balls turned into stones and fell from the sky. This is Great Elder, he dead, Dandy said with a sad face. Don't worry, we will definitely defeat Frieza and avenge everyone. Clint patted Dandy on the shoulder and comforted. Alright, Uncle Klin, then I'll go and help Daddy deal with Frieza first, and you take Aunt Boomer and Dandy to the spaceship where I came first and wait for us to come back. What's wrong? Uncle Klin. Hearing Klin's sudden shouting, Son Gohan asked in surprise. I completely forgot about Boomer. Clint said with a bitter face, as if he remembered the scene when he met Boomer. Half an hour later, Son Gohan arrived at the place where Son Goku was fighting Frieza. What surprised him was that at this moment, his father Sun Wukong was actually inseparable from Frieza, who was in the third stage. That's right, it's the third stage Frieza, not the final form of Frieza, and what's more serious is that his father seems to have used 10 times the Realm King Fist at the moment. This has completely departed from the original book, so Son Gohan can't help but be glad that he didn't come exactly according to the original book, otherwise the result will definitely not be good. After seeing Son Gohan coming, both sides stopped attacking. Ho ho ho! Is there another Saiyan imp? Glancing at the tail behind Son Gohan, Frieza said with a smile. Gohan, be careful, this Frieza is very strong, and he can transform again. Sun Wukong looked at Frieza with a solemn face and said to Son Gohan. Yes, I got Dad. Oh, it's still father and son. Looks like your wish has come true.